Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1328 to Chapter 1410. Lin Feng observed the ancient ship for a while. He decided to get closer and study it. This ancient ship wasn't simple, and it definitely hid some secrets. Lin Feng hoped to find something good on it. "Follow behind me," Luo Yan said. He reminded Luo Yan that the surroundings of the ancient ship were very dangerous, so they had to be careful. If they got separated, the consequences would be dire. The two of them then walked towards the ancient ship. The ancient ship had been severely damaged. There were even holes in many places, as if it had been pierced by some sharp weapon. This ship is made from ebony wood, a very rare type of divine wood. Plus, the keel of this ship is anchored with epical divine wood. How could such an extraordinary ship be destroyed? It's unbelievable, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Luo Yan said, "Could it be that a shocking battle took place in the past, and this ship was destroyed because of it?" Lin Feng said, "That's possible." In the end, Lin Feng and Luo Yan passed through the outermost layer of restrictions and arrived at the bottom of the ancient ship. The dragon bones aren't that badly damaged. Lin Feng looked at the dragon bones. The dragon bones were located in the middle of the ship's bottom, and they were connected to the ship's stern. "What do you think the keel of this ancient ship is?" Luo Yan asked. Lin Feng gently stroked the dragon bones. He could feel a cold aura. Lin Feng felt as if he had been pulled into an ancient world by the cold aura. It was a boundless starry world. An astral beast was flying through the boundless starry world. When the astral beast got closer, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't an astral beast, but an ancient ship. "Kill." Vaguely, deafening battle cries could be heard from the depths of the starry world. On the other hand, the ancient ship sailed toward a battlefield in a starry sky world. A moment later, the images disappeared, and Lin Feng came back to his senses. He said, "Touch the dragon bones and see if you can sense anything." Luo Yan nodded. Following Lin Feng's instructions, he touched the dragon bone. His expression was also slightly shaken. After a while, Luo Yan came back to his senses and said, "So it's a dragon bone made from the spine of a giant star beast." Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's an ancient ship that fought in the foreign battlefields. Perhaps it was destroyed in the foreign battlefields and fell into a lake. Of course, it's also possible that it returned to the continent from the foreign battlefields and was destroyed for unknown reasons." Luo Yan asked, "The dragon bones are so well preserved. Will it be very difficult to remove them?" Lin Feng said, "It's indeed very difficult to take the dragon bones, but it's not impossible. We can destroy the ancient ship, but this ancient ship is too strange. If we really want to destroy it, I'm afraid that we'll suffer a calamity before the ancient ship is destroyed. Is there no other way? I'm sitting on a mountain of treasures, but I can't take anything away." "How depressing," Luo Yan said. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. Let me see if there's any damage to the dragon bones. If there is, perhaps we can take a part of it." When he heard Lin Feng's words, Luo Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a ray of hope. Lin Feng and Luo Yan went to the back of the ship, but they discovered that the dragon bones were still well preserved. This made Luo Yan extremely depressed. Lin Feng said, "This ancient ship hasn't been truly destroyed. It should be able to continue sailing." Luo Yan nodded and said, "The dragon bones are well preserved, so it can indeed continue sailing. However, this ancient ship is too strange. No one can control it." It was indeed as Luo Yan had said. No one could control this ancient ship. Of course. If they really wanted to control this ancient ship, it wasn't impossible. They had to be like the 9 pirate kings and obtain the ancient ship's approval. The 9 pirate kings had been able to control these powerful ancient ships because they had obtained the ancient ship's approval. "Let's go up and take a look," Lin Feng said. Luo Yan nodded and followed Lin Feng onto the ancient ship. The ancient ship's surface was also covered with sword marks and many places were even stained with blood. These marks had not been erased by time, and they seemed to be telling Lin Feng and Luo Yan about the great battle that had taken place on the ancient ship. However, there were no corpses on the ancient ship. If there had been a great battle in the past, there would have been many corpses buried, but where had those corpses gone? Lin Feng guessed that perhaps the ancient ship hadn't been destroyed during the great battle. Perhaps after the great battle in the starry sky, something else happened that no one knew about. Lin Feng and Luo Yan carefully walked towards the ship's cabin. Nothing in the cabin showed any signs of movement. There were many things here, but not many of them were valuable. Maybe there's a treasure trove, Luo Yan said. Lin Feng also had the same idea. It was impossible for such a huge ancient ship to not have a treasure trove. He and Luo Yan went deeper into the ship and finally arrived at a cabin in the middle. There was an entrance that led downwards, and they carefully went down. When they arrived at the bottom, they were pleasantly surprised. This was the treasure trove of the ancient ship. There were restrictive spells in the treasure trove, but they couldn't stop Lin Feng. He opened the door of the treasure trove. Swish, as soon as the door was opened, a huge blood-red bat suddenly pounced towards them. This blood-red bat had an extremely ugly pig face and sharp fangs. Lin Feng was stupefied. Surprisingly, it was a blood bat. It was an extremely ferocious and evil bat. In the Bat clan, it had the blood of the Imperial clan. It was one of the strongest bat clans. Not only could the blood-red bat produce sound waves, but its claws and fangs were also its weapons. Moreover, the blood-red bat's entire body was poisonous. Even the slightest touch of the bat's venom could lead to death. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the blood-red bat pounced towards him, he moved to the left. Then, he raised his right hand and slashed. A ray of sword energy flew out. The blood-red bat was killed by Lin Feng, and its corpse fell to the ground. The blood-red bat is a member of the Bat clan's royal bloodline. It's said that it went extinct in the ancient times. I can't believe that such an evil creature appeared in this treasure trove. I wonder if it was raised by the cultivators on the ancient ship. Luo Yan's expression became serious. Lin Feng said, "Let's be careful. There might be more blood-red bats inside." Luo Yan nodded and carefully entered the treasure trove with Lin Feng. The treasure trove was extremely large. After scanning it with their divine senses, they didn't find any blood-red bats. Lin Feng and Luo Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Bzzz. At that moment, a violent vibration came from the depths of the treasure trove. The shockwaves were shocking, and they alarmed Lin Feng and Luo Yan. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the treasury. When they reached the depths of the treasury, they sensed a dangerous aura and immediately retreated. A fierce beast pounced at them, its claws extremely sharp as it tried to tear their bodies apart. This strange beast was very strange. It looked like a cow with 4 horns, and its fur was very long, like a raincoat draped over its body. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this beast. This beast was called the Ho Hen, and it was a famous and powerful beast. It was cruel and liked to eat human flesh. On the ranking of ancient divine beasts, the Ho Hen was ranked higher than the Bian and the Xianxia. It's a Ho Hen. How can there be such a terrifying beast here? Luo Yan's expression changed drastically. Don't panic. This isn't a real Ho Hen. It's just sealed blood. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong with this beast. Although it was very fierce, it was far from being as strong as the Ho Hen. He threw a punch at the Ho Hen. Bang, the two of them exchanged punches, and the Ho Hen was beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng, turning into a ball of blood. This ball of blood had been sealed by energy. It floated in the air. Luo Yan couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. So it's just the blood of a fierce beast. You scared me. I thought I had encountered a real Ho Hen." Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and stored the Ho Hen's blood. He said the blood should have been sealed in the bottle, but as time passed, the bottle shattered, and the blood escaped. These powerful beasts' blood all have some undying spirituality and are often extremely powerful. However, since it encountered us today, the Ho Hen's blood won't be able to cause any trouble. I plan to use this blood to find someone to refine deity elixir. This deity elixir is very important to me, so I'll take the Ho Hen's blood. The Ho Hen was a famous beast from the primordial era, and it was extremely powerful. In particular, Lin Feng obtained the precious blood of the fierce Xiong. Even after so many years, it was still as ferocious as ever. This fierce Xiong was most likely a heavenly god or even a giant god when it was alive, so refining the heavenly god elixir was naturally not a problem. Although Lin Feng had been saving the heavenly god liquid, there were only 15 drops left. Most of the time, Lin Feng was reluctant to use the heavenly god liquid unless it was a life or death situation. After all, this thing was gone once it was used up. But now that Lin Feng had obtained the precious blood of the Ho Hen, he could continue to refine new drops of heavenly god liquid. This also allowed him to use the remaining 15 drops of heavenly god liquid without worry. Luo Yan said, "Of course, that's not a problem, there are many treasures here. If you like any treasure, feel free to take it." Lin Feng and Luo Yan began to collect the treasures in the treasury. Inside the treasury, there were piles of supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also piles of magic treasures. What made Lin Feng stunned was that there were piles of magic treasures. There were all kinds of magic treasures, offensive types, defensive types, and so on. They were all magic treasures above the Dao tool level. Some magic treasures had even reached the semi-divine tool level. Luo Yan chose a few semi-divine tool magic treasures. He knew that Lin Feng wanted to equip his strength, so Luo Yan did not take the rest of the magic treasures. They were all Lin Feng's possession. Lin Feng counted. There were a total of 37,000 low-grade magic treasures, 14,000 mid-grade magic treasures, 6,000 high-grade magic treasures, 2,200 peak-grade magic treasures, and 175 semi-divine tools. After counting these magic treasures, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of treasures, but this was the first time he saw such a situation. There were a total of 59,200 Dao tools. There were also 175 semi-divine tools. In addition, there were some Dao tools that Lin Feng had originally collected. This was enough to equip a 60,000-man army. Think about it, 60,000 cultivators, all of them wielding Dao tools, or even semi-divine tools. If they attacked together, how terrifying would that be? It would probably be able to slaughter gods, right? Now that the Sky Martial continent was in chaos, the invasion of the Sky Demons was accelerating. Lin Feng was well aware of this. What did these Dao tools and demigod tools mean to him? To put it more grandly, Lin Feng could use these magic treasures to form his own army to fight against the Sky Demons and protect the Sky Martial continent. To put it more selfishly, Lin Feng had formed his own army. In this chaotic world, to be able to have a huge army would allow him to have enough power to speak. Lin Feng kept all the magic treasures. He and Luo Yan continued to count the other treasures. Lin Feng needed these supreme-grade spirit stones very much. After all, Lin Feng had too many subordinates now, so he would definitely use up countless resources. Other than that, there were also many pills piled up in the treasury. This ancient battlefield fought in the starry sky world, so it was easy to cause casualties. Most of the pills piled up like a mountain were healing pills, and all of them were saint-grade pills. Even Lin Feng could not refine them. These pills were sealed in porcelain bottles, and had not been destroyed even after tens of thousands of years. This made Lin Feng very happy. With these pills, how many fewer people would die in the war? There were also thousands of different kinds of divine ability inheritances. There were also all kinds of rare treasures, such as some treasures from the sea, some from the starry sky world, and some precious divine metals, etc. Epic divine wood, I found the epic divine wood. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yan, who was collecting treasures in the distance, laughed excitedly. The epic divine wood was extremely important to Luo Yan. The dragon bones were surrounded by epic divine wood, but they could not be taken away. Now that Luo Yan had obtained it, Lin Feng was happy for him. Not long after, Luo Yan shouted, "Lin Feng, come and take a look. Is this the same dragon bone as the one on the ancient ship?" Lin Feng went over and saw that Luo Yan had dug out a 10-meter-long beast bone from the pile of treasures. Lin Feng said, "It's not a dragon bone, because it hasn't been refined. However, it's definitely the bone of an astral beast. It's a material used to refine dragon bones." "That's great. With unrefined materials, I'll be able to refine dragon bones myself. It's even more valuable than obtaining dragon bones," Luo Yan said excitedly. He had obtained the epic divine wood and the astral beast bone, so he could refine the ghost ship and increase its power. This was extremely important to Luo Yan. Lin Feng and Luo Yan kept collecting treasures. Mountains of treasures were piled up in their hands. In a corner, Lin Feng found a sealed box. When Lin Feng opened it, a shocking fluctuation spread out, followed by the sound of the great Tao resonating. Heavens! What did you find? It actually resonated with the great Tao? Luo Yan shouted in shock and quickly ran over. Inside the chest were 10 fist-sized stones. These stones had a crystalline luster and were almost transparent. They contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Moreover, these crystal-like stones were able to resonate with the great Tao. It was truly unimaginable. What are these? Luo Yan was puzzled. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing these things, so he wasn't sure either. At that moment, the demon lord transmitted, "These are extremely rare Saint Source stones." Saint Source stones? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What exactly is a Saint Source stone? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord replied, "You can think of them as spirit stones. However, they are different from ordinary spirit stones. The energy they contain contains the heavenly Tao's origin saint energy. They are the most precious spirit stones in the world. Breaking through to the deity realm requires Saint Source stones to greatly increase your chances of breaking through. If you use top-grade spirit stones to break through to the deity realm, your chances of breaking through will greatly decrease." Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected Saint Source stones to have such an effect. They were used to break through to the deity realm. Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of the life and death realm. He wasn't too far away from the deity realm. Lin Feng took out 5 Saint Source stones and kept them for himself. He gave the other 5 to Luo Yan and said, "These are Saint Source stones, the most precious spirit stones. When breaking through to the deity realm, borrowing the power of Saint Source stones will greatly increase your chances of success. So these are Saint Source stones. I've heard of them before, but I've never seen them before. Unfortunately, there are only 10 of them. It would be great if there were 10 chests. The 2 of us can take 5 chests each." Luo Yan grinned. Lin Feng said, "This ancient ship is ancient and mysterious. It has a long history and is capable of conquering the starry sky. It's obvious that the people on this ship were all deity realm experts. They collected so many treasures, but there were only 10 Saint Source stones. From this, you can see how rare they are." Luo Yan nodded and said, "Yes. It's already very lucky for each of us to get 5. The 2 of them continued to collect other treasures. Soon, they had emptied the entire treasury. There's a stone door here." Luo Yan suddenly shouted. Originally, there were many treasures piled up there, but the stone door was blocked. Later, all the treasures were taken away by Luo Yan, and the stone door was exposed in front of Luo Yan. Lin Feng walked over and frowned at the stone door. What really puzzled him was why was there a stone door in this wooden ancient ship? Could it be that the previous owner of the ship had a bad taste? Should we push open the stone door? There might be treasures inside. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. Lin Feng replied, "Who knows, it might release some terrifying things." Luo Yan said, F***ck, what a jinx. Can't you say something nice? That being said, Royan was actually a little worried. Of course. It was normal for him to be a little worried. However, that did not stop Lin Feng and Luo Yan from opening the stone door. There might be a heaven-defying opportunity behind the stone door. There was a restriction on the stone door. Lin Feng broke the restriction. Then, together with Luo Yan, he began to push the stone door. With a loud rumbling sound, the stone door was gradually pushed open. A decaying aura was emitted from the inside of the stone door. Lin Feng looked inside the stone door. However, he found that it was pitch black inside. He and Luo Yan entered. Dong 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 dong, this storehouse was very spacious, and there were even echoes of footsteps when they walked. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura coming from above. He looked up and saw pairs of gloomy eyes looking at him and Luo Yan. Luo Yan was a ghost cultivator, and his soul perception was even stronger than Lin Feng's. Therefore, he had already discovered the terrifying creatures above. The 2 of them looked at each other and did not say anything. They turned around and rushed outside, hoping to escape first. Screech. However, they were still a step too late. The densely packed creatures above let out sharp, ear-piercing screeches. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. Luo Yan was no exception. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. This was a sound wave attack, and it caused damage to Lin Feng and Luo Yan's souls. After the sound wave attack, the densely packed creatures flew down and pounced on Lin Feng and Luo Yan. Lin Feng and Luo Yan were not simple people. Lin Feng's soul power was strong, and his soul was protected by the chaotic ancient lamp. Therefore, he was able to neutralize the sound wave attack very quickly. Luo Yan was a ghost cultivator himself, and he was most skilled in soul techniques. It was not difficult for him to neutralize the sound wave attack. After neutralizing the sound wave attack, Lin Feng and Luo Yan came back to their senses and saw that the densely packed creatures were already charging at them. At this moment, they saw clearly what those creatures were. They were pig-faced blood bats. Previously, when Lin Feng opened the door to the treasury, a pig-faced blood bat flew out. There were no more pig-faced blood bats in the treasury. Therefore, Lin Feng and Luo Yan thought that there was only one left on the ancient ship. However, they didn't expect that behind the stone door was the nest of the pig-faced blood bats. 9 slashes of the Devil Monarch. Soul-splitting art. The two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly used their most powerful techniques to attack the pig-faced blood bats. The 9 slashes of the Devil Monarch was an emperor technique, and the densely packed pig-faced blood bats were killed. Soon, the ground was filled with their corpses. Luo Yan's secret soul technique was also quite terrifying. The blood bats' souls were instantly killed, but their bodies were still intact. They were not hurt at all. The blood bats all fell to the ground in unison. Keek keek. A sinister sound came from the depths of the treasury. The pig-faced blood bats that were attacking Lin Feng and Luo Yan stopped. However, they didn't let them go. They still surrounded the two of them. Although the treasury was dark, powerful cultivators usually had night vision. Therefore, they could still see the situation inside the treasury. From the depths of the treasury, a huge pig-faced blood bat that was more than 3 meters long flew over. It was this huge pig-faced blood bat that had let out that sinister sound. The huge pig-faced blood bat must be the king of these bats. It flapped its wings, and in the next moment, the Bat King transformed into a cultivator wearing a blood-red robe. This cultivator had an extremely ugly appearance, and a sinister aura was being emitted from his body. Humans. Thank you for opening the sealed door. I've just been born, and I'm in need of some capable servants. I see that your cultivation is not bad. Let me ask you, are you willing to become my servants? Serve me? The pig-faced blood Bat King's sinister voice sounded. Its sinister eyes stared at Lin Feng and Luo Yan. Oh? You want us to acknowledge you as our master? Do you think you're qualified to do that? Lin Feng looked at the Bat King with a half-smile, as if he wasn't worried at all. Brat. I'm a member of the royal family of bats. My bloodline is noble. You're just a mere human, yet you're willing to acknowledge me as your master. You should count yourself lucky. Pig-faced blood centipede king sneered. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The Bat King's expression sank, and it said coldly, "Despicable human brat, what are you laughing at?" Said Lin Feng. You're just a half-god. You're not a god. Surprisingly, you dare act so arrogantly in front of me. You must be tired of living. Now, I'll give you an opportunity, kneel down and swear allegiance to me. What? How dare you make the great king of the blood bats kneel before you? You must be tired of living. Do you think I won't crush you right now? The pig-faced blood bat one's sinister eyes flickered with killing intent. Attack! Lin Feng shouted. He took the lead and charged at the Bat King. Although Luo Yan hadn't interacted with Lin Feng many times, he knew that Lin Feng wasn't an arrogant person. Lin Feng knew that the Bat King was a powerful demigod, yet he still dared to attack it. He definitely had a way to deal with the Bat King. Therefore, Luo Yan did not hesitate at all. He followed closely behind and attacked the Bat King together. Despicable ants, you're courting death. Today, I'll destroy you. The Bat King let out a sinister roar. The bats in the storehouse charged at Lin Feng and Luo Yan. Heaven fire, come out. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he summoned his heaven fire. The purple earth core fire and the black flame burning god fire immediately flew out. The raging flames burned and instantly surrounded the entire warehouse. In an instant, the storehouse turned into a sea of fire. The blood bat was a dark creature, so Lin Feng's celestial fire was able to control it. Many of the bats were burned to death, and their corpses fell from the sky. "Oh no, I'm going to be burned to death!" Luo Yan shouted in fear. Lin Feng said, "I'm controlling the heaven fire. It won't harm you." Only then did Luo Yan relax. Heaven fire. The Blood Ape Bat King's expression changed as well. Heavenly fire surrounded it. The Bat King felt as if its blood was about to be ignited. This caused the Bat King's face to be filled with terror. Under normal circumstances, be it humans, monsters, demons, or other races, their blood was always hot. However, there were some creatures whose blood was cold. Snakes, for example. The blood of the pig-faced blood bats was very similar to the blood of the snake clan. The blood of this clan was also cold. The pig-faced blood bats were unable to live in a hot environment. They lived in dark and damp environments. In a hot environment, the temperature of their blood would rise. Soon, they would explode and die. Therefore, the heaven fire was extremely harmful to the bats. Even though the Bat King was a demigod, he was still a demigod. However, under the suppression of the heaven fire, it could not even unleash the power of a peak rebirth realm being, let alone a demigod. This was why Lin Feng dared to attack the Bat King. If it were any other demigod, Lin Feng would have turned and left without saying a word. However, Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat the Bat King. Seeing that the Bat King wanted to escape, Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor with his left hand and the Seal of Life and Death with his right. 2 powerful Emperor techniques were unleashed at the Blood Bat King. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the Bat King collided. The Bat King was restrained by the heaven fire and its power was greatly reduced. Therefore, it could not defeat Lin Feng. Instead, it was intercepted by Lin Feng. At this moment, Luo Yan launched his attack. Luo Yan's great art of soul splitting was a soul attack. It was a very strange unique skill, and it attacked the Bat King without making a sound. If it had been any other time, the Bat King would have sensed something and blocked Luo Yan's attack. However, it was different this time. The Bat King was trapped by the heaven fire. Its power and senses were greatly reduced. In addition, its mental state was also affected. Therefore, the Bat King was unable to withstand Luo Yan's attack. The Bat King's soul was damaged and it could not help but cry out in pain. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He used the Great Suppression Technique and the 8 soul sealing seals. 2 things at the same time, the Bat King was subdued. "Let me go." The Bat King roared angrily and struggled violently. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He sneered and said, "It's useless. You can't break free. I will not kill you today. Instead, I will convert you and make you my slave." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous runes appeared on Lin Feng's palm. The Great Buddhist Path of Purification. Let me convert this sinful soul. May there be no more killing in this world. Lin Feng became extremely solemn. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. The power of purification lingered in his right hand. It was like a Buddhist monk praying for blessings. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the Bat King's forehead. A powerful force of purification surged into the Bat King's mind. Great Purification Technique. You want to purify me? That's the Great Purification Technique of Buddhism. Once it purifies someone, they'll become a walking corpse. I won't let you succeed. The Bat King roared in fear. It wanted to use its soul to attack Lin Feng. However, when the heavenly fire surged over, it directly suppressed the soul power of the pig-faced blood centipede Bat 1. Pig-faced blood-maned Bat King. I represent justice and will convert you. I will help you cross the sea of suffering. Repent and you will be saved. Lin Feng's body was covered in Buddhist light. He was filled with a holy aura. Boy, even if I have to self-destruct my soul, I won't become your slave. The Bat King roared. He wanted to self-destruct. This guy had some guts. He would rather die than be converted. It's useless. You are destined to be my slave. Lin Feng put his hands on the Bat King's head. His purifying strength penetrated into the Bat King's soul before the Bat King's soul was destroyed. Ba. Thank you, almsgiver Lin, for helping me cross the sea of suffering and lay down my butcher's knife. The Bat King's ferocious face suddenly became peaceful. It put its palms together, and its voice was like a red bell. Its every move was like that of an enlightened monk. The pig-headed blood Bat King was the first demigod that Lin Feng had subdued, so Lin Feng was extremely happy. Lin Feng put his palms together and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You've become a Buddha." The pig-headed blood Bat King said, "I have to thank fellow Taoist Lin for awakening. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Lin, I would still be an evil Bat King devoid of humanity. How could I become enlightened like this?" Luo Yan was dumbfounded. The pig-head blood Bat King, which had been fighting them to the death a moment ago, had become like this in the blink of an eye. Luo Yan was greatly shocked. The great purification technique is so domineering. Luo Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. Lin Feng said, "This is one of the most powerful techniques of Buddhism. Naturally, it's powerful." Lin Feng took out a beast slave pouch and tossed it to the pig-headed blood Bat King. "Put all of your surviving subordinates into this pouch." "Yes." After the pig-head blood Bat King accepted the beast slave pouch, it immediately put all the pig-head blood bats into the pouch. Lin Feng then walked outside, with Luo Yan and the pig-headed blood Bat King following closely behind. Lin Feng asked, "Has your clan been living on the ancient ship all this time?" The pig-headed blood Bat King shook its head and said, "No. We were sealed by an expert during the Middle Ages. It's been almost 30,000 years." Lin Feng was shocked. The pig-headed blood Bat King was a demigod. Who could be so powerful as to seal it? "Who sealed you all?" Lin Feng asked. The pig-headed blood Bat King's expression became serious. "His name is Zhao Chaozong. He's one of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages." "So it's him." Lin Feng nodded. During the Middle Ages, the heavenly demons had invaded. The Tianwu continent had fallen into a period of darkness and chaos. Countless powers had been destroyed, and the number of casualties was uncountable. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had appeared at that time. The chaos had been quelled. To the Tianwu continent, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages were heroes. However, heroes were the easiest to forget. Lin Feng still remembered that the statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had been pushed to the ground outside the battlefield of geniuses. Their heads had been chopped off. Then, the 8 statues were thrown into a pile of rocks overgrown with weeds. Who would remember, the 8 heroes of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages? All of this had long been forgotten by the people. Therefore, there were many times when Lin Feng was extremely dissatisfied with the top groups of the continent of the celestial martial continent. The statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had been destroyed and their heads had been cut off. Perhaps they wanted blood Bat King's blood Bat King. The main reason was because they were worried that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would be too powerful and threaten their interests. Blood. And blood. Ed the blood bat. However, when defeating the heavenly demons involved their own interests, they could also force the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages away. The departure of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages was closely related to those top forces. If the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages hadn't left back then, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would have easily suppressed the heavenly devil. But reality was cruel. Now that the Sky Devils were wreaking havoc, the Sky Martial continent had entered a new period of chaos. Now, those top forces who had participated in the incident of chasing away the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages must be regretting it now, right? Lin Feng didn't care if those peak powers were destroyed or not. The ones who were truly pitiful were the ordinary people of the martial heaven continent. How many innocent people had died tragically under the demon slave army? How many countries had been destroyed? How many places had become purgatory on earth? This was the evil consequence of human greed. In the end, it had implicated countless people. What did those ordinary people do wrong? But because of the mistakes of those top forces, they died tragically. It really made people sigh, and at the same time, feel very angry. If there was a chance, Lin Feng really wanted to unify the Sky Martial continent. At that time, the Sky Martial continent would be a fair and clean world. It wouldn't be like now, where so many forces schemed against each other for their own benefits. In the end, the unlucky ones were countless ordinary cultivators and ordinary people. Lin Feng and the other two went to the cabin. He planned to continue exploring the ancient ship. The pig-head blood bat king said, "Brother Lin, I'm afraid there are many dangers in the depths of this ancient ship." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. "In the past, when I came here, I vaguely saw a coffin appear in the depths of the ancient ship. In that coffin, there seemed to be a corpse lying inside." The pig-head blood bat king recalled the situation back then and said with a lingering fear, "At that time, I wanted to go closer to observe, but when I went closer to the cabin where the coffin was placed, I felt the aura of death. It was so dense and enveloped me. I retreated in time, not daring to go any closer." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Such an ancient ship, and there's actually a coffin that buried a cultivator. How strange. Since we're here, how could we leave just like that? Let's go take a look." Luo Yan nodded. She was also very interested. She said, "Could it be a cultivator from before the ancient times? If that's the case, how valuable would the corpse be?" The pig-head blood bat king naturally wouldn't go against Lin Feng's wishes. Thus, the three of them carefully walked towards the depths of the ship. "After we leave the cabin in front, there's a separate cabin at the back of the ship. That's where the coffin was placed." The pig-head blood bat king pointed towards the depths of the ship. They weren't far from the end of the ship. "That's..." Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped and looked towards the exit of the cabin in shock. There was a pile of bones on the ground. "In the past. Have you seen this pile of bones before coming here?" Lin Feng asked. The pig-head blood bat king shook its head and said, "In the past, I didn't see any bones here." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It seems like someone else came here and died here." At that moment, the bones on the ground suddenly regrouped and turned into a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! The skeletal creature turned its head, ghostly flames dancing in its eyes. When they saw this, Lin Feng, Luo Yan, and the pig-head blood bat king's expressions changed drastically. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the skeletal creature's body. Thump! 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 Lin Feng and the other two were forced back by the terrifying aura emanating from the skeletal creature's body. What frightening strength! The three of them were horrified. The skeletal creature's strength was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble. "No one has been here for more than 20,000 years," the skeletal creature said. It walked step by step towards Lin Feng and the other two. Killing intent emanated from its body, causing Lin Feng and the other two to feel as if they had fallen into a boundless purgatory. The skeletal creature was abnormally terrifying. Its terrifying aura filled the air, and Lin Feng and the others could smell the scent of death. Immortal realm? Lin Feng was horrified. If the skeletal creature was at that level, there was no way they could fight back. The Blood Bat King said, "He's not at the immortal realm. He's at the peak of the demigod realm." The Blood Bat King had seen through the skeletal creature's strength. Since the creature was not at the immortal realm, it was not impossible for them to fight back. After all, Lin Feng and the others had a demigod Blood Bat King on their side. Lin Feng also had many divine powers and treasures. Luo Yan's methods were also strange and unpredictable. A blood bat that just entered the demigod realm, a human that's as weak as an ant, and a ghost that's as weak as an ant. Wouldn't killing you be as easy as flipping my hand? The skeletal creature sneered and stepped forward. Its eyes flashed with murderous intent. It waved its right hand and attacked the three of them. "Attack!" Lin Feng shouted coldly. He had nothing to hold back. He immediately used the 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign and the 10,000 Demon Reincarnation Fist. These were the supreme techniques passed down by the heavenly demons. They were extremely powerful. Now that Lin Feng had used them, they shook the void. It was as if they could shatter 100,000 worlds. Blood Demon Darkeen Palm, the Blood Bat King attacked. It also used a powerful divine power. A blood-red light surrounded its palm, and waves of earth demon darking energy surrounded its palm. The terrifying attack was directed at the skeletal creature. It was powerful. It was as if it could destroy the world. 100,000 divine senses, 100,000 swords. Luo Yan also used his trump card. His divine senses turned into swords and slashed at the skeletal creature. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You've overestimated yourself. The skeletal creature looked at Lin Feng, Luo Yan, and the Blood Bat King with disdain. His attack swept over. Bang! In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. Immediately after, Lin Feng and the two others were blown away like kites with their strings cut. They all fell to the ground and looked at the white skeleton creature that was walking towards them step by step. This guy's strength was simply too tyrannical. The skeleton looked at the three of them disdainfully and said, "You're really too weak. The only thing that interests me is your bloodline power." Boom, the skeletal creature attacked again. This time, its attack was much stronger than the previous one. Clearly, the skeletal being did not want to drag this out any longer. It wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng and the others. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Draconic Elephant Saint Energy. Lin Feng shouted coldly as he used his ultimate skill. With the addition of the Draconic Elephant Saint Energy, his combat strength rose steadily. Myriad demons devouring God. At the same time, the Bat King also began to use its ultimate skill, and a dense swarm of demonic shadows appeared. He took a closer look. The demonic shadows were all transformed from blood bats with pig faces. Myriad demons devouring gods, the gods had fallen. The power of this move was extremely tyrannical. Luo Yan, on the other hand, used the Netherworld soul-shattering slash. His attack was specifically targeted at the soul. It directly slashed towards the two clusters of ghostly fire in the skeletal being's eye sockets. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk, the skeletal being let out a burst of strange laughter, and then said, "Finally, it's a little interesting, but if it's only this bit of ability, it's far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletal being's right hand pressed down. In his hand, a seal appeared. The seal descended from the sky and suppressed down. The tyrannical sacred art that Lin Feng and the other two had condensed was also difficult to resist. Then, the three of them were blasted away by the seal. Cough, 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 Lin Feng coughed for a while, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Although this skeletal being had not broken through to the divine realm. However, the cultivation of the peak of the demigod realm was close to making one despair. It was simply impossible to resist. "You guys stop him, I'll take out the divine artifact and kill it." Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Luo Yan and the Bat King nodded their heads with serious expressions. Luo Yan used a soul attack, the Bat King, on the other hand, used a powerful sacred art, one on the left and one on the right. They charged towards the skeletal being. At this time, Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword. At the same time, he took out the deity liquid. He planned to use the deity liquid to activate the power of the black dragon sword. "Go to hell." The skeletal being shouted coldly, and his attacks became even more tyrannical. After breaking through the Bat King's sacred art, the skeletal being punched the Bat King's chest, causing it to cave in. The Bat King's sternum was shattered, and it couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. Luo Yan's situation wasn't any better than the Bat King's. He was a soul body, and now, his soul body had directly exploded. The skeletal being opened its mouth and sucked, wanting to forcefully devour Luo Yan. At this moment of crisis, a violent fluctuation came from behind. Lin Feng had already used the deity liquid to activate the power of the black dragon sword. Roar, a dragon's roar could be heard. The shadow of the black dragon appeared and roared. "Go to hell." Lin Feng roared and slashed at the skeletal being with the black dragon sword in his hand. The power of an activated sacred artifact was extremely terrifying. Some of the top sacred artifacts could even slay gods when activated. Feeling the fluctuation emitted by the black dragon sword, the skeletal being's expression changed. The two wisps of will-o'-the-wisps in its eye sockets flickered violently. Whoosh! The skeletal being quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. Lin Feng charged with the black dragon sword. He raised the treasured sword in his hand, he slashed it down forcefully. Skeletal world. The skeletal being let out a loud roar as it conjured a world. In this world, white bones were eerie. Endless white bones drowned the heavens and the earth. But, Lin Feng's attack instantly tore the skeletal world apart. Then, the black dragon sword's power didn't decrease much, and it attacked the skeletal being again. The skeletal being had no choice but to raise its hand to block. Poof! The black dragon sword cut off the skeletal being's arm, and then slammed into the skeletal being's body. The skeletal being's body suffered such a powerful attack, and its body was directly shattered into a pile of white bones. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the skeletal being's head, wanting to destroy it. As long as the skeletal being's head was destroyed, it would die without a doubt. However, it was not an easy task to kill this skeletal creature. Facing Lin Feng's powerful attack, the skeletal being spat out a cloud of black gas that swept Lin Feng's body, and sent Lin Feng flying. Boy, just you wait. Today, you've hurt me, the White Skeleton Evil Lord. I, the White Skeleton Evil Lord, will not let you go. When I recover, I'll tear you to pieces. The skeletal being let out a hateful roar, and a cloud of black gas wrapped around its head and bones. The cloud of black gas quickly rushed outside, and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng was annoyed that the evil monarch had managed to escape, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. The evil monarch's core had been injured by the black dragon sword. It would take some time to recover. Lin Feng's cultivation level would increase greatly. The next time he saw the evil monarch, he wouldn't even need to use the deity liquid. Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the evil monarch. Take this pill, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a healing pill and gave it to the Bat King. Thank you, fellow cultivator Lin. The Bat King expressed his gratitude and swallowed the elixir. Luo Yan took out a qishan fruit. Ordinary pills wouldn't have any effect on him, but the qishan fruit could heal him. You two stay here and recover. I'll go in and take a look, said Lin Feng. Be careful, said Luo Yan and the Bat King. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he carefully walked into the depths of the ship. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the end of the boat. He opened the door of the cabin and walked out onto the deck. Lin Feng saw a wooden cabin on the deck. It was probably the cabin where the Blood Bat King had told him about the coffin and the corpse. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the wooden house. As he got closer to the wooden house, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. That chill was inexplicable. He was puzzled, but at the same time, his expression became serious. Just as the Bat King had said, this coffin-proof wooden house was very strange. Of course, maybe it wasn't the wooden house that was strange, but the corpse in the coffin was strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked step by step towards the wooden house. Talismans. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw that there were many talismans on the wooden hut. The entire hut was sealed. However, the door to the wooden house had already disappeared, and these runes could not be of any use. It was obvious that the door had disappeared a long time ago. Otherwise, the Bat King would not have been able to see the coffin and the mysterious corpse lying in the coffin. When he was 20 meters away from the wooden house, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was in the netherworld. If he took another step forward, he would be in a bottomless abyss. How terrifying. How strange. Is it trying to scare me away? Lin Feng was stupefied. He had the impression that the Bat King had gone through the same thing as Lin Feng back in the days. However, the Bat King had chosen to retreat. What secret is hidden here? If it's just a corpse, why is there such a terrifying chi here? Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. The ancient ship must have had a great origin. Lin Feng even felt that it was comparable to the god's battleship, the Ship of Death, and other ancient ships. The ancient ship had carried the corpse. It had been destroyed. Could the destruction of the ancient ship have something to do with the corpse? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. The destruction of the ancient ship had something to do with the mysterious corpse. He didn't want to retreat just like that. He still wanted to explore the secrets of the ancient ship. Lin Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and continued forward. All of a sudden, Lin Feng saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him. Countless evil spirits let out mournful howls. The evil spirits rushed out from the sea of corpses and extended their claws at Lin Feng, trying to drag him into the sea of corpses. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Even with his mental fortitude, he felt his scalp go numb when he saw such a terrifying scene. Lin Feng wanted to retreat, but he suddenly became vigilant. Even though the scene in front of him was extremely lifelike, it was still an illusion. Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake eye. In an instant, all the illusions disappeared. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. This place can actually create illusions. How strange. Lin Feng muttered. His expression became more solemn. He hadn't closed the heavenly demon snake eye because he wanted to avoid any unexpected situations. Lin Feng continued walking towards the depths of the palace. Finally, he arrived at the wooden house. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng entered the wooden house. It was pitch black inside the wooden house. There was a coffin in the middle of the wooden house. Lin Feng looked inside the coffin and saw a corpse lying inside. It was a dried corpse, the skin on the corpse was wrinkled like dried tree bark. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted from the corpse. The ancient ship was carrying corpses like this? Where did it come from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of when he touched the keel of the ancient ship. This ancient ship was fighting in the starry sky. There were earth-shattering shouts of killing. The battle in the void was definitely an earth-shattering battle. Could it be that this corpse was the original owner of the ancient ship? He died in the battle in the void, so he was buried here by the other cultivators on the ancient ship. However, where were the other crew members on the ancient ship? If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. There wasn't even a pile of bones. This was the strangest part. This meant that when the ancient ship was destroyed, the ancient ship was carrying the dried corpse in the coffin in front of him. Apart from that, there was no one else. Lin Feng wanted to find out the secrets of the ancient ship because he wanted to control it. The keel of the ancient ship wasn't damaged and could be repaired. However, if he knew nothing about the ancient ship, Lin Feng wouldn't dare to repair it. There were many secrets in the world. And some secrets, they couldn't be touched. Otherwise, only death would await. Just like the ancient ship, it was full of secrets. Lin Feng walked alone in front of the coffin. He didn't touch the corpse because it had been lying here for such a long time, so it must be extraordinary. Lin Feng was worried that he would be attacked if he touched the corpse rashly. He looked around the wooden house, hoping to find something else. However, the wooden house was empty. Apart from the coffin, there was nothing else. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the coffin again. However, his face immediately turned pale with fright. That was because the dried corpse in the coffin had disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! What exactly happened? Why did the corpse disappear? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Everything in front of him was too strange. Not long ago, the dried corpse was still lying in the coffin, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Anyone who saw such a thing would feel their heart palpitate and their mind crumble. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura coming from behind him. His body trembled slightly. Because at this moment, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He turned around and his face turned as pale as a sheet. The dried corpse stood at the door with its hands behind its back, looking at him. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he realized that the terrifying and mysterious mummy didn't seem to be able to do anything. He couldn't say anything. Lin Feng couldn't understand. The mummy clearly didn't have any aura of life, so why had it suddenly awakened? It was incredible, but such an incredible thing was happening in front of Lin Feng's eyes. He had no choice but to believe everything he was seeing was real. Lin Feng's heart was filled with fear, and he was afraid that something bad would happen to him. He even noticed that the demon lord had gone into hiding, not daring to show itself in front of the mummy. Just as Lin Feng was feeling extremely nervous, the mummy suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the coffin and saw that the mummy was still lying there, as if it hadn't moved at all. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be an illusion? This place was too strange, and Lin Feng didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly left the wooden hut and returned to the ship's cabin. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. This place is too strange. Leave quickly. The Demon Lord only said a few words before going into hiding again. When they saw Lin Feng return, Luo Yan and the Bat King heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yan asked, "How was it? Did you see that corpse?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's too strange inside. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Lin Feng walked outside while Luo Yan and the Bat King followed behind him. They left the ancient ship. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Rumble, suddenly, an intense energy fluctuation came from the bottom of the lake. It was as if an ancient emperor had awoken from his slumber. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the terrifying aura. Is this the aura of an imperial weapon? Did someone enter the bottom of Magnetic Fog Lake? Luo Yan said, "It's coming from the Corpse Burial Valley. Could it be that those people have returned?" Lin Feng said, "They suffered heavy losses before, so they wouldn't dare to go to the Corpse Burial Valley and cause such a huge commotion. Perhaps the Devil Fetus is here personally. The Corpse Burial Valley hides a huge secret, and the Azura Evil Dominator, Zhao Tianer, and the others will definitely report it to their superiors when they return. The Devil Fetus might be interested and come here personally." Luo Yan asked, "What should we do? Do you want to take a look?" Lin Feng nodded. "How can we miss such a good show?" Lin Feng and the Bat King boarded the ghost ship. Afterwards, Luo Yan steered the ghost ship towards Corpse Burial Valley. Before long, they arrived at the mountain range. They did not venture deep. Instead, they hid outside and watched. Demonic Qi churned in the Corpse Burial Valley. Inside the demonic Qi, there were countless cultivators who had defected to the Devil Fetus. When the Devil Fetus went out, he was surrounded by a large entourage. The Devil Fetus floated in the demonic Qi. He was currently using the 9 Demons painting to attack the Corpse Burial Valley. It really is the Devil Fetus. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as he had guessed, the Devil Fetus had come personally. A corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley woke up. It stepped forward and swung its right fist at the 9 Demons painting. The corpse was exceptionally strong. Lin Feng had seen it fight before. Now, the corpse's fist landed on the 9 Demons painting and sent it flying. Lin Feng was shocked. The 9 Demons painting was a supreme treasure of the Celestial Demon clan. The Devil Fetus using the 9 Demons painting was different from the Azura Evil Dominator and the others. The Azura Evil Dominator and the others could not release the 9 Demons painting's power. On the other hand, the Devil Fetus could release part of the 9 Demons painting's power. The 9 Demons painting was an imperial weapon. Even a part of its power was unimaginably strong. Even so, it was still sent flying by the mysterious corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley. From this, it could be seen how strong the mysterious corpse was. The Devil Fetus laughed eerily. How powerful. If I can devour these corpses, how strong will my cultivation level be? The Devil Fetus became excited. The celestial demon body could increase its strength by devouring powerful beings. The Devil Fetus could do the same. Therefore, when it saw how powerful the corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley was, the Devil Fetus was not afraid. Instead, it became even more excited. Buzz, the 9 Demons portrait unleashed its power and summoned several ancient worlds to suppress the mysterious corpse. Bang, the mysterious corpse swung its fist at the suppressed worlds. Next, the worlds created by the 9 Demons painting were all destroyed by the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse displayed unimaginable combat prowess. Kill. The Devil Fetus said coldly. The magic lotus soared into the sky and cooperated with the 9 Demons painting to suppress the mysterious corpse. The magic lotus was pregnant with the Devil Fetus, but the Devil Fetus had yet to be born. However, this did not stop the Devil Fetus from using the magic lotus to fight. The combined attack of the magic lotus and the 9 Demons painting was simply too terrifying. Waves of destructive power bombarded the mysterious corpse. Even Lin Feng felt that the mysterious corpse would not be able to withstand the attacks. But, to Lin Feng's shock, the mysterious corpse was completely fine after taking such a powerful attack. Just how strong is this body? Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. The mysterious corpse in the corpse burial valley was simply too strong. It was so strong that even ghosts and gods would tremble. Both Luo Yan and the Bat King were dumbfounded. Clearly, they were also deeply shocked by the power of the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse soared into the sky. It was still the simplest move. He swung his fist at the 9 demons painting. Although the move was simple, it gave people the feeling that the great Tao had returned to its original state. The mysterious corpse displayed its might and swept the 9 demons painting away. Then, he instantly appeared in front of the magic lotus. He punched at the magic lotus. Apocalyptic light of calamity. The devil fetus let out a low roar. Then, terrifying beams of light shot out from the magic lotus. The beams of light seemed to be able to destroy the world. Each beam of light could easily shatter the void. When so many beams of light were released together, it was hard to imagine how terrifying their power was. Soon, the beams of light bombarded the mysterious corpse. However, the powerful apocalyptic light of calamity could not harm the mysterious corpse. At this moment, the mysterious corpse's fist landed on the magic lotus. A dent appeared on the magic lotus, and the luster of the magic lotus became extremely dim. The devil fetus let out a painful and shrill cry. Obviously, the mysterious corpse's attack had caused great damage to the devil fetus. He's so powerful. It's best if we can kill him, Lin Feng was silently cheering for the mysterious corpse. It would be great if the devil fetus could be killed. Then, the forces that had sided with the devil fetus would be leaderless and would die without a burial place. The mysterious corpse continued to step forward and threw another punch at the magic lotus. However, it would not be easy to kill the devil fetus hiding in the magic lotus. When the mysterious corpse's punch was about to hit the magic lotus, a starry sky world appeared between the magic lotus and the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse's punch shattered the starry sky world. The magic lotus quickly retreated, wrapped everyone up, and escaped in an instant. The mysterious corpse hovered in midair and did not chase after them. After the magic lotus escaped, he returned to Corpse Burial Valley and turned into a corpse, lying in the valley. Lin Feng had expected the devil fetus to be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he saw the devil fetus leave. There are dozens of corpses. Could it be that those corpses are all so powerful? Lin Feng murmured to himself. If that was the case, Corpse Burial Valley was too terrifying. What kind of terrifying existences were buried there? The ghost ship drifted into the distance and left the mountain range where Corpse Burial Valley was located. Finally, it arrived at the lake. Lin Feng planned to leave. He wanted to return to the divine land of the East County. Although the demon slave army controlled by the devil fetus had not launched an attack on the other counties, it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng bade farewell to Luo Yan. Then, he returned to Lin City in the divine land of the East County with the pig-faced blood centipede Bat King. Now, the people in the divine land of the East County were in a panic. After Lin Feng returned, the major families and forces in the divine land of the East County quickly sent people to visit Lin Feng. Obviously, everyone now regarded Lin Feng as their backbone. Try to move the clansmen to the overseas world as much as possible, Lin Feng told the cultivators of the major forces. A war was inevitable, so they had to be prepared in advance. It would be good if they could resist the attack of the demon slave army. What if he couldn't block it? He had to leave in advance. If he waited until he couldn't hold on any longer, it would be too late. Currently, Shangguan Fei and the others had also moved from the imperial capital of the Zhenwu Kingdom to Forest City. Here, Lin Feng saw many familiar faces, including his masters and elders from the Azure Dragon Institute, as well as his friends. Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the rest also came to Lin City. Lin Feng ordered his men to escort Shangguan Fei, Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the others to the Eastern Sea Kingdom of Desire. This nation of desire was the maritime empire that Madame Qi had built. Madame Qi had joined forces with the 9 pirate lords. In addition, with the recent appearance of the heavenly demon, many top factions did not have the time to pay attention to Madame Qi, so Madame Qi crazily expanded her forces. Now, the country of desire had become a giant force in the East China Sea and South China Sea. More and more rogue cultivators headed to the country of desire to seek refuge with Madame Qi. Lin Feng told Shangguan Fei and the others to head to the kingdom of desire, as that would be safer for the time being. After all, no matter how powerful the sky fiends were, there were only a dozen of them. The quantity was too small. The sky fiends mainly relied on the demon slave army to invade the Sky Martial continent. The real invasion of the Sky Martial continent's 3,000 prefectures had just begun, so the sky fiends naturally did not have the time to care about what happened at sea. Therefore, during this period of time, many forces in the Sky Martial continent's 3,000 prefectures were transferring their assets to the overseas world. They even moved some of the old, weak, women, and children to the overseas world to seek refuge. Although Shangguan Fei and the others did not want to leave, they knew that they would not be of much help if they stayed. Instead, it was very likely that they would be a burden to Lin Feng, so they left by boat. Master, some of the people from the destroyed forces in the desolate region have escaped. They have now come to our Lin city to seek refuge with Sir. Dugu Wutian said. Call the upper echelons of those forces over. I want to meet them. Lin Feng said. Yes. Dugu Wutian received the order and sent people to inform the cultivators who had escaped from the desolate region. Most of the cultivators in the desolate region had their families destroyed. Now, many of them had endless hatred in their hearts. If they could use it well, the cultivators of the desolate region would definitely be of great help. Soon, the upper echelons of more than a dozen forces in the desolate region arrived. There were no particularly strong forces in the desolate region. The strongest forces were the 4 great ancient forces and the 10 great ancient families. In the past, Lin Feng had some disagreements with Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Lost Sect, and Deity Sword Villa. But that was all in the past. Now, the Sky Martial continent was facing the invasion of the Sky Fiends. Life and death. Personal grudges were not worth mentioning at all. Lin Gongzi, the upper echelons of more than a dozen forces in the desolate region bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces, such as Grandmaster Zhong Yun of Nebula Pavilion and Elder Zhong Limei of the Blue Cloud Sect Spirit Array Peak. Lin Feng said, now, I can understand everyone's feelings. The heavenly demons wreaked havoc, and hundreds of millions of cultivators and ordinary people in the desolate region died tragically. This includes your family, friends, teachers, and juniors. This grudge cannot be washed away by the water of the 4 seas. I will ask Dugu Wutian to arrange for your people to join Lin City. There will be new personnel soon. Since you have chosen to join me, there is one thing you must always remember: never betray me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone answered, yes. Lin Feng asked Dugu Wutian to arrange the personnel of these forces. He asked the elders of the Blue Cloud Sect and Grandmaster Zhong Yun of Nebula Pavilion to stay behind. How many people from the Blue Cloud Sect escaped? Lin Feng asked. Elder Zhong Limei's eyes immediately reddened. He said in a low voice, only about 2,000 people escaped. In the past few years, the Blue Cloud Sect had been constantly expanding. The outer sect disciples had reached about 600,000, including the inner sect disciples, core disciples, deacons, elders, servants, grand elders, and so on. Everyone added together was close to 1 million people. But only about 2,000 people escaped. This was close to the destruction of the sect. When he thought of the tragic deaths of Grand Elder Zhang Quan, Grand Elder Gui Yin, Grand Elder Qiao Yunqiu, and the others, Lin Feng felt a wave of heartache. When he had first joined the Blue Cloud Sect, the elders had taken great care of him. In the end, they had died tragically in the Blue Cloud Sect's destruction. Lin Feng hated Huangfu Qingtian to the core. If Huangfu Qingtian hadn't plotted against the 5 ancestors, Lin Feng would have been able to rush over in time and suppress the devil fetus. However, it was already too late. Elders, go and rest for now. I'll find some time to visit the Blue Cloud Sect's cultivators. Lin Feng said. Yes. Zhong Limei and the other elders stood up, bowed to Lin Feng, and left. After Zhong Limei and the others left, Lin Feng looked at Zhong Yun and said, fellow Taoist Zhong. I wonder if Yu Fan and Han Shua escaped? Zhong Yun said in a sorrowful voice, Han Shua died in that battle, and Yu Fan disappeared without a trace. I don't know if they met with disaster, but I wasn't able to take care of him. I failed to live up to Lin Gongzi's instructions. I'm guilty. Lin Feng said, you can't be blamed for this. They were surrounded by an army, and their lives were in the hands of the heavens. Fellow Taoist Zong, you may leave as well. Zhongyan bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Yu Fan and Han Shua. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have happened yesterday, but now, they were separated by life and death. Life was so fragile. Lin Feng would definitely integrate the cultivators under his banner into an army. Over the years, Dugu Wutian had been helping Lin Feng recruit troops, so he had gathered a large number of experts. In addition, after Lin Feng's identity as one of the 4 heirs of the Spirit Array Master Temple was confirmed, more experts came to join him. There were about 12,000 Yin-Yang Realm cultivators, 3,000 Creation Realm cultivators, 200 Life and Death Realm cultivators, and 13 Rebirth Realm cultivators. In addition, Lin Feng's pig-faced blood centipede Bat King was a demigod realm expert, so the army formed by these cultivators was still very powerful. Such an army could compete with the ancient factions. Some of the people who joined Lin Feng were cultivators from the 72 states in the north, but most of them were itinerant cultivators from overseas. There were many experts in the overseas world. In addition, more than 70% of the Tianwu continent was the sea. Therefore, there were many experts who lived in seclusion overseas. However, many experts did not move around in the world. The strong cultivators who had submitted to Lin Feng weren't worth mentioning compared to the strong cultivators of the overseas world. After all, Lin Feng was only a little famous now, so the number of experts he could attract was limited. If Lin Feng broke through to the deity realm, it was estimated that countless top experts overseas, such as those in the rebirth realm, would flock to join him. Lin Feng had always been a generous person, and he also knew how to win people's hearts. Divine powers and cultivation resources were the most important things for cultivators. Lin Feng took out all kinds of precious divine powers, heavenly treasures, and cultivation resources as rewards. Those who made contributions would be rewarded, and those who made mistakes would be punished. This was Lin Feng's style of handling things. Lin Feng also took out the divine power, the minor tribulation transcending technique, as a reward. However, it was not easy to obtain the minor tribulation transcending technique. One had to make contributions and be rewarded according to their contributions. Only when one accumulated enough contributions could they exchange for the minor tribulation transcending technique. Many people were now rubbing their hands, wanting to make a great contribution and looking forward to obtaining the minor tribulation transcending technique. They had heard that Lin Feng completely ignored the heavenly tribulation. As for the minor tribulation transcending technique, Lin Feng also explained to everyone that it could help cultivators resist the heavenly tribulation. What cultivators feared the most was heavenly tribulation. Many people were afraid of tribulation transcendence because it was too dangerous. Just a little carelessness. His body died and his Tao vanished. However, after cultivating the minor tribulation transcending technique, things were different. He could boldly break through without any worries. So what if the heavenly tribulation descended? Mastering the minor tribulation transcending technique, one would not need to fear the heavenly tribulation. After some consideration, Lin Feng named the cultivator army the Raging Flame Corps. The Raging Flame Corps was divided into 10 companies. These company captains were all selected by Lin Feng from the elders of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Apart from that, there was also a legion commander. The position was held by the Bat King, who had the highest cultivation base. Everyone already knew that the Bat King was a demigod expert that Lin Feng had subdued. Therefore, no one was dissatisfied with the Bat King being appointed as the legion commander. There were 4 vice legion commanders. They were Tan Chuduan, Wang Yangyi, Xianxia, and Li Zongjian. Tan Chuduan and Wang Yangyi would soon step down as vice temple masters of the Spirit Array Caster Temple. Therefore, they were very willing to serve as the vice legion commanders of Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps. Zhang Xiaolong and Li Zongjian were the top experts among the overseas wandering cultivators who had joined him. Both of them were at the 10th heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. Their cultivation bases were unfathomable. Apart from that, the other experts also had different missions. Dugu Wutian was the person in charge of the logistics department. At the same time, he was still responsible for the important task of recruiting troops for Lin Feng. Over the years, Dugu Wutian had been recruiting experts from overseas. The results were quite good. After the Raging Flame Corps was established, Lin Feng began to distribute Dao artifacts to everyone. Dao artifacts were precious, many cultivators didn't have Dao artifacts. This was because the materials to forge Dao artifacts were difficult to find. Even among the experts of the Raging Flame Corps, only about 10% of them had Dao artifacts. Therefore, when Lin Feng distributed Dao artifacts, the entire Raging Flame Corps fell into a deep shock. Because, if he took out dozens or even hundreds of Dao artifacts, although everyone would be surprised, they wouldn't be too shocked. However, Lin Feng took out more than 10,000 Dao artifacts at once. This was too shocking. What shocked everyone even more was that all the cultivators at the Rebirth Realm and above had received semi-divine artifacts. Everyone's heart was like a huge wave. Everyone was thinking about how many treasures Lin Feng had on him. Casually taking out more than 10,000 Dao artifacts and more than 10 semi-divine artifacts was indeed too shocking. Many people couldn't help but become excited. Relying on someone like Lin Feng, as long as they could survive the heavenly demon's chaos, everyone would have a meteoric rise in the future. Not long after, bad news came. The heavenly demons originally entrenched in the central continent began to move again. However, this time, they shifted their target outside the central continent. The central continent was the center of the Tianwu continent. There were many experts and too many ancient forces. Therefore, when they attacked the central continent for the first time, the demon slave army led by the heavenly demons suffered heavy losses. Therefore, they simply changed their target, and the demon slave army entrenched in the desolate region began to launch a large-scale invasion. With the desolate region as the center, the demon slave army was divided into 12 groups and began to expand their forces to the surrounding provinces. The eastern divine region was adjacent to the desolate region and bore the brunt of the attack. A total of 3 demon slave armies entered the eastern divine region. For a time, the eastern divine region was filled with blood. Many forces were destroyed. In a short period of time, 3 of the 10 great ancient cities were breached by the demon slave army. Then, the demon slave army began to massacre the cities. For a time, the eastern divine region was filled with cold winds and ghosts. Lin Feng led the Raging Flame Corps to ambush a demon slave army. This demon slave army was led by Azura Evil Dominator, Wu Man, and Zhao Tianer. They held the Emperor Weapon, 9 Demon Painting, and were invincible. After destroying Xianxia City, one of the 10 great ancient cities, these people went straight to Lin City. Lin Feng and the others hid in a huge canyon on the way to Lin City. A loud rumbling sound came from afar. A huge warship that was close to 1,000 meters long came through the sky. The warship hung the heavenly demon flag. It was the demon slave army led by Azura Evil Dominator, Wu Man, and Zhao Tianer. It was also the most powerful demon slave army that entered the eastern divine region. This demon slave army had a total of 50,000 soldiers, and there were many experts. If they could wipe out this demon slave army, it would definitely boost the morale of the Raging Flame Corps. The demon slave army is here. Pass down the order. When the formation is activated and the ancient warship is trapped, the army will immediately launch a general attack. Lin Feng said to Wang Yanyi, who was beside him. Yes, young master. Soon, Wang Yanyi passed down Lin Feng's order. Rumble, in the distance, the ancient warship crushed the sky and finally came to the top of the canyon. Buzz, next. Lin Feng activated the formation. In the void, dense formation runes intertwined and instantly enveloped the huge ancient warship that was close to 1,000 meters long. This battle was bound to be a bloody one. Lin Feng did not plan to let any of them go. Oh no, enemy attack, enemy attack. The patrolling cultivators on the ancient warship sounded the alarm. Kill. At the same time, earth-shattering shouts resounded through the sky. Densely packed cultivators rushed toward the ancient warship from the canyon. Boom. Boom. Boom, numerous powerful magical treasures were brought out, all of which were at least at the Dao artifact level. Moreover, the Rebirth Realm cultivators at the front were using demigod treasures. This force was simply too powerful. When the demon slave army saw the densely packed cultivators surrounding them, their faces turned ugly. Don't panic. Activate the seals on the ship. Use the seals to kill these reckless fools, Azura Evil Dominator shouted. The ship was the most precious treasure of the Azura clan. It wasn't just a transportation tool. It was a real weapon of war. It was covered with dense seals, many of which were extremely powerful. In the primordial age, this ancient war ship was of famous existence. Therefore, even though he saw that they had fallen into an ambush, Azura Demonic Dominator wasn't worried at all. He was very confident in the ship. However, soon, the cultivator in charge of activating the restrictions shouted in fear, "My lord, the restrictions aren't working. We can't activate it." What? The restrictions aren't working? How is that possible? Azura Demonic Dominator's expression changed. Your Excellency, the ship is entangled by runes. Those runes must have affected the ship, causing the seals on the ship to malfunction. At that moment, a cultivator reported. Barbarian Wu said, "It must be Lin Feng's doing. He's the successor of the Celestial Master sect. He's an expert in controlling all kinds of great formations. It's entirely possible that the runes he set up can affect the restrictions on the ship." Azura Demonic Dominator nodded and shouted, "Activate the Spirit Stone cannons. Attack the invaders with all your might." Yes. The cultivators who received the order began to use the Spirit Stone cannons to attack the raging flame core. Cannons appeared in the middle of the two sides of the ancient war ship. Then, 2 rows of Spirit Stone cannons were pushed out. Haha, good timing. I've been waiting for this. Lin Feng, who was standing at the back of the army, saw the Spirit Stone cannons being pushed out. He laughed and used the Great Ice Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. The surrounding heaven and earth were sealed in ice, including the ancient war ship. The Spirit Stone cannons were frozen into lumps of ice. The ones that were ignited were instantly extinguished. The young master is really a god. Seeing this, the raging flame core's morale was greatly boosted. The faces of the demon slave army on the ship became even more unsightly. They were counting on the Spirit Stone cannons to deal a heavy blow to the raging flame core, but now Lin Feng's cannons were frozen. As a result, the Spirit Stone cannons rumble. At the same time, the raging flame core's violent attacks, the ship's defenses. The ship's defenses began to crack. The demon slave army instantly panicked. Why are you panicking? We outnumber them by 3 to 1. Do you think we're afraid of them? Let's go and capture Lin Feng, shouted the demonic dominator. Kill. The demonic cultivators demon. At this moment, the raging flame core had broken the seal on the ancient ship. Before the cultivators of the Demon Slave Legion could see the situation outside clearly, they were attacked by numerous Dao artifacts and quasi-divine artifacts. The gap between their equipment was simply too great. One Dao artifact after another smashed down, and the cultivators from the Demon Slave army who were the first to charge out were killed off like wheat being harvested. Lin Feng summoned the Dark Green Manta Scorpion King. Then, the Dark Green Manta Scorpion King summoned a group of Dark Green Manta Scorpions. Under the command of the Dark Green Manta Scorpion King, the Dark Green Manta Scorpions rushed towards the ancient war ship. These Dark Green Manta Scorpions were highly venomous. Being bitten or stung wouldn't kill you, but your body would gradually become stiff and weak. Seeing the Emerald Green Manta Scorpions move out, the Bat King quickly summoned the Bat King Swarm as well. The pig-faced bloodhound bats were most adept at using sound waves. The dense swarm of pig-faced bloodhound bats circled around the ancient war ship, emitting sharp and ear-piercing cries. Then, blood-curdling screams were heard. Countless cultivators from the Demon Slave army had yet to charge out of the cabin when they were attacked by the pig-faced bloodhound bats. One by one, they let out blood-curdling screams. Lin Feng knew how powerful the attacks of the pig-faced bloodhound bats were. Previously, he and Luo Yan were careless and were hit by them. If not for his and Luo Yan's strong soul power, they would have died tragically under the sound wave attack of the pig-faced bloodhound bats. Therefore, it was normal for the cultivators from the demon slave army to be unable to withstand the sound wave attack of the pig-faced bloodhound bats. The cultivators from the demon slave army outside were attacking the dark green mantis scorpions that flew past them. Many of the dark green mantis scorpions were killed, but now that they were attacked by the sound wave attack, their heads were almost split open as they screamed in agony. How could they continue attacking the dark green mantis scorpions? Therefore, the dark green mantis scorpions rushed into the crowd and started attacking the cultivators from the demon slave army. The weaker cultivators from the demon slave army were poisoned to death. Even if they weren't poisoned to death, they were bitten to death by the dark green mantis scorpions. The cultivators from the Raging Flame Corps watched the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. The demon slave army that everyone talked about was being massacred, and they didn't even have to do anything. Young Master even kept these powerful insects in captivity. Especially the pig-faced bloodhound bats. They are a race that has existed since the Immemorial era. They are exceptionally terrifying. No one can withstand their sound wave attack. What are you waiting for? Kill! The pig-faced bloodhound bat king shouted. He was now the commander of the Raging Flame Corps. At his command, the cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps immediately rushed towards the ancient warship and started attacking. Under the joint attack of the Raging Flame Corps, the dark green mantis scorpions, and the pig-faced bloodhound bats, the demon slave army showed signs of defeat. Countless cultivators were killed. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I want your life. The Azura Evil Dominator's roar shook the sky. He took out the 9 demons picture and was about to use it. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. When the Azura Evil Dominator took out the 9 demons picture, Lin Feng and the pig-faced bloodhound bat king rushed towards the Azura Evil Dominator. Lin Feng used the Great Suppression Art and the Great Sealing Art to suppress the 9 demons picture. The pig-faced bloodhound bat king rushed towards the Azura Evil Dominator. Before the Azura Evil Dominator could activate the 9 demons picture, he was interrupted by Lin Feng and the pig-faced bloodhound bat king. The pig-faced bloodhound bat king was a demigod realm expert, while the Azura Evil Dominator was only at the peak of the rebirth realm. There was a huge gap between them. He was no match for the pig-faced bloodhound bat king. The pig-faced bloodhound bat king stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at the Azura Evil Dominator. The Azura Evil Dominator's expression became extremely ugly. He used the Azura Flying Slash to block the pig-faced bloodhound bat king's attack, hoping to neutralize the bat king's attack. However, the pig-faced bloodhound bat king was too strong. It broke through the Azura Evil Dominator's divine ability and pierced through the Azura Evil Dominator's chest with its sharp claws. Then, the Azura Evil Dominator's heart was pulled out. Keek keek. The pig-faced bloodhound bat king laughed sinisterly, then swallowed the Azura Evil Dominator's heart. Seeing his still-beating heart being eaten by the bat king, the Azura Evil Dominator let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His body remained motionless, his eyes were wide open in anger as he breathed his last breath. This great devil that had dominated the Sky Martial continent for tens of thousands of years finally met such a tragic end. At this time, Lin Feng had no time to care about anything else because he was suppressing the 9 demons painting. It was not an easy task to suppress this imperial weapon. The 9 demons painting had a spirit, and it was a magic treasure that belonged to the devil fetus. The void shook, and waves of destructive power shook out. Crack, crack, the runes formed by the Great Suppression Technique and the 8 divine seals began to crack. Demonic chi constantly surged out from the 9 demons painting. The demonic chi was corroding the runes of the 2 divine abilities. Not good, the runes of the Great Suppression Technique and the 8 divine seals are about to be destroyed. I'm afraid that the 9 demons painting won't be able to suppress it successfully. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This was an imperial weapon, although it was only 1/9 of the complete 9 demons painting, its power was comparable to some low-level imperial weapons. If he could suppress the 9 demons painting and find an opportunity to refine this supreme treasure, it would definitely be a great help to Lin Feng. Lin Feng currently lacked an imperial weapon. If he had an imperial weapon, then Lin Feng would really be able to compete with a super force like the Divine Temple. Even if he faced the Sky Demons, Lin Feng was confident that he could fight. However, the prerequisite was that he could suppress the 9 demons painting. dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Now, the 9 demons painting was about to break free from Lin Feng's suppression. Demon Lord. Let's make a deal. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He wanted to borrow the power of the Demon Lord to suppress the 9 demons painting. This was the best opportunity to suppress the 9 demons painting. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance like this again. Helping you suppress the 9 demons painting is not a problem, but you have to help me snatch a treasure. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice. What treasure? Lin Feng asked. The magic lotus. The Demon Lord said. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. The magic lotus was incomparably strange. Snatching this treasure was even more difficult than snatching the 9 devils painting. Now, the magic lotus had appeared in the Tianwu continent, and one was in the hands of Gongziyu. The other was in the hands of the devil fetus. Gongziyu's the magic lotus was out of the question. It was impossible to snatch it. In that case, the only option left was to snatch the devil fetus the magic lotus. Although the devil fetus was also very powerful, it was weak now and did not join forces with Gongziyu and the others. Therefore, there was still hope to snatch the magic lotus from the devil fetus. Lin Feng said, okay. I promise you, but as the saying goes, man proposes, and God disposes. Whether or not it will succeed, I can't guarantee you. The Demon Lord said, just do your best. As soon as the Demon Lord finished speaking, Lin Feng felt a tyrannical power pouring into his body. This was the power of the Demon Lord, fusing into Lin Feng's body. The Demon Lord transmitted, I can't expose myself for the time being. Otherwise, when I snatch the magic lotus, the devil fetus will be on guard against me in advance. At that time, the chances of success will be even lower. Lin Feng nodded. The power of the Demon Lord continued to fuse into Lin Feng's body. Boom, Lin Feng channeled his palm energy and directly slashed at the 9 devils painting. This attack landed on the 9 devils painting. The devil chi emitted by the 9 devils painting was directly dispersed. Lin Feng continued to use the Great Suppression Technique and the 8 Divine Seals runes. You're courting death. Suddenly, a cold voice came out from the 9 devils painting. Immediately after, an illusory the magic lotus flew out. This was the imprint of the magic lotus. It was the imprint left by the devil fetus in the 9 devils painting. Now that this imprint sensed that Lin Feng was actually trying to suppress the 9 devils painting, it took the initiative to awaken. The illusory the magic lotus charged towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was unable to dodge and was directly sent flying by the illusory the magic lotus. After receiving the attack of the magic lotus, Lin Feng's blood boiled, his face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying power, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This was just an illusory image of the magic lotus. It actually had such tyrannical power. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the magic lotus would be. Brat! How dare you peek at my 9 devils painting? You're courting death. Today, I will destroy your body and soul. The devil fetus' cold voice came from the magic lotus. Next, waves of destructive power gushed out from the magic lotus and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, just an illusory image, and you dare to say that you will kill me? Where did your courage come from? Today, I will first destroy your illusory image and plunder your 9 devils painting. In the future, I will definitely behead you and plunder your heavenly demon clan's most precious treasure, the magic lotus. As his voice fell, Lin Feng displayed the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Dragonesque elephant holy power, Lin Feng immediately sensed that his strength had increased by a large margin. Moreover, the power of the Demon Lord also continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. This greatly increased Lin Feng's confidence. Facing the attack of the magic lotus, he displayed the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. It directly slashed towards the magic lotus. Bang! Lin Feng and the magic lotus collided. They collided for a total of 36 rounds. The power of the magic lotus began to gradually decline. After all, this was not the magic lotus, only the imprint of the magic lotus. Naturally, it was difficult to display the true power of the magic lotus. Lin Feng stepped forward, his fist shaking the void, and punched the illusory the magic lotus one after another. The devil fetus' angry voice came from the magic lotus. Kid, do you think that just because you have the 9 devils painting, you can refine it? You're indulging in fantasy. The 9 devils painting is the most precious treasure of my heavenly demon clan. No matter how hard you try, you will not be able to refine the 9 devils painting. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he continuously punched the illusory the magic lotus for 36 times. Bang! In the end, the illusory the magic lotus exploded. And the devil fetus's divine sense imprint was also destroyed. Lin Feng then took out the devouring heaven jar and swallowed the 9 devils painting. Haha. This treasure is finally suppressed. Lin Feng smiled. He did not participate in the great battle that followed. The Azura evil sovereign was dead, and the 9 devils painting was suppressed by Lin Feng. The demon slave army was no longer a threat. 2 hours later. The battle was over. Reporting to young master, the demon slave army has been completely annihilated. Our side suffered 3,000 casualties and lost 172 people. After counting the casualties, Vice Commander Li Zongjian came to report. After annihilating 50,000 enemies, they only lost 172 people. This battle could be said to be extremely beautiful. Even the cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. However, Lin Feng knew that the dark green mantis scorpions and the pig-faced blood bats had contributed greatly in this battle. Without them, this battle would have been extremely tragic. The Raging Flame Corps would have suffered heavy casualties. We don't know how much wealth the demon slave army has plundered before this. Gather all the storage rings of the demon slave army cultivators and take out the treasures. Reward the soldiers with all the treasures. Calculate the identities of the dead brothers and then search for their clansmen. Every dead brother will receive 10 times the reward and give it all to their clansmen. Lin Feng said. Yes. I will do it as soon as possible. Li Zongjian replied. Li Zongjian continued, we also captured 2 captives. Would you like to see them? Lin Feng said, bring them here. Very quickly, someone brought the captives over. When Lin Feng saw the 2 captives, he was surprised. He actually knew them. They were the great elder of the godly temple of the wildlands, Wu Man, and the vice leader of the soul devourer temple, Zhao Tianer. Have you ever thought that you would end up in my hands? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Winner takes all. Since we've fallen into your hands, we admit defeat. Said Wu Man gloomily. The annihilation of the demon slave army was a huge blow to him. The invincible demon slave army actually suffered such a blow. Even until now, Wu Man still found it hard to believe that this was real. What a great saying. Winner takes all. Said Lin Feng with his hands behind his back. Wu Man. As the great elder of the godly temple of the wildlands, you should know the outcome of the Tianwu continent's invasion. The most recent one was in the Middle Ages, but it was only 20,000 years ago. Weren't the Tianwu continent destroyed? Even before that, the ancient era, and even the immemorial era, the Tianwu continent was invaded by the Tianwu continent. No. The Tianwu continent is different from ordinary planets. The Tianwu continent isn't a place that the Tianwu continent can touch. This time, it's destined to be the same. However, the godly temple of the wildlands colluded with the Tianwu continent for a small benefit. The destruction of the godly temple of the wildlands is only a matter of time. When the Tianwu continent is defeated, the godly temple of the wildlands will disappear from the Tianwu continent. Wu Man's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The godly temple of the wildlands had been passed down since the ancient era. Although it had gone through a few great changes and had disappeared for a while, it had still been passed down. But now, after hearing what Lin Feng had said, Wu Man's heart was filled with fear. It was the first time that he doubted the decision made by the godly temple of the wildlands. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Tianer. She had a seductive body and an enchanting face. Her entire body emitted a seductive qi. Purely in terms of figure and appearance, this woman could be called the best of the best. However, her personality was vicious and merciless. She killed people without batting an eyelid. She really had the heart of a snake and scorpion. In the past, because the Soul Devourer Palace was too evil, it caused a bloodbath in the divine prefecture of the eastern county. Many people were plunged into misery and suffering. Many factions joined forces to besiege the Soul Devourer Palace. Although they did not destroy the Soul Devourer Palace, they had greatly damaged the Soul Devourer Palace's vitality. In the end, the Soul Devourer Palace escaped to the savage domain. Now that the heavenly demon had appeared, it was expected that the Soul Devourer Temple would seek refuge with the heavenly demon to make a comeback. Lin Gongzi, I'm willing to submit to you, but please spare my life. Zhao Tiano looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Humph. Lin Feng sneered and said, I know very well what kind of person you are. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. I won't fall for it. However, if I kill the two of you directly, it will be too easy for you. I've decided to convert you into my slaves. In the future, you will fight bravely for me and kill my enemies to atone for the heinous crimes you have committed. What? You want to convert us? No. Even if we die, we will never let you convert us. When Wu Man and Zhao Tianer heard that Lin Feng wanted to convert them, they immediately screamed in horror. Once a cultivator was converted, he would be like a walking corpse. He would completely lose himself. What was the meaning of such a life? You want to die? Now is not the time for you to die. Lin Feng sneered and suppressed the two of them. They did not even have the chance to commit suicide. Both of you have pledged loyalty to the demon fetus. It seems that you have formed a soul imprint. In order to convert you, I have to destroy the demon fetus soul imprint first. However, this is not difficult for me. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Powerful magic power surged out and surged into the two's minds. He found a trace of the demon fetus soul imprint. The soul imprint left by the demon fetus did not pose any threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily destroyed the soul imprint left by the demon fetus. Then, he used the Great Purification Technique to convert Wu Man and Zhao Tianer. The two of them were very powerful. One of them was at the 9th level of the Rebirth Realm, while the other was at the 8th level of the Rebirth Realm. They could be called top-notch experts. Lin Feng did not mind converting experts like them for his own use. Master. After being converted, Wu Man and Zhao Tianer bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and asked, 3 demon slave legions have entered the East Divine Prefecture. What about the other 2? Zhao Tianer replied, Master, one of the other 2 demon slave legions is heading northeast, while the other is heading southeast. The southwest direction was towards Sun Moon City and Heaven Saint City. The northwest direction was towards Stone Iron City, Fallen Moon City, and other cities. Huang Sherlan was the city lord of Fallen Moon City. However, Lin Feng had already sent people to send Huang Sherlan, Shangguan Feier, Xiao Yufei, Su Zimo, and the others to the overseas world. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about Huang Sherlan's safety. Legion Commander. Lin Feng shouted softly. Here. The Bat King immediately bowed slightly and waited for Lin Feng's orders. Lead half of the troops to stop the Demon Slave Legion in the northeast direction. Lin Feng said. Yes, Your Majesty. The Bat King received the order and immediately went to organize the troops. Lin Feng led another group of people to the southeast direction to stop the other Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng let the Bat King control the ancient war ship. With this war weapon, the Raging Flame Core strength would increase greatly. The ancient war ship's restrictions and Spirit Stone cannons would definitely be very destructive. Lin Feng could restrict the restrictions and Spirit Stone cannons' attacks. This was because Lin Feng's methods were unpredictable. It would be extremely difficult to find a second cultivator who could restrict the ancient war ship's restrictions and Spirit Stone cannons at the same time. The flag on the ancient war ship had been changed to the Raging Flame Core's flag. The Bat King organized the troops and stood on the ancient war ship. He waved the battle sword in his hand and shouted, "Get on the ship," the pig-faced bloodfly Bat King said. The cultivators of the Raging Flame Core began to board the ancient war ship one after another. Lin Feng specially assigned more than 30 Grand Elders of the Spirit Array Master Temple and Vice Temple Master Wan Yanzi to control the ancient war ship. They had a deep understanding of spirit arrays. With them controlling the ancient war ship, the true power of the ancient war ship could be displayed. With a loud rumble, the ancient war ship flew toward the northeast direction. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his battle sword. The raging flame core assembled and he led the remaining cultivators to the southeast direction. Kill everyone in Sun Moon City. Don't let anyone escape. The deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. The densely packed demon slave army charged towards Sun Moon City. The demon slave army was led by 4 powerful cultivators. They were the blood-eyed bull demon king, the 8-winged Xianxia king, the grand elder of the Thousand Evil sect, Xiao Lufeng, the grand elder of the Wangtian sect, Sun Yunhe. The Wangtian sect was originally ranked 3rd among the 10 great ancient powers in the 72 states. Its strength was very close to that of an Archean power. It was very powerful and had branches in many of the 72 states. For example, the East County was one of the branches of the Wangtian sect. Lin Feng had met the Wangtian sect before. Its disciples were arrogant and despotic. Among the righteous sects in the 72 states, the Wangtian sect was the first to openly side with the demon fetus. This devilish slave legion that was attacking Sun Moon City had around 60,000 soldiers. Lin Feng had destroyed Azura's demon slave army because it had happened not long ago. Moreover, he didn't let anyone from the demon slave legion escape. The demon fetus might know that the demon slave army had been wiped out through the soul imprint. However, the demon fetus was not in the East County. He was leading the army to attack the Temple of Immortality. The Temple of Immortality was the only Archean power among the righteous sects in the 72 states. It was also the leader of the righteous sects in the 72 states. If the Temple of Immortality was destroyed, the 72 states' belief in fighting against the otherworldly demons would be destroyed instantly. At that time, the entire 72 states in the north would fall quickly. Due to the distance, even if the demon fetus sent someone to convey the news of the destruction of the Azura Evil Lord's demon slave army to the other 2 demon slave armies that had invaded the eastern divine land, it would still take some time. However, speed was the most important thing in a battle. Lin Feng would not give the demon fetus the time to do so. Therefore, after destroying the demon slave army, he immediately split into 2 groups. He wanted to take the other 2 demon slave armies by surprise. Killing one is not a loss, but killing 2 is a gain. I will fight all of you to the death. At this moment of life and death, the cultivators of Sun Moon City completely disregarded their own safety and fought with the cultivators of the demon slave army. Sun Moon City quickly turned into a river of blood. The demon slave army was very powerful. Sun Moon City could not withstand the demon slave army's attack at all. They looked at their friends and family's blood. Many people's demon slave army. Puff, in the end, they were killed by the demon slave army's army. Demon slave armies demon slave armies ts army s. We can't stop the demon slave army's attack. We can't defend Sun Moon City anymore. Break out, demon sect Sky Moon Cities the sect army demon sect T's army T's army Moon Cities armies S army Moon demon armies armies demon army sect army warriors. To many people, Sun Moon City was their homeland, their home. Now that their families had been destroyed, they were determined to die. Hurry up and leave. There were also cultivators who wanted to buy time for those who were trying to break out of the encirclement. They fearlessly charged towards the pursuing demon slave legion. But soon, they too fell into a pool of blood. Don't let them escape. The demon slave legion came in large numbers, and they didn't want to let anyone go. Follow me and stop these demon slaves. The old city lord, Lu Ming, wielded a large saber as he led a group of cultivators to attack the devil slave army. We must break out. A clan elder looked towards city lord Lu Ziyu. He then followed the old city lord and charged towards the demon slave army. Lu Ziyu was Lu Piamia's father. Let's go. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He led a group of people to continue breaking out of the encirclement. Die, you old bastard. The 8-winged Xianxia king held a huge golden trident and pierced through the old city lord Lu Ming's body. Bang! The old city lord, Lu Ming, chose to self-destruct before he died. The eight-winged Xianxia king was blasted away. Half of his body was blasted apart, and he was severely injured. Grandfather, Lu Piamiao cried painfully when she saw Lu Ming die. She had grown up by her grandfather's side since she was young, and they had a very close relationship. Now that she saw her grandfather die so tragically, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but cry. This was his father. How could he not be sad when he saw his father die? However, Lu Ziyu knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. He had to shoulder the responsibility and lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. However, the Demon Slave Legion was too strong, and there were too many of them. The cultivators of Sun Moon City and the Demon Slave Legion were too weak. Therefore, they couldn't succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. People were constantly being killed. Many people saw that they couldn't break out of the encirclement, so they charged towards the Demon Slave Legion and self-destructed. Even if they died, they wanted to drag the Demon Slave Legion down with them. The scene was extremely tragic. Sister, are we going to die too? A young man looked at Lu Piamiao with a pale face. His name was Lu Dongxiu, and he looked quite similar to Lu Piamiao. He was very handsome, and he was usually an elegant young master. However, he was in a very sorry state right now. Facing death, his heart was filled with fear. We can definitely escape. Lu Piamiao bit her lip and said. The battle was getting more and more tragic. The cultivators who tried to break out of the encirclement were also scattered by the Demon Slave Legion. Pooh! Pooh! More and more cultivators were killed. Everyone was filled with despair. Kill! At that moment, an army of cultivators flew over from afar, their battle cries shaking the sky. Are they reinforcements? The cultivators of Sun Moon City shouted in surprise. The army flying over from afar was the Raging Flame Corps. They were like divine soldiers. They charged into Sun Moon City and started fighting with the Demon Slave Legion. The dark green manta Scorpion King led a swarm of insects to attack the Demon Slave Legion. With the addition of the Raging Flame Corps, the situation of the battle was immediately reversed. Although the Raging Flame Corps had fewer people, every cultivator in the Corps had a Dao artifact. Some of the higher-ups even had demigod artifacts. Their weapons and equipment were too good, and the Demon Slave Legion's cultivators couldn't compare to them. In addition, they had the help of the insect swarm, therefore, although the Raging Flame Corps had fewer people, they were invincible. They were invincible and slaughtered everyone in their way. They really are reinforcements. Kill. Kill all of these Demon Slave Legion bastards. The cultivators of Sun Moon City shouted excitedly and started attacking the Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng stepped out from the void and locked onto the 4 powerhouses of the Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng, so it's you. The 4 powerhouses of the Demon Slave Legion also saw Lin Feng, and they immediately revealed sinister smiles. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Kill him. The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King, the 8-Winged Xianxia King, Xiao Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe all charged towards Lin Feng, wanting to join forces and kill Lin Feng. Each of them had unfathomable strength, and they were all trusted subordinates of the Devil Fetus. Now that they were about to attack Lin Feng, all of them had sinister smiles on their faces. Asterisk boom, asterisk the 4 strong cultivators attacked, their chi rose to the skies. When they attacked, Lin Feng could sense their cultivation levels. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King was the strongest, at the 10th level of the Rebirth Realm. Next was Xiao Lufeng, who was at the 9th level of the Rebirth Realm. The 8-Winged Xianxia King and Sun Yunhe were at the 8th level of the Rebirth Realm. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King used the Ox Demon Titan Fist, the 8-Winged Xianxia King used the Nether Blood Palm, Xiao Lufeng used the 1000 Immortal Slaying Slash, and Sun Yunhe used the Immortal Crane Capturing Dragon Claw. The 4 divine abilities were extremely powerful. Unless one was a demigod realm cultivator, it would be extremely difficult to resist the joint attack of the 4 experts. Lin Feng sneered in the face of their attacks. Do the 4 of you really think you can deal with me? Today, I'll show you how foolish your thoughts are. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. In an instant, Lin Feng's body was covered by the Death God's armor. Lin Feng didn't try to dodge the 4 strong cultivators' attacks. He just let them crash onto his body. Clang. Clang. Clang, clang. Clang. Clang, clang. 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 Clang, but Lin Feng wasn't injured at all. He was wearing a godly weapon, so it wasn't difficult for him to block the attacks of 4 strong cultivators. At the same time, Lin Feng attacked with lightning speed, throwing out 4 punches. Bang! 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 The 4 strong cultivators were all blown away by Lin Feng's attack. Wah! The 4 experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng had a divine artifact protecting him, so he could block their attacks. However, they did not have a divine artifact protecting them, so they could not block Lin Feng's attacks. They were all injured, and their faces were pale. Is that a divine weapon? They cried out in surprise as they stared at the death god armor on Lin Feng's body. If it had been an offensive divine weapon, it wouldn't have been able to move the 4 powerhouses so much. That was because although offensive divine artifacts were extremely rare, they could still be seen. However, defensive divine artifacts were far too rare. To put it bluntly, even 10 offensive divine artifacts would not be as valuable as 1 defensive divine artifact. Your eyes aren't bad. You can actually tell that my treasure is a divine item. Lin Feng stepped in the air and said coldly, "This treasure of mine is called the Death God Armor. It's a defensive treasure of the legendary 4 God 7 sets. I'm sure you've heard of the Death God 7 sets? With this treasure, apart from real gods, nobody can defeat me, including the 4 of you. You won't be able to escape today." Kingdom of Frost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and cast the Great Ice spell. The Great Ice spell condensed into a world of ice. The world of ice sealed the space around the 4 powerhouses. You want to kill us all in one fell swoop? The 4 powerhouses sneered. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and swear allegiance to me. Or I'll convert you. You can choose one of these 2 paths, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 4 powerhouses indifferently. The 4 of them deserved to die. However, Lin Feng was in dire need of manpower. Using the 4 of them to fight against the demon slave army was a good choice. Brat. Do you really think that you can rely on a defensive treasure to block our attacks? How laughable. The blood-eyed ox demon king suddenly sneered. Brother Ox. Hurry up and take out your divine weapon. Shouted the 8-winged Xianxia king, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe. Boom. A terrifying aura filled the air. The blood-eyed ox demon king took out a precious treasure. It was a Vajra circle-like treasure that emitted a divine aura. It was also a divine weapon. The blood-eyed ox demon king sneered. Brat, my demon-subduing Vajra ring is a divine weapon refined by a heavenly god. If I meet a god, I'll kill God. If I meet a Buddha, I'll kill Buddha. Although my demon-subduing Vajra ring might not be able to break through your death god armor, I'll use it to attack your death god armor. The powerful recoil will be enough to kill you. The blood-eyed ox demon king took out the demon-subduing Vajra ring. The demon-subduing Vajra ring floated in the air, emitting a terrifying chi. That chi, it felt like it could destroy heaven and earth. Follow me and activate the demon-subduing Vajra ring to kill this brat. Shouted the blood-eyed ox demon king. Kill. The 8-winged Xianxia king, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe roared at the same time, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Then, waves of spiritual energy surged out of the 3 powerhouses' bodies. The powerful spiritual energy poured into the demon-subduing Vajra ring. The demon-subduing Vajra ring's power kept increasing. The blood-eyed ox demon king's plan was good. With such a powerful divine weapon attacking Lin Feng, even with the death god armor, he could only block part of the power. The impact of the collision between 2 divine weapons was also terrifying. The impact was enough to kill Lin Feng. However, the blood-eyed ox demon king did not know how powerful Lin Feng's trump card was. When the blood-eyed ox demon king took out the demon-subduing Vajra ring and attacked Lin Feng took out his devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar was an emperor weapon. However, it was broken. The devouring heaven jar that Lin Feng had obtained was only an incomplete part. This part of the devouring heaven jar could not attack, but it had a powerful devouring power. Moreover, the devouring heaven jar was the bane of all kinds of Dharma treasures. Lin Feng had used the devouring heaven jar to steal countless Dharma treasures. Lin Feng had not used the devouring heaven jar to devour divine weapons. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, even if it could not devour divine weapons, it should not be a problem for him to suppress the divine weapons. As long as he could suppress the divine weapons, the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King and the others would not be able to use the divine weapons' power. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to suppress them? Boom! After Lin Feng took out the devouring heaven jar, a powerful devouring power surged out and enveloped the demon-subduing Vajra ring that was attacking Lin Feng. The demon-subduing Vajra ring flew uncontrollably towards the devouring heaven jar. How is this possible? The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King was shocked. He saw that the demon-subduing Vajra ring was about to be devoured by the devouring heaven jar. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King wanted to summon the demon-subduing Vajra ring back. It's too late to summon the demon-subduing Vajra ring back. Devouring heaven jar, devour it! Shouted Lin Feng. He poured his spiritual energy into the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar's power increased greatly. It directly devoured the demon-subduing Vajra ring. Ah! The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King screamed miserably. The devouring heaven jar had forcibly erased the soul brand that he had left in the Buddha-subduing Vajra ring. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King had suffered a severe backlash. Just like that, the divine weapon that had been refined by a god was forcibly taken away by Lin Feng. How dare you steal my divine artifact? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King roared furiously. The loss of his divine artifact had deeply infuriated him. He valued this treasure even more than his own life. The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King roared and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Now that you've lost your divine artifact, you're suffering from a backlash? You're no longer a threat to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng sent a palm strike at the Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King. Bang! The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King's attack landed on Lin Feng's body, but all of the attack was neutralized by the Death God's armor. Lin Feng remained unscathed. However, the Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King felt as if it had been struck by lightning after receiving Lin Feng's attack. It was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was obvious that the Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King had suffered serious injuries. Everyone, let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we won't have a good ending. The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King shouted. The expressions of the eight-winged Xianxia King, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe turned grim. They hadn't expected Lin Feng's treasure to be able to steal a divine artifact. Their hearts sank, and a deep sense of fear crept into their hearts. However, there was no way out for them now. Therefore, the eight-winged Xianxia King, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe also began to fight with all their might. All three of them used their trump cards to deal with Lin Feng. The eight-winged Xianxia King's wings flapped violently, forming a powerful storm that swept towards Lin Feng. A single wind blade was enough to split the void. Xia Lufeng condensed the phantom of a giant snake. The giant snake was called Bai. It was rumored that Bai could instantly dissolve a cultivator's magic power. Xia Lufeng's ultimate technique was called the Viper Restoration Technique. Once struck, all of the dermic powers in the body would dissipate. Within 3 days, one would not be able to gather dermic powers again. Once a cultivator lost his magic power, it was equivalent to a tiger having its fangs pulled out and limbs chopped off, allowing others to slaughter them. Sun Yunhe, on the other hand, used the Cloud Sea Heavenly Art. This was a divine ability similar to the Great Suppression Art. The Cloud Sea Heaven gathering skill condensed a firmament, and above the firmament, clouds and mist lingered. Suddenly, that piece of sky descended from the sky, suppressing Lin Feng. Moo! The Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King let out a long howl. Next, his body turned into a giant bull with blood-red eyes and pitch-black fur. The giant bull galloped through the void and charged towards Lin Feng. Those 4 strong cultivators were all using their most powerful skills. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Their coordination was skillful, and each of them used different divine abilities. These divine abilities complemented each other. The first to attack was Xia Lufeng. His Viper Fusion technique was truly strange to the extreme. The Great Viper Restoration Art landed on Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his dermic powers dissipating. This made Lin Feng's expression change slightly. Xiao Lufeng also felt the changes in Lin Feng's body. He laughed proudly. This kid has been hit. His dermic powers are dissipating. He's dead for sure this time. The other three were shocked when they heard this. Suppress. Sun Yunhe laughed coldly. He waved his hand, and the sea of clouds in the sky came crashing down. The eight-winged Xianxia King storm also swept over. At the same time, the blood-eyed bull demon king also rushed over, and its horns slammed towards Lin Feng. The situation was critical. Lin Feng seemed to have nowhere to run. At this time, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. His body instantly moved horizontally. As he dodged the attacks of the four experts, he also neutralized the great viper restoration art. Those lowly creatures have blasphemed against the great Tao of Death. On behalf of the Tao of Death, I will punish you. Lin Feng stepped in the air and chanted an incantation. A river of death appeared in the air. The river of death stretched across the sky. It directly pressed down on the four experts. The four experts' expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be able to dodge their combined attack. Soon after, he launched a counterattack against the four of them. Facing the suppression of the river of death, they didn't dare to be careless. They attacked one after another, trying to break the river of death. However, how could the great death art, one of the top 10 great Daos, be broken so easily? The river of death pressed down on the four experts, making it difficult for them to move. All Buddhas of the world, all Daos return to the origin. All living beings of the world, let go of your killing intent and convert to Buddhism, shouted Lin Feng. He used the Great Purification Technique, one of the 3,000 great Tao skills. The first one Lin Feng tried to purify was the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King was the strongest of the four. After suppressing him, the other three were much less of a threat. Bang! Lin Feng slapped the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King's head. The purification power continuously flowed into the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King's head. You want to purify me? Don't even think about it. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King roared. Shouted the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King furiously. He started struggling. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. It's useless. Your fate has already been decided. You will become my slave. Shouted Lin Feng. He slapped the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King's head 3 times. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King was dizzy. The purification power took advantage of this opportunity to invade the Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King's soul. Ba. Many thanks to Master for enlightening me, allowing me to lay down my butcher's knife and repent. The Blood-Eyed Ox Demon King turned into a big man. He put his palms together and looked solemn. Spare us. We are willing to swear that we will recognize you as our master. Please don't purify us. When the 8-winged Xianxia King, Xiao Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe saw that the Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King, who was originally a ferocious and violent person, had become like a monk after being converted, their faces turned pale with fright. It was as though the Blood-Eyed Bull Demon King had turned into a walking corpse. He had lost all his courage to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. I told you to obediently submit, but you didn't listen. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Be obedient and be purified. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. A powerful purification power surged towards the three of them. We will fight you to the death. Let's self-destruct and die with him. The 8-winged Xianxia King, Xiao Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe roared. They didn't want to become walking corpses, but they knew that they couldn't fight against Lin Feng. They wanted to self-destruct and drag Lin Feng down with them. Humph. Lin Feng sneered and used the 8 divine seals to seal the magic power in their bodies. They couldn't self-destruct even if they wanted to. How can this be? The three of them turned pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. In the next moment, the purification power entered their souls, and they stopped struggling. After a while, their ferocious faces became peaceful. They put their palms together and said, Ba. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for guiding us to the correct path of cultivation. We will remember your kindness. The 8-winged Xianxia King, Xiao Luyun, and Sun Yunhe had also been successfully purified by Lin Feng. They had become his slaves. Fellow Taoists, you are too polite. I only did what I could. Lin Feng put his palms together and said. The 4 experts had all been purified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the death god armor and heaven swallowing jar before dispelling the kingdom of ice. Go and punish those sinners. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. Yes. After receiving the order, the 4 experts all joined the battle. Originally, the cultivators of the Raging Flame Core and Sun Moon City were very nervous when they saw the 4 experts. The morale of the demon slave army was greatly boosted. But what happened next was something that no one expected. After the 4 experts joined the battle, they did not attack the cultivators of the Raging Flame Core and Sun Moon City. Their target was the demon slave army. A large number of demon slave army cultivators were killed. Ha 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 ha. They must have been purified by our Lord. Our Lord has mastered a peerless ability like the Great Purification Technique. Anyone can be purified. Tan Chuduan said with a smile. The morale of the Raging Flame Core was immediately boosted, and they fought bravely. The people of Sun Moon City were also wild with joy, and they killed in all directions. On the other hand, when the cultivators of the demon slave army saw that the 4 experts had been purified, their morale instantly collapsed. Even the 4 lords have been purified, quickly run, the cultivators of the demon slave army screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Now that the demon slave army was leaderless, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The Raging Flame Core and Sun Moon City cultivators finally annihilated more than 57,000 cultivators of the demon slave army. Only about 2,000 managed to escape. Lin Feng sent Vice Commander Xianxia to lead a portion of the Raging Flame Core cultivators to chase after the fleeing cultivators of the demon slave army. When the battle ended, Sun Moon City was already covered in corpses and blood. Then, the sound of crying could be heard. In this battle, too many cultivators had died. Even the commoners who had been hiding had died in large numbers. Many people were crying for their dead relatives. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for coming to our rescue. Otherwise, our Sun Moon City would have been completely annihilated. We will remember this great kindness in our hearts. In the future, no matter if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we will follow Lin Gongzi's orders. Lu Ziyu flew over from afar and thanked Lin Feng. Lu Ziyu didn't look old. Instead, he looked quite young. In reality, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years. He was from the same generation as Great Ping King and Peacock Saint Lord. However, Lu Ziyu's talent was far inferior to Great Ping King and Peacock Saint Lord. Of course, compared to ordinary people, Lu Ziyu could be considered a genius. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but his strength had already reached the 7th layer of the creation realm. In the divine land of the East County, even in the 72 states of the North, they could be considered experts. Lin Feng replied, City Lord Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. Now that the heavenly devils are invading, the martial heaven continent is in danger. We naturally have to help each other and overcome this crisis together. While Lin Feng and Lu Ziyu were conversing, countless people in Sun Moon City were looking at Lin Feng. Big sister, look. That's the legendary Lin Feng. He's so young. I heard that he's the same age as me. He edified 4 rebirth realm experts with a flick of his finger. Has he already become a god? Lu Dongshu looked at Lin Feng with admiration and reverence. It's impossible to become a god in the martial heaven continent. Lu Piamia's voice was faint. Goodbye, Lin Feng. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. That elegant youth in the past had now grown to stand at the peak of the martial heaven continent. Countless people looked up to him. All of this felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Piamiao thought of the many things that had happened between her and Lin Feng. But now, the two of them were gradually drifting apart. When she thought of the distant relationship between her and Lin Feng, Lu Piamiao felt somewhat vexed. Big sister. You don't look too good. Are you injured? Lu Dongshu asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Piamiao shook her head. After the battle ended, the cultivators of Sun Moon City began to clean up the battlefield. The battle had been too bitter. Even the old city lord had died in battle. Lin Feng could understand the sorrowful feelings of Lu Ziyu and the others, so he did not continue to disturb them. Instead, he let Lu Ziyu handle some personal matters. Lu Ziyu did not dare to neglect Lin Feng. He let Lu Dongshu arrange for Lin Feng to stay in the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng took advantage of this free time to refine the 9 demons painting. Of course, refining the 9 demons painting was not an easy task. Lin Feng felt that the imprint that the devil fetus had left in the 9 demons painting might not have been completely destroyed. After all, he had only destroyed an illusory the magic lotus. However, Lin Feng already had an idea. He planned to throw the 9 demons painting into the 4 ferocious cauldron and use the heavenly fire to refine it for a period of time. With the heavenly fire to refine it, no matter how strong the devil fetus divine sense was, it would still be refined. Lin Feng spent 2 hours recuperating his body. After fully recovering, he planned to refine the 9 demons painting. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lin Feng asked. "It's me." Lu Piamiao's voice came from outside. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door. Lu Piamiao said, "Father asked me to bring you 2 holy fruits. He said that they are very beneficial to your cultivation." Lu Piamiao walked into the room, put the tray in her hands on the table, and was about to leave. Lin Feng said, "I heard that you were engaged to Ning Shubai from the Immemorial Ning family?" Lu Piamiao bit her lip and said, "Yes. Ning Shubai came to the East Province to discuss our marriage. Ning Shubai is not a good person. I've already killed him. You don't have to worry about this marriage anymore," Lin Feng said. Lu Piamiao could not help but sigh. Back then, she had chosen to distance herself from Lin Feng because she was worried that if the Immemorial Ning family found out about her relationship with Lin Feng, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Besides, the Lu family could not afford to offend the Immemorial Ning family, so they could not break the engagement. However, nobody had thought that Ning Shubai, who had been so arrogant in the East Province, would try to seduce Huang Shirlan when he saw how beautiful she was. Huang Shirlan was Lin Feng's woman. Ning Shubai had tried to seduce Huang Shirlan. Wasn't that suicidal? In the end, Ning Shubai had been killed by Lin Feng. He had died a tragic death in the East Province. Ning Shubai's death had freed Lu Piamiao. However, she was not happy because she wanted to distance herself from Lin Feng. "I've always wanted to thank you. I just never had the chance," said Lu Piamiao. "Just to thank me? I don't care about that. I prefer something exciting." Lin Feng walked to Lu Piamiao and put his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Let me go." Lu Piamiao struggled. "Don't you know what I'm going to do?" Lin Feng's hands started moving. "Don't. People will see." Lu Piamiao blushed. Lin Feng waved his right hand and closed the door. "Now people can't see us." He looked at Lu Piamiao passionately. When Lu Piamiao sensed Lin Feng's hands, she continued struggling. "No, I'm not that kind of woman. It's not up to you." Lin Feng immediately lifted Lu Piamiao up and threw her on the bed. He tore her clothes apart. Lu Piamiao struggled, and Lin Feng turned her from a young girl into a young married woman. "You scoundrel!" After everything calmed down, Lu Piamiao glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Looking at the plum blossoms on the bed, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Lu Piamiao never thought that her chastity would be taken away like this. She was now a young married woman. She felt a faint sadness in her heart, but she also felt a little happy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Women love bad men. Pervert. Pervert. Shameless. Who would love you?" Lu Piamiao spat. She got up and put on her clothes, but when she got off the bed, her legs felt weak. She couldn't help but fiercely glare at Lin Feng. She blamed everything on Lin Feng. After tidying up her clothes, Lu Piamiao left Lin Feng's room as if she was escaping. Lin Feng felt refreshed after enjoying that wonderful feeling. His entire body felt extremely comfortable. A man's life could never be separated from a woman. Life was short. When it was time to enjoy, that was Lin Feng's principle. After Lu Piamiao left, Lin Feng planned to start refining the Nine Devil painting. He got up and set up a few restrictions to seal the room, so that no one would disturb him. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the tray that Lu Piamiao had placed on the table. He couldn't help but be curious about the spirit fruit on the tray. Lin Feng walked in front of the tray and lifted the cloth covering the tray. He saw 2 green fruits on the tray. 30,000-year-old green serpent fruit. It's not worth mentioning to me, but it's definitely a treasure for the Lu clan. Lu Zi. Uncle is a considerate person. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to call Lu Ziyu by his name, but when he thought about how he had just slept with Lu Ziyu's daughter, he could be considered his father-in-law. Calling him by his name was too impolite, so he quickly changed his words. Lin Feng put away the green serpent fruit and took out the 4 vicious cauldron. He placed the cauldron in the middle of the room and sat down cross-legged. Lin Feng summoned the purple flame core fire and the black flame god incinerating fire. The heavenly flame burned the cauldron, and the temperature of the cauldron gradually rose. Lin Feng threw the Nine Devil painting into the cauldron and started to refine it. Ah! A painful roar came from the 9 Demons painting. Brat, how dare you use heavenly fire to refine my supreme treasure, the 9 Devils painting? It's mine. You can't take it away from me. Die, the demon fetus roared. As the devil fetus finished speaking, the 9 Demons painting wanted to rush out of the cauldrons. Clang! Clang, the 9 Devils painting repeatedly slammed into the cauldron lid. It wanted to break out of the cauldron. But Lin Feng was already prepared. He used the Great Oppressive Technique and the 8 godly seals to seal the cauldron, as well as the talismans on the cauldron. The cauldrons were now tightly sealed. It would be difficult for the 9 Demons painting to break out. Lin Feng said indifferently, Devil fetus. You're just a strand of divine will. Do you want to control the 9 Demons painting to break out of the cauldron? You're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng continued to use the heavenly flame to burn the cauldron. Roar! Roar! Earth-shaking roars came out. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, 4 fierce beasts were imprinted on the cauldron. Tao Tai. Xianxia. Xiang. Primal chaos, all of them appeared. The runes on the cauldron were also activated. A powerful force rushed into the cauldron, suppressing the 9 Demons painting that was constantly attacking the cauldron. The temperature in the cauldron increased. Such a scorching temperature was extremely harmful to darkness attribute energy. Divine will belong to the dark element. Therefore, the devil fetus's divine will couldn't withstand it for a while and began to gradually disintegrate. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely tear you to pieces. The devil fetus's divine will let out an extremely resentful roar before dissipating. Who will win? It's still unknown. Lin Feng sneered. In the next moment, the devil fetus's divine will was completely destroyed. Next, Lin Feng began to refine the 9 Demons painting. Now, this treasure was an ownerless object. Lin Feng was originally worried that the artifact spirit of the 9 Demons painting would resist his refining of the 9 Demons painting. However, when he was refining the 9 Demons painting, Lin Feng realized that the artifact spirit of the 9 Demons painting seemed to be sleeping. The 9 Demons painting is divided into 9 parts. Could it be that there are 9 artifact spirits? Or perhaps there was only one artifact spirit originally, but as the 9 Demons painting was broken down, the artifact spirit also divided into 9 parts. However, no matter what the reason was, the artifact spirit of the 9 Demons painting was weakened. The 9 Demons painting was divided into 9 parts, causing the artifact spirit of the 9 Demons painting to spend most of its time sleeping. Lin Feng stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder. Of course, it was a good thing for him that the artifact spirit of the 9 Demons painting was sleeping, because this way, he could smoothly refine the 9 Demons painting. After refining it for an entire night, Lin Feng finally succeeded in refining the 9 Demons painting. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. To be able to refine a supreme treasure like the 9 Demons painting could be said to be a great help to him. Having an imperial weapon and not having one were 2 completely different concepts. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he went to find Lu Ziyu. He had an idea that he wanted to discuss with Lu Ziyu. After Lin Feng and Lu Ziyu took their seats in the hall, Lin Feng said, "The devil fetus is too powerful, and it can continuously increase its cultivation by devouring living beings. According to the information I received, the devil fetus is now attacking the Palace of Immortality. I'm afraid that the Palace of Immortality won't be able to withstand the devil fetus attack. Even if they can temporarily resist, I'm worried that heavenly demons will rush over from the central continent to assist the devil fetus. When that happens, the Palace of Immortality will definitely not be able to withstand the devil fetus." When Lu Ziyu heard Lin Feng's words, he nodded solemnly and said, "Lin Gongzi, do you mean that we should retreat in time?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, we should retreat in time. There's no other way. I think that we should organize our forces now and use the ancient void ship to transport the cultivators of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, their families, and even the ordinary people to the overseas world to settle down there. But the overseas world is so big. Where can we call home?" Lu Ziyu sighed. It was naturally very difficult to live a life away from home. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about that. The overseas nation of desire is a nation that I control. It can accommodate a large number of people. Right now, we need to transport as many people as possible to the nation of desire. When the calamity descends, the casualties will be reduced." Lu Ziyu nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. I'll write a letter to the other ancient cities and inform the higher-ups of Lin Gongzi's suggestion." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's good." 3 days later, the Raging Flame Corps sent a report of victory. Their commander, the Bloodhound Bat King, led the army and successfully ambushed the Third Demonic Slave Army. Together with the cultivators of Ironstone City, Gentleman's City, and other cities, they wiped out the Third Demonic Slave Army and won an important battle. At this point, the 3 demonic slave armies that had entered the Eastern Divine Prefecture were completely wiped out under the leadership of the Raging Flame Corps. The Devil Fetus led the army to attack the Immortal Palace, while the Immortal Palace led the forces of the 72 states in the north to fight the Demon Slave Army led by the Devil Fetus. In this battle, the Immortal Palace had used the Emperor weapon to suppress fate. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. The Demon Slave Army led by the Devil Fetus was blocked and had to retreat. At the same time, the news that Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps had wiped out the 3 demon slave armies in the East County quickly spread to the 72 states in the north and the East Sea world. The Demon Slave Legion had always been invincible. Even if they encountered obstacles, they had never suffered such a great loss. However, this time, 3 demon slave legions were actually annihilated. This was practically the most severe loss the Demon Slave Legion had suffered since the invasion of the Heavenly Devils. Moreover, there were rumors that even the Emperor weapon, the 9 Demons painting, had been taken by the Raging Flame Corps' master, Lin Feng. This news caused a stir. Countless people were talking about it, and the Raging Flame Corps became famous. In these troubled times, many people wanted to rely on the strong, hoping that they could preserve their lives or accomplish great things in these troubled times. More and more cultivators came to join the Raging Flame Corps because of its reputation. These cultivators included rogue cultivators from the 72 states in the north, rogue cultivators from the overseas world, and cultivators from the 72 states in the north who had their homes destroyed by the Demon Slave Army and fled from their homes. Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps expanded rapidly. Soon, it had 20,000 members, and the number was still increasing. During this period of time, apart from continuing to recruit, Lin Feng organized the major forces to send large numbers of cultivators, their families, and ordinary people to the overseas world on the ancient void ships. Lin Feng's power was limited after all. It was impossible for him to send everyone away. Now, he sent as many as he could. The Devil Fetus led the army to temporarily retreat to the Star State to recuperate. The Devil Fetus had completed his transformation and turned into a demonic young man. The magic lotus floated above him. The Devil Fetus was named Mose Tianzuan. It meant that he wanted to be a saint among the heavenly demons, someone who was as respected as the heavens. It was obvious how ambitious he was. However, the Devil Fetus was in an extremely bad mood now. First, it was because of the failure to attack the Immortal Palace. The second reason was that the 3 demon slave legions that had entered the East County had been annihilated. Moreover, his 9 demons painting had been snatched away. Mosei Tianzuan was confident that he could take back the 9 demons painting. However, losing the 9 demons painting temporarily still made Mosei Tianzuan very angry. Dozens of cultivators were kneeling in the hall, all of them trembling. These people were experts who had pledged allegiance to Mosei Tianzuan. They knew how cruel Mosei Tianzuan was. They had seen Mosei Tianzuan kill several experts to vent his anger. These people were naturally worried that they would be killed. Ha 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 ha, it seems like Lord Mosei Tianzuan didn't handle things well in the East Prefecture. A burst of laughter was heard. Following that, a cultivator walked into the hall. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize who this person was. This person was none other than Vast Domain's archdevil, who had fought Lin Feng in the land of sealed demons. The current Vast Domain Demon Venerable was different from the Vast Domain Demon Venerable who had just escaped. When he first escaped, Vast Realm Demon Sovereign was a demigod. Now, he had reached the true divine realm. In the primordial era, these celestial demons' cultivation bases were extremely terrifying. As time passed, their cultivation bases fell. However, as long as they had enough flesh and blood essence to replenish themselves, they could slowly recover. So it's Vast Domain's archdevil. Mosei Tianzuan glanced at Vast Domain's archdevil and said, "Are you here to laugh at me? I wouldn't dare." Vast Domain's archdevil cupped his fists and said, "You were born from the devil fetus. You will become a great emperor in the future. How could I dare laugh at you?" Despite saying that, Vast Domain's archdevil didn't really respect Mosei Tianzuan. Of course, there was a reason for that. First of all, Vast Domain's archdevil had the royal bloodline of the celestial demons. His bloodline was extremely powerful. Although it couldn't compare to the celestial demons born from the devil fetus, it wasn't far off. Secondly, Vast Domain's archdevil was a peak giant god in the primordial era. He had a chance of breaking through to the great emperor realm. Even though his strength had fallen, he still had his pride. Lastly, Vast Domain's archdevil believed that after the previous ordeal, he had gained a new understanding of life and the great Tao. Now that he had escaped, he would definitely be able to break through to the great emperor realm in the future. Mosei Tianzuan was born from the magic lotus, and his talent and bloodline were heaven-defying. However, it was hard to say whether he could become a great emperor. Since ancient times, only a small number of celestial demons born from the magic lotus had managed to become great emperors. Most still couldn't break through. If it was so easy to become a great emperor, wouldn't there be as many great emperors as dogs in the world? At most, Mosei Tianzuan had a higher chance of becoming a great emperor than others. It didn't mean that Mosei Tianzuan would definitely become a great emperor. Mosei Tianzuan knew what Vast Domain's archdevil was thinking, but Mosei Tianzuan was a thoughtful person. Even if he was dissatisfied with Vast Domain's archdevil, he wouldn't show it. Mosei Tianzuan asked, "May I know why Vast Domain's archdevil is here?" "I'm here on my master's orders. I'm here to assist you in conquering the 72 prefectures." Mosei Tianzuan's heart shook. He asked, "What's the situation over at the central prefecture?" Vast Domain's archdevil replied, "We've conquered a third of the central prefecture. In addition, our celestial demons have already conquered 42 other prefectures. We're still expanding, but we only have a dozen people. If we had a few hundred people, the martial heaven continent would have become our plaything long ago." Mosei Tianzuan said, "It's only a matter of time before we conquer the martial heaven continent." Vast Domain's archdevil replied, "It won't be that easy. The martial heaven continent has a few old bastards protecting it. Unless we can kill them, it's impossible for us to completely conquer it. However, those old bastards are currently restricted by the Immemorial Covenant's power, and they can't display their true strength. If we wait until the final battle, those old bastards will ignore the Immemorial Covenant's curse and forcefully revive their ancient power. They'll be a huge threat to us. That's a matter for the future. Right now, we need to destroy the Immortal Temple and then take control of the 72 prefectures." Mosei Tianzuan said. The next day, Mosei Tianzuan gathered his army and joined forces with Vast Domain's archdevil to launch another fierce attack on the Immortal Temple. The Palace of Immortality, the leader of the 72 states in the north, led many forces and clashed with the demon slave army led by the sky demons. This time, with the addition of the vast domain demon sovereign, Mosei Tianzuan's strength greatly increased. On the boundless Songming Plain, the two sides engaged in the most tragic battle. For our loved ones, for our friends, for our families, for the homeland that our ancestors have lived in for generations, kill, many cultivators fearlessly charged towards the demon slave army. This battle was unprecedented in history. Heavenly Venerable Demon Saint and Vast Domain Demon Venerable, two terrifying existences, joined the battlefield. They were too powerful. The cultivators of the 72 states in the north were harvested like wheat. Activate the imperial weapon, the leader of the Palace of Immortality roared. Buzz, an ancient aura was awakening. An ancient bell flew out. It was the Palace of Immortality's imperial weapon, the Longevity Bell. The Palace of Immortality took out their imperial weapon to fight against Mosei Tianzuan and the vast domain demon sovereign. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As far as the eye could see, corpses could be seen everywhere on the dark sky plains. In this battle, more than 10 elders of the Palace of Immortality had fallen. The Palace of Immortality suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat. The Palace of Immortality was occupied by the sky demons. When Lin Feng heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Even the Palace of Immortality couldn't resist the attack of the sky demons. The 72 states in the north were completely finished. He also planned to leave the East Prefecture. Even if the 72 states in the north still have the power to resist, they're no longer a threat. I'm going to the sea now and conquer the East Sea world. The vast domain demon sovereign said. Mosei Tianzuan nodded and said, then I'll wish the vast domain demon sovereign the best. The vast domain demon sovereign didn't stay. He led a group of people and left for the East Sea world. The Kingdom of Desire had an extremely high reputation in the East Sea and South Sea. Although it was a newly risen force, it was unstoppable. The inland forces were busy dealing with the sky demons. The forces of the East Sea and South Sea joined forces to attack the Kingdom of Desire. Obviously, those forces didn't want to see such a huge force rise in the sea. This was because the rise of any top force involved a conflict of interests. The forces that obstructed the rise of the Kingdom of Desire were worried that the Kingdom of Desire would be too strong to compete with them for the resources at sea. The Kingdom of Desire was already strong enough, and after Madame Qi listened to Lin Feng's advice, she got in touch with the 9 pirate kings and established an alliance. The naval forces that attacked the Desire country suffered heavy losses and eventually retreated. Because of this, the Desire country's reputation soared. Cultivators came to join the Desire country in an endless stream. Lin Feng led the Raging Flame Corps to the country of Desire. The Kingdom of Desire to prosper. Lin Feng was astonished. Madame Qi was a very capable woman. Soon, there were rumors that the cultivator behind the country of Desire was actually Lin Feng. This of the world of the Desire. Domain God Domain Sect of God Dao Great Domain Zone of the 4 successors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. The founder of the Raging Flame Corps. There were too many rumors about Lin Feng in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lin Feng's strength was so strong that even a demigod was no match for him. That was because the commander of the Raging Flame Legion was a demigod, but he had submitted to Lin Feng. This was enough to explain a lot. A large number of overseas cultivators came to join them. Lin Feng borrowed the power of the Jiang family auction house to buy Dao artifacts. Lin Feng asked the Bat King to choose experts from the cultivators who came to join them and continued to expand the Raging Flame Legion. In the end, the Raging Flame Legion expanded to 100,000 people. Moreover, everyone was equipped with a Dao artifact. This was definitely an elite force. While the Raging Flame Legion was expanding, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. Everything he had experienced during this period of time gave Lin Feng a deeper understanding of life and Dao. He felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. This seclusion lasted for 3 months. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, his cultivation had risen to the 7th level of the life and death realm. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng learned about the current situation in the overseas world. The vast domain demon Venerable led the demon slave army to the Eastern Sea world. Forces were destroyed one by one. Many pirates and cultivators in the Eastern Sea world then joined the vast domain demon Venerable. The demon slave army became stronger and stronger. The Eastern Sea world was facing an unprecedented crisis. The Eastern Sea was relatively weak among the sea regions, and the strongest was the Dragon Palace. But now that the heavenly demons invaded the Eastern Sea, the Dragon Palace sealed it and ignored the outside world. Immemorial Island, Raging Flame Island, and other top forces were all destroyed. Some people escaped, but most of them died miserably. Some chose to surrender to the vast domain demon Venerable. The other part surrendered to the nation of desire. Firecloud Island and Divine Rock Island have surrendered to the vast domain demon Venerable. Lin Feng received some news, and his face turned gloomy. Firecloud Island and Divine Rock Island were top forces in the Eastern Sea world, but now they had surrendered to the heavenly demons. Lin Feng hadn't expected this. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be too surprising. After all, more and more forces were surrendering to the heavenly demons. It was expected that these top forces would also start surrendering to the heavenly demons. After many top forces were destroyed, the heavenly demons were destroyed. The cultivator gathering areas on the sea were also destroyed. Which one of the 18 colonies didn't have tens of billions or even tens of billions of people, apart from a few who escaped? All of them died miserably. Lin Feng went to a few places where cultivators gathered, but they had already been destroyed. The seawater is red. Lin Feng murmured to himself while looking at the sea that had been dyed red. Master, the 18 colonies and more than 500 billion people have been slaughtered. The Blood Bat King stood behind Lin Feng and said carefully. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Even the most cold-hearted person couldn't remain indifferent when they saw the blood-red seawater and heard that more than 500 billion innocent people had died, right? Lin Feng's heart was filled with anger and killing intent. Look, there's a fish that escaped the net. In the distance, a demon slave army of about 10,000 people saw Lin Feng and the others standing on the beach of the 15th cultivator gathering area and shouted excitedly. Lin Feng had brought more than 100 people with him this time, but the enemy had 10,000 people. They naturally didn't care about Lin Feng and the others. Kill them all and take their treasures. The cultivators of the demon slave army roared and charged. The cultivators of the demon slave army charged over, their faces ferocious and their eyes filled with greed. Many of them had sided with the heavenly demons because they wanted to use this opportunity to make a fortune. Not good. It's Lin Feng. Run. One of the cultivators of the demon slave army shouted in horror when he saw Lin Feng. That cultivator was none other than the grandson of the Heavenly Rock King, Xianxia. Lin Feng had met him a few times, and his impression of Xianxia was terrible. Xianxia was extremely arrogant because of the Heavenly Rock King's reputation. He even talked about how the Great Rock King had knelt outside the Heavenly Rock King's cave to become his disciple, only to be chased away by the Heavenly Rock King. Little Rock King Xianxia also hated this person, but because they were both from the rock race, he tolerated it. Lin Feng guessed. Even the Great Rock King would never have thought that their senior, the Heavenly Rock King, would side with the heavenly demons. What? Lin Feng is among those people? Which Lin Feng? Someone asked. Xianxia shouted, it's that Lin Feng who makes everyone pale. Xianxia pushed his speed to the limit and fled into the distance. The others were scared out of their wits. Even the cultivators of the demon slave army were filled with fear when they talked about Lin Feng. Moreover, they had met Lin Feng today. Many of them were scared out of their wits. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said. Yes. The Bat King led a group of experts and chased after Xianxia. The cultivators Lin Feng brought with him were all top-notch experts, especially the Bat King, who was a demigod. How could the ordinary cultivators of the demon slave army escape? A large number of the demon slave army cultivators were slaughtered. Kid, you're quite good at running, but you won't be able to escape. Die. The Bat King laughed sinisterly and wanted to slap Xianxia to death. At that moment, Xianxia shouted in fear, don't kill me. I'm friends with your master, Lin Feng. When the Bat King heard Xianxia's words, it immediately stopped what it was doing. If Xianxia was Lin Feng's friend, Xianxia would be a huge mistake. Come with me, I'll bring you to see my master. said the Bat King, glancing at Jin Xingfei indifferently. The blood-red lights surrounded Jin Xingfei and brought him to Lin Feng. Master, this person is your friend. Jin Xingfei. With Xingfei. Xingfei. The demon Xingfei King. If Demon King Lan Ling hadn't intervened, I would have died at Tianping King's hands. You have the nerve to say that you're my friend? Jin Xingfei scowled miserably. Brother Lin, the enmity between you and my grandfather has nothing to do with me. I've never done anything to let you down. Brother Lin, on account of our friendship, please forgive me this time. Lin Feng sneered. You're just a demon slave army cultivator. You want me to spare you? What a joke. Take him away and kill him. No. I was wrong. I'll repent. I'll turn over a new leaf. Brother Lin, please spare my life. Jin Xingfei begged. But Lin Feng was unmoved. Haha. Grandson, you dare pretend to be my master's friend? I'll eat you. The pig-faced blood Bat King screamed and dug out Jin Xingfei's heart. Jin Xingfei died a horrible death. His body fell to the ground, and the Bat King continued to feast on Jin Xingfei's heart with relish. F***ck. Don't eat this in front of me. It makes me sick. Lin Feng said angrily. Yes, master. I was wrong. The Bat King apologized and quickly walked to the side, swallowing Jin Xingfei's heart in one gulp. Only a few of the 10,000 demon slaves managed to escape. The rest were killed. Lin Feng left and returned to paradise. The East Sea had fallen. There would be a huge battle with the vast domain demon master. Lin Feng needed to go back and prepare for the battle. Paradise was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. It was the last paradise of the East Sea. Countless cultivators on the sea fled to the rogue nation. Although Paradise's strength had increased, the vast domain demon master was too terrifying. He was invincible. Many people were worried that Paradise wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. On this day, Lin Feng asked Madame Qi to gather countless cultivators in Paradise's square. Millions of cultivators gathered. Lin Feng appeared in Paradise's square. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many people had mixed feelings. Many people had seen Lin Feng before. At that time, Lin Feng had just started to show his talent. Now, he was the leader of the resistance against the otherworldly demons. In less than 10 years, Lin Feng's growth was too fast. If Lin Feng could really lead everyone to stop the otherworldly demons, it would be a great achievement for 1,000 years. At that time, the heavenly Tao would surely send endless karmic luck to support Lin Feng. Maybe Lin Feng would become a god in the celestial martial continent. Everyone. The 500 billion innocent people of the East Sea have been slaughtered. Did you see the blood that dyed the sea red? Did you see the destruction of your former home? Do you remember the faces of your friends and family who died tragically? Do you remember that the hatred in our hearts can't be washed away even if the 4 seas are washed away? Right now, Paradise is the last paradise. Our loved ones, parents, elders, sons, daughters, juniors, clansmen are here. There are too many people we care about. We have no way out. The only thing we can do now is to abandon the fear in our hearts and fight the otherworldly demons to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Lin Feng's deep voice resounded in the square. Hearing Lin Feng's powerful words, many cultivators felt as if their blood was burning. The fear in their hearts gradually dissipated, and the fire of hatred in their hearts burned fiercely. Fight to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Fight to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Millions of cultivators shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds. 1,000 miles away, endless demonic chi rolled. The mighty demonic slave army swept through the sky. Under the leadership of vast domain's demon sovereign, 3 million demonic slaves flew in the direction of Paradise. 2 hours later, the demonic slave army could already see Paradise. Master. We're here. Heavenly Ping King flew over and bowed to vast domain's demon sovereign. Ha 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 ha, great, as long as we destroy Paradise, the East Sea will be completely in our hands. At that time, we will use the East Sea as the center and start conquering the sea world of Heaven Marshall continent. We must conquer all the sea worlds. The resources in the sea are endless. Vast domains. Demon Sovereign laughed loudly. We pledge our lives to follow Master. The 3 million demonic slaves shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. They're here. Lin Feng looked at the army in the sky and whispered. War drums! Shouted Lin Feng while unsheathing his sword. Asterisk dong 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 dong, asterisk. As soon as he finished speaking, the war drums began to beat and resounded throughout the world. The 4 million cultivator army was ready and waiting for the arrival of the 3 million demon slave army. Asterisk roar roar roar, asterisk roars shook the sky as the army of 200,000 ferocious birds and beasts rushed to the front. The ferocious birds and beasts roared, their ferocious auras filling the sky. A powerful demon slave army cultivator sat on each of the birds and beasts. This was the most elite army of the demon slave army, and it was given the name Wanshou Army by the vast domain demon sovereign. In many large-scale battles, the Wanshou Army had made great contributions and was highly appreciated by the vast domain demon sovereign. The commander of the Wanshou Army was no stranger to Lin Feng. It was the old fart Tianping King. Behind the Wanshou Army was a vast army of demon slave cultivators. At a glance, there was no end in sight. The army stopped above the ocean outside the chaotic nation. Looking at the endless demon slave army, many ordinary people in the chaotic nation were so scared that they started to cry. Many of them had lost their loved ones to the demon slave army, and they were lucky enough to escape. Now that they saw the demon slave army again, their spirits were on the verge of collapsing. The demon slave army was like a nightmare to many people. They couldn't get rid of it, and it caused serious psychological trauma to many people. Kid, you were lucky enough to escape from the demon sealing land, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. The vast domain demon sovereign looked at Lin Feng with his gloomy eyes. Lin Feng sneered. There are many things you didn't expect. Did you expect that you would die in the Eastern Sea world today? Ha 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 ha. The vast domain demon sovereign suddenly laughed. He was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke in his life. The vast domain demon sovereign said disdainfully. When I first escaped, I was only a demigod. You had to rely on the death god armor's defense to barely fight me. Now that I've recovered to the deity realm, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. So what if you're a deity? I have an imperial weapon. It's still not certain who will win. Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. The 9 demon painting. The painting of the 9 demons soared into the sky and floated above Lin. When he saw the 9 devil portrait, vast domain archdevil was clearly shocked. This is my clan's 9 devil portrait. How did you get it? The vast domain demon sovereign was smart. He sneered and said, so it's Mosei Tianzuan's 9 demons painting. You stole it from him. I was wondering why Mosei Tianzuan didn't take it out when the Palace of Immortality's people used their imperial weapon. So it was you who took it. It seems that Mosei Tianzuan cherishes his face a lot. He didn't tell you that I stole it. Lin Feng said indifferently. To that, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. Although Mosei Tianzuan, the vast domain demon sovereign, and Gongzi Yu were all celestial demons, they didn't really want to deal with each other. Including Gongzi Yu, they were all postnatal celestial demons. Postnatal celestial demons were celestial demons who were conceived by ordinary celestial demons. Mosei Tianzuan, on the other hand, was a prenatal celestial demon. He was a celestial demon born from the magic lotus. Prenatal celestial demons were more talented and had the potential to become great emperors. That was why they were so arrogant. They didn't even think highly of postnatal celestial demons, who were also celestial demons. It was a conflict that had existed among celestial demons for millions of years. For example, Mosei Tianzuan didn't think highly of the vast domain demon sovereign. The vast domain demon sovereign had been a giant god in the primordial era. He had gone through a lot of hardships. Now that he had regained his freedom, his strength was gradually recovering. He didn't think highly of Mosei Tianzuan either. However, the two sides were currently in the stage of cooperation, So there were no bloody events like the pre-celestial demons and post-celestial demons fighting for power in the celestial demon kingdom. But it was possible that they were hiding things from each other. For example, if the vast domain demon sovereign found out that Mosei Tianzuan's 9 demons painting had been taken away by Lin Feng, how would he react? It was inevitable that he would be mocked. So Mosei Tianzuan naturally wouldn't tell the vast domain demon sovereign about such an embarrassing thing. The vast domain demon sovereign looked greedily at the 9 demons painting. It's better that you didn't tell me. I'll pretend that I don't know. After I kill you, the 9 demons painting will be mine. Then, Mosei Tianzuan won't have the face to ask me for it. The vast domain demon sovereign was overjoyed when he thought about how he was about to obtain the 9 demons painting. He laughed sinisterly and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Roar, 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 the roars of beasts resounded through the sky. 200,000 flying beast riders took the lead. Behind them was the demonic slave army. Demonic chi that blotted out the sky surged. The 3 million demonic slave army was like an army of death that had come out of hell. "Kill," Lin Feng shouted. The Rogue Nation's cultivator army also rushed into the sky. The armies immediately collided. Corpses constantly fell from the sky. There were the corpses of the Rogue Nation's cultivators. There were also the corpses of the demonic slave army. The sky was dyed blood red. The Wanshou army's combat strength was very strong. Because they were a combination of cultivators and mounts, they were simply invincible. The 200,000 soldiers rampaged through the Rogue Nation's cultivator army. A large number of Rogue Nation's cultivators were killed. 100,000 cultivators, 100,000 soldiers, with my blood, I salute the Emperor of Heaven. Kill. At this time, the Raging Flame Corps under the command of their commander, the Bloodhound Bat King, attacked the Wanshou army. Among the 4 million cultivator army under Lin Feng's command, the Raging Flame Corps was the most powerful. Whether it was the strength of the cultivators or the magic treasures they were equipped with, the Raging Flame Corps was the best. 100,000 Dao artifacts appeared in the sky. 100,000 cultivators attacked together. The lethality caused by the Dao artifacts was too terrifying. Wherever the Dao artifacts swept, the cultivators there would die tragically. Bang, 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 the Wanshou army could not withstand the attacks of the 100,000 Raging Flame Corps. A large number of cultivators and mounts of the Wanshou army exploded in midair. They were killed by the Raging Flame Corps. Counterattack, counterattack. The Heavenly Pun King roared and summoned the Wanshou army to counterattack the Raging Flame Corps. The Wanshou army's strength was extremely terrifying. After all, it was the strongest army under the command of the vast domain archdevil. After the Wanshou army gradually gained a foothold, they began to counterattack the Raging Flame Corps. The cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps began to be killed by the cultivators of the Wanshou army in the chaotic battle. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Lin Feng, you despicable little insect. Today, I'm going to kill you. The vast domain archdevil stepped forward with indescribable arrogance. He slapped at Lin Feng across the void. In the void, a large energy palm condensed and fell from the sky, wanting to kill Lin Feng with one slap. Even a casual attack from a god was extremely terrifying. Now that Hao Jie's demon master had broken through to the god layer, Lin Feng had the impression he was going to die. Lin Feng could fight a demigod if he used all his means, but there was still a huge gap between him and a true god. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless in the face of vast domain archdevil's attack. He took out the Grim Reaper armor and used the 9 demon picture to attack vast domain archdevil. Buzz. The 9 demon picture emitted a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the world. Bang! In the next moment, the 9 demons picture collided with the energy handprint formed by Vast Realm Archdevil Venerable, directly breaking his attack. Vast Domain Archdevil wasn't annoyed at all when his attack was destroyed. Instead, he was very excited. He was pleasantly surprised as he continued, I never expected the 9 devil portrait to be so powerful. With your meager cultivation base, you are able to unleash such a powerful attack by activating the 9 devil portrait. If I were to gain control of the 9 devil portrait and activate it against my enemies, just how powerful would it be? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and take the 9-demon picture. Let's see if you have the ability to take it first. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. The 9-demon picture emitted a shocking wave of energy that shook the void. A trace of Emperor's aura could crush the sky. Lin Feng used the 9-demon picture to suppress Vast Domain Archdevil. Humph. Vast Domain Archdevil snorted in the face of the attack and said disdainfully, "Your cultivation is too weak. Do you think you can threaten me with your cultivation? You're daydreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Vast Domain Archdevil stepped forward and threw a punch at the 9-demon picture. With a loud bang, Vast Domain Archdevil's punch collided with the 9-demon picture. A god's cultivation was indeed terrifying. His physical body shook the 9-demon picture, but he wasn't injured. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't this Vast Domain Demon Venerable a little too powerful? If the Vast Domain Demon Venerable was a small pond when he first escaped, the current Vast Domain Demon Sovereign had become a boundless ocean. It was the difference between a small pond and a vast ocean. This was the difference between when Vast Domain's Demon Venerable had just escaped and now. This kind of gap was simply as huge as a natural chasm. This kind of gap was simply an insurmountable gap. It was no wonder that the Vast Domain Demon Sovereign didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. At this moment, the Vast Domain Demon Sovereign was indeed too powerful. Suppress him. Vast Domain Demon Sovereign sneered. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a pitch-black phantom of a divine mountain formed. The illusory image of the sacred mountain descended from the sky, wanting to suppress the 9 demons' painting. Vast Domain Demon Venerable. You want to suppress my 9 devils' painting? That's wishful thinking. Lin Feng let out a loud roar, and his magic power continuously poured into the 9 devils' picture. The runes on the 9 devils' picture, under the blessing of Lin Feng's powerful magic power, began to gradually recover. With the recovery of the runes, the aura of the 9 devils' picture also became stronger and stronger. Boom, an ancient and powerful aura emanated from the 9 devils' picture, as if an ancient great emperor had awakened from a deep sleep. Under Lin Feng's urging, the power of the 9 devils' picture was gradually awakening. The 9 devils' picture blasted toward the phantom of the sacred mountain that descended from the sky. The powerful phantom of the sacred mountain was instantly shattered by the 9 devils' picture. Then, under the control of Lin Feng, the 9 devils' picture blasted toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Inside the 9 devils' picture, demonic chi gushed out. The majestic demonic chi poured down like a torrential flood. It wanted to drown Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Vast Domain Demon Venerable was obviously shocked. Your cultivation base is as weak as an ant, but you can activate a trace of the 9 devils' picture's power. It seems like you have a lot of secrets hidden in your body. But when I kill you, the 9 devils' picture will be mine, and your secrets will be discovered by me. Everything you have will belong to me. As soon as the Vast Domain Demon Venerable's voice fell, he stepped out of the void. Ancient incantations were chanted by the Vast Domain Demon Venerable. O mighty nation of devils, descend upon us with your supreme demonic might. Let all the lowly creatures in this universe feel your greatness. As soon as the Vast Domain Demon Venerable's voice fell, above the 9 heavens, there were terrifying waves of energy. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound. It was hazy. A mysterious world appeared. In that world, there was an ancient devil kingdom. In that devil kingdom, there were endless demons living. There were ancient blood demons, sky demons, earth demons, winged demons, and so on. There were many demons. Lin Feng had never seen them before. That ancient world seemed to be the holy devil kingdom that all demons yearned for. It was a world that surpassed the universe and could compete with the undying world. The shadow of the devil kingdom fell from the sky and directly crashed into the 9 devils' picture. Clang, the devil kingdom and the 9 devils' picture collided. Suddenly, the void began to collapse. It was a terrifying scene. Pieces of the void collapsed one after another. The land of all devils had actually managed to block the attack of the 9 devils diagram. This is the supreme technique of my celestial demon clan. It's even more powerful than many emperor techniques. Back then, if you hadn't reached the giant god realm, you wouldn't have been qualified to cultivate this technique. Boy, you didn't die in vain because of this peerless technique. The vast domain demon Venerable laughed sinisterly. He was full of confidence in this technique of the Devil Kingdom. This unique skill was indeed powerful. The Devil Kingdom and the Nine Devils picture collided 36 times in a row. The power condensed by the Nine Demons diagram was actually dispersed by the land of infinite demons. How is this possible? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. That was an emperor weapon. And now, the attack of an emperor weapon was broken by a divine ability. Was this a god, a true god? Sure enough, it was not an existence that mortals could speculate about. His cultivation was too heaven-defying. Everyone below the god realm is an ant, so no matter what means you have, in my eyes, you're just an ant. The vast domain demon Venerable's face was full of a sinister smile. He controlled the devil fruit to crash toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned the Nine Devils picture back and quickly retreated, trying to avoid the Devil Kingdom's attack. However, the Devil Kingdom had locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. Bang! The country of the 10,000 demons collided with Lin Feng and sent him flying away. Wah! Even with a divine artifact, Lin Feng felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Die! The vast domain demon Venerable's voice was indifferent. Rumble! The members of the 10,000 demons country moved towards Lin Feng. The land of devils was simply too powerful. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the 10,000 demons country, dodging the attacks of the 10,000 demons country. However, the land of devils had completely locked onto Lin Feng's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. Demon Sovereign Vast Domain sneered. Brat, it's useless. You won't be able to dodge this attack. Today, you're dead for sure. No one can save you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Don't get cocky too early. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng used Skymender. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. Swoosh! Lin Feng moved horizontally, instantly dodging the land of devils attack. Bang! The land of devils attack shattered the void, but it failed to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. After dodging the attack of the 10,000 demons country, Lin Feng took out a talisman and activated it. The Jade Talisman condensed a spatial teleportation formation. Lin Feng stepped onto the formation and instantly disappeared. A spatial teleportation formation talisman. Are you trying to escape? How can an ant escape from a god? Demon Sovereign Vast Domain's face was filled with disdain. He stepped out and disappeared without a trace. He had traveled through the void to chase after Lin Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly traveled through the void, raising his speed to the limit. Demon Sovereign Vast Domain soon caught up. He sneered and said, "And here I thought you were someone with backbone. Aren't you just running for your life in the face of disaster?" Lin Feng didn't say anything. After traveling through the void, he took out a second spatial teleportation talisman and activated it. He then continued traveling into the distance. However, even with the help of the talisman, Lin Feng couldn't escape from Demon Sovereign Vast Domain. God's means were too terrifying. Lin Feng had to use the Void Transmission Jade Charm to perform long-distance void travel. Gods, on the other hand, had the ability to traverse the void with their physical bodies. Gods were too powerful. Not to mention traversing the void with their physical bodies, they could even enter the outer space and roam the outer space without any problems. This was God, they wielded power that mortals could not grasp. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living things. One was fleeing while the other was chasing. It didn't take long for them to cross hundreds of millions of miles. After chasing for a long time without being able to catch up with Lin Feng, Vast Realm Demon Venerable's face gradually became gloomy. He was a god. Chasing after a mortal, Vast Domain Archdevil Venerable felt humiliated that he couldn't catch up after such a long time. He couldn't help but feel angry. Vast Domain Demon Venerable said coldly, "Boy, you've already used up more than 1,000 void travel jade talismans. I'd like to see how many more you have." Lin Feng said, "Your grandfather has a lot of void travel jade talismans on him. It's enough to exhaust your magic power." Demon Venerable Vast Domain was furious. His voice was filled with cold killing intent as he said, "Boy. You're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke me. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, because that would be too easy for you. I'll torture you ruthlessly and make you wish you were dead. Only in this way can I quell my anger. Keep dreaming. Trash like you won't be able to catch up with me even if you chase me for a lifetime." Lin Feng shouted loudly. "I'm so angry. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Vast Domain Demon Venerable roared and attacked Lin Feng from a distance of more than 10 miles. However, Lin Feng left the parallel space ahead of time. Then, he activated a new Void Transmission Jade Talisman. Lin Feng continued to flee. Vast Domain Demon Venerable was in hot pursuit. Finally, Lin Feng saw the East Sea's Aolai country. "I'm in the East." Lin Feng rushed into Aolai country. Aolai country had long become a country without people. It was daytime, but the wind was howling. Lonely souls and wild ghosts could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng didn't stop. He rushed in the direction of the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng's escape had been planned long ago. Originally, he had made 2 preparations. First, if he could use the Imperial Weapon 9 Demon Painting to kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable, that would be the best thing. If he couldn't kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable, then, Lin Feng would use the second preparation, which was to lead Vast Domain Demon Venerable to the magnetic fog lake. Mosei Tianzuan and Vast Domain Demon Venerable seemed to be friendly on the surface, but behind their backs, they were tit for tat. This was caused by the accumulated hatred of innate and acquired demons for billions of years. Mosei Tianzuan didn't tell Vast Domain Demon Venerable that he had stolen the 9 Demon Painting. Mosei Tianzuan also wouldn't tell Vast Domain Demon Venerable about the magnetic fog lake. After all, Mosei Tianzuan was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake. If Vast Domain Demon Venerable knew about this, who knew what kind of strange look he would give to Mosei Tianzuan? Lin Feng's original plan was to lead Vast Domain Demon Venerable to the sunken ship. But in his previous conversation with Vast Domain Demon Venerable, he knew that Mosei Tianzuan didn't even tell Vast Domain Demon Venerable about the 9 Demon Painting being stolen. Then, he speculated that Mosei Tianzuan also didn't mention the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake. So Lin Feng changed his plan. He wanted to lead Vast Domain Demon Venerable to the mysterious corpse. The sunken ship was even stranger and scarier than Corpse Burial Valley. Lin Feng also tried his best not to touch the corpse in the sunken ship. Finally, Lin Feng saw the magnetic fog lake. It was right in front of him, shrouded in black fog. Lin Feng plunged into the magnetic fog lake. "Can't run away." Vast Domain Demon Venerable sneered and followed him into the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng still remembered the last time Luo Yan took him past the ancient serpent's lair. Lin Feng didn't forget the exact location of the ancient serpent's lair. After entering the magnetic fog lake, Lin Feng quickly lurked towards the ancient serpent's lair. Vast Domain Demon Venerable's aura was monstrous. His killing intent was almost tangible. Vast Domain Demon Venerable couldn't wait to catch Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into pieces. Finally, Lin Feng saw the ancient serpent's lair. Vast Domain Demon Venerable didn't hide his terrifying killing intent. The resting ancient serpent was also alarmed. It opened its cold eyes and raised its head. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed into the distance. And the ancient serpent just happened to see Vast Domain Demon Venerable chasing after it. Huff. The ancient serpent opened its mouth and spat out a mass of destructive black energy toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Because in the ancient serpent's view, Vast Domain Demon Venerable was challenging its dignity. Vast Domain Demon Venerable's expression became very ugly. He now knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Facing the ancient serpent's attack, he didn't dare to be careless. Vast Domain Demon Venerable condensed a giant hand of energy and slapped at the ancient serpent. Bang, the attacks of the two terrifying existences collided. The huge magnetic fog lake shook violently. The ancient serpent's strength was indeed terrifying enough to contend with the demon venerable of Vast Domain. After this attack, the ancient serpent's eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light. The 2 rays of light instantly pierced through the void and blasted toward the demon venerable of Vast Domain. 9 slashes of the demon emperor. The demon venerable of vast domain took action and evolved the supreme emperor technique of the celestial demons to resist the ancient serpent's attack. Bang, the attacks of the two sides collided and then both were annihilated. The demon venerable of vast domain said, "Ancient serpent, I have no intention to be your enemy. I was just chasing a despicable boy. That boy led me to you, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't be fooled by that boy. He's using you to deal with me." The ancient serpent was a very intelligent fierce beast, and its cultivation was profound. Naturally, it could understand the meaning of the demon venerable of vast domain's words. The ancient serpent's cold eyes flickered slightly, and finally its huge body retreated back into the abyss. "Boy, you can't escape." The demon venerable of vast domain let out a sigh of relief, and then his face twisted. He had been chasing Lin Feng all the way, but he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng, which made him extremely annoyed. Now that he was tricked by Lin Feng again, the demon venerable of vast domain felt that the anger in his chest was about to burst out. He quickly rushed forward and began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts with his powerful divine mind. Lin Feng had long guessed that the ancient serpent couldn't fight the demon venerable of vast domain to the death, so he went straight to Corpse Burial Valley. The corpses here were extremely terrifying. Even Mose Tianzuan was injured by the corpses in Corpse Burial Valley. And there was only one corpse at that time. There were more than 20 corpses in the entire Corpse Burial Valley. If all these corpses attacked, even a god would die. Lin Feng hid in the forest next to Corpse Burial Valley, quietly waiting for the arrival of the demon venerable of vast domain. It didn't take long for the demon venerable of vast domain to catch up. The demon venerable of vast domain's murderous intent was monstrous, and he didn't hide it. The middle-aged man in Corpse Burial Valley sensed vast domain demon venerate's killing intent and opened his eyes. Last time, it was this corpse that had injured Mose Tianzuan. This vast domain demon venerable is too arrogant. Even in a dangerous place like the magnetic fog lake, you don't have any restraint. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In truth, Lin Feng could also see through the thoughts of the vast domain demon lord. Vast domain demon venerable was indeed powerful, so it was normal for him to have no misgivings. Furthermore, a terrifying creature like the primordial serpent had already appeared in a mere lake. Could there be an existence even more dangerous than the primordial serpent? If there was, the probability was too small. After all, this was only a lake, not a vast ocean. How could it contain two terrifying creatures? If there were really two such terrifying existences, wouldn't these two existences fight to the death in order to fight for territory? It was precisely because of this mentality. Therefore, vast domain demon venerable thought that no more terrifying beings would appear. But this time, vast domain demon venerable miscalculated. Because there was indeed an existence even more terrifying than the primordial serpent here. However, these terrifying existences were not living beings, but dead cultivators. A group of ancient, mysterious, and incomparably demonic corpses. The moment the mysterious corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley opened its eyes, a cold aura instantly spread out from the Corpse Burial Valley. The surrounding dozens of miles seemed to have turned into a netherworld. The mysterious corpse flew out from the Corpse Burial Valley. At this time, vast domain demon venerable also saw the mysterious corpse. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Why is this lake so strange? There are so many terrifying existences. An expert at the level of vast domain's demon venerable could naturally see at a glance that the terrifying existence that stepped out was simply a corpse. Vast domain demon venerable was unusually angry because he knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng again. Originally, vast domain demon venerable thought that there was only one primordial serpent in the magnetic fog lake, but now it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. He didn't know much about the magnetic fog lake. And Lin Feng knew the magnetic fog lake like the back of his hand. So, he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Vast domain demon venerable obviously didn't want to fight with the mysterious corpse. He planned to temporarily retreat and then seal the magnetic fog lake with his divine sense. As long as Lin Feng appeared, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. If Lin Feng didn't appear, it would be very easy. The corpse had obviously been startled to awaken. After he retreated, the corpse would definitely fall into a state of silence. At that time, he could enter the magnetic fog lake again. As long as he didn't startle the corpse, it would be fine. Vast Domain Demon Venerable's idea was excellent. But Vast Domain Demon Venerable underestimated the mysterious corpse's strength. When Vast Domain Demon Venerable retreated, the mysterious corpse had already arrived beside him. He raised his right hand and slashed at Vast Domain Demon Venerable. So fast? Vast Domain Demon Venerable was shocked. He originally thought that he could retreat, but he didn't expect the mysterious corpse to be so fast that he didn't even have a chance to retreat. The mysterious corpse's attack had already blasted down. Vast Domain Demon Venerable felt the power of the mysterious corpse's attack, and his expression suddenly changed greatly. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly condensed 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor to sweep at the mysterious corpse. Bang, the two sides collided. Demon Venerable Vast Domain immediately felt as if he had been hit by a fast-moving planet. Inside his body, his blood and chi roiled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious corpse's attack was too tyrannical. The mysterious corpse's attack was continuous. After repelling Vast Domain Demon Venerable, he condensed a second attack. Whoosh! The mysterious corpse shot up and turned into an immortal killing light, tearing apart heaven and earth, and slashing toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Vast Domain Demon Venerable felt this attack and his expression changed greatly. Myriad Demon Kingdom. Vast Domain Demon Venerable didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly condensed his trump card to block the mysterious corpse's attack. Bang! The two sides suddenly collided. The mysterious corpse collided with Vast Domain Demon Venerable 7 times in a row. Vast Domain Demon Venerable finally couldn't bear it anymore. The myriad demon kingdom he condensed was torn apart by the killing light formed by the mysterious corpse. Then the mysterious corpse slashed toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. At this time, light flashed in Vast Domain Demon Venerable's right hand, and he summoned a blood-colored greatsword. He waved it and resisted the mysterious corpse's attack with difficulty. Here's the chance. Kill. Hidden in the dark, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He soared into the sky, summoned the 9 demons picture, and attacked Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Now was the best time to kill the Vast Domain Overlord because he was resisting the mysterious corpse's attack. Moreover, it was not easy for him to do so. Now that the Vast Domain Overlord's defense was at its weakest, if he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Brat! You're courting death. Seeing Lin Feng's sudden attack, the Vast Domain Overlord couldn't help but roar. He raised his left hand and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Divine Spell Tome. Come out. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the Vast Domain Overlord again. Therefore, Lin Feng took out all his treasures. The Divine Spell Tome was a treasure that he had used once against Great Ming Prison's Demon King. It was indeed powerful, but the Divine Spell Tome had its own weakness. The number of times it could be used was limited. Lin Feng estimated that the Divine Spell Tome still had one more use. Now, in order to deal with the Vast Domain Overlord, Lin Feng did not hesitate to use up the last use of the Divine Spell Tome. Waves of tyrannical energy waves emanated from the Divine Spell Tome. Saint spirits of all eras could not escape reincarnation, a low voice resounded. The Divine Spell Tome condensed into an illusory and blurry figure. This was the mysterious cultivator who had written the Divine Spell Tome. Lin Feng did not know his origin, but he knew how terrifying this person was. Even though it was just an illusory figure, it possessed boundless divine might. His attack collided with the Vast Domain Overlord's and immediately blocked the latter's attack. At this time, Lin Feng took out the Heavenly God Elixir. He still had 10 drops left. He fused all 10 drops of Heavenly God liquid into the 9 demons diagram. Activating a divine artifact required 5 drops of Heavenly God Elixir. However, activating an imperial weapon was much more difficult. Lin Feng was even a little worried that 10 drops of Heavenly God Elixir would not be enough to activate the 9 demons painting's power. Fortunately, Lin Feng's worries did not come true. The 10 drops of Heavenly God Elixir activated a trace of the 9 demons painting's imperial might. A terrifying aura spread out. The runes on the 9 demons diagram intertwined. Under Lin Feng's manipulation, the 9 devils' portrait swept toward Vast Realm Demon Venerable. Vast Domain Demon Venerable blocked the mysterious corpse's attacks while blocking the God Spirit spellbook's attacks. Now, he could no longer deal with the attacks of the 9 demons painting. Bang, the 9 demons diagram's attack slammed into Vast Domain's Demon Sovereign. Vast Domain Demon Venerable's strength was doubted, but even though he was powerful now, he had only just recovered his deity realm. 5th Heaven of the God Realm, Void God, Divine Flame, True God, Heavenly God, Giant God. The Vast Domain Demon Venerable was only at the lowest level of the Virtual God Realm. He was not so powerful that he was difficult to fight against. On the other hand, Lin Feng had used the Heavenly Deity Elixir to activate the Emperor Weapon's Emperor Might. Emperor's Might, how terrifying was that? Therefore, Vast Domain Demon Venerable's body directly exploded after taking the blow from the 9 demons picture. When the Vast Domain Demon Venerate first escaped, he didn't even have a physical body. His body was a fragment of his soul and origin, but the celestial demons themselves were very strange. They could form a body of flesh and blood. When Vast Domain Demon Venerable recovered his deity realm cultivation, he formed a new body of flesh and blood. Now, his body had been destroyed by Lin Feng's Emperor Weapon, the 9 demons painting, which infuriated Vast Domain Demon Venerable greatly. He couldn't help but roar, "How can this be? I, Vast Domain Demon Venerable, a dignified deity realm expert, had my body destroyed by an ant like you. This is a great humiliation. Boy, do you think you can kill me like this? You're gravely mistaken. I am an immortal existence. Even if my body is destroyed, it can be reconstructed. This is the terrifying power of the celestial demons." As soon as Vast Domain Demon Venerable finished speaking, his body indeed began to reconstruct. But at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The mysterious corpse opened its mouth wide and began to devour the flesh and blood essence of Vast Domain Demon Venerable. No, no, no. Vast Domain Demon Venerable finally screamed in horror. No matter what Lin Feng did, Vast Domain Demon Venerable was confident that he could resolve it. Because Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low in Vast Domain Demon Venerable's eyes. No matter how strange his methods were, it would be difficult to truly kill him. But the mysterious corpse was different. The mysterious corpse was extremely strange, which made Vast Domain Demon Venerable tremble in fear. A large amount of Vast Domain Demon Venerable's origin and soul power were devoured by the mysterious corpse. The other part of his origin and soul escaped into the distance. You can't escape. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He used the Great Ice technique to seal the original essence and the remnant soul of the demon of Vast World. Break! Vast Domain Demon Venerable's origin and soul was still terrifying. The moment it was sealed by the Great Ice Art, it broke the Great Ice Art. But at this time, Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldron and the sky-swallowing jar. Lin Feng activated the sky-swallowing jar to devour Vast Domain Demon Venerable's origin and soul, then threw the sky-swallowing jar into the 4 ferocious cauldron to suppress it. He was worried that the incomplete sky-swallowing jar couldn't suppress Vast Domain Demon Venerable's origin and soul. First using the sky-swallowing jar, then using the 4 ferocious cauldron, double insurance. Lin Feng was confident that even if Vast Domain Demon Venerable was powerful, it would be difficult for him to break the double suppression of the sky-swallowing jar and the 4 ferocious cauldron to escape. Then Lin Feng put away the 4 ferocious cauldron and took out a void teleportation jade talisman, wanting to leave this place quickly. Bang! But at this time, the mysterious corpse took a step forward, and the void teleportation jade talisman shattered. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The mysterious corpse was now targeting him. The mysterious corpse took action. His speed was too fast, as if he had teleported towards Lin Feng. This speed made Lin Feng pale. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and slashed at the mysterious corpse. Bang! He collided with the mysterious corpse. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His whole body flew out uncontrollably, and the arm holding the blood-colored sword was broken. He couldn't help but cough up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had already guessed that this would happen. After all, the mysterious corpse's attacks were indiscriminate. If he attacked Vast Domain Demon Venerable, he would attack him. But now, when faced with the mysterious corpse's attack, Lin Feng could only feel helpless. The mysterious corpse's battle strength was too tyrannical. Even Vast Domain Demon Venerable was no match for him, let alone Lin Feng. After repelling Lin Feng, the mysterious corpse took action again, turning into an immortal killing light and slashing towards Lin Feng. The terrifying attack instantly enveloped Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that there was no way out. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't block this terrifying attack. Lin Feng's face turned pale. At this critical moment, a ghost ship rushed out of the void and directly crashed into the mysterious corpse. The ghost ship had arrived. Luo Yan had arrived. The ghost ship was now very different from before. It was now about 20 meters long and had been made with the spine of a void beast and epical divine wood. Thus, the ghost ship had undergone a huge transformation. Bang! The ghost ship collided with the mysterious corpse, and there was a loud crash. The ghost ship had actually blocked the mysterious corpse's attack. Luo Yan laughed and said, "Lin Feng, what do you think of my ghost ship? Isn't it awesome? The body of the ship made with the spine of a void beast and epical divine wood is indeed extraordinary." Lin Feng quickly jumped onto the ghost ship and said, "Of course. That terrifying sunken ship was made of the same material as your ghost ship. However, we can't stay here for long. Let's go." Luo Yan also knew that they couldn't stay here for long. The mysterious corpse was too terrifying. One attack wouldn't be able to destroy the ghost ship. What if it came a dozen times, or even dozens of times, would the ghost ship be destroyed? Thus, Luo Yan quickly steered the ghost ship into the distance. Bang! The mysterious corpse chased after them and attacked the ghost ship again. The ghost ship shook violently, but in the end, it blocked the mysterious corpse's attack and charged into the distance. The ghost ship's defense was so shocking that even Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious corpse couldn't go too far from Corpse Burial Valley, so it didn't chase after the ghost ship in the end. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated his immortal divine body. His injuries quickly healed. "I can't stay here. I have to return to the Nation of Desire. The battle is still going on there. Will you come with me?" Lin Feng asked. "I'll pass. This magnetic fog lake is where I should be. Now that I've successfully refined this ghost ship, I need to properly refine a new one," Luo Yan said. Luo Yan said. Lin Feng nodded. He used the void teleportation talisman to teleport. He didn't stop along the way. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally returned to the Nation of Desire. The battle had been going on for many days, and both sides had stopped temporarily. Clearly, they were all waiting for the result of the battle between Lin Feng and Vast Domain Demon Venerable. The battle between the two leaders would determine the direction of the war. The cultivators from the Demon Slave Legion were naturally filled with confidence. Vast Domain's Demon Venerable was a god. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was still a mortal. Mortals were ants in front of God. Therefore, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Demon Slave Corps, Lin Feng only had one path: death. On the side of the Country of Desire, everyone was in a state of panic. After all, Lin Feng's opponent was a god. Facing a god, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a god. Although he was extremely worried. However, all the cultivators of the Country of Desire could do now was to wait for the results. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. Both the Demon Slave Army and the cultivators from the Country of Desire were shocked. They looked at the cultivator who stepped out of the void. "Yes, Master." The Bat King cried out in surprise. "It's Lin Feng." Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, Shangguan Fei'er, and the others were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. "That's great, Lin Feng is back." Xikong Jiayue, Su Zimo, and the others clenched their fists tightly. "Sir, did you kill a god?" The cultivators of the Country of Desire shouted excitedly. "How is that possible?" The eyes of the cultivators of the Demon Slave Army almost popped out of their sockets. They looked at Lin Feng, who stepped out of the void in disbelief. Shouldn't the one who returned be the vast domain archdevil? The vast domain archdevil was a god. A high and mighty existence. Who could defeat him? Lin Feng should have died at the hands of the vast domain archdevil. Why was Lin Feng back? The demon slave army still had about 2,300,000 cultivators left. They were filled with doubts and confusion. Soldiers of the country of desire. I've killed the vast domain archdevil. Now, charge. Destroy the demon slave army and avenge your loved ones, friends, and fellow disciples. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and shouted. Kill. The morale of the cultivators of the country of desire was greatly boosted. Their battle cries resounded through the clouds. The densely packed cultivator army charged towards the demon slave army. Master is dead. Let's run. The cultivators of the demon slave army immediately panicked. Many of them fled into the distance. They didn't know how a mortal like Lin Feng could kill the vast domain archdevil. However, the vast domain archdevil's death was a fact. Now that the morale of the demon slave army had completely collapsed, how could they dare to stay and fight against the cultivators of the country of desire? They could only pray that they could escape successfully. On one side, the cultivators of the demon slave army were running away pathetically. On the other side, the cultivators of the demon slave army had their morale boosted. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The battle could be said to be extremely tragic. The originally powerful demon slave army's fighting strength had decreased sharply due to the lack of morale. Moreover, they all wanted to escape and fight for themselves. Facing the cultivators of the country of desire, they couldn't stop themselves from resisting. A large number of cultivators of the demon slave army were killed. Densely packed corpses fell to the ground. The ocean had long been dyed red. In the end, the country of desire won the battle. A day later, the pig-faced blood centipede Bat King returned to report the battle situation to Lin Feng. Reporting to my lord. This time, the demon slave army had 3 million people. Our side annihilated 2 million people. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. Our side suffered 1,200,000 casualties. This battle was close to annihilating the demon slave army. It could be said that it was a complete victory. However, Lin Feng's heart was very heavy. This was because the casualties of the country of desire were also extremely heavy. Lin Feng said, "Do a good job in compensating the deceased. Collect the storage rings of the cultivators of the demon slave army. Distribute all the treasures that the cultivators of the demon slave army plundered to the soldiers." Young master, the demon slave army plundered wantonly. Everyone has an astonishing amount of wealth. Now that our country of desire has spent a lot of money, shouldn't we leave some for backup? Only take out a portion to reward the army? Madam Qi said. Take it all out and reward the soldiers of the 3 armies. Especially the dead soldiers, give 10 times the compensation to their families. As for the expenses of the country of desire, you don't have to worry. The wealth I have here is enough for the country of desire to run for a few hundred years. When the war is over and order is restored, the country of desire will become the center of the East Sea world. At that time, won't wealth come rolling in? Lin Feng said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, now, reward the army. Especially the families of the dead soldiers. This way, we can win the hearts of the people. In this chaotic world, the hearts of the people are the most important. Moreover, the reputation of the country of desire will spread quickly. When the time comes, there will be an endless stream of cultivators coming to join the country of desire. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Madam Qi revealed a look of sudden realization and bowed slightly in greeting. The news that vast domain's archdevil Venerate had been killed, and the 3 million demon slaves in the Eastern Sea had almost been wiped out spread like wildfire. Many people were shaken when they heard the news. That was a godly expert. Furthermore, he was from the celestial race. How could he have been killed? At first, many people didn't believe the news, because the authenticity of the news was questionable. Many powers sent people to the country of desire to gather information. There were only 2 possible outcomes of that battle. Vast Domain's archdevil Venerate had led his demon slaves to destroy the country of desire. Lin Feng had led an army of cultivators to kill Vast Domain's archdevil Venerate and destroy the demon slaves. When they saw the blood-red sea and the prosperity of the country of desire, they all believed the rumors. Vast Domain's archdevil Venerate had really been killed. As for Lin Feng, he became the focus of the entire martial heaven continent once more. The Skyfall mountain range of the central continent was the celestial demon's temporary base. Gongziyu was seated cross-legged in a huge palace. A dozen celestial demons were seated below him. A heavenly devil said with a gloomy expression, "The vast world archdevil actually died in the eastern sea world, and it said that he was killed by a human brat. The vast world archdevil is a god. How could a human brat, a mere mortal, kill him?" The other celestial demons frowned. Clearly, they didn't believe that Lin Feng had killed Vast Domain's archdevil Venerate. "Lin Feng," murmured Gongziyu. Gongziyu muttered the name. "I know him. The death of my slave, the devil king of the underworld prison, is directly related to that brat. I originally wanted to convert him into my new slave and replace him, but I didn't expect that old bastard Jiang Huan to ruin my plans. Not only did that brat luckily escape, but he also caused me to lose the reincarnation devil palace." Gongziyu's expression was unsightly. He had always viewed that battle as a humiliation. Asked a celestial demon. "Do you really think that Vast Domain's archdevil Venerate was killed by Lin Feng?" "Of course not." Gongziyu said disdainfully, "With his little strength, how could he possibly kill Vast Domain's demon Venerable? I think this person also has a strong backer behind him. He killed the Vast Domain demon sovereign, but he just pushed this Lin Feng to the front. He probably wants to take advantage of this chaotic world to wantonly recruit people. Should we go kill that kid or the expert behind him?" The heavenly demon continued asking. "The East Sea and the North Sea are adjacent to each other. We're very far away from the East Sea. Even if we attack, it shouldn't be us. We can let that guy do it." Gongziyu laughed coldly. The lofty fellow he was referring to was naturally Mosei Tianzuan. Postnatal heavenly demons and innate heavenly demons fought each other openly and in secret. Gongziyu couldn't wait for Mosei Tianzuan to make a move. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses, and he could reap the benefits. "Mosei Tianzuan is very cunning. I'm afraid he won't make a move," said another celestial demon. "No. He won't. Not long ago, I sensed a change in the aura of the other 9 demons' painting. It should have changed owners. I'm guessing that Mosei Tianzuan's 9 demons' painting has been stolen by Lin Feng using some unknown method. Those innate heavenly demons are so arrogant. How could they allow their treasures to be stolen? That's even worse than killing them. That's why Mosei Tianzuan will definitely make a move. Let's just wait patiently." Gongziyu said. "Brilliant, young master." The group of celestial demons bowed to Gongziyu. Lin Feng and the Kingdom of Desire had gained a lot of glory after killing Vast Domain's demon Venerate and almost annihilating his demon slave army. Countless cultivators came to join them. At this time, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. He sat cross-legged in front of the 4 vicious cauldrons with heavenly fire burning. Lin Feng was currently refining the remnant soul of Vast Domain's demon Venerate trapped in the cauldrons. After refining the remnant soul, Lin Feng could devour Vast Domain's demon Venerate's essence. He wanted to use it to increase his cultivation. "Brat! Let me out! How dare you trap the great celestial demon? How dare you trap the great Vast Domain's demon Venerate? You're courting death." Vast Domain's demon Venerate kept struggling and roaring furiously. Said Lin Feng icily. "Vast World's demon Zun, this isn't the ancient era. It's not the era where you dominated the 10,000 worlds. Your era is over. In this era, there are many strong cultivators, but it has nothing to do with you. Your destiny is to be refined by me and help me become stronger," said Lin Feng icily. "If you dare refine me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Vast Domain's demon Venerate continued to roar. Lin Feng said indifferently, "A mere prisoner dares to say that you'll make sure I die without a burial place? How ridiculous. I don't want to listen to your nonsense now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used a soundproof restriction to cover the 4 vicious cauldrons. No matter how much Vast Domain's demon Venerate roared, Lin Feng could no longer hear his voice. Lin Feng was focused on refining the remnant soul of vast domains demon venerate. The demon lord said, "Brat. Don't forget the agreement between you and me." Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, "Of course I won't forget our agreement. First, I'll kill vast domains demon venerate. Soon, Mosei Tianzuan will definitely come to attack me. At that time, we'll join hands to kill Mosei Tianzuan." The demon lord sat on the lonely grave and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked into the distance, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. The refinement lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Vast Domains Demon Venerate's remnant soul was finally refined by Lin Feng. Now, only Vast Domains Demon Venerate's source energy was left in the 4 vicious cauldrons. Devour. Lin Feng opened the cauldrons and directly devoured Vast Domains Demon Venerate's source energy. The current Lin Feng was at the 7th layer of the life and death realm. His realm wasn't that high, but Lin Feng's true fighting strength was abnormally terrifying. He had long reached the peak of the rebirth realm. If he wore the death god's armor, even a demigod cultivator wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng. Now, the majestic divine source had been refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation, it began to climb steadily. It didn't take long for his realm to rise from the 7th layer of the life and death realm to the 8th layer of the life and death realm. However, the increase in realm was clearly far from over. After cultivating for a period of time, Lin Feng rose from the 8th layer of the life and death realm to the 9th layer of the life and death realm. In the end, Lin Feng's realm stopped at the 10th layer of the life and death realm. What a pity! Most of the divine source was devoured by the mysterious corpse, and I only obtained a small portion of it. I can't continue to break through. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his brows. However, being able to break through 3 realms and reach the 10th layer of the life and death realm made Lin Feng very happy. With a slight movement of his body, Lin Feng felt the power in his body surging like a tsunami. It seemed like he could shatter heaven and earth with a flick of his finger. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he found that the country of desire was even more lively now. More and more people came to join the country of desire. Among them, there were even some experts from the ancient factions. Some of the ancient factions' original territories were invaded by the heavenly demons and their sects were almost destroyed. Only a small number of people escaped. These people also needed to find a new faction to protect themselves. Lin Feng naturally welcomed these experts from the ancient factions. Lin Feng even saw people from the Longevity Hall. As the leader of the righteous path in the 72 northern states, the Longevity Hall led the cultivators of the 72 northern states to fight against the demon slave army led by Mosei Tianzuan. But in the end, they failed. Dozens of elders died in battle and only a small number of people escaped. The current palace master of the Longevity Hall was called Chen Diyun. He was a direct descendant of the Longevity Emperor. He was also Ouyang Shiyu's uncle. Lin Feng and Ouyang Shiyu already knew each other in the Thunderblade secret territory. They had once gone to find the eternal divine abode together. Ouyang Shiyu even invited Lin Feng to join the Longevity Hall to cultivate. Join the ancient factions to cultivate. This was something that countless people dreamed of. However, Lin Feng had too many secrets. He was worried that joining the ancient factions would expose his secrets, so he declined Ouyang Shiyu's invitation. Lin Feng saw Ouyang Shiyu again. She was as beautiful as ever, but now she looked much more haggard. On the day of the Longevity Hall's destruction, Ouyang Shiyu's parents died tragically in that battle. If her uncle Chen Diyun had not rescued her, she would have died long ago. Those who are still alive should live better than before. Only then can their loved ones rest in peace. Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Shiyu and said aloud. Ouyang Shiyu tried hard to smile and said, "Yes. I should be optimistic and happy. Only then can my parents rest in peace and not worry about me." However, after saying this, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Seeing her parents brutally killed by the demon slave army in front of her eyes was a huge blow to Ouyang Shiyu. You can cry out loud. When you're done crying, let's live well. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. He wanted to reach out and pat Ouyang Shiyu's shoulder to comfort her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this era was still relatively conservative. Between men and women, unless they were intimate lovers, there was very little physical contact. Ouyang Xiyu took the initiative to throw herself into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears. In front of her uncle, she had always been very strong, but when facing Lin Feng, Ouyang Xiyu felt that all her strength had instantly crumbled. Looking at Ouyang Xiyu, who was crying her heart out, Lin Feng also felt his heart ache. Lin Feng had always felt that the most precious feeling in this world was not the love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was kinship. The kinship between parents and children surpassed all other feelings. Love will fade one day. People who love each other may even part ways one day. But kinship would never change. Parents would give all their love to their children without any reservation. They would not ask for anything in return. Many times, parents were even willing to die for their children. This was kinship. Blood was thicker than water. So Lin Feng understood Ouyang Xiyu's pain. If he personally saw his parents die in front of him, Lin Feng believed that he would also collapse and go crazy. It would be difficult to accept. After crying for an hour, her eyes were red and swollen. Ouyang Xiyu's crying gradually stopped. Lin Feng's clothes were soaked by Ouyang Xiyu's tears. She raised her head. Her face was red. Clearly, she felt a little embarrassed now that she had finished crying. "My uncle wants to see you. He said that he'll come to visit you in the afternoon." After saying that, she ran away as if she was escaping. In the afternoon, Lin Feng met with Ouyang Xiyu's uncle, Chen Diyun. Chen Diyun was extremely important to Lin Feng. He had the imperial weapon, the longevity bell. To Lin Feng, he was a great help. 9 demons painting. Longevity bell, 2 imperial weapons. If Mosei Tianzuan really came to attack, with 2 imperial weapons, the pressure against Mosei Tianzuan would be reduced by a lot. Lin Feng knew that there was no way to recruit someone like Chen Diyun. He was different from ordinary ancient cultivators. This was because he had a supreme treasure like an imperial weapon. In the future, he could definitely make a comeback. So, Lin Feng and Chen Diyun talked about cooperation the most. After sending Chen Diyun off, Lin Feng said, "We have 2 imperial weapons now, but Mosei Tianzuan is an innate sky demon. He also has the Sky Demon clan's sacred item, the magic lotus. If we want to deal with Mosei Tianzuan, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." The demon lord nodded and said, "It will not be easy to deal with this person. The innate Sky Demon clan has some unimaginable methods. Previously, we used the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake to kill vast domain's demon sovereign. Now, Mosei Tianzuan will definitely be on guard. In addition, he was injured by the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake, so it is not realistic to use the corpse in the magnetic fog lake or even the corpse in the ancient ship to kill him. I think he won't fall for it and won't go to the magnetic fog lake," Lin Feng said. "He only needs to stay in the Nation of Desire and attack it. Then, you will have to obediently come back. This Mosei Tianzuan is much more cunning and cautious than vast domain's demon sovereign," the demon lord said. Lin Feng said, "I thought of a helper." The demon lord looked up and said, "You mean, the rock troll imprisoned in the land of death?" Back then, Lin Feng had made an agreement with the rock troll, saying that he would save it in the future when his cultivation increased. However, the rock troll was not honest and told Lin Feng about the purple earthcore flame. In reality, it was sending Lin Feng to his death because the rock troll and the purple earthcore flame's flame spirit were allies. At that time, the purple earth core fire spirit hadn't died yet. He wanted the spirit to steal Lin Feng's body. However, the rock troll did not expect Lin Feng to kill the purple earth core flame's flame spirit and successfully refine the purple earth core flame. The rock troll has been trapped for 100,000 years. It is also in the deity realm. If it helps, the chances of killing Mosei Tianzuan will be greatly increased," Lin Feng said. The demon lord said, "The rock troll is a despicable person. Back then, he agreed to cooperate with you and even made an oath, but didn't he still scheme against you? If you let him out, the first one to die will probably be you." Lin Feng said, "This rock troll is indeed evil. It is cruel and bloodthirsty, sinister and cunning, and it cannot be trusted. If I let him out, he will definitely try to eat me. However, if we work together, I might be able to convert him and make him my slave. So what if he is cruel, bloodthirsty, and cunning? He will still be bound by me. In the eternal darkness of the abyss, it was as if time had stopped. In the darkness, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. It was an ancient creature that was chained up by 4 chains. It had fallen into a deep slumber. Tap tap tap, soft, almost inaudible footsteps could be heard coming from the distance. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened. Who dares to trespass into the rock devil's slumber? Are you tired of living? A deep voice sounded, filled with boundless killing intent. The entire abyss seemed to have turned into a netherworld in an instant. It's been 10 years, but your temper is still as irritable as before. Lin Feng stood in the darkness and looked at the rock devil indifferently. It's you. Finally, the rock devil saw who it was, and its eyes shone with a dazzling light. It recalled Lin Feng. 10 years ago, he had been dragged into the abyss by the rock devil. It had originally wanted to devour this human brat. However, this brat had a strange stone stained with a sage emperor's blood that could devour life, which had scared it away. Later, it had used the purple earth core fire's information to reach an agreement with him. The brat had said that he would save it when his cultivation increased. At that time, it had wanted to scheme against him. Who would have thought that this brat would actually kill the purple earth core fire's fire spirit? Moreover, this brat had seen through its scheme. However, he had already sworn an oath to save it. So what if he knew that it had plotted against him? Thinking of this, the rock devil couldn't help but feel proud. Fortunately, it had been alert enough to make this brat swear an oath to save it. Only then did it tell him the purple earth core fire's location. Although it hadn't been able to kill this brat, it was fortunate that he had already sworn an oath, and oaths were difficult to break. As for the purple earth core fire's fire spirit, that idiot couldn't even deal with a human brat. How could such trash be qualified to continue being its ally? It deserved to die. Now that Lin Feng had arrived, the rock devil couldn't help but feel excited. It said, "Are you here to fulfill your promise? Are you here to save me?" Lin Feng smiled. "That's right. I'm here to save you. Soon, you'll regain your freedom." Ha 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 ha. That's great. I'm finally going to recover. The rock troll laughed excitedly. Lin Feng replied, "I'm going to break through the 4 chains that have pierced through your body. I'll need some time." The rock troll was naturally suspicious of Lin Feng. It could not help but doubt Lin Feng's ability. It said, "These 4 chains are forged from extreme yang forbidden magic iron. Countless runes are engraved on them. Can you really break them?" Lin Feng said, "The real power of the 4 chains lies in the complex runes on them. As long as you can destroy the runes, the power of the 4 chains will be greatly reduced. At that time, you should be able to use a divine artifact to cut the 4 chains. But the most difficult part is deciphering those talismans." The rock troll said with a frown. After pausing for a moment, the rock troll continued, "These talismans contain a mysterious power. To tell you the truth, I have some morals when it comes to talismans, but even I can't decipher them. Just because you can't, doesn't mean that I can't either. Let me see what's so special about these talismans." Lin Feng walked towards the rock troll. He did not seem to be worried about the rock troll's attack at all. When the rock troll saw Lin Feng swagger over, it couldn't help but mutter to itself. When had this kid become so bold? The rock troll sneered inwardly. "If you can decipher them, I'll eat you. You're the immemorial dragonesque elephant's descendant. The immemorial dragonesque elephant's treasure must be on you. If I eat you, the treasure will belong to me. If I can't decipher them, I'll eat you to vent my anger. Then, I'll find someone else to help me decipher the 4 chains." The rock troll sneered inwardly. It already regarded Lin Feng as a meal on its plate. It didn't care if Lin Feng could successfully rescue it or not. The rock troll was already planning to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always known that the rock troll was treacherous and cunning, and that it wasn't trustworthy. Besides, they were ready to attack him anytime, anywhere, but Lin Feng still looked calm and indifferent. If he joined forces with the demon lord, Lin Feng believed that they would have no problem dealing with the rock troll. Lin Feng squatted in front of the 4 chains and observed the talismans on them. He was shocked. These were the talismans of the Celestial Master Path. The rock troll had been sealed by the ancestor of the Celestial Master Path, the previous generation of celestial masters had appeared in the Immemorial era. The rock troll had been sealed for 100,000 years, which meant that it wasn't the celestial master who had sealed it. Lin Feng guessed that the celestial master path was like him, someone who had obtained the inheritance but had not become a celestial master path's descendant. "Kid, how is it? Can you deal with it?" the rock troll asked as it looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Lin Feng calmly asked, "Who was the one who sealed you back then?" "It was a damned bastard. If I see him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces," the rock troll said viciously. Evidently, it didn't want to reveal too much about that person, so it didn't mention his name or origin. It looked at Lin Feng and urged, "Kid, can you decipher the talismans? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Feng replied, "It shouldn't be a problem. Give me a few days." "Haha, that's great. As long as you can help me regain my freedom, I'll properly repay you," the rock troll said meaningfully. "Then I'm really looking forward to seeing what treasures you'll use to repay me." Lin Feng replied with a smile yet not a smile. Lin Feng then began deciphering the talismans on the chains. In truth, it wasn't very difficult for Lin Feng to decipher the Celestial Master Sect's talismans, but it was very strenuous for him to deceive the rock troll. It took him 2 days to decipher the first chain's talisman. Lin Feng then took out the black dragon sword and slashed 729 times before finally severing the first chain. "I'm really going to be free. Ha 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 ha," the rock troll shouted excitedly. Lin Feng then proceeded to decipher the second chain. It took him a day and a half to decipher the second chain, a day to decipher the third, and half a day to decipher the fourth. "Not bad, kid. Practice makes perfect. You're getting faster and faster at deciphering the talismans." The rock troll looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've helped you decipher 4 talismans. You'll be free soon." He then took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the 4th chain. He then slashed 729 times in a row. Lin Feng also severed the 4th chain. "Haha, it's been 100,000 years. I've finally regained my freedom," the rock troll shouted excitedly. Suddenly, without any warning, the rock troll's huge claws slapped towards Lin Feng. It laughed sinisterly, "Kid, in order to repay you, I've decided to slap you to death and then eat you." Boom, the rock troll's attack was extremely terrifying. It felt like a mountain was crashing down towards Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha, rock troll, did you think I wasn't on guard against you? I already knew that you were a despicable and shameless guy, so I saw your every move. If you want to scheme against me, it's impossible in this lifetime." When the rock troll attacked Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The rock troll sneered, "Kid. With your little cultivation, what can you do even if you're on guard against me? Could it be that you think you can contend against me? You're really overestimating yourself." The rock troll's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body moved horizontally to the left. The rock troll's attack fell on empty air. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to borrow another opportunity from the heavens. He successfully dodged the rock troll's attack. "Rock troll. Do you really think you can defeat me? Then you're gravely mistaken. Do you think I've been earnestly helping you break the restrictions on the 4 chains these past few days? Let me tell you, in the past few days, when I was breaking the restrictions on the chains, I set up some new restrictions. Now it seems that these new restrictions are going to work." Lin Feng roared. He waved his right hand, and the 4 chains on the rock troll's body seemed to come to life. There were hooks at the end of the 4 chains that pierced the rock troll's shoulder blades and locked the power in its body. Although the 4 chains were cut, the rock troll didn't have time to remove the 4 chains that pierced its body. Therefore, this was an opportunity that Lin Feng could take advantage of. In the past, the person who suppressed the rock troll was a powerhouse of the Heavenly Master's branch. Lin Feng could easily break the formations on the chains or set up new formations on the chains. When he was breaking the formations, he set up several formations on the 4 chains. There were winding formations, connecting formations, and so on. Under Lin Feng's control, the 4 chains wrapped around the rock troll's body. Then, the 4 chains were connected together, and the runes were perfectly connected. It wasn't easy to break the 4 chains. Kid, you dare to scheme against me? The rock troll roared angrily. He finally understood why Lin Feng cut the 4 chains for him. If he didn't cut the 4 chains, the other end of the 4 chains would be connected to the mountain. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to bind him like now. The rock troll could only feel the chains wrapping around his body was constantly tightening. His legs and arms were completely unable to move, let alone attack Lin Feng. Scheme against you? You were the one who attacked me first. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Lin Feng sneered. Ant-like thing, do you think that by binding my body, you can suppress me? That's simply daydreaming. Whoosh, the rock troll opened his mouth. A ball of energy was spat out by the rock troll. That ball of energy immediately condensed into a giant energy demon. The giant energy demon's aura was monstrous and extremely terrifying. The rock troll sneered and said, Kid, this giant energy demon is formed by my innate essence. Ordinary God Realm cultivators are no match for it. Let's see how you'll die later. Roar. As soon as the rock troll finished speaking, the giant energy demon roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. The rock troll's methods were indeed powerful. However, Lin Feng was well prepared. He shouted, Demon Lord, if you don't attack now, when will you? Whoosh, with a flash of light, the Demon Lord flew out of the demon orb. At the same time, the 9 demons painting also flew out. The Demon Lord activated the 9 demons painting and rushed toward the giant energy demon. The runes on the 9 demons painting curled around it, and it emitted an astonishing wave of destructive power. The Demon Lord's strength had now recovered to the God Realm. Therefore, he could release a trace of the Emperor's aura of the 9 demons painting. Under the Demon Lord's control, the 9 demons painting directly collided with the giant energy demon. Bang! This attack slammed into the body of the energy troll and it instantly exploded. Emperor's weapon. And a terrifying soul. You've been scheming against me for a long time. Kid, do you really think I don't have any other means to deal with you? If you think so, then you're gravely mistaken. The rock troll roared angrily. Suddenly, his eyes turned ash-white. Stone Eye sword slashed the sky. The rock troll roared, and then 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of light turned into 2 stone swords. One stone sword slashed toward Lin Feng, while the other slashed toward the Demon Lord. The power of the stone sword was too terrifying, and it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. When the stone sword slashed out, Lin Feng even felt that the aura emitted by the stone sword was even more terrifying than the Demon Lord controlling the 9 demons painting. This rock troll was too powerful. His hands and legs were completely restricted, and he couldn't move. But he still had so many powerful methods, and even his eyes could shoot out such a terrifying attack. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end, and his face turned pale. The Demon Lord couldn't help but sneer, Rock Troll, you underestimate this Demon Lord too much. One split into 2, boundless heaven and earth yin-yang great technique. As the Demon Lord's voice fell, the Demon Lord actually split into 2. Obviously, one was the real body, and the other was the Demon Lord's imitation. The real body slapped the stone sword that was slashing toward Lin Feng. The clone that was simulated was controlling the 9 demons painting to fight against the other stone sword. What really shocked Lin Feng was that the imitation had 70% of the Demon Lord's strength. It was too heaven-defying. Clang, the 2 sides collided, and the Demon Lord's real body broke one of the stone swords. As for the Demon Lord's incarnation, he controlled the 9 demons' picture to destroy the other stone sword. Then, the 2 Demon Lords merged into one. The 9 demons painting directly attacked the rock troll. Bang, the Imperial weapon ruthlessly slammed into the rock troll's body, and it was immediately sent flying. However, the rock troll's body was too tough, and it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Clear soul subduing technique. Yao Jun attacked again. This time, he unleashed a powerful magic technique. This magic technique was specifically used to suppress the souls of cultivators. The Demon Lord shouted at Lin Feng, this rock troll is too powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it for long. While I'm suppressing its soul, quickly convert it. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, the demon lord's clear soul subduing technique had already entered the rock troll's mind, suppressing its soul. "Suppress my soul, break for me!" the rock troll roared angrily. This guy was indeed terrifying. Even the demon lord's clear soul subduing technique couldn't completely suppress the rock troll's soul. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate, and hurriedly used the great purification technique. He slapped the rock troll's head 36 times in a row. The power of purification continuously poured into the rock troll's mind, forcibly merging with its soul. The rock troll's originally ferocious expression gradually became calm. The source of all evil in the world comes from the heart. If one's heart is good, one can see the light of the heavens. Thank you, Master, for guiding me to the correct path of cultivation. Suddenly, the rock demon clasped his hands together, his expression pious. His originally sinister and bloodthirsty eyes had now become calm and peaceful. Ha 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 ha, I'm very pleased to see that you're wholeheartedly doing good. Follow me in the future, cultivate well, and do good deeds. You'll definitely reach the great Tao in the future. Lin Feng laughed loudly. He was in a very good mood. He had converted a god. This made Lin Feng very excited. Yes, I'll definitely listen to Master's teachings in the future. The rock demon said. Do you know how to transform? If you transform into a human, you won't cause too much of a commotion. Lin Feng said. I know a little. The rock troll nodded and cast the shape-shifting technique. Immediately, it turned into a 3-meter-tall, bronze-skinned, burly man. Alright, we should go back. Lin Feng said. The demon lord returned to the demon orb. As usual, he sat on the grave, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng brought the rock demon back to the corrupt nation. As soon as they returned, Madame Qi, the Bat King, and the others came to visit Lin Feng. Master, according to our spies, Mose Tianzuan is already gathering an army. I'm afraid he's going to attack the corrupt nation. Madame Qi said. Lin Feng nodded. This was something he had expected. The Bat King said, Master, more and more experts are joining the corrupt nation. I've selected another 100,000 cultivators to join the Raging Flame Corps. However, I haven't appointed a general yet, so I'd like to ask Master to appoint a new one. Lin Feng said, You can discuss the appointment of a general with the 4 vice-commanders. Yes, sir. The Bat King replied. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi and said, Gather the 9 pirate kings. I want to see them. When will Master meet the 9 pirate kings? Madame Qi asked. Let's do it tonight. I'll hold a banquet for the 9 pirate kings. Lin Feng said. Yes, this servant will go and prepare. Madame Qi replied and immediately went to give the order. Lin Feng had a few meetings with the 9 great pirate lords, but to be honest, his relationship with the 9 great pirate lords was not deep. Between the two parties, it was a union of interests. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was useless to talk about friendship with the 9 pirate kings. The 9 pirate kings only valued benefits. Therefore, Lin Feng catered to his preferences. Today, he planned to invite the 9 pirate kings to discuss how to deal with Mose Tianzuan. Lin Feng's main goal was to borrow their pirate ship. The 9 pirate kingships were ancient ships passed down from before the Immemorial era. They were exceptionally horrifying. If they wanted to borrow their pirate kingship to deal with Mose Tianzuan, they needed to negotiate. As long as there were enough benefits, the 9 pirate kings could talk about anything. In the back garden of the Yellow Nation Imperial Palace, Lin Feng strolled alone. In his mind, he could not help but think of a way to deal with Mose Tianzuan. As an innate heavenly demon, Mose Tianzuan had been born. He had condensed a physical body, and his cultivation had reached the true deity realm. Now, the entire 72 prefectures in the north were under his control. Mose Tianzuan did not know how many living beings he had devoured. His cultivation had probably risen to an unimaginable level. A heavenly demon's ability to continuously devour flesh and soul to increase his cultivation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, dealing with Mose Tianzuan would be extremely difficult. Lin Feng's initial plan was to use the imperial weapons, the 9 demons painting, the longevity bell, and the 9 pirate king ships. In addition, he would set up layers of immemorial killing formations. In addition, the Demon Lord and the Rock Demon. However, Lin Feng still felt a little uneasy. He felt that even if all these powers were added together, they might not even be a match for Mose Tianzuan. Originally, he wanted to chat with the Demon Lord, but Lin Feng found that the Demon Lord had fallen silent. He guessed that the Demon Lord should be adjusting his condition at this moment. The great battle was approaching. The Demon Lord also had to adjust his condition to the extreme. This is the strongest power I can use at this stage. Lin Feng slightly frowned. It seems that you are worried about Mose Tianzuan. A faint voice could be heard. Lin Feng looked over. He saw an enchanting and beautiful woman. She was like a fox spirit. Her every move was filled with astonishing charm. Feng Yarao. The holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox clan. The only daughter of the pirate king, Feng Shantian. Of course. Her relationship with Lin Feng was also extremely ambiguous. Lin Feng was extremely happy to see Feng Yarao. Every time he saw her, Lin Feng was stunned. Every time he saw her, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Feng Yarao. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was as if a lifetime had passed. For cultivators with long lifespans, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. However, in these 10 years, too many things had happened to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at Feng Yarao and said, I won't be worried about such a small matter. Feng Yarao couldn't help but pout and said, if Mose Tianzuan's matter is a small matter, then what is a big matter? Haven't you heard that I'm going to invite your father to a banquet tonight? Lin Feng looked at Feng Yarao with a smile that wasn't a smile. Feng Yarao said, of course I've heard. Didn't you invite the other 8 pirate kings as well? You must have something to discuss with my father and the other 8 pirate kings, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, of course I have something to discuss, and it's an extremely important matter. Feng Yarao couldn't help but look at Lin Feng curiously and asked, what is it? Is it even more important than Mose Tianzuan? Of course it's about our marriage. I said that I would ask your father for your hand in marriage. I've invited 9 pirate kings, and the other 8 pirate kings will be the witnesses. Your father will betroth you to me. Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Feng Yarao's pretty face immediately turned pink, and she lightly snorted, if you dare to speak nonsense in front of my father, do you believe that I won't cut off the root of your sin? After saying that, Feng Yarao's seductive eyes looked towards the area between Lin Feng's legs. Lin Feng put his arm around Feng Yarao's slim waist and said, I don't believe that you're willing to do that. If you do, you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Hurry up and let go of me, you stinking pervert. Others will see us. Feng Yarao's face turned red after being hugged by Lin Feng, and she gently struggled. Woo-woo. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened. Lin Feng domineeringly sucked on her tender and alluring red lips, causing Feng Yarao to be dazzled for a moment. She didn't know what to do, and her mind went blank. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she couldn't bear to. Slowly, Feng Yarao lost herself and began to cooperate with Lin Feng. In the palace of the Kingdom of Desire, beautiful dancers were dancing, and pleasant music was playing. Lin Feng was here to receive the 9 pirate kings. The relationship between the 9 pirate kings was very subtle. For example, the enmity between Rogers and Barbossa. Rogers had been the captain of the pirate kingship of death, and Barbossa had been his assistant. However, Barbossa had betrayed Rogers and stolen the pirate kingship of death. Rogers, on the other hand, had found the pirate kingship of hell. Nowadays, Rogers and Barbossa often fought openly and covertly. Of course, no matter how the 9 pirate kings fought, when their interests were aligned, they would unite. During the banquet, everyone toasted each other. With Madame Qi, who was smooth and slick, there was no awkward silence. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Feng dismissed everyone else. Only he, Madame Qi, and the 9 pirate kings were left in the hall. You are all smart people, and I'm sure you already know what I invited you to discuss. This isn't the first time we've worked together, so if you have any requests, feel free to raise them. Lin Feng said. Barbossa laughed strangely and said, Daoist Lin, it's not that we have any requests, but rather, can you give them to us? If what you give us can't move us, we won't take the risk to deal with Mose Tianzuan with you. He's an innate celestial demon, and if we can't kill him, we'll form a grudge and cause endless trouble in the future. The other pirate kings nodded, obviously agreeing with Barbossa's words. Lin Feng said, "You pirate kings are always at sea. Many times, you might have some conflicts with your subordinates. Sometimes, they might even betray you. I have a divine ability that can make your subordinates forever loyal to you, and they won't be able to betray you." Rogers's eyes lit up. "I've heard that you've cultivated the Great Purification technique. That's a powerful divine ability. After you purify them, you won't have to worry about them betraying you. Isn't that right, Barbossa?" Barbossa said gloomily, "It seems that Captain Rogers is still holding a grudge over what happened that year. Back then, it was the crew that reached an agreement, not me who wanted to seize the ship of death. Captain Rogers, you should reflect on your actions and why you were betrayed by your own people. There's no need to talk about the enmity between the two of you. What we're talking about now is cooperation," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng knocked on the table and said. Rogers and Barbossa looked at each other coldly and stopped quarreling. "Ha ha ha ha. We're very interested in the Great Purification technique that fellow Taoist Lin mentioned," Barbossa said with a smile. Madame Yu chuckled and said, "Pirates are quite ferocious, and many of them need to be restrained. This Great Purification technique is quite useful to us. Everyone. I'm not talking about the Great Purification technique, but the Great Enslavement technique. The Great Enslavement technique can enslave all living beings, and they will be controlled by you," Lin Feng said. King Arthur narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has grasped quite a few divine abilities. Whether it's the Great Purification technique or the Great Enslavement technique, they aren't enough for us to take the risk." King Arthur was obviously trying to extort them. Lin Feng knew that pirates were greedy. Thus, he had already made preparations. He said, "Apart from the Great Enslavement technique, each of you will also receive 1,009 revolution soul return pills, 1,000 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 1,000,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, 500 Tao artifacts of various types, 2 demigod artifacts, 300 primordial divine abilities, and 10 primordial divine abilities. Everyone, what do you think of the rewards?" The Empress smiled and said, "The rewards are quite good, but if you want me to take action, you'll have to give me something else." Lin Feng couldn't help but glare at the Empress. No matter what, they had worked together against enemies before, so we could be considered old friends, right? He had already taken out so many treasures, yet she still wanted something else? That was too much. "Just you wait, Empress. Sooner or later, I'll get you on my bed. When that time comes, I'll make sure you beg for mercy." Although some evil thoughts appeared in his mind, Lin Feng wouldn't say them out loud. He smiled at the Empress and asked, "What does the Empress want?" "Mose Tianzuan's origin energy." The Empress smiled. This woman was indeed too beautiful. Her every move, frown, and smile was enough to charm all living things. "That's right. We want a share of the divine origin." The rest of the pirate kings also chimed in. "All right. Then it's decided. I wish us a happy cooperation. I'll drink this cup of wine first." Lin Feng raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The 9 pirate kings also raised their wine cups and drank the wine in them. After reaching an agreement with the 9 pirate kings, Lin Feng began to set up a killing formation. Mose Tianzuan made Lin Feng feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. Once the battle began, it would be a battle of life and death. And in life, only once. To Lin Feng, this battle could only be won and not lost. If he failed. In the country of desire, there were his women, friends, teachers, and many loyal subordinates, and so on. They would definitely die tragically. Lin Feng spent 10 days and hundreds of thousands of precious materials to finally set up the killing formation. And the atmosphere in the country of desire gradually became heavy. Everyone could feel the omen of a storm. But this time, the cultivators of the country of desire were much more confident. After all, the vast domain demon venerable that had come to invade had been killed. If they could kill 2 deity realm sky demons in a row, then the strength of the country of desire would definitely increase to an unimaginable level. cultivators from all directions would come to join them. Moreover, the country of desire could also include the 72 northern prefectures that were originally controlled by Mosei Tianzuan into their own sphere of influence. At that time, with the Eastern Sea and the 72 northern prefectures as the center of the country of desire, it would be just around the corner. Even in the Sky Martial continent, such a force was enough to make any other force pale in comparison. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was to be able to kill Mosei Tianzuan. Master, we're almost at the Eastern Sea. Endless demonic mist rolled and tumbled. Within the demonic fog was an army of 8 million demon slaves. It was vast and mighty. It crushed the heavens. 9 huge flood dragons pulled a divine chariot. Within the divine chariot sat a handsome to the point of being devilish. This man was Mosei Tianzuan. Swish swish. Hearing the report, Mosei Tianzuan opened his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. His eyes were too deep, as if there were 2 ancient worlds floating in his eyes. He 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 he. Lin Feng, your time of death has come. Mosei Tianzuan let out a burst of sinister laughter. It was like the Grim Reaper from hell was laughing sinisterly. The sound of war drums reverberated throughout the world. The fiend slave army came crushing down from the sky. Asterisk roar, asterisk a dragon's roar resounded through the sky as 9 huge flood dragons pulled the divine chariot and rushed over. In the country of desire, the army gathered. Now that the strength of the country of desire had increased greatly, the cultivator army had reached 10 million. The 2 armies faced off, their auras shaking the sky. If I knew that you would become a scourge, I would have killed you in the Blue Cloud sect. Mosei Tianzuan looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered, did you have the ability at that time? If it wasn't for Huang Fuqingtian's sneak attack on the 5 ancestors and release you, you would have been burned to death by my heavenly flame. Mosei Tianzuan said disdainfully, you? You're overestimating yourself. Your good days have come to an end. This day next year will be your death anniversary. As his voice fell, Empyrean Demon Saint lifted his right hand. Asterisk woo 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 woo, asterisk all of a sudden, the 100-meter-tall giant demons blew their horns, signaling for them to attack. Kill. The sound shook the sky. The demonic slave army began to charge. Raise your battle swords and kill the demons. Lin Feng shouted. Kill. The cultivator army of the country of desire roared, their aura was no weaker than the demonic slave army. They also rushed to the sky and attacked the demonic slave army. Kid, after killing you, the cultivator army will collapse. Mosei Tianzuan sneered, he jumped out, raised his right hand and attacked Lin Feng. Boom. At this time, the rock giant in the country of desire rushed to the sky, its huge fist smashing towards Mosei Tianzuan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk this was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The rock giant and Mosei Tianzuan exchanged blows. Mosei Tianzuan's attack was indeed powerful. His punch had actually sent the rock golem flying several hundred meters. You really have a cultivator of the godly layer behind you, but it's far from enough. He's only at the nihility god layer, but I've already broken through to the godly flame layer. Mosei Tianzuan sneered as he walked towards Lin Feng. When his eyes opened and closed, it was as if the world was about to collapse. Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. It had only been slightly more than a year since Mosei Tianzuan came out of the devil fetus, and he had already broken through to the 2nd major realm of the 5th heaven of the divine realm, the divine fire realm. This was too inconceivable. Boom. Mosei Tianzuan attacked again, and the aura emitted from his body became even more terrifying. Roar. The rock troll's roars shook the heavens. Soon, his body transformed from a burly man into his true form. Mosei Tianzuan's expression darkened slightly as he said, you were originally a rock giant. As a member of the devil race, you're actually helping a human fight against me? Although I'm a devil, my heart is benevolent. The rock giant sneered and threw a punch at Mosei Tianzuan. Reckless fool, you dare betray the devil race? I'll tear you to pieces. Mosei Tianzuan sneered. He directly attacked the rock giant. Bang, 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 the 2 sides immediately collided. Mosei Tianzuan was really too terrifying. If the rock giant's body hadn't been strong enough, it probably wouldn't have been able to block Mosei Tianzuan's attack. Spacetime teleportation formation. At that moment, Lin Feng finally activated the formation. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. Even the void started to distort slightly. The densely packed runes interweaved together to form a huge array. The formation floated in the air. It enveloped Lin Feng, the rock giant, and Mosei Tianzuan. The formation activated, and the three of them instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the three of them arrived in a sea 50 kilometers away. Numerous islands were densely packed together. The battle in the Kingdom of Desire could still be seen from afar. This place would become the place where Lin Feng and Mosei Tianzuan would fight to the death. Kid, you really know how to find a place for yourself. This place has beautiful scenery. It's the most suitable place to bury you. Mosei Tianzuan said coldly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Don't boast so early. The victor is still unknown. Next, Lin Feng's hands formed a series of seals. The surrounding islands began to move. Lin Feng used the densely packed islands as formation cores and hundreds of thousands of precious formation materials to set up 12 powerful killing formations. The main formation was the Supreme Demon Slaughtering Formation, passed down from the Celestial Master Path. Then, there were the Immemorial Ancient God Formation, the Origin Binding Immortal Formation, the Thunder Tao Formation of 10,000 Tribulations, and 11 other ancient formations. These formations formed a large formation that completely sealed off the area. How can a mere formation hurt me? Mosei Tianzuan's expression was full of disdain. Asterisk rumble, asterisk 9 pirate king ships flew over and guarded the 9 core formation cores. Ancient ships that have been passed down since the immemorial era are now being used as pirate ships. What a waste. You lowly pirates will soon die at my hands, and these 9 ancient ships of great origin will become my treasures. Mosei Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. He clasped his hands behind his back, as if he wasn't worried about his situation at all. Who else? Come out together, Mosei Tianzuan said indifferently. In the distance, Qin Diyun and the 8 elders of the Immortal Temple rushed over with their imperial weapons, the Immortal Bell. So it's the remnants of the Immortal Temple. I let you escape last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape. Mosei Tianzuan glanced at Qin Diyun and the others disdainfully. We'll kill you even if we have to die. The 8 elders of the Immortal Temple looked at Mosei Tianzuan with hatred and killing intent. A bunch of ants who only know how to daydream. Mosei Tianzuan was very arrogant. He didn't care about the elders of the Immortal Temple at all. Asterisk buzz, asterisk the 9 demons painting flew out and floated above Lin Feng. My 9 demons painting will come back to me very soon, said Lin Feng. Mosei Tianzuan said coldly. Where's the magic lotus? I'm very interested. The demon lord stepped out of the demon orb and looked at Mosei Tianzuan. A spiritual body? Mosei Tianzuan was slightly surprised, but then he looked at him with disdain. Your spiritual body is strong enough, but you're not a member of the Celestial Demon Clan, so you can't create a physical body. Your threat is limited. I'll devour you later, and then my spiritual strength will increase greatly. Perfect, I'll kill you and take the magic lotus from you. The demon lord said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Mosei Tianzuan suddenly burst into laughter. Many people want to take the magic lotus from me. Who do you think you are? It seems like your people are all here. Today, I'll kill you all in one fell swoop. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Mosei Tianzuan jumped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Mosei Tianzuan could see that all the strong cultivators had joined forces because of Lin Feng. If he killed Lin Feng, the alliance would collapse. This alliance would crumble in an instant. At that time, they would be defeated one by one. Everyone would die in their own hands. When he thought about that, Mosei Tianzuan couldn't wait to take Lin Feng's life. But how could Lin Feng let Mosei Tianzuan kill him so easily? He had long been on guard against Mosei Tianzuan. When Mosei Tianzuan pounced toward him, Lin Feng had already activated the ultimate killing formation. Dense array patterns intertwined and suppressed Mosei Tianzuan. Those array patterns condensed all kinds of attacks. Lightning, storms, hailstones, a sea of swords, and so on. There were also mighty spirit gods, titan demons, giant dragons, vermilion birds, and so on. 12 ultimate killing formations unleashed their might together. The attack that was condensed was quite tyrannical and terrifying. Bang! Even Mosei Tianzuan was sent flying by Lin Feng's 12 ultimate killing formations. Demon Slayer Seal. Suddenly, divine light intertwined in the void and condensed into a square seal. This was the seal condensed by the Supreme Demon Slayer formation, and its power was astonishing. It descended from the sky. It seemed to be able to destroy all resistance. Bang! This attack suppressed Mosei Tianzuan's body. Suddenly, Mosei Tianzuan's body could not move. Kill him together. Lin Feng shouted. He activated the 9 demons painting and attacked Mosei Tianzuan. Dong dong dong, the longevity bell rang in all directions. Under the control of Chen Diyun and the 8 elders of the longevity hall, the longevity bell vibrated with a trace of Emperor's might and swept toward Mosei Tianzuan. Heavenly desolate God-shattering finger. The rock golem attacked. He pointed his finger at Mosei Tianzuan. A huge energy finger condensed in the void. It seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth with a light tap. The power of the energy finger was incomparably powerful. This was one of the rock golem's ultimate techniques. In the past, the rock golem had used this ultimate technique to kill a real god. Reverse the galaxy. The demon lord attacked with a monstrous aura. The galaxy condensed in the boundless starry sky. The demon lord reversed the Milky Way and collapsed the 8 desolations. The entire galaxy smashed towards Mosei Tianzuan. Then came the 9 pirate kings. King Arthur activated his God's Punishment pirate kingship. Terrifying God's Punishment power surged out and blasted towards Mosei Tianzuan. On the other hand, Rogers activated his Hell pirate kingship. The Hell pirate kingship shuddered in the void, and a phantom of the 18 levels of hell was formed, pressing down on heavenly venerate devil saint. Barbossa activated the pirate kingship of death, and the majestic power of death gushed out, turning into a river of death that swept towards Mosei Tianzuan. Madame Yu's evil dragon pirate kingship condensed the image of an evil dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Dragon might spread for 100,000 miles. They rushed towards Mosei Tianzuan. The Sea Demon King's 10,000 demon pirate kingship condensed billions of sea demon phantoms. Those sea demons seemed to have charged out of the legendary ultimate. The ultimate, it was the final destination of the creatures of the sea after they died. Now, the creatures of the ultimate had formed an army and rushed out of the ultimate to conquer the world. Howling Tianfeng activated the Storm Pirate Kingship, forming a powerful storm that swept across the world, wanting to devour Mosei Tianzuan. Fengshen Sky's Demon God Pirate Kingship condensed the Demon God Phantom. The Demon God Phantom looked up to the sky and roared, as if it could shatter the stars in outer space. The Demon God Phantom charged towards Mosei Tianzuan. Dragon Eye activated the power of the Sky Dragon Pirate Kingship. The Lord of the West Sea's Sky Dragon Pirate Kingship condensed a Sky Dragon. Together with Madame Yu's Evil Dragon Pirate Kingship, they charged towards Mosei Tianzuan from left and right. The Empress activated the Pirate Kingship of the Gods, and condensed the Phantom of the Gods. Billions of gods rushed towards Mosei Tianzuan, wanting to slay him in the void. At this moment, everyone attacked at the same time. Everyone condensed their strongest attack and charged towards Mosei Tianzuan. They hoped to kill Mosei Tianzuan directly. This was a true apocalypse, and the sun and moon lost their light. 2 Emperor weapons. 12 ultimate killing formations. 9 ancient, mysterious, and terrifying pirate kingships. 2 godly state cultivators. With so many attacks being launched at the same time, even a god would have no choice but to die. Good, good, good. Boy, you've really calculated well. You've gathered so many powerhouses and treasures to kill me, but this is far from enough. Today, I'll let you know the terror of the heavenly demon's sacred item, the magic lotus. Mosei Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. Boom. Then, the magic lotus flew out of his body. Endless demonic power spread across the world. The magic lotus took root in the void, immortal for billions of years. Now that the magic lotus was summoned, it emitted a wave of energy that made one's soul tremble. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The magic lotus blooms, one flower, one world. Mosei Tianzuan roared. The demonic lotuses floating in the void opened up one by one. Every time a petal opened, a world would be condensed. And those worlds were constantly devouring the attacks condensed by Lin Feng and the others. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they would be instantly devoured by the worlds condensed by the magic lotus. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was too strange. This made everyone's expression become extremely heavy. Even the attacks condensed by Lin Feng's 12 great formations were devoured by the worlds condensed by the magic lotus. Mosei Tianzuan broke free. The magic lotus floated above him. He laughed proudly, "You bunch of filthy and lowly creatures, now you know how big the gap is between me and you. I wield the magic lotus, immortal and indestructible. One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world, reversing billions of worlds and shattering the stars. This move of mine is called giving you a taste of your own medicine." Mosei Tianzuan's voice faded. The worlds condensed by the magic lotus were all opened. As for those worlds, all sorts of attacks flew out from them. Those attacks were all the attacks launched by Lin Feng and the others before. After the worlds condensed by the magic lotus devoured their attacks, they did not dissolve those attacks. Instead, they turned those attacks into their own. Then, they were released to attack Lin Feng and the others. This attack was simply too sudden. It made Lin Feng and the others' expressions change. Everyone hurriedly used various methods to resist. Bang! Lin Feng was swept away by the 9 demons' paintings attack. He wore the death god's armor and blocked the attack, but he was also shaken to the point where he vomited blood. The rock golem and the demon lord hastily attacked, but they were also sent flying. Chen Diyun and the others used the longevity bell to resist, but it was too late. 5 of the 8 elders by Chen Diyun's side had been killed. After the 9 pirate kings' ships suffered the attack of giving them a taste of their own medicine, they shook violently, and a powerful shock wave spread out. Bang, bang, bang! Many of the crew members on the 9 pirate kings' ships exploded into a bloody mist, dying tragically on the spot. Flowers bloom and wilt. Worlds wither. I'll bury all of you in the world where the demonic lotus blooms. Mosei Tianzuan sneered. The magic lotus condensed many worlds, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. Fight it out with him. Lin Feng roared, controlling his imperial armament to attack the magic lotus. The 9 pirate kings' ships charged forward, crushing the void as they collided with the magic lotus. The longevity bell shook the heavens and the earth as it rushed forward. The rock golem and the demon lord's divine power overflowed. They attacked Mosei Tianzuan, wanting to cut off Mosei Tianzuan's connection with the magic lotus. But it was useless. The magic lotus world descended, and everyone was shocked to find that their bodies were no longer under their control. They were about to be swallowed by the world condensed by the magic lotus. Once they were swallowed by the world condensed by the magic lotus, they would be defeated one by one and die without a burial place. The world of the magic lotus was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng and the others. If it weren't for the magic lotus, Lin Feng and the others might have already joined forces to kill Mosei Tianzuan. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would have severely injured him. However, the magic lotus suppressed Lin Feng and the others. Now, Lin Feng and the others were in a terrible situation. Haha, be devoured. Wait for death to come in endless fear. Mosei Tianzuan laughed loudly. His laughter was indescribably arrogant and proud. Perhaps in Mosei Tianzuan's eyes, Lin Feng and the others were definitely going to die. The situation was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the void trembled slightly. Following that, a cultivator stepped forward. 9 words mantra. Weapon controlling art. After the cultivator appeared, he used a powerful divine ability. Divine light intertwined in his palm. A series of shocking ripples burst out from it. The dazzling light intertwined and shook the void. An invisible force hit the magic lotus. The magic lotus seemed to be out of Mosei Tianzuan's control and began to shake violently. The illusory world that the magic lotus had condensed before was about to devour Lin Feng and the others. Now, it began to collapse. It's the Peak Lord. Lin Feng cried out in alarm. The person who attacked was the peak lord of the heaven-mending peak, Yu Budian. When Lin Feng broke out of the Blue Cloud sect, Yu Budian stayed behind. Lin Feng didn't know whether he had successfully broken out or not. He had sent people to inquire about Yu Budian. However, they hadn't found any clues. Lin Feng had been sad because of this. Because he thought that Yu Budian had died in the battle of the Blue Cloud sect. To Lin Feng, Yu Budian was a teacher and an elder. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they had a master-disciple relationship. At the beginning of his cultivation, Yu Budian had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng to establish his own Dao. Establishing one's own Dao was simply too important for a cultivator. Later on, whenever Lin Feng encountered something he did not understand in his cultivation, he would often ask Butian for advice. Lin Feng was very happy to see that Ji Budian was still alive. Lin Feng had always felt that Ji Budian was extraordinary. He was afraid that he was hiding a great secret. Now, it seemed that his guess was right. He didn't know what method Ji Budian had used to suppress the magic lotus. This was simply inconceivable. The demon lord exclaimed, "It's the legendary 9 words mantra." Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Although he had never seen the 9 words mantra, he had heard of it. The mantra of 9 words, also known as the Liujia secret prayer, was known as the 9 words of profound meaning in the esoteric sect. It was composed of 9 words, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, all in formation. The 5th paragraph of the Biopuzianer chapter volume 17, entering a famous mountain, with 60 years of experience, with 5 colors, each 5 inches, hanging on a large rock, you will obtain what you seek. There is another saying, when you enter the mountain, you should know the secrets of the top 6. Zhu said, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, advance in formation. The 9 mortal words are often used as a secret blessing, and there is nothing that cannot be broken. This was what they meant when they said that the path was not troublesome. The mantra of 9 symbolic words was a secret technique of Taoism. Taoism itself was a legend, mysterious and unfathomable. The Sky Martial continent also had Taoism, but Taoism did not appear in the world. True Taoists were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In all these years, Lin Feng had only seen limitless Taoists. However, the immeasurable Taoist was not an orthodox Taoist. He was the mountain-moving Taoist and was not recognized by orthodox Taoists. That was because the mountain-moving Taoist was actually a grave robber. He just gave himself a flashy name. True Taoism, on the other hand, was filled with religious colors. To cultivators, it was extremely mysterious. Among the many secret techniques passed down in Taoism, the 9 words mantra could be considered as the top secret technique. Right now, Yu Butian was using the army mantra of the 9 words mantra. The army mantra had endless uses. Now, Yu Butian was using the army mantra to condense the weapon control art. He wanted to forcefully seize control of the magic lotus. This was the 9 words mantra of Taoism. It could be said to be extremely tyrannical. Taoism's 9 words mantra. You want to seize the magic lotus from me? You're courting death. Mosei Tianzuan obviously recognized the sacred art that Yu Butian was using and could not help but roar out. He raised his right hand and punched towards Yu Butian. What are you waiting for? Attack together and kill Mosei Tianzuan. Lin Feng roared, and activated the 9 devils painting to attack Mosei Tianzuan. Kill. The rock troll and the demon lord all attacked. Chen Diyun and the 3 elders also attacked, activating the emperor weapon, the longevity bell, to attack Mosei Tianzuan. Immediately after, the 9 pirate kingships all rushed towards Mosei Tianzuan. Each pirate kingship condensed a powerful attack and blasted towards Mosei Tianzuan. Bang, under the siege of everyone, Mosei Tianzuan's attack towards Yu Butian was instantly neutralized. The magic lotus is difficult to seize. Kill him quickly. Yu Butian said in a deep voice. The 9 words mantra was amazing. However, it was really too difficult to seize the magic lotus from Mosei Tianzuan. It was already extremely difficult for Yu Butian to suppress the magic lotus. Lin Feng and the others naturally knew that now was the best opportunity to kill Mosei Tianzuan. If they waited until Mosei Tianzuan regained control of the magic lotus, at that time they would be in danger. Therefore, everyone unleashed their strongest attacks. Bang 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 bang, one attack after another bombarded Mosei Tianzuan's body. Without the protection of the magic lotus. Even though Mosei Tianzuan had broken through to the divine fire realm, he also felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Mosei Tianzuan's body had suffered great injuries, and half of his body had exploded. Lin Feng and the others were invigorated and continued to attack, wanting to kill Mosei Tianzuan in one go. Mosei Tianzuan roared angrily. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. I'm going to kill you all. Mosei Tianzuan was an extremely arrogant person. From the beginning to the end, he had not taken Lin Feng and the others seriously. Therefore, after being injured by Lin Feng and the others, the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. In Mosei Tianzuan's eyes, this was to him. It was simply a great humiliation. Sky. Demon. Body. Release. Technique. Mosei Tianzuan's angry roar shook the sky. He used the ultimate divine ability of the Sky Demon clan. This Sky Demon disintegration technique was not just a simple secret escape technique. Once this divine ability was used, it could raise one's cultivation to an unprecedented level in a short period of time by burning one's origin energy. The more origin energy was burned, the more one's cultivation would increase. Bang! After the Sky Demon disintegration technique was used, Mosei Tianzuan's body completely exploded. His body had turned into a ball of origin energy. And Mosei Tianzuan's soul was hidden in the origin energy. This was the terrifying part of the Sky Demon clan. Even if their physical body was destroyed, they could still reform it. Therefore, using the Sky Demon disintegration technique did not cause them much harm. If it was any other race that used the Sky Demon disintegration technique, their physical body would explode. Even if they used this divine ability to escape or kill their opponent, because their physical body was destroyed, they would have to take over someone's body in the future. Once they took over someone else's body, whether or not they could succeed was another matter. Even if they succeeded, after all, it was not their own body. The soul and the body would inevitably reject each other, and their cultivation speed would probably be greatly reduced. It would even be difficult to increase their cultivation. But these side effects obviously had no effect on the Sky Demon. Boom boom boom, Lin Feng and the others' attacks bombarded Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy. At this time, Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy burned fiercely. Lin Feng and the others' attacks were all swallowed up by Mosei Tianzuan's burning origin energy. They could not cause any harm to Mosei Tianzuan at all. Swish, beams of light shot out from Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy. Puff, those beams of light were too terrifying. The rock golem's chest was penetrated, and its body flew out. The demon lord's soul almost exploded after being hit. Chen Diyun and the three elders used their emperor weapons to resist. Half of Chen Diyun's body exploded, and the other three elders died tragically. The 9 pirate king ships were concentrated, and waves of destructive power shook into the pirate king ships. Bang bang bang, the bodies of the pirates exploded into a bloody mist. The 9 pirate kings also suffered unprecedented injuries. Their bodies cracked, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng was also hit by a beam of light, and he was sent flying. Although he was wearing the death god armor, Lin Feng's bones were shattered. Demon swallows the heavens. Die, all of you. Mosei Tianzuan was too terrifying. After injuring everyone, the black mist rolled, and the black mist moved towards Lin Feng and the others. It's over. Everyone's face was pale. Boom. At this time, purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles in the sky. An old scholar stepped on the void and came over. There was a rumor that the mighty Taoist Laozi left Jiayu Pass in the west, and his purple aura spread for 3,000 miles. Purple aura, it was the righteous aura. Some scholars cultivated the righteous aura through studying. That was why many scholars were demons and could not get close to them. If they became great scholars, they would be even more powerful. Once they appeared, the purple aura would spread for 3,000 miles. Now, the old scholar Ning Shotsai was walking over with purple aura. It was really shocking and moving. How is this possible? When Lin Feng saw Ning Shotsai walking over amidst the purple aura, his face was full of disbelief. He naturally remembered Ning Xiaozai. Not long after he joined the Blue Cloud sect, he met Ning Xiaozai when he went to the ancient barbarian mining area. Now, in his storage ring, he even had the book Tales of the Gods and Ghosts written by Ning Xiaozai over 50 years. The scholar stayed in a mountain temple and met a female ghost, putting on a good show about the unfinished love between man and ghost. Prime Minister Li Mo studied for 60 years and was imbued with the righteous aura, repelling billions of demons. While searching for treasures in the mountains, he accidentally entered a cave and fell asleep. However, when he woke up, 1,000 years had passed in the outside world. The woodcutter met an injured white snake and saved her life. The white snake cultivated her Tao and lived 3 lives and 3 lives. She searched for the woodcutter's reincarnation and finally found him. In order to repay his kindness, she married him. However, after a short period of happiness, tragedy befell her. The stories were interesting and thought-provoking. Lin Feng remembered that Ning Xiaozai was just an ordinary old man, he didn't have any cultivation. But now, Ning Xiaozai had transformed into a powerful cultivator. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He did not know what happened to cause such a shocking change in Ning Xiaozai. However, Lin Feng knew that something unbelievable must have happened. Or else. How did Ning Xiaozai become such a powerful figure? The righteous aura turned into a long river and descended from the sky. The endless demonic aura was dispelled. The righteous aura was the nemesis of demons. Even the divine powers of Buddhism could not compare to the righteous aura of Confucianism in terms of restraining demons. Bang! The river of righteousness slammed into Mosei Tianzuan's source and blasted it away. As a result, Lin Feng and the others managed to escape from Mosei Tianzuan's devouring path of Confucianism. Righteous energy. Mosei Tianzuan roared furiously, how can there still be a great Confucian on Tianwu continent? Now, Mosei Tianzuan's voice finally had a trace of fear. This was the first time Mosei Tianzuan had such emotions. Before this, he had always been high and mighty and full of confidence. One can only be called a great scholar if one writes books and forms a new kind of academic thinking. Lin Feng thought of the definition of a great scholar. Then, this divine ghost talk. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a book that Ning Xiaozai had spent most of his life writing. However, Lin Feng had always treated divine ghost talk as a ghost biography. Only now did he realize that he had completely underestimated divine ghost talk written by Ning Xiaozai. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the stories recorded in divine ghost talk. Now that he thought about it carefully, there were many stories. Indeed, there were some profound meanings contained within them. Among them, the analysis of human nature was even more penetrating. Kindness, righteousness, passion, greed, cowardice, greed, lust, treachery, cunning, and so on. There were many different kinds of human nature, and they all had profound interpretations. Some stories also had profound descriptions and contrasts of current affairs, politics, the country, the people of the world, human relations, and so on. Lin Feng had never thought about these things carefully before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was different. There were a lot of life principles in the talk of gods and ghosts. Perhaps the thoughts about the family, the country, and the people were the so-called academic thoughts. Righteous energy suppresses rivers and mountains. Ning Xiaozai's voice was like thunder. A long roar shook the 9 heavens. The great righteous energy swept through heaven and earth. Like an ancient mountain range, it fell from the sky and suppressed Mosei Tianzuan's origin. Bang! This attack landed on Mosei Tianzuan's origin, and Mosei Tianzuan's origin began to crack. Everything in this world reinforced and countered each other. Mosei Tianzuan self-destructed his physical body and used the heavenly demon disintegration technique. His cultivation level rose rapidly in a short period of time. Lin Feng and the others were suppressed to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back. However, because he did not have a physical body, when he encountered his nemesis, the great righteous energy, he could not organize an effective defense. The physical body was the first line of defense against the invasion of any kind of power. If the physical body was strong, it would be easier to resist. For example, if someone was weak and the weather turned cold, he would immediately catch a cold. Some people, on the other hand, were strong. Even if they wore thin clothes in the dead of winter, they would not feel cold and would not fall ill from the cold. Resisting the invasion of the cold and the great righteous energy was the same principle. Now that Mose Tianzuan did not even have a physical body, it was too difficult to resist the great righteous energy. Let's go. Mose Tianzuan's face darkened. He wanted to escape. Stop him. Lin Feng shouted. Everyone attacked together, cooperating with Ning Xiaotsai to attack Mose Tianzuan's origin. Mose Tianzuan's origin was attacked from both sides. Bang! 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 Under the combined attacks of Ning Xiaotsai, Lin Feng, and the others, Mose Tianzuan's origin continued to explode. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls also began to collapse and be destroyed. No. Why is this happening? I, Mose Tianzuan, am a heavenly demon. I will become the heavenly demon emperor in the future. How can I die here? Mose Tianzuan could not accept what was happening and could not help but roar. Old senior, you really came at the right time. If you came any later, we would all have died at the hands of this demon. Lin Feng looked at Ning Xiaotsai excitedly. Ning Xiaotsai smiled and said, I have been here all this time. I just hid and did not make a move. I was waiting for a rare opportunity. When I saw Mose Tianzuan destroy his own body to use the heavenly demon disintegration technique, I knew that my chance had come. Lin Feng smiled wryly. You're really patient, said Lin Feng. Under the relentless attacks of everyone, the aura of heavenly sovereign demon saint's source and soul grew weaker and weaker. Lin Feng and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mose Tianzuan had fallen. It was only a matter of time. At this time, Mose Tianzuan looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze and roared, Lin Feng, you little bastard, it's all your fault. These people are closely related to you. If it wasn't for you, how could they have gathered together to attack me? If it wasn't for you, how could I have fallen into your trap? Everything is because of you. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Boom. As soon as Mose Tianzuan finished speaking, his origin and soul began to burn fiercely, turning into pure energy that surged into the magic lotus. The magic lotus instantly broke free from Jibu Tian's suppression and flew towards Lin Feng. Damn, seeing the magic lotus flying towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed. Without thinking, he turned and ran. Stop the magic lotus, quick! Ning Xiaotsai shouted in a deep voice. Everyone tried to stop the magic lotus, but the magic lotus emitted a terrifying destructive force that shattered the void. Time and space flowed in reverse, swallowing all the attacks. The void continued to collapse, and the collapsing void swallowed Lin Feng. I can't live anymore. I will bury myself in the depths of the shattered void, and before I die, I will drag you down with me. On the road to the Yellow Springs, with you by my side, I won't be lonely. Ha 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 ha, Mose Tianzuan's maniacal laughter came from the magic lotus. In the next moment, Lin Feng was swallowed by the collapsing void. The magic lotus also disappeared into the collapsing void. Then, the collapsing void closed, and Lin Feng and the magic lotus disappeared from the Tianwu continent without a trace. Endless darkness, raging storms, this was the world in the depths of the shattered void. This was a world of destruction, and the terrifying storms were enough to destroy everything. Mose Tianzuan, who was inside the magic lotus, seemed to have used up all of his source energy and soul, and became motionless. The magic lotus, on the other hand, was swept into the depths of the storm. Mose Tianzuan, fuck you. Even after you die, you still want to screw me over. Lin Feng was extremely depressed. Being swallowed by the collapsed void, and now that he had left the Sky Martial continent, in the endless darkness and storms, he was destined to die. But now, even the demon lord was unable to return to the demon orb, and Lin Feng had no understanding of the shattered void. This was enough to make people despair. He felt as if his body was about to be completely torn apart by the storm. Lin Feng used his immortal body to heal his injured body, and at the same time, he took out the hurricane orb. The hurricane orb emitted a shocking amount of energy that enveloped Lin Feng. Suddenly, the storm formed by the space-time reversal could no longer harm Lin Feng. Fortunately, I have the hurricane orb, a treasure that can resist the space-time storm, otherwise, I would have died today. Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. He saw the magic lotus, which was swept into the depths of the storm. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. He was a man of his word, and since he promised the demon lord that he would help the demon lord obtain the magic lotus, he would do his best. Lin Feng held the hurricane orb in his hand and traveled through the storm, chasing after the magic lotus. But his speed was severely hindered. Although the space-time storm did not harm him because of the hurricane orb, it still affected his speed. He did not know how long he chased after it. Lin Feng felt exhausted. This caused his heart to become incomparably heavy. In the dark and cold world of the void, he could not hold on for too long. Magic power could be recovered by swallowing emerald leaf stones, but stamina was hard to recover, because stamina recovery required rest. Or rather, he needed sleep. Sleep was the best way to recover one's strength. When one's physical strength was completely exhausted, it would be the time of disaster. As for Lin Feng, he could feel the danger he was facing at this very moment. His physical strength had reached a critical point. He was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. This was a moment of life and death. Lin Feng fiercely bit his lips, trying to stay awake. He persisted for a period of time. However, exhaustion swept over him, and he was finally unable to persevere for long. It was only when Lin Feng heard a deep voice that his spirit was slightly shaken. This is an exiled world, an abandoned world, the glory of the sage emperors of the past is here, and the sorrow of being exiled, but now, this place has become a forgotten land, banished world? An abandoned world? Where is this voice coming from? Lin Feng struggled to open his eyes. Finally, he saw a faint light in the depths of the dark and cold void. It seemed to be the coordinates of a parallel world. In any world, there were many coordinates. Once one entered the coordinates, one would be able to enter those worlds. Is this a world with life? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, gathered the last of his strength, and charged toward the source of light in the darkness. A storm swept over, trying to sweep him away. I want to live, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and a burst of potential erupted from his body. As this burst of potential erupted, a powerful force involuntarily surged out of his body. This force supported Lin Feng through the storm and into the only source of light in the darkness. Following that, Lin Feng completely lost consciousness, and his body fell to the ground. There was no sun in this world. It was misty, and there was a gloomy and cold aura. At night, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. Some residents hid in caves in the mountains, and they spent the cold night in fear. Umber beasts appeared at night. These umber beasts were about 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. They looked like wolves, but they didn't have any fur. Instead, their bodies were covered in dense scales. Umber beasts were the most common beasts in the banished world. They were ferocious and had a trace of intelligence, so they were very terrifying and were the best predators. At night, no one came out of the banished world because it was too dangerous. Going out at this time was simply suicide. More than 10 umber beasts were running wildly in the forest. Suddenly, they seemed to have smelled the scent of prey. They let out low growls and charged into the distance. Finally, in a forest, the umber beast saw a human lying on the ground. Cold and bloodthirsty auras radiated from the umber beast's eyes as they all pounced on the human. Crack, crack, suddenly, the ground cracked open. A huge creature about 20 meters long drilled out of the ground. This creature had extremely thick hind limbs and relatively short forelimbs. Its neck was very long, and its head was huge. Its teeth were as sharp as swords, and its tail was thick and powerful. This was another terrifying creature in the banished world. It was also the most evil beast, and it was a serious threat to the residents of the banished world. This beast was called the skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard directly attacked the umber beasts. 3 umber beasts were whipped to death by the skeletal lizard's thick tail, and 2 umber beasts were bitten to death by the skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard was declaring to the umber beasts that the human not far away belonged to them. The remaining umber beasts let out low growls and quickly fled into the distance. After the skeletal lizard swallowed the corpses of 5 umber beasts, it walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a low growl and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to eat Lin Feng in one bite. At this time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Seeing the skeletal lizard pouncing towards him, his expression changed. He wanted to use his divine ability to attack the skeletal lizard. However, Lin Feng was shocked to find that in this world, he could not use his magic power. Because he felt that there was a powerful law of heaven and earth, suppressing his magic power. Whoosh! Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He quickly got up and retreated, dodging the skeletal lizard's attack. However, Lin Feng did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the skeletal lizard's thick tail whipped over and sent him flying. Because this world suppressed his magic power, Lin Feng could only use his physical body to fight the skeletal lizard. However, his current physical condition was not ideal. Moreover, the skeletal lizard's physical body was also very terrifying. Perhaps it was because this world suppressed his magic power. Therefore, the creatures in this world would use all kinds of methods to improve their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were much stronger than those in other worlds. Lin Feng got up from the ground and quickly ran away. If he could not win, he would run. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Roar! The skeletal lizard roared angrily and chased after Lin Feng. The banished world in the darkness was full of danger. There were villages around. The villagers hiding in the caves heard the skeletal lizards roar and curled up in the caves. They were helpless and frightened, their bodies trembling. Roar! A deep roar came from behind. The skeletal lizard was very fast. It had strong and thick hind legs, so when it ran, its speed was astonishing. Lin Feng ran all the way. He wanted to take out a magic treasure to attack the skeletal lizard, but in the end, he failed. In this world, he couldn't use magic power, and even his divine sense couldn't be used. Lin Feng was now a powerful cultivator. He had become an ordinary person. What kind of damned world is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He increased his speed. But now Lin Feng was tired and hungry, so he couldn't increase his speed. The skeletal lizard was gradually closing the distance between it and Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw a low mountain in front of him that was 300 to 400 meters high. He quickly ran up, lifted a huge rock on the mountain, and threw it at the skeletal lizard that was chasing after him. Bang! The rock hit the skeletal lizard's body hard. But the skeletal lizard's body was too strong, so it didn't cause much damage to it. Instead, it angered the skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard's thick limbs suddenly kicked the ground, and its huge body jumped up. It directly jumped to the top of the mountain. You jump up, I'll jump down. Lin Feng hastily jumped down from the top of the mountain and flew away. He ran for an entire night. When the sky gradually brightened, the skeletal lizard let out an unwilling roar and finally drilled into the ground and disappeared. The skeletal lizard didn't seem to like to appear during the day. Seeing the skeletal lizard leave, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt as if the strength in his body had been completely sucked out. He directly fell to the ground and lay on his back, panting violently. Tired. Lin Feng had never felt so tired. This world's suppression of magic power is too strong. I need to find a way to use magic power. Without magic power, it's difficult to move. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He tried to circulate the Archean Dragonesque elephant art, but unfortunately, in this world, even the Archean Dragonesque elephant art was not effective. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. Let's go find some food and water first. Lin Feng was now thirsty and hungry. His entire body was weak, and he needed food and water to replenish his strength. He got up and walked towards the forest. But what made Lin Feng very disappointed was that he couldn't find any water source, nor could he find any food to satisfy his hunger. He didn't even have any wild fruits. The vegetation that grew in the mountain forest were all man-eating flowers, poisonous camphor trees, and so on. He needed to be careful, otherwise it was very likely that he would be poisoned or be attacked by man-eating flowers. Lin Feng also didn't find any traces of wild beasts. He couldn't even hunt a wild beast for food. How can there be no birds or beasts in such a large forest? How strange. Lin Feng said speechlessly. He guessed that the birds and beasts might have been frightened by the skeletal lizard yesterday and fled the area. Or perhaps, birds and beasts were extremely rare in this world. Most of the beasts that appeared in the forest were poisonous and vicious by nature. Lin Feng was more inclined to the latter conjecture. He walked for a long time, but he still didn't find any food or water. Lin Feng was extremely exhausted and was lying down on a rock to rest. At noon, a group of people carrying bamboo baskets came out. They weren't very old. The older ones looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, while the younger ones looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. They carefully observed their surroundings, as if they were looking for something. "Brother, I found a piece of fire vein stone." A boy who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old found a stone in a pile of rocks. The stone was dark brown, but there were some fiery red spots on it. The fiery red was a very low grade ore that could be refined into fire vein iron. Of course, to refine enough fire vein iron to forge a weapon, one would need to pile up a mountain of fire vein stones. A 17 or 18-year-old boy ran over. He seemed to be very excited. He praised his younger brother a few times and then put the fire vein stone in the bamboo basket. "Sister, I also found a piece of fire vein stone." A 13 or 14-year-old boy shouted in surprise. He also found a fist-sized fire vein stone in a pile of rocks. The boy quickly ran over to a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The boy was very handsome, but because of long-term malnutrition, his body was thin. The boy's sister looked more delicate. She looked 60 to 70% like the boy. Her face was pure and lovely. "Xiaoshen, good job." The girl lovingly rubbed her brother's head. The girl's name was Song Ying'er. She was 17 years old. The boy's name was Song Xiaoshen. He was 13 years old. The siblings were villagers in a nearby mountain village. At night, they would hide in a cave with the other villagers. During the day, they would come out to look for fire vein stones. This was because fire vein stones could be exchanged for food. Although most of the time, the fire vein stones they found might not be enough to exchange for a piece of taro, this was the only way for them to survive. It was difficult to survive in this world. Most of the boys and girls who came out to look for fire vein stones were orphans. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves. Being able to survive was the wish of many people. As for being full, many people did not even dare to dream of it. This group of people continued to look for fire vein stones in the forest. "Brother, I'm hungry." A 12 or 13-year-old boy looked at his elder brother. In fact, his elder brother was not very old. He was only 14 or 15 years old. The elder brother carefully took out a fist-sized piece of taro, broke off a small piece, and handed it to his younger brother. The younger brother wolfed it down. The elder brother swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could not bear to eat it, so he put the rest of the taro in his arms. In this world, food was life. Unless they were very hungry, they would not be willing to eat it. "Xiaoshen, you're hungry too, right? You should have a bite too." Inger also took out a piece of taro wrapped in coarse cloth from her arms. The taro was already dry. She broke off a small piece and handed it to her younger brother. "Sister, I'm not hungry at all. You should eat it." Xiaoshen was very sensible. He also felt sorry for his sister. He knew that his sister had not eaten for 2 days, so he tried to persuade her. "Sister is not hungry. You should eat it quickly," Inger said with a smile. Xiaoshen took the piece of taro in his hand. It was a piece that could be eaten in one bite, so he broke it in half and handed half to his sister. He said, "Sister, let's split it in half." Although Inger was also very hungry, she wanted her younger brother to eat all of it. She did everything she could to take good care of her younger brother. "Sister is not hungry. You should eat it quickly," Inger said. "If sister doesn't eat it, I won't eat it either," Xiaoshen said. Although he was very young, he was very sensible. This made Inger feel very gratified. She took the piece of taro that Xiaoshen handed to her and ate it. Xiaoshen smiled and wolfed down the small piece of taro. 4 hours later, they had traveled more than 5 kilometers, but they had only found a dozen pieces of fire-patterned ore. It was not even enough to exchange for a piece of taro. The siblings could not help but sigh. There were very few fire-patterned ores in this forest, but they did not dare to go further to search. This forest was relatively safe because there were only occasional lunar beasts roaming about. However, if they left this forest, they would easily encounter lunar beasts that came out to hunt for food. If that happened, they would die miserably. The sky gradually darkened. The siblings were about to return with the rest of the group. At this moment, Xiaoxian pointed at a rock in the distance and said, "Sister, do you see a person lying on that rock?" Inger looked over and vaguely saw a person lying motionless on the rock. She did not know if he was dead or alive. "Why is there a person here?" Inger was puzzled. "Why don't we go and take a look?" Xiaoxian suggested. Inger was a kind girl. She nodded and walked towards the rock with her brother. When the others saw the siblings walking away, they asked what had happened. Xiaoxian pointed at the rock in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a person. They were also very curious and followed him. The group arrived at the rock. Xiaoxian said, "Sister, I'll go and see if he's still alive." Inger nodded and said, "Be careful." "Sister, don't worry. Everything will be fine." Xiaoxian gave Inger a reassuring smile before he climbed up the rock. Not long after, Xiaoxian reached the top of the rock and reached under Lin Feng's nose. He wanted to see if Lin Feng was still breathing. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaoxian's hand. Xiaoxian jumped in fright and struggled, but to no avail. Lin Feng sat up and let go of Xiaoxian. When he saw Xiaoxian and the people below, he was both surprised and happy. It was great that there were people living here. This damned world suppressed his magic power, and he could not use his divine sense. He could not find food or water, and this made Lin Feng extremely depressed. The only good news was that he had finally seen a living person. "You're still alive. That's great." Xiaoxian sighed in relief. However, Lin Feng could not understand what they were saying. They were speaking a different language. The Tianwu continent's language was different from this world's. When he saw that Lin Feng did not answer him, Xiaoxian asked curiously, "Can't you speak?" Lin Feng nodded. He really didn't understand the language of this world. Xiaoxian looked down at his sister and shouted, "Sister, this person doesn't seem to know how to speak. It's dangerous up there. Hurry up and come down." Inger shouted worriedly. "Let's go down together, okay?" Xiaoxian gestured to Lin Feng to climb down. He was the first to climb down. Then Lin Feng also climbed down. Inger looked at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was very handsome. It was really hard to find such a handsome man here. Perhaps in the future, when Xiaoxian grows up, he will also be this handsome. Seeing Lin Feng's dry lips and red eyes, Inger naturally knew that this was caused by lack of water and hunger. Lack of water and hunger could even cause bleeding from the eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Inger bit her lips and took out a taro and a water sack from her bosom. "Sister Inger, are you crazy? If you give it to him, how will you and Xiaoxian survive?" A youth said. "That's right, Sister Inger. You have to survive too. You can't go without food." People continued to persuade her. Food was life. This world's need for food surpassed everything else. In the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng could go without food for half a month without a problem because he could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body. But here, he couldn't. He couldn't even use his magic power here, let alone absorb energy to replenish his body. Here, he had become an ordinary person. He would starve like an ordinary person, and he would be injured like an ordinary person. Perhaps the only difference was that Lin Feng's body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. He was able to compete with a terrifying creature like the skeletal lizard. "Let him eat first. We still have other ways," Inger said. She hesitated for a moment and looked at her younger brother, Xiaoxian. But if she gave the food to Lin Feng, Xiaoxian would definitely suffer again. "Sister, I'm fine. Let this big brother eat it quickly," Xiaoxian said. Inger was happy that Xiaoxian was sensible and kind, but she also felt helpless about his tragic fate. However, Inger had a strong and kind personality. Even though life was difficult, she still tried her best to remain optimistic. Inger handed the taro and water bag to Lin Feng. Even though he didn't understand the language of this world, Lin Feng knew that food and water were precious. In this world, the forests were filled with poisonous man-eating flowers and poisonous trees. It was difficult to see other plants, and it was difficult to find wild beasts in the forests. However, one could see many lunar beasts hunting for food. Thus, food and water were too precious. He looked gratefully at Inger and took half of the taro and water bag. There was very little water in the water bag. Lin Feng drank a mouthful and coughed violently. The water was bitter and astringent, and it tasted very strange. However, his body was too dehydrated. Even though it tasted so bad, Lin Feng drank it like it was a nectar. Then, he wolfed down the dry taro. This kind of food was usually fed to pigs in the Tianwu continent. Basically, no one ate it. But in this world, it was a life-saving food. Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously. Seeing him wolfing down the food, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Including Inger and Xiaoshen. They were really too hungry. The lack of food for a long time made their bodies look very weak. Big brother, it's getting dark. Lunar beasts will appear. If you stay here, you will be eaten by them. Come back with us. Xiaoshen gestured as he spoke. Lin Feng could understand Xiaoshen's gestures. His learning ability was very strong. Through Xiaoshen's gestures and language, he was able to deduce the meaning behind them. At the same time, he was also learning the language of this world. Lin Feng followed the group back to the village. This village was located in a valley. There were about 1,000 people in the village, but Lin Feng didn't find any old people. Perhaps, it was very difficult for people to live for long in this world. This was an extremely poor village. Lin Feng's arrival didn't cause a big commotion in this village. Because every day, there would be villages like this that were destroyed by lunar beasts or giant skeleton lizards. Of course, there would also be some lucky people who managed to escape. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng might be one of those people. The villagers lived in caves. The villagers dug a huge cave that led to the inside of the mountain. Inside the cave, they dug out a few small caves. This was the village's home. Inger and Xiaoshen's home was about 6 or 7 square meters. There were some fire-patterned stones piled up here. These fire-patterned stones were used to exchange for food. There was also a jar made of unknown vines and a broken porcelain jar. Other than these, there seemed to be nothing else to be found. The night was very cold and very scary. Because every night could be the last night of their lives. Xiaoshen asked Lin Feng to sit between him and his sister. They curled up in a corner of the cave. This way, it would be easier to keep warm. Then, they used the only blanket to cover their bodies. Brother, your body is so warm. Xiaoshen said. Inger also seemed to feel that Lin Feng's body was very warm. She couldn't help but lean closer to him. Roar, in the latter half of the night, a deep roar was heard. This was the sound of the giant skeleton lizard. At night, the giant skeleton lizard came out to look for food. Inger and Xiaoshen were both awakened. Their whole bodies were trembling, and their expressions were full of fear and helplessness. The giant skeleton lizard finally left. But not long after, outside the village, a demon snake that was nearly 100 meters long crawled out. The demon snake stuck out its tongue and looked coldly in the direction of the valley. It was a demon snake with 3 eyes. It was a terrifying demon snake that moved in the dark. Even the skeletal lizard did not want to make an enemy out of it. Fearsome beasts roamed everywhere. This was the banished world. It was a terrifying and cold night. Fearsome beasts loved to eat humans. There was a reason why they loved to eat humans. Other ferocious beasts usually had hard scales and thick hides. Moreover, they were strong. After a tough battle, whether they could kill their opponents was another matter. Even if they could kill their opponents, they would have to find a way to break their opponent's scales and hides. Many beasts were too lazy to break their opponent's scales and hides. They would just eat the corpses. Naturally, they would not taste good. As for humans, they were weak. They did not have scales or hides. Their skin was soft and tender, and their flesh tasted great. Therefore, many beasts, such as lunar beasts, skeletal lizards, demon snakes, and many others, loved to hunt humans for food. The demon snake that had just appeared was the same. It loved to hunt humans. Now, the demon snake sensed the aura of humans in the depths of the valley. The demon snake stuck out its forked tongue. Its huge body swayed on the ground. Soon, it entered the valley. Its cold eyes could not help but look at a huge cave in the valley. The demon snake rushed into the cave. Ah! Shrill screams could be heard. Something is coming in. Xianxia exclaimed with a face full of terror. Ing'er's body trembled violently. 3 years ago, their parents had been eaten by a lunar beast that rushed into a cave like this. At that time, the villagers had chased the lunar beast away in time. The siblings had been lucky enough to escape. It's the demon snake. Soon, terrified screams could be heard. The demon snake was terrifying. It rushed into the cave and swallowed the villagers who were hiding in it. However, no one could fight against the demon snake. Ordinary lunar beasts were much weaker than the demon snake. Moreover, ordinary people would not be able to fight against ordinary lunar beasts, let alone a terrifying existence like the demon snake. Suddenly, a cold aura filled the air, and a huge snake head appeared outside the cave. "Sister, the demon snake!" Xiaoxian shouted in fear. Ing'er was so scared that her face turned pale, and her entire body trembled. Roar! The demon snake opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Lin Feng, Ing'er, and Xiaoxian. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng jumped in front of the snake's head and threw a punch at its jaw. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the demon snake's jaw. The demon snake's head slammed into the cave wall. The demon snake let out a painful hiss. Then, its head slammed towards Lin Feng. The cave was narrow and the snake's head was too big. Lin Feng dodged the snake's attack and jumped onto its head. He punched the snake's third eye. Lin Feng punched the snake's third eye. Bang! Lin's punch. The demon snake's head. Clang! Lin Feng's body slammed into the cave wall. The huge impact made Lin Feng feel as if his internal organs were burning. However, the demon snake did not continue to attack Lin Feng. This place was too narrow. The demon snake already had a trace of intelligence. It knew that it would be at a disadvantage if it fought with this human in front of it. The demon snake glared at Lin Feng viciously. Then, its huge body shrank back. "Big brother, are you okay?" Xiaoxian got up and ran to Lin Feng's side. Even now, he still could not believe that he had survived. That was a demon snake that was even more powerful than a lunar beast. It had actually been defeated by the big brother he had picked up outside. Ing'er was also shocked. She quickly got up and ran to Lin Feng with Xiaoxian. She looked at Lin Feng with concern. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. At the same time, he felt depressed. If he had magic power, he would have been able to kill the demon snake easily. But now, his magic power was suppressed, and he could not use any divine abilities. He could only use his physical body to fight these beasts. It was not an easy task to kill these thick-skinned ferocious beasts. What a pity. It would be good if I had a weapon. Unfortunately, this world has cut off the connection between me and my storage ring. I can't take out any treasures from my storage ring. Lin Feng sighed. The cave was filled with the sound of crying. The appearance of the demon snake had caused the village to lose more than 40 people. The village chief came to Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had defeated the demon snake, they were very grateful to Lin Feng. If it had not been for Lin Feng, the entire village of more than 1,000 people would have become the demon snake's food. Lin Feng indicated that they did not need to be so polite. After that, no one felt sleepy anymore. Perhaps it was because they had seen too much death. When dawn arrived, the sorrowful atmosphere faded away. No matter how difficult life was, it had to go on. Perhaps they were grateful to Lin Feng for defeating the demon snake. In the morning, Lin Feng was called to eat with the village's hunter team. The hunter team was an important force supporting the survival of the village. It was also the guarantee of the village's survival. They would set traps to kill some small beasts. But it was very difficult to catch small beasts because in the banished world, beasts were extremely rare. It would take a long time to catch one. If they could catch one, the village would not be willing to eat it. Instead, they would use the beast's fur and meat to exchange for food in the town. In fact, every family would be given a portion of food at the beginning of the month, but the food given was pitifully little. After all, there were more than 1,000 people. It was too difficult to feed the village. And the rest of the food could only be self-sufficient. This was also the reason why Inger, Xiaoshen, and the others went to look for fire stones. The food given to the village could not last for a month. Even half a month was difficult. If they did not go out to look for fire stones to exchange for taro, they would eventually starve to death. The food these hunters ate was very simple. It was a kind of cornbread made from coarse grains and taro. Each hunter was given 2 cornbread and a bowl of vegetable soup with a few vegetable leaves floating in the air. But even such a diet was envied by others. Lin Feng was given 4 cornbread. The chief specially ordered someone to cut a piece of meat and then stewed a meat soup for Lin Feng with wild vegetables. This was a treatment that other hunters did not receive. The smell of the meat soup filled the air. Many people gathered around and looked at the meat soup in their bowls, swallowing their saliva. To them, meat soup was perhaps the most delicious food in the world. But they only had the opportunity to drink meat soup once a year at the end of the year. If they were lucky, they might even be able to eat a piece of meat. Lin Feng looked at the 4 bowls of bread and the meat soup in front of him. He was lost in thought. He looked at the villagers in the distance who were looking at their bowls of meat soup. Lin Feng's heart felt heavy. Back in the Tianwu continent, ordinary people wouldn't even spare a glance for food like that. But here, it was the most delicious food. Lin Feng waved at the sister and brother not far from him. Inger and Xiaoshen walked over to Lin Feng. He looked at the village chief and gestured for him to bring 2 more bowls over. The village chief brought 2 bowls over. Lin Feng divided the broth into 3 portions, 1 for each of the siblings and 1 cornbread. Big brother, the village chief gave this to you to nourish your body. We can't eat it. Although Xiaoshen was already swallowing his saliva, he didn't take the broth Lin Feng gave him. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at his own bowl. Then, he grabbed Xiaoshen's hand and placed the bowl in Xiaoshen's hand. Then, he gave Xiaoshen a cornbread. Xiaoshen's tears immediately fell. Ever since his parents had died, he and his sister had depended on each other. No one had ever treated him so well. Lin Feng patted Xiaoshen's head and handed the other bowl of broth to Inger. Then, he gave Inger cornbread as well. Thank you, big brother. Inger smiled sweetly. Many people looked at Inger and Xiaoshen enviously. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. This was all he could do for now. Other people couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. After breakfast, Lin Feng lay on a rock to rest. Although the ferocious beasts of this world, including the skeletal lizard and the demon snake, had strong physical bodies, they were not as strong as a god fiend's. Lin Feng's physical body could kill god fiends a long time ago. However, he had just descended from this shattered world of the void to this world. His body would more or less be injured. Now that he couldn't use his magic power, it was difficult for him to circulate his immortal divine body, and he didn't have any spirit medicine to heal his injuries. Lin Feng could only wait for his body to slowly heal. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too serious. The real reason why Lin Feng couldn't increase his combat power was because of the lack of food. The higher the cultivation, the greater the need for food. In the past, Lin Feng had always eaten spirit fruits of heaven and earth to supplement his body's needs. The nutrients contained in a heaven and earth spirit fruit that was tens of thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands of years old, was naturally incomparable to ordinary food. But now, not to mention spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, even having a full stomach was a luxury. He was injured. The body could not replenish itself with nutrients. No matter how strong his physical body was, if he was in a weakened state, his combat strength would also drop. It's just like how we can carry 200 kilograms of things when we're full. If we starve for 3 days, not to mention 200 pounds, I reckon we won't even be able to move 50 pounds. Lin Feng's body was severely lacking in nutrients, so it was difficult for him to display the strength of his physical body. He was now considering whether or not he should hunt the demonic snake. If he could kill the demonic snake, the snake's gallbladder and blood would be a great supplement. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak state, it wouldn't be a problem for him to recover to 60 to 70%. Lin Feng's physical body could kill god fiends. Even if he recovered to 50%, it would be easy for him to kill ferocious beasts like the skeleton lizard, let alone 60 to 70%. Currently, Lin Feng only had about 10% of his combat strength. The demonic snake is not simple. It lacks a suitable weapon. Lin Feng frowned. At noon, the village chief personally came to find Lin Feng. The hunter team was going to hunt in the dense forest 50 kilometers away. He hoped that Lin Feng could join them. After Lin Feng defeated the demonic snake, the villagers treated Lin Feng like a god of war. Many people looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng gladly agreed. The forest 50 kilometers around the village was filled with man-eating flowers and poisonous miasma trees. There were no wild beasts at all. Lin Feng could follow the hunter team to scout the area. It would be even better if he could kill some ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were different from ordinary wild beasts. Their blood and meat contained energy that could help Lin Feng recover quickly. Seeing that Lin Feng had agreed, the villagers were very happy. Lin Feng asked the village chief to take care of Inger and Xiaoxin. The village chief was a shrewd person. He knew what to do. The entire village came to see the hunter team off. There were about 100 hunters in the team this time. Everyone was holding a spear in their hands. The spears were made of a kind of hardwood. In this world, iron was very rare. The village didn't have the money to buy a spear made of iron, not even a simple spearhead. After entering the forest where wild beasts roamed, the group didn't encounter any wild beasts for 3 days. Wild beasts were rare in this world. However, they encountered many lunar beasts. Lunar beasts were highly poisonous and inedible. Moreover, they came in groups. Therefore, everyone found a place to hide from them. After 3 days without any harvest, the food and water they brought was very little. Now, the food and water were almost used up. Everyone had no choice but to return. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the forest. A 3-meter-long, 2-meter-tall two-headed blood wolf appeared. It was one of the most ferocious beasts in the forest. It was even more powerful than the ordinary lunar beasts. The two-headed blood wolf had already gained a trace of intelligence. It was a ferocious beast with terrifying strength. The hunter team could only hunt some small wild beasts. It was a disaster to encounter these ferocious beasts. Immediately, 4 or 5 villagers were bitten to death by the two-headed blood wolf. It's over. The leader of the hunter team was called Zhang Danian. He was about 40 years old and had rich hunting experience. When he saw the two-headed blood wolf, his face turned pale. He knew how terrifying the two-headed blood wolf was. Such a two-headed blood wolf could easily destroy a village. Moreover, the two-headed blood wolf was extremely cunning. It would kill everyone before it began to feast on its prey. Therefore, when encountering such a two-headed blood wolf, there was no chance to escape. When the rest of the people saw the two-headed blood wolf, they were so scared that their legs went soft. Many people even sat on the ground. This world was too cruel. Especially for ordinary people like them, it was even more cruel. They had no cultivation, no sharp weapons, no food, no water, and no medicine. Moreover, they had to face the threat of the ferocious beasts. It was too difficult to survive. Roar, the double-headed blood wolf let out a low growl. It leaped out and pounced toward the crowd. Many people were looking at the two-headed blood wolf with a look of horror and despair. At that moment, everybody could see that Lin Feng was holding his long spear while facing the two-headed blood wolf. He held the spear in one hand and directly stabbed the two-headed blood wolf. It's useless. The spear can't pierce the two-headed blood wolf's hide. Many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Feng would be bitten to death by the two-headed blood wolf. The two-headed blood wolf was also looking at Lin Feng with disdain. The two-headed blood wolf was even thinking about how to play with this human who dared to take the initiative to attack it. But at this time, the two-headed blood wolf's pupils suddenly widened. Its pupils revealed a look of horror. The human who had been moving slowly suddenly sped up. Holding the spear, the whole movement was done in one breath. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the two-headed blood wolf to dodge. Puff, the spear directly pierced through the left eye of the two-headed blood wolf into its skull. The two-headed blood wolf let out a shrill scream. It had 2 heads. If one head died, it would not die. The two-headed blood wolf was fierce and wanted to fight back. But Lin Feng did not give the two-headed blood wolf a chance. He rushed forward and punched the neck of the two-headed blood wolf under the right head. With a cracking sound, the powerful punch broke the neck bone of the two-headed blood wolf. There was a rumbling sound. The huge two-headed blood wolf's body fell to the ground. It died. The two-headed blood wolf is dead? That little brother who can't speak actually killed the two-headed blood wolf. Oh my God, how can that little brother be so powerful? Even a beast like the two-headed blood wolf could be killed so easily. Many people cried out in surprise. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Feng, who was standing beside the two-headed blood wolf, as if they were looking at a god. At this time, Zhang Danian finally came back to his senses and ran to Lin Feng's side, extremely excited. I didn't think that little brother would be so powerful, he's really a god. Zhang Danian looked at Lin Feng in awe. Lin Feng said, I learned some martial arts, so I was able to kill the two-headed blood wolf. During this time, Lin Feng had been secretly learning the language of this world, so he could already communicate with them. Little brother, you can speak? Zhang Danian was obviously surprised. He had always thought that Lin Feng was mute. Lin Feng nodded. So martial arts are really so powerful. At this time, someone sighed. These people had also heard that people who practiced martial arts could easily kill vicious beasts. At first, they didn't believe it, but after seeing Lin Feng kill the two-headed blood wolf, they believed it without a doubt. Lin Feng said, bury the bodies of the dead villagers, then leave this place and find a place to skin the two-headed blood wolf. Leave the fur and roast the meat. Zhang Danian said, little brother, such a big two-headed blood wolf, do you want to carry it back to the village and skin it? If you peel it in the wilderness, the smell of blood will spread and it will easily attract lunar beasts. If you roast the whole beast over a fire, the smell of blood will quickly disappear and it will be very difficult to attract lunar beasts. Not to mention, it's daytime now and lunar beasts usually come out at night. There's no need to worry about lunar beasts now. Lin Feng said. After a pause, Lin Feng said, I know that the meat of vicious beasts is very valuable and can be exchanged for a lot of food. I understand what you're thinking. Zhang Danian was worried that Lin Feng would be angry, so he quickly said, the two-headed blood wolf was killed by little brother, we'll listen to little brother on how to deal with it. Lin Feng said, everyone has only eaten a few mouthfuls of dry food these past few days, so they're already starving. Let's roast the two-headed blood wolf and let everyone eat a big meal. The wolf's skin should be exchanged for a lot of food. After we eat and drink, we'll continue to look for other vicious beasts. If we kill a few more beasts, we'll be able to exchange them for food. Zhang Danian's eyes suddenly. Zhang Danian had seen how strong Lin Feng was before, so he didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Alright, I'll give the order. Zhang Danian said. Some people collected the corpses of the dead villagers, while others carried the huge carcass of the two-headed blood wolf. Everyone quickly left and came to a valley. A dozen villagers buried the dead, while Zhang Danian brought a few others to dissect the carcass of the two-headed blood wolf. Soon, a bonfire was burning. The two-headed blood wolf's huge body was cut into pieces and then roasted over the bonfire. The fragrance of meat filled the air. Nearly 100 people stared at the delicious food roasting over the bonfire without blinking. Usually, they could only drink meat soup once a year. When had they ever eaten roasted meat? They hadn't eaten yet, but they could smell the roasted meat. Many people's eyes were wide open, and they couldn't take their eyes off the roasted meat. When the roasted meat was almost done, Lin Feng said, everyone, don't just stare. Let's eat. Lin Feng took the lead and took a roasted leg, then he wolfed it down. When the others saw Lin Feng start eating, they looked at Zhang Danian eagerly. Zhang Danian scolded with a smile, a bunch of foodies. Have you never eaten before? None of them had eaten roasted meat before. Even Zhang Danian was swallowing his saliva. Zhang Danian took a piece of the wolf's body and used the only dagger in the hunting team to cut up the roasted two-headed blood wolf meat. Zhang Danian didn't touch the other 3 legs. They were the best meat, so he left them for Lin Feng. The villagers started wolfing down the food. Woo-woo. Some people even cried while eating. To them, eating meat was a luxury. They didn't even dare to dream of being able to eat as much as they wanted. But now, it had become a reality. To be able to eat meat like this, even if I die, it's worth it. Many people had satisfied expressions on their faces. Lin Feng's table manners weren't much better than Zhang Danian and the others. He needed meat too much. Eating meat could recover his stamina. Especially eating the meat of vicious beasts. This was because the meat of vicious beasts contained pure energy. This energy was also helpful in recovering stamina. Lin Feng had eaten 4 of the wolf's legs and half of the wolf's body. The others were dumbstruck and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng really had a big appetite. But even after eating so much, Lin Feng was only 10% full. In fact, Zhang Danian and the others didn't eat much. The 2-headed blood wolf was a vicious beast, so its meat contained an amazing amount of energy. Zhang Danian and the others weren't cultivators, so they couldn't eat much. If they ate too much, their bodies might explode from the energy in the wolf's meat. So when they were full, the amount of meat they ate was less than half of Lin Feng's. Lin Feng left a part of the meat as rations. He planned to stay in the forest for a while. After eating and drinking, everyone found a place to rest. After eating more than half of the 2-headed blood wolf's meat, Lin Feng's body was also recovering. When he woke up, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. He found that his body had recovered about 20% of its peak. Eating meat to recover, sure enough, it was extremely effective. After staying in the forest for about 10 days, Lin Feng hunted a demonic black leopard and a dragon-tailed tiger. After eating the demonic black leopard and dragon-tailed tiger's meat, Lin Feng's body recovered about 30% of its peak. Screech. A sharp screech resounded through the world. A giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 30 meters appeared. Black-feathered eagle. That's the overlord of the sky. Its strength is much stronger than the 2-headed blood wolf, demonic black leopard, and dragon-tailed tiger. I once saw it kill a dragon-tailed tiger with one claw. Seeing the black-feathered eagle, Zhang Danian's voice trembled slightly. Obviously, the black-feathered eagle's ferocious power left an indelible fear in Zhang Danian's heart. Lin Feng nodded. His gaze was fixed on the black-feathered eagle as it flew into the distance. He rubbed his chin and couldn't help but think, I can't fly right now. If I can fly and kill this black-feathered eagle and eat its meat, my body will probably recover about 50% of its peak. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry resounded from afar. The black-feathered hawk struggled violently in midair, and in the end, it seemed to have lost control of its body and fell towards a mountain range. What is that place? Why did the black-feathered eagle fall down? Lin Feng was shocked. Zhang Danian said, that place is very scary. It's said that no matter what kind of beast enters that mountain range, they will all die. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. According to Zhang Danian's words, there must be some secret in the mountain range. There must be some unknown secret hidden in that mountain range. Otherwise, such a strange thing would not have happened. Lin Feng decided to explore the mountain range. Maybe he would find something. He looked at Zhang Danian and said, you can go back. I still have some things to do. I'll come back after I'm done. Zhang Danian initially wanted to ask Lin Feng what he was going to do, but since Lin Feng hadn't said anything, he probably didn't want him to know, so Zhang Danian didn't ask. He said, be careful. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Zhang Danian led the group of hunters and left. Lin Feng walked towards the mountain range where the black-feathered eagle had fallen. The mountain range was very quiet. Ferocious beasts probably didn't want to come to this place. Because this place was simply too dangerous. Lin Feng walked around the mountain range. There was something strange about the mountain range. Lin Feng could feel the cold chi coming from the mountain range, which made his heart beat faster. Lin Feng observed a few mountain peaks in the mountain range. He could vaguely see a few mountain peaks connected together. They looked like a ferocious Taotai. Taotais are ferocious beasts, and this entrance looks like the mouth of a Taotai. Judging from the terrain, this place is extremely dangerous. It seems like there are some secrets hidden in this mountain range, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He carefully walked towards the mountain range. There were many skeletons in the mountain range. There were skeletons of birds and ferocious beasts. They must have accidentally entered the mountain range and died tragically. What killed them? Lin Feng frowned. He was very careful because this place was too dangerous. Lin Feng didn't want to die here. Moreover, he couldn't use his magic. He had to be more careful. Lin Feng continued walking. From time to time, he would look around vigilantly. If he sensed anything strange, he would immediately run away. However, Lin Feng didn't encounter any danger. He crossed a mountain peak and didn't encounter any danger. When he arrived at the second mountain peak, Lin Feng stopped. Because on the second mountain, Lin Feng saw the dead black feathered eagle. Its corpse was lying in the forest 1,000 meters away. You fell from the sky and died here. What exactly took your life? Lin Feng muttered to himself as he walked towards the corpse of the dark feathered eagle. When Lin Feng came to the black feathered eagle's corpse to examine it, he suddenly showed a surprised expression. The black feathered eagle's flesh and blood had been completely devoured, leaving only its bones and feathers. Lin Feng was deep in thought. Finally, he leaped over the dark feathered eagle and continued to walk deeper into the forest. It didn't take long for him to sense a cold killing intent emanating from a valley in the depths of the valley. Clang, suddenly, a cold light swept towards Lin Feng from the void. This attack was exceptionally terrifying as it tore through the void in an instant. Lin Feng's expression changed, but his reaction was fast enough. When the attack swept over, he moved to the left in advance. The cold light brushed past Lin Feng's body and swept into the distance. Finally, it smashed into a tree in the distance. It's that valley. Lin Feng frowned and looked deeper into the valley. He became more cautious as he walked towards the valley. The closer he got to the valley, the colder he felt. A suffocating killing intent was emitted from the valley. What exactly is releasing this killing intent? Lin Feng was puzzled. He felt that the killing intent had formed a huge magnetic field. The death of the black feathered eagle from before was very likely due to being enveloped by the magnetic field formed by this killing intent, resulting in its tragic death. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng did not understand. Where did the black feathered eagle's flesh and blood go? What had devoured it? Buzz, suddenly, a powerful fluctuation swept out from the valley. Lin Feng could clearly feel it. The killing intent magnetic field enveloping the forest was constantly expanding. The killing intent magnetic field was obviously trying to envelop Lin Feng. He could feel the terrifying killing intent magnetic field. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. He directly condensed the white tiger killing intent. This was one of the three forces that Lin Feng had comprehended. Condensing the force. It did not require the use of magic power. Force was an invisible force. However, it existed in the unseen world. After successfully condensing the white tiger killing intent, Lin Feng found that the killing intent magnetic field formed in the valley was blocked by the white tiger killing intent. Lin Feng walked towards the valley step by step. At the moment when Lin Feng entered the valley, he suddenly had the feeling that the world was spinning. He disappeared from the valley. Then, he came to another world. This world. It was a sea of killing intent. Lin Feng floated above the sea of killing intent. An endless amount of deadly energy was moving towards Lin Feng. Rays of killing intent condensed into a substantial light beam. It shattered the world. The overwhelming killing intent seemed to be able to kill even gods and demons. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You want to disturb my will? What wishful thinking. My Tao heart is eternal. Who can shake it?" Lin Feng's will did not waver because he was trapped in the boundless illusion. Instead, it became even more resolute. Boom, the next moment, the killing intent ocean disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng returned to reality. He stood at the entrance of the valley. Without hesitation. Without stopping, Lin Feng stepped into the valley. The white tiger killing intent protected his body, blocking the terrifying killing intent in the valley. Lin Feng walked step by step to the depths of the valley. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He saw a skeleton in golden clothes lying in the depths of the valley. The killing intent seemed to be emitted from the skeleton. It's been dead for so many years, yet it can still emit such a terrifying killing intent. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock and astonishment. He quickly walked forward and turned the skeleton over, hoping to find a storage ring or some kind of treasure. However, Lin Feng was shocked when he saw a rusty dagger on the left side of the skeleton's chest when it was turned over. Is this the killing intent emitted by this rusty dagger? And not this skeleton? Lin Feng exclaimed. He had always thought that the killing intent was emitted by the skeleton. Now, it seemed that his previous speculation was completely wrong. Could it be that this person's heart was pierced by this dagger back then? He fled to this place and died in the end? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He then looked at the rusty dagger. The dagger was too extraordinary. It was able to condense a killing intent magnetic field. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Feng grabbed the dagger and pulled it out. He held the dagger in his hand and casually slashed at a huge rock beside him. Slash. The rusty dagger actually cut the rock in half as if it was tofu. This dagger is really powerful. Although it's rusty, it's still so sharp. I wonder what material it's made of. Lin Feng looked at the dagger and couldn't bear to put it down. He didn't have any weapons on hand, and this dagger could be used as a weapon. The storage ring is also here. Lin Feng saw the storage ring on the skeleton's finger and took it off. Since he couldn't use his divine sense, it was naturally difficult to see what treasures were in the storage ring. Lin Feng temporarily put the storage ring in his pocket. Then, he found a pile of stones and built a simple grave for the skeleton. He buried the skeleton in it. As the saying goes, the dead can rest in peace. Senior, rest in peace here. Lin Feng then left. He left the valley and headed in the direction of the village. That night, Lin Feng jumped onto a branch of a big tree to rest. However, he was discovered by a dozen or so winged flesh-eating rats. These winged flesh-eating rats were about 3 meters long. Their bodies were bloated, and they had sharp teeth. Moreover, they had a pair of huge wings. These vicious beasts were even more terrifying than lunar beasts. Lunar beasts were only poisonous. On the other hand, winged flesh-eating rats were not only poisonous, but also germs that could easily cause a plague. Once a plague broke out, it would definitely be a disaster. Who knew how many people would die from the disease? The dozen or so winged flesh-eating rats attacked Lin Feng. Swish, Lin Feng took out the dagger and used it to dodge the attacks of the winged flesh-eating rats while slashing at them. At this time, Lin Feng's advantage in speed was displayed. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to dodge the attacks of a dozen winged flesh-eating rats. However, Lin Feng's extreme speed allowed him to dodge the attacks of the dual-winged flesh-eating rat, again and again, avoiding the sharp claws and teeth of the dual-winged flesh-eating rat. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and used the dagger to tear apart the body of the two-winged flesh-eating rat. To Lin Feng's shock, when the dagger tore apart the body of the two-winged flesh-eating rat, the blood of the two-winged flesh-eating rat was quickly devoured by the dagger. In the blink of an eye, the two-winged flesh-eating rat turned into a dried corpse. Vampiric dagger, Lin Feng was shocked. This dagger was really powerful. Moreover, it was quite strange. Lin Feng killed 7 of the dozen double-winged flesh-eating rats, and the rest fled without a trace. The dagger only absorbed the blood of the first two-winged flesh-eating rat. The dagger didn't absorb the blood of the other rats. This dagger gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling, as if it had its own spirituality. The reason why it didn't absorb the blood of the two-winged flesh-eating rats was because it was too weak. It seemed to be because the blood of the two-winged flesh-eating rats didn't meet the qualifications to be absorbed by the dagger. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't know why such a seemingly absurd thought would appear in his mind. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the black-feathered eagle's flesh being sucked dry. Could it be that it was also done by this dagger? If that was the case, this dagger was too powerful. Not only could it suck blood, it could also devour the meat of the fierce beasts that contained energy. The two-winged flesh-eating rats had viruses in their bodies, and their meat was also highly toxic. There was no way to eat them. Lin Feng directly ignited the corpses of the two-winged flesh-eating rats to prevent the virus from spreading and causing a plague. A day later, Lin Feng returned to the village. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, everyone came out to welcome him. The villagers already knew from Zhang Danian and the others how powerful Lin Feng was, and how he could easily hunt those powerful fierce beasts. Now, when everyone saw Lin Feng, they all had a look of reverence in their eyes. "Little brother. You just came back, you must be hungry." "I've already prepared lunch," the village chief said. Lin Feng really did feel a little hungry, so he entered the village with the village chief and the others. Today, the village had cooked meat soup. This was the meat of the dragon-tailed tiger, and there was still a small half left. Zhang Danian and the others had brought it back. Lin Feng told Zhang Danian not to sell it outside and to leave it for the villagers to eat. When they smelled the meat soup, many people had already started to salivate. The village chief specially instructed his wife to stew a pot of tiger meat for Lin Feng. He heard from Zhang Danian that Lin Feng's appetite was extremely shocking. He was afraid that it wouldn't be enough, so he said, "Little brother, you eat. I'll let my wife stew it." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to stew it, this is enough." He called Ing'er and Xiaoxin over to eat with him. Many young boys and girls looked at Ing'er and Xiaoxin enviously. They looked at the large pot of tiger meat and swallowed their saliva. Although they had also drunk the meat soup, it was still very difficult for them to eat the meat. "Village chief, give half of the tiger meat to the children," Lin Feng said. "How can we do that?" the village chief said. "It's fine, let them eat to their heart's content," Lin Feng said. The village chief nodded and placed half of the tiger meat in another pot. He asked his wife and a few other women to cut it and distribute it to the children in the village. "Thank you, big brother. Long live big brother." Many children shouted excitedly when they saw that there was meat to eat. They were all extremely excited. "Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold," Lin Feng said with a smile. The group of children nodded heavily. They held the meat as if they were holding ginseng fruits. They were extremely careful and ate in small bites. Everyone's faces were filled with happiness. To be able to eat a meal of meat, that would make them feel happy. Sometimes, happiness was so simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. After lunch, Lin Feng sat on a rock to rest. The warm sunlight shone down. He squinted his eyes slightly and adjusted his state of mind. Lin Feng planned to go to the river demon snake's nest and kill it. The gallbladder of an ordinary snake was a great supplement. Not to mention the powerful demon snake. If he could eat the gallbladder of the demon snake and drink its blood, Lin Feng's body would definitely recover quickly. Xiaoxin looked at Lin Feng in admiration. He turned to Ing'er and said, "Sister, I want to be as powerful as Big Brother in the future. I want to be able to kill vicious beasts and let everyone eat meat." Ing'er said, "In the future, you can ask Big Brother to teach you martial arts." Xiaoxin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "If Big Brother is willing to teach me, I will definitely become very powerful." After pausing for a moment, Xiaoxin said, "Sister, why don't you marry Big Brother? If you marry Big Brother will be my brother-in-law. When the time comes, Big Brother will definitely be willing to teach me." Ing'er's pretty face immediately turned pink. She stammered for a long time before running away as if she was running away. noon. Lin Feng stood up and rushed towards the river 30 miles away. The river was a very dangerous place because there were often many vicious beasts that gathered to drink water, such as beasts and even giant skeleton lizards. Moreover, there were many vicious beasts that were hibernating in the river. The demon snake lived in the depths of the river. It was said that there were vicious beasts even more terrifying than the demon snake in the river. Therefore, the villagers did not dare to go to the river. As for the drinking water of the villagers, it was usually the water that escaped from deep pits. Because of this, the water was somewhat turbid, and the taste was bitter and astringent. But even so, the villagers still regarded this murky water as more important than their own lives. Water was the source of life. No one could live without water. Even cultivators could not live without water. They needed to drink water to supplement their body's various needs. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the river. The river was about 100 meters wide and very deep. He could see many beasts drinking water around the river. The beasts also noticed Lin Feng, an uninvited guest. Many of them let out low and ferocious roars. Then, one by one, the Yin beasts surrounded Lin Feng. The lunar beasts were ferocious. Their attacks were fierce, and their bodies were poisonous. Therefore, one had to be careful when dealing with them. The main reason was to be worried about being poisoned. This world was lacking in resources. Once one was poisoned, there was no antidote. When that happened, one would die. A total of 20 Yin beasts surrounded Lin Feng. Those Yin beasts looked ferocious and bloodthirsty. They were all moving towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the lunar beasts, Lin Feng dodged. The dagger in his hand danced around like a butterfly. Puff. 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 Next, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Although these lunar beasts were covered in scales and had amazing defensive abilities, they could not withstand the attack of the dagger. This dagger could cut through iron like mud. It was a rare treasure. The sound beasts let out painful and shrill cries one after another. Then, their bodies fell to the ground with a loud thud, and their breathing ceased. In a short while, the 20 lunar beasts were all killed by Lin Feng. Phew. After killing these lunar beasts, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He took out the dried meat that he had prepared and ate it to recover his energy. After a short rest, Lin Feng threw the corpses into the river. Not long after, the river water churned and a huge creature appeared. It was the demon snake that was almost 100 meters long. The demon snake's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. When it opened and closed its eyes, a blood-red light flashed. After the demon snake appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the lunar beasts. In a few breaths' time, the demon snake had devoured all the lunar beasts' corpses. Then, the demon snake looked at Lin Feng. This ferocious beast had already developed some intelligence. It could vaguely sense a dangerous aura coming from the humans on the shore that made it very uncomfortable, so the snake demon did not act rashly. But soon, the demon snake let out an angry hissing sound. The demon snake recognized Lin Feng. Wasn't this the human who had injured it not long ago? Every time it thought of the injury, the demon snake was furious. If it were not for the narrow space restricting its movements, how could it have been injured? Originally, the demon snake wanted to find an opportunity to visit the mountain village again. It had to eat the human who had injured it. Demon snake didn't expect that it hadn't even gone to look for that detestable human. That human had actually taken the initiative to send himself to death. This made the snake demon very happy. The huge body of the demon snake slithered over and finally reached the shore. Its 3 cold eyes stared at Lin Feng, revealing a cold and murderous intent. This demonic snake is smarter than I thought, it must have recognized me. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the venomous look in its eyes. Whoosh, suddenly, the demon snake moved. Its 100-meter-long body charged toward Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. The demonic snake opened its bloody maw. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward. He held the dagger in one hand and thrust it toward the snake's neck. Whoosh, however, at that moment, the demon snake suddenly spat out a cloud of poisonous fog. This demonic snake was extremely cunning. Even Lin Feng had been deceived by it. Lin Feng originally thought that the demon snake was going to bite him, but it turned out that it was just a feint. He quickly moved to the left. If he was hit by the poisonous fog, he would be in trouble. While Lin Feng was dodging the poisonous fog, the demon snake's huge tail whipped toward Lin Feng. Bang, the heavy blow landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. His body was sent flying. There was a loud thump. Lin Feng fell into the forest. He felt as if his internal organs were burning. This demon snake's body is so strong. It's close to the body of a divine demon. Lin Feng was very surprised. Just as he got up from the ground, the demon snake pounced on him again. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous fog to attack Lin Feng. When Lin Feng dodged, the thick and powerful tail whipped toward Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng was prepared. When the demon snake's huge tail whipped toward him, he grabbed onto it. He grabbed the demon snake's tail with both hands and lifted it up. Then, he smashed it into the trees in the surrounding forest. Bang! Bang! Bang, many of the trees were directly broken. The demon snake was hit until it was dizzy. Lin Feng took advantage of this good opportunity to pierce the demon snake's scales with his dagger. Then, he slashed the demon snake's body. There was a ripping sound. Lin Feng's dagger left a 1-meter-long wound on the demon snake's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Screech! The demon snake let out a sharp cry of pain. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out poisonous fog toward Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly dodged the poisonous fog spat out by the demon snake. He jumped onto the demon snake's back. Holding the dagger in his right hand, he stabbed the demon snake's back fiercely. Puff, the dagger directly pierced through the demon snake's scales. Lin Feng pulled with all his strength. There was a ripping sound. Another 1-meter-long wound appeared on the demon snake's back. Lin Feng grabbed the demon snake's wound. With this sudden force, a large piece of the snake's flesh was torn off by him. He could even see the demon snake's spine. The demon snake let out an ear-piercing cry of pain. Its huge body swung and sent Lin Feng flying. Swoosh! At the same time, a blood-red light shot out from the demon snake's third eye. The third eye was the demon snake's natal dharma eye. The natal dharma eye could activate natal magic. That blood-red light was the demon snake's natal magic. Feeling the shocking power contained in the blood-red light, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly dashed to the left and dodged the blood-red light by a hair's breadth. The blood-red light flew into the distance and instantly shattered a 3-kilometer-tall mountain. Its power was terrifying. The attack missed. The demon snake's attack did not stop. One after another, the blood-red light shot toward Lin Feng. Seeing the dense blood-red light, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. If he had magic power, he could easily break through these blood-red light. But now, Lin Feng's magic power was suppressed by this world's laws and he could not use it. His body could only use 30% of his peak strength. Therefore, it was quite strenuous for him to face the demon snake's dense blood-red attacks. He quickly dodged, but his body was still pierced by 3 blood-red light. Bang! Lin Feng fell to the ground. He just got up from the ground. At this time, the demon snake had already rushed over. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its dense fangs. The demon snake bit at Lin Feng, wanting to swallow Lin Feng in one bite. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous as the ferocious mouth swallowed them. However, facing the snake demon's attack, Lin Feng was not scared. Instead, he was happy. Just as the snake demon was about to swallow him whole, Lin Feng rolled to the left. Bang! The demonic snake's attack hit nothing but air. Lin Feng leaped onto the snake demon's head. The dagger in his hand was aimed at the snake demon's third eye. The third eye was too powerful. If he did not destroy it, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely lose this battle. He would definitely die in the snake demon's hands. A moment before, Lin Feng's body had been pierced by the third eye of the snake. Lin Feng had no choice but to be extremely careful. The dagger in his hand was emitting a cold light. Poochie! The dagger pierced the snake demon's third eye. In an instant, the snake demon suffered a great deal of damage. The dagger was extremely strange. It could absorb the blood and essence of beasts. When the dagger pierced the snake demon's third eye, it began to crazily devour the snake demon's blood. Screech! The snake demon let out a painful roar. Its third eye was blinded by the dagger. The snake demon's blood was being devoured in large amounts. This made the snake demon go completely crazy. It struggled violently. Its huge head swung violently, trying to throw Lin Feng away. Lin Feng's left hand was tightly holding onto a piece of the snake demon's scale. His right hand was holding onto the sharp dagger. He stabbed the snake demon's head again and again. Poochie! 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 Lin Feng's dagger pierced through the snake's gigantic head, leaving behind many bloody holes. The snake demon roared in pain. It could not shake off Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's attacks, it was heavily injured. The snake demon's cold eyes looked at a 3,000-meter-tall mountain in the distance. It slithered over and slammed its huge head into the mountain. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body slammed into the mountain. The mountain was unable to withstand the impact and collapsed, burying Lin Feng and the demonic snake. The demon snake's gigantic body sent the surrounding rocks flying. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Feng, who was not far away under the rubble. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a shake of his body, the stones on his body shot out in all directions. Rubble pierced through the air. He leaped up and dodged the demon snake's bloody mouth. Once again, he jumped onto the demon snake's head and stabbed at its left eye. Puff, the demon snake's left eye was also blinded by Lin Feng. Shriek. The demon snake let out a painful roar. 2 of its eyes had been blinded. This was an unbearable injury for the demon snake. Hoo hoo hoo, the demon snake opened its bloody mouth and spat out a large amount of poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread out, covering an area of tens of meters. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. If he stood on the demon snake's head, he would definitely be enveloped by the poisonous fog. He would definitely be poisoned. Lin Feng did not dare to stay. He quickly moved tens of meters away, avoiding the area covered by the poisonous fog. The poisonous fog completely enveloped the demon snake's gigantic body. The demon snake continued to let out low and painful cries. The poisonous fog covered the demon snake's body, but one could still vaguely see a sinister green eye through the fog. The demon snake hid in the poisonous fog and stared at Lin Feng with resentment. Whoosh, in the end, the demon snake chose to escape. It rushed toward the river. This demon snake was very smart. It knew that it was heavily injured and did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. It wanted to escape and recuperate to recover from its injuries. Then, it would look for an opportunity to take revenge. You can't escape. Today, I will kill you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly chased after the demon snake. The 7 bloody holes in his body caused by the demon snake's blood-red eyes had already begun to heal. Even though he could not use his immortal divine body to quickly recover from his injuries, he was still injured. After all, Lin Feng's body was the immortal divine body. Therefore, its self-recovery ability was still very strong. After the demon snake rushed into the river, Lin Feng also jumped in after it. At this moment, the demon snake was heavily injured. This was a great opportunity to kill it. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find another opportunity to kill it. This river was more than 100 meters wide, but it had formed an underground river. The width of the underground river suddenly increased. It was about 2,000 to 3,000 meters wide, and it was extremely deep. The water flow was also incomparably fast. Lin Feng chased the demon snake all the way down. Suddenly, he saw that the underground river had formed a huge abyss. The abyss was pitch black, and the demon snake had drilled into it. Lin Feng also entered the abyss. He was currently in a cave inside the abyss. There was a simple restriction outside the cave that separated it from the water flow outside. An underwater cave. Lin Feng was shocked. This great array should have been set up by a cultivator. There were cultivators in this world? It was not impossible to cultivate. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He entered the great array. As soon as he entered the great array, the demon snake had already pounced. Lin Feng moved to the left and dodged the demon snake's attack. Now that 2 of the demon snake's 3 eyes had been blinded, its combat strength had decreased sharply. After dodging the demon snake's attack, Lin Feng used the 3 forces of battle, the white tiger's killing intent, and the heavens punishing fighting intent. The forces did not require magic power to operate. This was perhaps the strongest move that Lin Feng could use at this stage. After the 3 forces were activated, they all suppressed the demon snake. The demon snake immediately felt a heavy pressure rolling towards it. That oppressive force made it difficult for demon snake to move even a single step. The strongest move must be used at the most critical moment. Lin Feng knew that his body's condition was not ideal. He had only recovered 30%, so he had not used the 3 forces. Although the forces did not consume magic power, they consumed physical strength. In his current condition, it was difficult for him to maintain them for long. If he used the forces when the demon snake was in peak condition, it might be broken by the demon snake, and his body would be severely damaged. If he used the forces when the demon snake was heavily injured, it would be too difficult for the demon snake to break through the 3 forces. Just like now, the demon snake was struggling after withstanding the 3 forces. Although the three forces could not truly suppress the demon snake, it was enough to slow it down. Even its will to fight was weakening. Lin Feng was becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. He rushed forward and started fighting against the snake. After more than 30 rounds of fierce fighting, Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush to the demon snake's jaw. He stabbed the dagger in his hand into the demon snake's jaw, then slashed down. Rip! A meter-long wound appeared on the demon snake's jaw. It was a fatal wound. The demon snake roared in pain. Its head slammed into Lin Feng and sent him flying. Then, it spat out poisonous gas at Lin Feng, trying to kill him. After such a long battle, Lin Feng was almost exhausted. When he saw the demon snake spit out poisonous gas, Lin Feng knew that it was the demon snake's final attack before it died. He gathered all his strength and threw the dagger. Whoosh! The dagger flew towards the demon snake as fast as lightning. Normally, the demon snake could easily block this attack. However, it was heavily injured and its body was severely weakened. However, the speed of the dagger was too fast. Although the snake demon saw the dagger flying towards it, its movements were already very slow due to its heavy injuries and near death. Its body could not keep up with the thoughts in its mind. Facing the dagger flying towards it, the demon snake could not even make a move. The dagger that could cut through iron like mud had already flown into the demon snake's bloody mouth. The demon snake was covered in scales and had amazing defense. However, the inside of its mouth was the softest part. Its defense was extremely weak and could not withstand the dagger's attack. Pooh! The dagger directly pierced through the demon snake's head from its upper jaw. Clang! The demon snake's huge body fell to the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Seeing that the demon snake was killed, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was almost exhausted, lying on the ground and panting heavily. Ha ha ha. With this demon snake, my body will soon recover to more than 50%. Lin Feng looked at the demon snake's corpse and couldn't help but feel excited. The recovery of the physical body was the foundation of standing in this world. After recovering some of his strength, Lin Feng got up from the ground and looked into the depths. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, since there's an underwater cave, it seems that this world is not without cultivators. It's just that the laws of heaven and earth are suppressing cultivators' magic power and divine sense. It's obviously much more difficult to become a cultivator in this world than in other places. I wonder what kind of world this is. It's actually so strange. He put away the dagger and hid it in his sleeve, then walked into the cave. This cave had long become the demon snake's nest. Many things had been destroyed by the demon snake. However, the stone bed, stone table, stone chair, and other things in the cave were not damaged. Obviously, there had been a cultivator in seclusion here in the past. It was just that time had passed. That was something that happened a long time ago. It was unknown whether the cultivator was alive or dead. Perhaps he had left, or perhaps he had passed away. If it was the latter, there was no corpse. Perhaps he had been eaten by the demon snake. The cave was divided into 4 rooms. There was a cultivation room, a refining room, and an alchemy room. However, there was nothing left behind. Lin Feng discovered that there was a spirit gathering array in the cultivation room. In this world, even ordinary ores were extremely precious. Not to mention array materials. Therefore, even the simplest spirit gathering array was very precious. Now, the spirit gathering array had gathered a lot of spirit chi. It's a pity that I can't use my magic power now. I can't use the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to absorb this spirit chi. If only I could absorb this spirit chi. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Feng realized that the chi was moving towards his body of its own accord. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. The sapling of the world tree? His eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of the treasure that had taken root in his dantian. He had successfully cultivated the fragment of the world tree that he had obtained in the East Sea. It had turned into a sapling and taken root in his dantian. It could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth day and night. The world tree. This was a divine tree that had been formed before the creation of the world. It was a pity that it had been severed during the primordial war. The world tree could devour any kind of energy in the universe. This world was lacking in energy. The sapling of the world tree hadn't moved before, but the spirit gathering array in this cultivation room had gathered a large amount of spirit chi. The sapling of the world tree immediately sensed it and began to devour the spirit chi in the area. Lin Feng hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Due to the suppression of his soul, Lin Feng was unable to use his soul to sense the current state of the sapling of the world tree. However, he could vaguely sense that the sapling of the world tree was constantly absorbing the spiritual chi in the surroundings due to his connection with it. Lin Feng closed his eyes and carefully sensed the weak connection between him and the world tree sapling. Gradually, Lin Feng vaguely saw the sapling of the world tree take root in his Dan-si. After absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth began to transform into dharmic powers. The Chi Eater is immortal. Suddenly, a sentence popped up in Lin Feng's mind. The original sentence was, meat eaters are brave and valiant, grain eaters are intelligent and skillful, Chi Eater is immortal and long-lived, and those who don't eat are immortal and divine. This came from the Taoist book Dali Li Ji, Changing One's Origin. Lin Feng had discussed the Tao with Ji Budian in the past and had discussed the meaning of this sentence. Meat eaters' bodies could become strong, and their personalities would also become brave and valiant. Those who eat the 5 grains will become wise and far-sighted. Chi Eater would have the lifespan of a god. The fourth sentence meant that if one didn't consume anything, one would be an immortal god. An immortal god was called an immortal. Therefore, cultivators cultivated by consuming chi. Refining chi into one's body would increase one's cultivation level. Only by increasing one's cultivation level would one's lifespan increase. Only by increasing one's lifespan would one be able to live forever and even become immortal in the future. Lin Feng ate meat to recover his body. Chi Eater, on the other hand, recovered his dharmic powers and cultivation level. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The physical body was the foundation of cultivation, while dharmic powers were the expansion of cultivation. Only when the physical body was strong enough could it support the continuous increase of dharmic powers and cultivation level. Lin Feng had been feeling helpless about his dharmic powers being suppressed by this world. Now, the world tree sapling was devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. It was in line with the saying that Chi Eater gods would not die. Eating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one could become an immortal god. Now, the world tree sapling was eating chi and transforming it into dharmic powers. This made Lin Feng see hope of being able to circulate dharmic powers. After all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by the world tree sapling, the dharmic powers contained in the world tree sapling became denser. However, Lin Feng still couldn't use this portion of dharmic powers. Chi Eater, first strengthen your body. Chi will overflow when it's full. It seems that if I want to use the dharmic powers in the world tree sapling, I'll have to wait until the world tree sapling has enough dharmic power stored in it before I can do that. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Although he couldn't circulate dharmic powers for the time being, Lin Feng was already extremely happy. He believed that when he could circulate dharmic powers, he would be able to activate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Once the archaic dragonesque elephant technique could be used freely, there would definitely be a way to communicate with the elixir sea that was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in this world. As long as he could communicate with the elixir sea, he would be able to use the dharmic powers in the elixir sea. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to break the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth on his dharmic powers and divine will. If he could really do that, Lin Feng believed that his strength would definitely gradually recover to its peak state. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this would take some time. This is a good place to cultivate, but it's a pity that the spirit gathering formation here is just a very ordinary one. The amount of spirit chi it can absorb is limited, and I can't find the materials to arrange a powerful spirit gathering formation. I can only use the spirit gathering formation to cultivate for a while. Once I can use my Fa Li, I'll be able to open my storage ring and get whatever I want. Lin Feng stood up with a smile on his face. He carried the corpse of the demonic snake and left. When he reached the shore, he went straight to the village. Quick, look! Big Brother is back. Big Brother is carrying the demonic snake back. More than 10 youths exclaimed when they saw Lin Feng at the entrance of the village. They all looked at Lin Feng with admiration. The whole village was alarmed. Everyone ran out. When they saw the corpse of the 100-meter-long demonic snake, they were deeply shocked. The demonic snake was an overlord-level beast. Now, it had been killed. This was a visual shock to many people. Lin Feng dissected the demonic snake in front of the village. He shed the snake's skin, then took out the snake's gallbladder and blood. These were treasures that could help his body recover quickly. This demon snake is big enough. Let's have a big meal tonight, Lin Feng said with a smile. Immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. Eating meat made many people extremely excited. The children in the tiger meat village had eaten some. But the adults only drank some meat soup. Many adults were also greedy. Now, they could finally eat meat. Thinking of the taste of meat, many people were drooling. Village chief, I remember that you have some fruit wine that you brewed yourself. Bring it to me, Lin Feng said. The village brewed fruit wine that was brewed from mountain fruits. These fruit wines were not for drinking, but to exchange for food. When the village chief heard that Lin Feng needed fruit wine, he quickly nodded and said, "Little brother, wait here. I'll help you carry it out." Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, the village chief and 2 villagers carried out 3 jars of fruit wine. Lin Feng asked someone to prepare a big pot. He mixed the fruit wine with the demon snake blood and boiled it. This was snake blood wine. Snake blood wine could fully display the effects of the snake blood. Many people smelled the scent of the snake blood wine and staggered left and right, almost falling to the ground. The fruit wine's alcohol content was not strong, but after mixing it with the snake blood wine, it would become a very strong wine. Even the smell of the wine was intoxicating. Many villagers sniffed with all their might and enjoyed the smell of the wine. It was as if they had drunk a jar of strong wine. One by one, they fell to the ground drunk. Then, they fell asleep. Gulp, gulp, Lin Feng drank in large mouthfuls. He finished the big pot of snake blood wine in a short time. Village chief, bring a few more jars of wine, Lin Feng said. The village chief did not dare to hesitate and ordered people to bring out the dozen or so jars of fruit wine they had stored. Lin Feng cooked the snake blood wine 4 times in a row. He finished it all. Many people were dumbfounded. Close to 20 jars of fruit wine and 3 large jars of snake blood. He finished it all by himself. Wasn't he too good at drinking? Cultivators had huge appetites, and the stronger the cultivator, the more this was the case. In the eyes of cultivators, Lin Feng drinking so much snake blood wine was nothing much. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, it would be extremely shocking. After drinking the snake blood wine, Lin Feng felt his body heat up. He knew that the effects of the snake blood wine were starting to take effect, which was naturally a good thing. Lin Feng, village chief, and the others only said a few words before flying towards a mountain peak not far away. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock at the top of the mountain. Then, he took out the snake gall and ate it raw. The best effect was to eat the snake gall raw. The snake gallbladder and snake blood wine were absorbed by his body. Lin Feng could clearly feel the astonishing changes in his body. When Lin Feng's body had completely absorbed the energy of the snake gallbladder and snake blood wine, Lin Feng's body had finally recovered to 50% of its peak condition. A smile appeared on his face. With his current physical body, Lin Feng believed that if he encountered a ferocious beast of the demon snake's level again, he could easily kill it. There would not be a life and death situation like before. Lin Feng walked towards the mountain village with light steps. The village was having dinner. More than 1,000 people had gathered together, and it was very lively. Many people were unusually excited to be able to eat meat. When they saw Lin Feng return, everyone greeted Lin Feng. When night fell, the mountain village became quiet. Lin Feng was still living with Inger and Xiaoxin. However, their conditions were much better now, and village chief had changed to a bigger residence for them. The new residence was similar to a cave. There were 2 rooms, an inner room and an outer room. There were also 2 quilts and mattresses. This was originally prepared by village chief for his son's wedding. Now, he had sent it to Lin Feng. He was very thoughtful. Lin Feng lived in the outer room, while Inger and Xiaoxin lived in the inner room. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, trying to sense the world tree sapling. He hoped that he could quickly form a connection with it. Rustle, 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 light footsteps could be heard coming from the inner room, and Inger walked out of the room. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Lin Feng asked. Inger blushed. "I can't sleep. Big brother Feng, I want to talk to you." Lin Feng nodded. Inger smiled and sat down beside Lin Feng. The night was very cold. Lin Feng wrapped Inger in a blanket to prevent her from freezing. "Big brother Feng, everyone said that you would leave the village. Is that true?" Inger asked in a small voice. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He could hear the disappointment and reluctance in Inger's voice. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Was this little girl's first awakening of love?" he said. "I will stay here for the time being." Inger was very sensible. Although she was disappointed, she knew that Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. Lin Feng couldn't possibly stay in a mountain village for long. That night, Lin Feng and Inger talked about many things. Inger was a little girl. She was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. She was very strong. Her appearance was very pure and lovely. She was very likable. However, Lin Feng only treated her like a little sister. He didn't have any other thoughts. Moreover, Inger was too young. She was just 16 years old. She was still a delicate flower. Lin Feng knew that Inger secretly liked him. However, he wouldn't do anything to Inger. The next day, Zhang Danian and the others went to the town to sell the 4 beast skins. In addition, the village had collected a large amount of fire-veined stones. They also needed to transport them to the town in exchange for food. Lin Feng planned to follow Zhang Danian and the others to the town. Firstly, he was worried that Zhang Danian and the others would be targeted if they sold the 4 beast skins. They might even be robbed and killed on the way. This kind of thing was very common. Whether it was in the secular world or the world of cultivators, killing people to steal their treasures was something that could be seen anywhere. Second, after Lin Feng came to this world, he didn't even know what kind of world this was. He hoped to find out some information about this world in the town. Third, Lin Feng hoped to find some materials to set up a spirit gathering formation in the town. He wanted to use the opportunity of the underwater spirit gathering formation to increase its power. This way, the spirit gathering formation could gather more spirit chi for the world tree sapling to absorb. As the world tree sapling transformed the spirit chi into Dharma power, Lin Feng would be able to circulate his Dharma power faster. A team of more than 100 people pulled 20 carriages full of fire-veined stones. They were very careful and vigilant along the way. This was because lunar beasts or other ferocious beasts could rush out of the forest at any time. If they encountered lunar beasts or other ferocious beasts, it would be a disaster for the team. Fortunately, this time, they didn't encounter any lunar beasts or other ferocious beasts. They set out in the morning and traveled for 8 hours. In the afternoon, they could see the sizable town in the distance. The town was called Nanzhong Town, and there were 2 clans living there. One was the Nan clan, and the other was the Zhang clan. It was said that these 2 clans had a certain background, which was why they were able to control Nanzhong Town. The 2 clans had recruited a lot of cultivators, and some of them were quite outstanding. With these 2 clans guarding Nanzhong Town, even fierce beasts didn't dare to enter. On the way, they saw many people entering Nanzhong Town. Many of them were like Lin Feng and the others. They came to Nanzhong Town with all sorts of things, such as fire stones, beast hides, and even some spiritual herbs. They also came to Nanzhong Town to exchange for food. Nanzhong Town was bustling with people. After arriving in Nanzhong Town, Lin Feng took 4 furs and sold them. He didn't want to attract too much attention. The villagers didn't want to be exposed, otherwise, it would bring disaster to them. Zhang Danian and the others were very clear about this. If they sold beast hides, they would definitely attract a lot of attention. These were fierce beast hides, not ordinary beast hides. Fierce beast hides were hundreds or even hundreds of times more expensive than ordinary beast hides. Zhang Danian and the others obviously didn't have the ability to protect them. After parting with Zhang Danian and the others, Lin Feng walked towards the market. The market was a trading center, and people could trade here. In a corner of the market, many people were selling beast hides, but most of them were beast hides. Beast hides could be made into clothes, just like mink fur could be made into mink coats. They were very popular among officials and nobles. Wearing mink coats wasn't only a high-class garment, but also gave people a lot of face. On the other hand, clothes sewn from the skin of vicious beasts were very popular because of their strong defensive power. However, not everyone could afford clothes sewn from the skin of vicious beasts. The price was extremely high. Lin Feng found a place and took out the beast hides of the two-headed blood wolf, the demon snake, the shadow leopard, and the dragon-tailed tiger. He placed them in front of him. Look, it's beast hides. Two-headed blood wolf's hide, shadow leopard's hide, and dragon-tailed tiger's hide. Oh my god, it's so big. Is it the three-eyed demon snake's hide? After seeing the 4 kinds of animal skins, many people gathered around and pointed at them. They discussed animatedly, and all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Ferocious beast skins were rare. Taking out 4 types of vicious beast skins at once, including the skin of an overlord-class vicious beast demon snake, was even more shocking. Little brother, how much are you selling the hides? Immediately, someone asked. This was a middle-aged man. He was very fat and wore a brocade robe. He looked like a businessman. Lin Feng had already asked Zhang Danian about the currency in this world. The currency used in this world was gold, silver, and copper. 1 gold coin for 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins. 10 copper coins could buy 50 kilograms of grain. Zhang Danian wasn't clear about the price of the fierce beasts, but he had seen someone selling the fierce beast skin of a red-eyed demon lion for 10 gold coins. Although Lin Feng had never seen a scarlet-eyed demonic lion before, Lin Feng guessed that the scarlet-eyed demonic lion was a vicious beast similar to the dragon-tailed tiger. The two-headed blood wolf and shadow leopard were slightly weaker than the dragon-tailed tiger. As for the demon snake, its strength was more outstanding. It should be 3 or 4 levels higher than the dragon-tailed tiger. Lin Feng roughly estimated the price of the 4 types of beast skins and said, 8 gold coins for the two-headed blood wolf and shadow leopard, 10 gold coins for the dragon-tailed tiger, and 40 gold coins for the demon snake. Little brother, lower the price a bit. It's not the peak season for beast skins now. Your price is too expensive. The middle-aged man continued. He was clearly moved, but he still wanted to continue bargaining. Lin Feng said, the price is already very fair. The middle-aged man saw that Lin Feng wasn't willing to lower the price, so he nodded and said, all right, wrap this up for me. Lin Feng squatted down and was about to wrap up the beast skin to make a deal with the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a group of more than 10 people squeezed in from outside. Wait. The leader coldly shouted. So it's Master Li. When the middle-aged man saw the man in the lead, he hurriedly bowed. These people were wearing mercenary uniforms, so they should be mercenaries. The surrounding people looked at this group of people with reverence. It seemed that these mercenaries had a very high status. But thinking about it, it seemed to be very normal. This world was different from the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Martial continent was a world of cultivators, and mercenaries were a relatively low-level profession. Usually, only rogue cultivators would join together to form a mercenary group. If one had a big power or a big background, who would be willing to be a mercenary? To live a life of blood on the blade, moreover, those with talent did not need to be mercenaries. They could join all kinds of big powers. But it was obviously different in this world. In this world, the laws of heaven and earth suppressed magic power and spiritual will. Cultivators were extremely rare. Such a powerful warrior was in existence that looked down on all living things. Mercenary groups were usually formed by warriors. They were active in dangerous forests, hunting powerful beasts, searching for precious spirit medicines, ores, and so on. Therefore, mercenary groups were a symbol of strength, wealth, and status. Ordinary people could not afford to offend mercenary groups. Fatso Lu, I've taken a fancy to these 4 pieces of beast skins. The leader of the mercenaries was called Li Gang. He glanced at the middle-aged Fatso indifferently. The middle-aged Fatso was called Lu Qing. He was the owner of the town's largest tailor shop. Fatso Lu naturally did not dare to offend these mercenaries. He nodded and said, since Master Li has taken a fancy to them, these beast skins are naturally Master Li's. Good, it seems that you, Fatso Lu, are still working for others. Li Gang smiled faintly and ordered, give the gold coins to this kid. Yes, master. Immediately, a mercenary walked out and handed Lin Feng a bag. Lin Feng opened the bag and counted. There were a total of 20 gold coins. He said, my 4 pieces of beast skins are worth 66 gold coins, not 20 gold coins. I think you must have mistaken the amount. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Gang's face suddenly sank. He said coldly, kid, don't you know the rules of the market? Fatso Lu hurriedly whispered in Lin Feng's ear, little brother, these mercenaries are people we can't afford to offend. They have the final say on how much the things they like are worth. Since they gave you 20 gold coins, it means that your beast skins are only worth 20 gold coins. Don't get into a conflict with them. Otherwise, not only will you lose your 20 gold coins, you might even lose your life. At this time, Li Gang's cold eyes swept over Lin Feng and asked word by word, Fatso Lu should have told you some rules. I'm asking you now, are these 4 pieces of beast skins only worth 20 gold coins? Answer me now. Li Gang was being overbearing. Obviously, he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. The rest of the people looked at Lin Feng with pity. Mercenary groups were the ones that couldn't be provoked the most. These mercenaries were powerful and could kill without batting an eye. Most importantly, many of them were backed by powerful forces. Offending a mercenary group was akin to courting death. Therefore, now that Lin Feng's 4 pieces of fearsome beast skins had caught Li Gang's eye, everyone thought that Lin Feng should pay to avoid this disaster. 66 gold coins, 1 less and you can't take it away. Lin Feng said indifferently. Boy, what did you say? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Gang's face suddenly became gloomy. He thought that Lin Feng would swallow his anger and give him the items. Li Gang had experienced this kind of thing too many times. He had always been so overbearing when buying things, buying them at a low price. Many people were dissatisfied. So what, unless they didn't want to live, they wouldn't dare to disobey him. But now, this boy in front of him actually dared to refuse to sell the fearsome beast skins to him at a low price. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Li Gang's face was as gloomy as it could be, and as ugly as it could be. He had lost face in front of so many people. In Li Gang's view, this was equivalent to being slapped in the face. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Feng. This boy actually dared to refuse to sell the fearsome beast skins to Li Gang. Wasn't this offending Li Gang to death? Was this the so-called money is more important than life? What a pity, he's still so young. Many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Feng was going to die this time. Li Gang's temper was fierce and cruel. 3 years ago, he had taken a fancy to a spirit herb sold by someone and offered 3 gold coins. The other party thought that the price was too low and didn't sell it. Then, that person was beaten to death by Li Gang's subordinates. Since then, no one dared to disobey Li Gang. 3 years had passed. Someone did it again. It was precisely because they understood Li Gang's vicious character that many people felt that Lin Feng was doomed this time. A murderous look appeared on Li Gang's face. He said coldly, brat, you're shameless. Break his legs for me. Yes. As soon as Li Gang's voice fell, 2 mercenaries immediately jumped up, one on the left and one on the right. They looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious smile and a murderous intent. The mercenary on the left used a move called Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. On the other hand, the mercenary on the right displayed a move called Fierce Tiger Fights Eagle. As expected, these mercenaries were not simple people. They knew martial arts moves, and compared to ordinary people, they were superior existences. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were not worth mentioning at all. Now that Lin Feng's physical body had recovered by 50%, he could easily kill overlord-level beasts. These ordinary mercenaries were as weak as ants in his eyes. Facing these 2 people's attacks, Lin Feng used a move called Collapsing Fist. This Collapsing Fist was an earth-level martial art move. It was a martial art that he had learned when he was in Jialan Academy. Its power was quite tyrannical. Bang bang, 2 consecutive strikes. Kacha kacha, the two men who were fighting Lin Feng had their bones broken inch by inch. They could not help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. What? So powerful? Seeing that Lin Feng had beaten the two mercenaries half to death in an instant, many people exclaimed in disbelief. In the eyes of ordinary people, these mercenaries were martial arts experts who could easily kill beasts. Now, in Lin Feng's hands, they could not even withstand a single blow. Lin Feng's move caused quite a bit of shock. Brat, you dare to hurt our Heaven Fiend mercenary group's people. You're courting death. Go, kill this brat. Seeing that his two men were injured, Li Gang's face suddenly became incomparably gloomy, and he could not help but sternly shout. Immediately after he gave the order, the 20 or so mercenaries behind him all rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. Hurry up and disperse, lest you get caught in the crossfire. The surrounding people who had been watching the show quickly dispersed. More than 20 mercenaries' expressions were ferocious. Many of them took out their weapons and slashed towards Lin Feng. That little brother seems to be a martial artist, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm afraid that little brother is not a match for the Heaven Fiend mercenary group's mercenaries. Yes, there are too many of them. There are more than 20 of them, and that little brother is only one person. How can he be a match for the Heaven Fiend mercenary group's people? What a pity, what a pity. He's already a martial arts expert at such a young age, but now he's going to fall here. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng's ability to withstand the attacks of a group of mercenaries. Bang bang bang, but at this moment, something unbelievable happened. They saw Lin Feng rush into the crowd, flashing and twisting. No matter how the mercenaries attacked him. But they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. And those mercenaries could not withstand Lin Feng's attacks. One of them was sent flying with a punch. The sound of bones cracking was mixed with mournful screams, one after the other. One by one, the mercenaries were sent flying. Their arms were broken, and they fell to the ground, coughing up blood. You. Seeing this scene, Li Gang was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not think that Lin Feng would be so terrifying. Only now did he know what kind of person he had offended. But now, it was too late. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him step by step, Li Gang shouted, "Boy, let me tell you, you better not hurt me. My brother-in-law is the leader of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead." The Heaven Fiend mercenary group had a great background. It was rumored that there was even a strong cultivator who could use a sword to kill people from a distance. Therefore, no one dared to offend the Heaven Fiend mercenary group. Li Gang was originally a scoundrel. Later, his sister was taken in by the leader of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group and became his 36th concubine. And this Li Gang was like a fox pretending to be a tiger. You think I'm afraid? Lin Feng looked at Li Gang indifferently. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Li Gang. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Li Gang's neck, lifting him into the air. Li Gang's face was red, and he looked at Lin Feng with a face full of fear. "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." At this moment, hundreds of mercenaries rushed in from outside. These mercenaries looked fierce, and many of them were carrying crossbows, which were powerful long-range weapons. It's the third leader of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group. Seeing the newcomers, many people's faces changed, and they quickly made way for them. That little brother is dead for sure. Many people whispered. Many people looked at Lin Feng, but now, they looked at Lin Feng with pity. No matter how powerful his martial arts were, the experts of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group were carrying crossbows. If they shot arrows, wouldn't Lin Feng be shot into a hornet's nest? Therefore, many people felt that no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, facing this group of experts from the Heaven Fiend mercenary group, he would die. The members of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group surrounded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not worried or afraid. With his current physical body, even magic treasures would not be able to harm him, let alone ordinary arrows. They were just a group of mercenaries. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were not even worth mentioning. "Brat, how dare you injure the members of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group like this? Who are you?" A skinny mercenary walked out. This person was the third leader of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group, Wu Xing. This Wu Xing was different from Li Gang. Although Li Gang was arrogant and despotic, he was not a scheming person. Wu Xing was different. One could tell from his appearance that he was definitely a ruthless person. This kind of person was ruthless and very good at hiding his true emotions. Now that he saw that Lin Feng was not a simple person, Wu Xing did not directly attack Lin Feng, nor did he threaten him like how Li Gang had threatened Lin Feng. Instead, he first tried to find out more about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Who am I? You don't need to know. Let's make things clear today. How are we going to settle this? How do you want to settle this?" Wu Xing asked indifferently. "Pay me 200 gold coins, and I'll return the person to you." Lin Feng said indifferently. "Is this brat crazy?" When the onlookers heard Lin Feng's words, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Did this guy not see how dangerous the situation he was facing was? He actually dared to ask Wu Xing for 200 gold coins. Wasn't he too daring? Wu Xing also did not expect Lin Feng to ask for 200 gold coins. Even with his temperament, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily and said, "Brat. Do you know what you're talking about?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. This bastard is called Li Gang, right? He's acting recklessly in front of me. If he wants to appease my anger, how can he not pay a price? Brother Wu, save me." Li Gang looked at Wu Xing with a pale face, and couldn't help but beg loudly. He had seen Lin Feng's methods and knew that Lin Feng was ruthless and merciless. Therefore, at this moment, Li Gang was really scared. No one has ever been able to threaten my Heaven Fiend mercenary group. Wu Xing looked coldly at Lin Feng and waved his hand. In an instant, hundreds of Heaven Fiend mercenary group's mercenaries took out their crossbows and loaded them with arrows. Then, they aimed at Lin Feng. As long as Wu Xing gave the order, these people would shoot the crossbows. Shoot Lin Feng into a hornet's nest. This was Wu Xing's confidence. He believed that Lin Feng would choose to submit in the end. "Wu Xing, your Heaven Fiend mercenary group is making such a big fuss in our Nanzhong town. Aren't you looking down on our Nan clan?" At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a few carriages passing by the market. Around the carriages were dozens of guards protecting them. The voice came from the first carriage. This first carriage was pulled by 9 mysterious yellow fierce horses. It was a magnificent bronze carriage. "That's South J10's carriage." Many people cried out in surprise. South J10 was the Nan clan's clan leader and also the mayor of Nanzhong town. The mayor of Nanzhong town changed every 5 years. The clan leader of the Nan clan and the Zhang clan respectively held the position. This time, it was South J10's turn to hold the position of mayor. At this moment, the carriage's curtains opened and 3 people came down from the carriage. One of them was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was South J10. There were also 2 young women. Seeing the 2 young women, many people's eyes lit up. Of the 2 women, one had a gentle temperament and the other was as cold as the moon. They were both first-class beauties. The 2 women were South J10's daughters. The gentle one was called Sunny Nam, and the cold one was called Nan Man'er. So it's brother Nan. After seeing Nan Zhaitian, Wu Xingbao cupped his fists and said, "Brother Nan, this brat has injured so many of my Heaven Fiend mercenary group's members. If we let this matter slide, how will we survive in the future?" South J10 said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. There must be some misunderstanding. How about this, I'll pay for the medical expenses and I'll buy this little brother's ferocious beast hide. Today, give me some face and let's both take a step back." South J10 was the mayor of Nanzhong town. If Wu Xing didn't give South J10 face, he would definitely offend South J10. When he thought of this, Wu Xing could only swallow his anger and say, "Alright, today, I'll give brother Nan face and won't bicker with this kid." "What about this little brother?" South J10 looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although South J10 was the peacemaker, Lin Feng knew that Wu Xing and the others wouldn't let this matter go. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. If they wanted to seek revenge, they could come at any time. Now that South J10 was the peacemaker, It was obvious that this South J10 was a good person. Wu Xing guessed that he had seen Wu Xing surrounded by the Heaven Fiend mercenary group and felt that Wu Xing would be at a disadvantage, so he decided to help Wu Xing. In that case, Wu Xing had to take South J10's face into consideration. He threw Li Gang to the ground and said, "I don't have any objections." South J10 waved his hand, and a servant came forward and handed Lin Feng and Wu Xing a bag. Lin Feng opened the bag and saw that there were 500 gold coins inside. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that South J10 had come to mediate this matter and even gave him 500 gold coins to buy 4 pieces of vicious beast hides. Lin Feng guessed that this person would definitely invite him to a gathering later. Wu Xing also looked at the gold coins in the bag and seemed to be quite satisfied with the amount. He put away the gold coins and looked coldly at Lin Feng before leading the Heaven Fiend mercenary group away. "Haha, how should I address you, little brother?" South J10 walked forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "Lin Feng." Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. "This isn't a good place to talk. Why don't you come with me to my residence?" South J10 smiled as he invited Wu Xing. Lin Feng nodded and happily agreed. He also wanted to ask South J10 about this world and what it was like. Lin Feng had just arrived in this world and was unfamiliar with everything, so he needed to understand some things. South J10 was the mayor of South Xiang Town, so he definitely knew more than anyone else. Perhaps he would be able to get some information from South J10. "Little brother, please." South J10 smiled as he invited Lin Feng into a carriage behind him. South J10's 2 daughters looked deeply at Lin Feng before getting into the carriage as well. The group quickly left and returned to the Nan family's residence. The Nan family's residence covered an area of 100 mu. The construction was very unique. There were small bridges, flowing water, rockery, and strange rocks. It was very poetic and had the beauty of a Jiangnan garden. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people in the mountain village even had problems eating, but the Nan family was so luxurious. In any world, there was an extremely serious gap between the rich and the poor. As the saying goes, wine and meat stinks at the door, and bones freeze to death on the road. Was this the truth? South J10 invited Lin Feng to the living room to chat, while the 2 young ladies of the Nan family, Sunny Nam and Nan Maner, walked towards the backyard. This time, South J10 and Nan Maner were going to pick up Sunny Nam, who was going home. Sunny Nam cultivated in a sect in Blackrock City and was the pride of the entire Nan family. "Big sister, how is your cultivation in the sect?" Nan Maner said with some envy. Back then, she and her sister Sunny Nam participated in the test together, but their talent was not enough, so they were not selected by the sect. "There are many geniuses in the sect, but I'm very ordinary." Thinking of the fierce competition in the sect, Sunny Nam couldn't help but sigh. In this world, cultivation resources were extremely scarce. Therefore, even if they could join the sect to cultivate, they had to abide by the survival of the fittest mechanism. Many people would be eliminated. This was because the sect didn't have that many resources to nurture too many people. Obviously, they could only nurture a small number of the most talented people. Sunny Nam had joined the sect for 12 years and cultivated diligently, but she also felt that the future was bleak, and her heart was sad. Nan Maner said, "It can't be, right? Sister's talent is so good, how can you be ordinary?" Sunny Nam smiled bitterly in her heart. There were many things that she couldn't tell her father South J10 and her sister Nan Maner. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I heard that father is planning to arrange a marriage for you. You're 20 years old now, so you really need to get engaged," Sunny Nam said. "Sister isn't married yet, I'm not in a hurry," Nan Maner said. Sunny Nam replied, "In the end, there are still some differences between you and I. Although Sunny Nam's cultivation was not particularly high, she was a cultivator after all. Living for a few hundred years was not a problem for her. As for Nan Maner, her lifespan was naturally far less than her sister, Sunny Nam." Nan Maner stuck out her tongue and said, "Even if I have to marry a genius disciple of the sect." Sunny Nam smiled bitterly. The sect's genius disciples were all high and mighty. They didn't even look at the ordinary female disciples of the same sect, let alone Nan Maner, who wasn't even a sect's disciple, a young lady from a small family. Of course, Sunny Nam wouldn't say these words to her sister because she believed that her father would arrange her sister's marriage properly. At this time Nan Monair said, "Sis, why do you think father is looking for that person? That guy actually dared to offend the Heaven Fiend mercenary group just because he had some martial arts skills. He really overestimated himself. If it wasn't for father, he would definitely be dead today. I really don't know why father invited such a person to our home." Sunny Nam said, "Father definitely has his own thoughts and intentions." Nan Monair said, "Sis, why don't we go and eavesdrop on father and that guy's conversation? If father knows, he will blame us." Sunny Nam said. Nan Monair said, "If we hide in the back hall and listen, father definitely won't be able to find us." After saying that, Nan Manner didn't care whether her sister Nan Qing'er agreed or not and pulled Nan Qing'er towards the living room. Sunny Nam couldn't help but smile bitterly, and could only follow her sister to the living room. In the living room, the guests of honor were seated. A servant girl served tea, and after taking a sip, South J10 smiled and said, "Little brother looks unfamiliar, you don't seem to be a local?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "I came from outside." "Little brother, what are you doing here?" South J10 asked. Lin Feng said, "I've been wandering around, wondering if I can find a large power to rely on. I wonder if Lord Nan can introduce me to the various powers around here?" South J10 smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't know much about the powers around here. I only know that there's a Blackrock City 3,000 kilometers to the west. There are some sects in Blackrock City, but it's not easy to join them. You need to have great talent." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for telling me, Lord Nan." Actually, Lin Feng didn't want to join any of those sections. He just wanted to ask about this world in a roundabout way. From their simple conversation, Lin Feng guessed that even South J10 didn't know much about this world. Perhaps only by going to Blackrock City would one be able to understand what kind of world this was. South J10 said, "Everyone envies cultivators, but it's too difficult to become a cultivator. I think that it's better to occupy a place and live a carefree life." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. South J10's words clearly didn't come from his heart because Lin Feng had discovered that his eldest daughter was a cultivator. However, his eldest daughter's cultivation wasn't very high, and she hadn't condensed any magic power. Lin Feng didn't show any signs of abnormality. He smiled and said, "Lord Nan, you're smiling at life. Your understanding of life isn't something that a junior like me can compare to." "Haha, it's just a little understanding of life." South J10 smiled and said, "Seeing how extraordinary your attacks were today, it seems that you've trained hard in martial arts before?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I have some achievements in martial arts." South J10 said, "It's not just some achievements, you're comparable to a peerless expert. You're so powerful at such a young age. This is the first time I've seen such a young talent. It's a pity that you've already missed the opportunity to become a cultivator. If you want to become a cultivator, you have to learn breathing techniques from a young age and absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to temper your body. It's too late to learn now." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this world's cultivation method was different from the Tianwu continent's. In the Tianwu continent, cultivators first cultivated their bodies. Only after breaking through to the martial king realm did they begin to refine their chi. They had to convert their chi into magic power. On the other hand, the cultivators in this world seemed to refine their chi from the beginning. There was a fundamental difference. Lin Feng didn't know how the realms in this world were divided. When South J10 saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything, he couldn't help but continue, "Actually, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. It's not easy for you to travel alone. I have a daughter who's 20 years old this year. She's very beautiful, and she's proficient in the 4 arts. I plan to betroth my daughter to you. What do you think?" Lin Feng had just taken a sip of tea when he heard that South J10 wanted to betroth his daughter to him. He couldn't help but choke on his tea and start coughing violently. South J10 smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so excited. It seems that you approve of this marriage very much." There was a reason why South J10 wanted to marry his daughter to Lin Feng. Because South J10 only had 2 daughters and no son to inherit the family business, he wanted to recruit a son-in-law. However, recruiting a son-in-law was also very particular. If he found someone of equal social status to marry, then the other party's family would not allow their son to marry into the family. Moreover, South J10 was worried that his family business would be taken away after 100 years. Instead, it was best to find someone without any background to be the son-in-law. Lin Feng was young and a martial arts master. This would ensure that the future son-in-law of the Nan family would have enough strength to protect the Nan family. Besides, Lin Feng was alone, traveling all over the world. The life of a vagrant in the outside world was definitely not easy. If Lin Feng agreed, then the Nan family would be Lin Feng's family in the future and he would be able to settle down. South J10 would also not have to worry about the Nan family's business being taken away after 100 years. Of course, there was another point. Lin Feng was indeed a talented person. When he stood together with his daughter, it was obvious that they were a match made in heaven. South J10 had also interacted with a lot of family members. Those so-called family members were very different from Lin Feng in terms of temperament, speech, and behavior. This was also the reason why South J10 finally targeted Lin Feng. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" At this moment, Nan Monair angrily ran out from the back hall. Then, Sunny Nam also walked out. Sunny Nam was more sensible and slightly bowed to her father and Lin Feng. Nan Monair's face was extremely ugly. It was obvious that South J10 wanted to marry her to Lin Feng, which made Nan Monair unusually angry. "Monair, you're not young anymore. It's time to get married." South J10's face darkened and said. Nan Monair said, "I don't agree. Even if I have to marry, I, Nan Monair, will marry a genius disciple of the sect." Nan Monair's personality was arrogant and she had always had high standards. Therefore, it was very difficult for her to accept marrying an ordinary person like Lin Feng. Marriage is a matter of the parents' order and matchmaker's words. "How can you be unreasonable here?" South J10 suddenly slammed the table and said in a deep voice. Nan Monair angrily looked at Lin Feng and said, "Let me ask you, are you qualified to marry me?" "Sister, don't hurt others." Sunny Nam pulled Nan Monair. Lin Feng raised his eyelids. He didn't look at the arrogant young Miss Nan Monair. Instead, he looked at South J10 and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Nan, but I have always liked to wander around and don't like to stay in one place for too long. Therefore, I'm destined to disappoint Sir Nan. Today, Sir Nan helped me out and bought 4 fierce beast skins at a high price. I will remember this matter in my heart and will definitely repay you in the future. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Little brother, please wait. This girl doesn't know any better. Let's have a good talk." South J10 said, trying to persuade Lin Feng to stay. It seemed that South J10 really wanted to recruit Lin Feng as his son-in-law. Lin Feng had already made up his mind. He cupped his fists and walked out. Nan Monair snorted, "At least this person has some self-awareness. I don't need to chase him away personally." Nan Qing'er sighed and said, "Little sister, your words are hurtful. Even if you wanted to refuse, you could have chosen a more tactful method. You really shouldn't have questioned him directly. You're embarrassing him." Nan Monair said indifferently, "If I didn't do this, how could I have let this person back off?" "Shut up!" South J10 shouted angrily. Nan Monair snorted, "Why should I shut up? I have the right to choose my marriage. If father insists on marrying me to a useless person, I won't agree." South J10 said angrily, "Do you think father will harm you? What kind of person has father not seen all these years? That young man just now, whether it's his appearance, character, or speech, they are all excellent. If you marry him, you will definitely be happy in the future. Now that you've chased him away with ridicule, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find such an outstanding person in the future." "Humph, outstanding person? He's that kind of person?" Nan Monair curled her lips, then turned around and ran out. "Unfilial daughter." South J10 slammed the table in anger. "Father, sister is still young. Don't get angry because of this. It won't be good if she hurts her body," Sunny Nam advised. South J10 sighed, "Qing'er, quickly chase after her and say goodbye to that young friend for me." "Okay." Sunny Nam nodded. Lin Feng was led out of the Nan clan by a servant. Not long after, Sunny Nam caught up with Lin Feng. "Young master, wait a moment," Sunny Nam called out. Lin Feng stopped and turned around to see Sunny Nam. He cupped his fists and said, "May I know if young Miss Nan has any business with me?" Sunny Nam looked at Lin Feng apologetically and said, "Young master, Manner is still young. If she offended you, please forgive her." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sunny Nam to apologize for her sister. In fact, he wasn't angry because of Nan Maner's words. It was like a beggar pointing at a billionaire and calling him a pauper. Why would the billionaire care about a beggar? It was too degrading. The billionaire would only think that the beggar was funny. It was just like how Lin Feng thought that the arrogant Nan Maner was funny. Lin Feng said, "Young Miss Nan, please don't worry. I won't take it to heart." Sunny Nam smiled and said, "Father didn't personally send you off, so he asked me to send you off. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Nan clan." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He then bid farewell to Sunny Nam and left. The Nan clan's matter was just a small interlude in Lin Feng's eyes. He didn't take it to heart. Lin Feng went to the town and strolled around the market. He went to many shops and street stalls to look for formation materials. After all, this was a small place. Even if there were formation materials, many people didn't know about them. They only sold them as ordinary items. Lin Feng's luck wasn't bad. After 4 hours, he collected more than 30 formation materials. Although they were all low-level formation materials, they could be of great use to Lin Feng. When he passed by a stall, Lin Feng's attention was attracted by an item on the stall. It was a palm-sized dark red stone. Lin Feng felt that the stone wasn't simple. There were many spots on the dark red stone, making it look like a bloody rain. This stone? Could it be a blood rain stone? Lin Feng was puzzled and thought of a type of ore. It was said that whenever a large-scale battle broke out, it would cause great suffering. Even the heavens would weep blood. Blood rain would fall. A stone soaked in blood rain for a long time would become a blood rain stone. Blood rain stone was an extremely precious material that could be used to forge divine artifacts. Furthermore, the blood rain stone itself was a main material for setting up arrays. Many arrays could use the blood rain stone. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if this was a blood rain stone. After all, he had only heard of blood rain stones and had never seen one before. "Boss, let me see that stone." Lin Feng pointed at the blood rain stone. The boss was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He smiled and handed the stone to Lin Feng, saying, "This stone has been passed down from my ancestors. If I wasn't in need of money, I wouldn't be selling it." Lin Feng laughed inwardly. These businessmen were all people who spoke human language. Their only purpose in doing this was to sell as many things as possible and sell them at a high price as much as possible. Lin Feng carefully examined the stone and found that it gave off a bone-piercing cold feeling when he held it in his hand. It also emitted a faint bloody smell. From its appearance to its touch to its smell, it matched the description of a blood rain stone. Lin Feng could basically confirm that this was a blood rain stone. He said, "I want this stone." "What's the price?" "1 silver coin." The boss said. Lin Feng tossed a gold coin to the boss and smiled, saying, "I'm in a good mood today, so here's a reward for you." After receiving the gold coin, the boss still looked as if he was in a dream. "Thank you, young master, thank you." The boss regained his senses and thanked Lin Feng profusely. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This boss didn't know what was good for him. Perhaps there were very few people in this world who knew what was good for them. Even a mountain of gold wouldn't be enough to buy a blood rain stone like this. Finding treasures from stalls was a very interesting thing. If one could find a good treasure, it would definitely give one a sense of satisfaction and excitement. "Young master, are you willing to part with the stone in your hand?" All of a sudden, a soft voice was heard. Lin Feng glanced over and saw a dozen young people on the left side of the street. The one who had just spoken was a woman wearing a purple dress. She had a graceful body and looked delicate and beautiful. When she spoke, her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. "Cultivators." Lin Feng frowned. These people had qi in their bodies. Although their qi was very weak, they were clearly cultivators. Said Lin Feng. I'm sorry. Sorry, young master. I'm willing to pay 100 times the price. The woman said. Lin Feng shook his head. It's indeed hard to part with it. Another woman said, Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. A delicate beauty like Chon'er wants to buy it from you, and you actually rejected her. When facing a beauty like Chon'er, you have to know how to be gentle, understand? The person who spoke was dressed in a fiery red dress. She had a fiery figure, and her lips were fiery red. Her face was also extremely beautiful. However, her words were more or less mocking the woman from before. The woman called Chon'er said, Senior Sister Hong, please don't say that. You're making me suffer. Lin Feng didn't have much interest in being entangled with these people, so he turned and left. Uncle Zhang and the others should have already returned. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself as he walked down the street. He hadn't been with Zhang Danian and the others, so they should have returned after exchanging for food. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued walking. About 15 kilometers away from Nanjing town, Lin Feng was blocked by the Heaven Fiend mercenary group's members in a forest. Lin Feng had already expected this, these people wouldn't let him off so easily. Kid. You've got guts. You actually dared to come out. Now that you're in the wilderness, no one can save you. Wu Xing looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Li Gang was also in the group, and he glared at Lin Feng with venomous eyes. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. Lin Feng said, there will never be a lack of self-righteous idiots in this world. Who are you calling an idiot? Wu Xing, Li Gang, and the other mercenaries were furious, and they all glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, do you really think you're a match for me? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for South J10's appearance in the market, all of you would have already become corpses. You actually dare to run in front of this young master to seek death? Today, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. Ha 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 ha. Wu Xing, Li Gang, and the other mercenaries all started laughing. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wu Xing looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, Kid, I've never seen someone as reckless as you. Go, chop this kid into mincemeat. Yes, after receiving the order, more than 10 mercenaries pulled out their long swords and rushed towards Lin Feng, all of them with sinister smiles. These mercenaries were ruthless people who killed without batting an eyelid. To them, chopping Lin Feng into pieces was a simple matter. These mercenaries were different from Li Gang's subordinates. Li Gang's subordinates were the most ordinary mercenaries. The mercenaries led by Wu Xing were the elites of the Tian Sha mercenary group, their strength outstanding. However, even these outstanding Tian Sha mercenary group's mercenaries were as weak as ants in Lin Feng's eyes. He stepped out, as fast as lightning. In the crowd, Lin Feng flashed and twisted, sweeping out a fist, and a mercenary was about to be smashed to death by Lin Feng's fist. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 outstanding mercenaries all fell to the ground, their chests caved in, and they couldn't be more dead. This young master is also bored, it's good to exercise with you guys and stretch my muscles. After killing more than 10 outstanding mercenaries, Lin Feng's mouth curved into a cold smile. Wu Xing saw this scene and his face became gloomy. Lin Feng's strength was beyond his expectations. Even if it was a martial arts grandmaster, under the siege of more than 10 elite mercenaries, it would be impossible to kill more than 10 elite mercenaries so easily. However, Lin Feng did it. This gave Wu Xing a bad premonition. However, when he thought of the large number of people in the mercenary group, and the fact that they had extremely powerful crossbows, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. Kill that brat. Wu Xing waved his hand. The rest of the mercenaries took out their crossbows after receiving the order and released the arrows. A dense number of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. Let's see how you'll die. Wu Xing's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Wu Xing thought that the arrows could cause damage to Lin Feng. He had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Facing the incoming arrows, Lin Feng took a step forward and a terrifying force was emitted from his body. The power of the force enveloped a radius of 10 meters around Lin Feng. When the densely packed arrows shot towards him, all the arrows were suspended in midair. Seeing this, many people were almost scared to death. How is this possible? Wu Xing cried out in disbelief. His body was trembling violently. Wu Xing was an experienced and knowledgeable person, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. How were the arrows suspended in midair? This was too strange and bizarre. Lin Feng waved his right hand. All the arrows suspended in midair changed direction and shot towards the people of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group. Quick, dodge! Many people cried out in fear. They fled in all directions. Some people took out their weapons in an attempt to cut down the arrows that were shot at them. But the power of the arrows was too great. When the weapons in the hands of the mercenaries hit the arrows, their weapons were broken by the power of the arrows. But the direction of the arrows did not change at all. As for those who were trying to escape, they were not able to avoid the attack of the arrows. Pooh! 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 Sounds of flesh being pierced could be heard. One by one, the people of the Heaven Fiend mercenary group were killed by the arrows. Even Li Gang and Wu Xing were not spared. Li Gang's head was pierced, leaving a bloody hole. Wu Xing's chest was pierced by an arrow, and his body was sent flying far away. Finally, Wu Xing was nailed to a big tree. When he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps he still could not believe that he had died just like that. Lin Feng collected all the gold coins on these people and left. After returning to the mountain village, Lin Feng sorted out the gold coins on Wu Xing and the others. These people had a total of 300,000 gold coins on them. Sure enough, killing and robbing is the shortcut to riches. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng handed over the 500 gold coins from selling the beast skins to the village chief. When had the village chief ever seen such a large sum of money? After seeing it, his body trembled violently. Why don't we buy a big house in Nanzhong town and move the villagers there? We can invest in a few shops or restaurants with the remaining money. Lin Feng said. The village chief's eyes lit up slightly. If they could leave this place and live in Nanzhong town, it would be like going from hell to heaven. Living in Nanzhong town was something that they wouldn't even dare to dream of in the past. But now, with 500 gold coins, everything could become a reality. I'll ask around in Nanzhong town to see if there are any large villas for sale. The village chief said. Lin Feng nodded. The village chief was a very shrewd person. Lin Feng believed that he could do these things well. The next day, Lin Feng went to the underwater cave. He took out the spirit array materials he collected from Nanzhong town. After searching the entire town, he only found 30 or so kinds of materials, and there were only 9 kinds of materials that could be used to set up a spirit gathering array. Fortunately, this blood rain stone could be used as a main material to set up a spirit gathering array. Lin Feng added these materials on top of the original spirit gathering array. The power of the spirit gathering array was greatly increased, and the speed of gathering spiritual energy was 5 times faster than usual. This made Lin Feng very happy. In the following month, Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in the underwater cave. Every day, the world tree sapling would absorb spiritual energy and convert it into magic power. The magic power in the world tree sapling also increased. Finally, after absorbing spiritual energy for more than a month, the magic power in the world tree sapling reached a full level. The gods who ate qi would not die. The world tree sapling ate qi, and now its magic power was overflowing. The overflowing magic power originally flowed into Lin Feng's dantian, but it seemed to be suppressed by the heaven and earth laws of this world, just like the magic power stored in the dantian. However, Lin Feng did not give this part of magic power a chance to flow into his dantian. This part of magic power flowed into Lin Feng's limbs and bones. Then, Lin Feng activated the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. Even Lin Feng could not help but be excited at this moment. It feels great to be able to circulate my magic power again. This world imprisons magic power. Now that I can use the world tree sapling to circulate my magic power again, this gives me a chance to break the heaven and earth law suppression on my dantian. Lin Feng did not get carried away just because he could use the world tree sapling to circulate his magic power. This was because his current crisis had not really been resolved yet. He began to control the Archean Dragonesque elephant art and attacked his dantian again and again. Lin Feng could vaguely feel it. The heaven and earth laws of this world had formed an invisible force that suppressed the magic power in his dantian, cutting off the connection between Lin Feng and his magic power. To be more precise, this invisible force had long since formed a kind of law. This law was evolved from the heaven and earth laws of this world. It was also this law that suppressed Lin Feng's dantian. Therefore, what Lin Feng had to do now was to destroy this law. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this was not an easy task. After continuously attacking for 2 hours, the magic power emitted by the World Tree sapling had been completely exhausted. Lin Feng could no longer continue to use the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. However, he felt that after continuously attacking for 2 hours, the law that suppressed his magic power in his dantian had loosened a lot. This made Lin Feng happy. As the saying went, 1,000-mile dike could collapse because of an ant's nest. What Lin Feng had to do now was not to completely destroy the law that suppressed his dantian. That was not realistic. What he had to do now was to open a gap in the law. As long as this gap was opened, the magic power in his dantian would be able to escape. Lin Feng would then be able to circulate the magic power in his dantian. By then, he would be able to slowly erode and destroy the law that suppressed his dantian's magic power. Lin Feng believed that once his magic power was fully recovered, the heaven and earth laws of this world would no longer be able to suppress the magic power in his dantian. Lin Feng continued to cultivate diligently. Every day, he spent most of his time cultivating in the underwater cave abode. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The harvest of this month was extremely huge. Under Lin Feng's persistent efforts, the law that suppressed his dantian finally had a gap torn open. The magic power in Lin Feng's dantian surged out from the gap. Lin Feng started to circulate the qi in his body. His entire body felt extremely comfortable. A smile appeared on his face. All he needed was time, and Lin Feng believed that his magic power would quickly recover. If my magic power recovers, will my divine sense recover as well? Lin Feng's heart trembled. If he could use his divine sense, Lin Feng would be able to communicate with his spatial ring. At that time, he would be able to take out all the treasures in his spatial ring. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense, but he failed. This won't do. This world's laws suppress my divine sense far more than my magic power. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he was a bit disappointed, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his mood. As his magic power gradually recovered, Lin Feng believed that his divine sense would gradually be able to break free from the law suppression. My physical body has recovered to 50%, and I can use my magic power again. I should continue searching for powerful vicious beasts and eat more meat to recover my physical body. The physical body is the foundation of cultivation, and once my physical body recovers, my magic power will recover faster and faster. Lin Feng couldn't help thinking to himself. This was like training one's strength. If one's body was healthy, one's strength would increase very quickly. If one lost a leg and went to train one's strength, one's body would be restricted, and one's strength would increase very slowly. Because one lost a leg, there were many movements that couldn't be done, and there were many areas that couldn't be trained. Naturally, one's strength would increase very slowly. Back in the mountain village, the village chief came looking for Lin Feng. Brother, we've looked at over 10 villas in Nanzhong town, and we've finally decided on 3. As for which one to choose, we'll have to let you decide. Lin Feng replied, you can decide for yourselves. The village chief nodded and left. Late at night, Inger came looking for Lin Feng to chat. She said, brother, the village chief said that we'll be able to move to Nanzhong town soon. At that time, we'll be able to live a new life. When that time comes, will you be leaving as well? Inger sounded a bit disappointed. She had many fantasies about Lin Feng, but Inger had never dared to say them out loud because she felt that she wasn't good enough for Lin Feng. At that time, you'll have good days ahead. Lin Feng rubbed Inger's head. Inger didn't know where her courage came from, but she suddenly sat on top of Lin Feng's body. What are you doing? Asked Lin Feng's face. Brother, Inger doesn't have anything, but Inger wants to leave something beautiful for you. Brother, you can have Inger. Inger tugged at Lin Feng's clothes as she spoke. She even took the initiative to suck on Lin Feng's lips. However, Inger was inexperienced and could only use her lips to nibble on Lin Feng. Her body was trembling, and she was clearly very nervous. Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed Inger, who was going crazy, and said, "Girl, I don't want anything from you. You're a good girl, and you'll have your own life in the future. I'll pretend that nothing happened just now. Go back and sleep. Brother, I know what I'm doing. I don't regret it." Inger took off her clothes as she spoke, revealing her youthful and beautiful body to Lin Feng. "Brother, can you kiss me?" Inger asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng helped Inger put on her clothes and said, "Silly girl, you're still young. You'll know in the future that you'll regret what you did today." Lin Feng patted Inger's head, then jumped off the bed and walked outside. He took a deep breath, and Inger's delicate body involuntarily appeared in his mind. What a beast. I actually had such thoughts about a 16-year-old girl. Lin Feng cursed himself. However, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Inger wasn't very old, but she was pure and cute. Her body was as delicate as a lily that had just bloomed. She was naturally very attractive to men. Mature women had the charm of mature women. Young girls had their own charm as well. However, Lin Feng was destined to be a passerby in this place. He didn't want to provoke any woman. Right now, Lin Feng just wanted to quickly recover his strength and find a way to return to Tianwu continent. Now that the demons had invaded, even though he had killed vast domains demon sovereign and Mose Tianzuan, there were still a dozen or so demon sovereigns in the central plains. Lin Feng was very worried about Tianwu continent's situation. I wonder where the magic lotus went. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. When he had chased after the magic lotus, he hadn't been able to catch it. It seemed that the demon lord and the magic lotus were not fated to be together. Lin Feng immediately rushed into the depths of the forest. He wanted to hunt beasts and eat their meat to recover. 250 kilometers away, there was a place where the surrounding rivers converged, forming a main river. This main river was 3,000 meters long and had huge waves. Beasts ran amok in it. In the depths of the river, there was a cave. This cave was called the Black Flood Dragon Cave. Inside the Black Flood Dragon Cave lived a Black Flood Dragon that had lived for 1,700 years. It was a famous expert within a few thousand kilometers. The Black Flood Dragon ruled over the area and called himself the Black Flood Dragon Sage. The beasts in the surrounding rivers all called the Black Flood Dragon King. Inside the Black Flood Dragon Cave, there were many people drinking and chatting. The Black Flood Dragon had transformed into a burly man, and below him were a dozen monsters. These monsters had humanoid bodies, but some of them had crocodile-like heads. Some of them had crab-like heads. The monsters all looked different, but they all had one thing in common: they were all extremely ugly. These people were the overlords of the nearby rivers, but their cultivations weren't as profound as the Black Flood Dragons, so they couldn't completely transform into humans. In the main hall, there were dozens of beautiful women dancing. They were all human women who had been forcefully captured by the Black Flood Dragon and brought into the cave. "Why don't I see the snake demon?" the Black Flood Dragon Sage asked. At that moment, the crocodile-like monster said, reporting to the Great Sage, "I heard that the snake demon fought with someone and was killed. Then, the cave was stolen." "Oh? There's such a thing? You're really courting death. How dare you kill the people of the Black Flood Dragon Sage?" The Black Flood Dragon's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the temperature in the main hall suddenly dropped. The dozens of dancers trembled in fear. "Bitches, did I say you stop? Come here." The Black Flood Dragon grabbed one of the beautiful women, and she flew over. The Black Flood Dragon pressed down on her body, and her clothes were torn apart. The dancer didn't dare struggle, and she let the Black Flood Dragon do whatever it wanted. After the Black Flood Dragon was done, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the woman's head. When the other dancers saw this, their faces turned as white as paper. The Great Sage really knows how to enjoy himself. The group of monsters laughed. "Haha, these dancers are yours. Enjoy them to your heart's content," said the Black Flood Dragon sinisterly. "Thank you, Great Sage." The group of monsters was overjoyed. They thanked the Black Flood Dragon Sage and rushed towards the terrified and helpless women. Roar. The roar resounded through the forest. A gigantic creature that was 20 meters tall was moving towards Lin Feng with its gigantic claws. Slash. Lin Feng stepped forward and chopped down with his right hand. Destructive blade light condensed and instantly cut the monster in half. This monster was far more powerful than the overlord monster snake that Lin Feng had killed before. But now that Lin Feng could use his spiritual power, killing these monsters was something he could do with a snap of his fingers. That was the 9th ferocious beast Lin Feng had killed. He made a bonfire in the forest and cleaned up the corpses. Then he put them on the bonfire and roasted them. Soon, the smell of meat filled the air. Lin Feng started eating in big mouthfuls. After eating the monster, Lin Feng's body began to slowly recover. After eating 9 monsters in a row, Lin Feng's body recovered to 70% of its peak. However, the more he recovered, the more difficult it became. My body recovered to 70%. It should be comparable to the vast domain's demon venerable's body. Lin Feng sensed his body and smiled. The vast domain's demon venerable was a hollow god. Although Lin Feng's body had only recovered to 70%, he could now fight against gods and demons. If he could recover to 100%, his body would definitely improve greatly and surpass ordinary gods and demons. The most important thing was that Lin Feng's cultivation was only in the life and death realm. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng's body would become stronger and stronger. My spiritual power was suppressed, and my divine sense was suppressed. My cultivation went from nothing to nothing. Now that I can use my spiritual power again, I might be able to control my divine sense again. This is a process of going from nothing to something. Maybe this is reincarnation. When my spiritual power and divine sense are fully recovered, I should be able to break through to the reincarnation realm. Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. In order to break through to the rebirth realm, one needed to have a deep understanding of the word rebirth. Everyone had a different understanding of rebirth. And Lin Feng's understanding was to go from something to nothing, and then from nothing to something. This was a complete cycle. The next day, Lin Feng found a stream. He took a bath here and cleaned up his clothes. After drying his clothes with his transcendence energy, he put them back on and became a handsome and confident young master. Look, there's a stream. Excited voices came from afar as more than a dozen people rushed over. There were both men and women among these people. However, many of them were dirty, and some of them had bloodstains on their bodies. It was obvious that they had experienced a battle in the forest. Moreover, these people were obviously very thirsty. They were all lying by the stream and drinking the water. It's them. When Lin Feng saw this group of people, he was slightly surprised. He recognized 2 women in this group. It was the gentle woman who wanted to buy the blood rainstone from him, and the sexy woman. After these people drank enough water, they took out their water sacks and filled them up. Hey, it's you. At that moment, the group saw Lin Feng standing in the distance. They were very surprised. They naturally had some impression of Lin Feng. After all, they had seen him before. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't want to talk to these people and walked away. That guy is actually so arrogant? When a young cultivator saw Lin Feng turn around and leave, he immediately felt that he was being looked down upon. His expression became very unsightly. They were all geniuses from Blackrock City. In Blackrock City, which one of them wasn't a high and mighty person, now that they were being looked down upon in the wilderness, they naturally felt very sullen. Junior brother, don't say anything. This guy went into the forest alone and came out unscathed. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. We can't afford to offend someone like him, said the leader. The young cultivator nodded and said, Junior brother, I was too impulsive just now. When the leader saw that Lin Feng was already far away, he quickly chased after him. He smiled and said, I'm the eldest disciple of Blackrock City's Blackrock sect, Xianxia. May I know your name? Blackrock City's people? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Xianxia was probably the strongest cultivator in that group because Lin Feng could faintly sense that Xianxia's strength was flowing in his body. What surprised Lin Feng was that Xianxia's magic energy wasn't stored in his dantian. Instead, it flowed through his limbs and bones like blood. This world was different from Lin Feng's martial heaven continent. The cultivators of this world started by refining qi, and once they produced magic energy, they didn't store it in their dantian. Lin Feng guessed that it had something to do with their cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques of the martial heaven continent required one to open their dantian and then expand it. Some people's dantian was like a pond, some like a lake, and some like an ocean. However, no matter how big or small the dantian was, it was still a place to store magic energy. This world's magic energy was scattered throughout the limbs and bones. Of course, each cultivation technique had its own unique aspects. Lin Feng wouldn't look down on this world's cultivation techniques just because his own cultivation technique was different from this world's. Although he hadn't encountered many experts yet, this world definitely had its own peak experts. Lin Feng. Haha, so it's Brother Lin. Nice to meet you. Brother Lin, you entered the forest alone to gain experience. You're truly amazing, said Xiaoyu. You flatter me, replied Lin Feng politely. Then, he changed the topic and asked, Brother Mo, may I know why you called me? Brother Lin's cultivation is extraordinary. We want to invite you to a certain place to pick a spirit fruit. If you can pick it, we'll definitely give you a share. Spirit fruit? What kind of spirit fruit is that? Asked Lin Feng. Dao La fruit. Brother Lin, have you heard of such a fruit? Asked Xiaoyu. Never heard of it. Lin Feng shook his head and asked, what's the use of the Dao La fruit? The Dao La fruit is the main ingredient for refining Dao La pills. Consuming a Dao La pill can increase a cultivator's chances of condensing magic energy by 10%. It's a peerless spirit treasure, said Xiaoyu. Lin Feng sighed. Increasing one's chances of condensing magic energy by 10% was equivalent to a low-grade mystic class pill. How could it be called a peerless spirit treasure? However, considering the scarcity of resources in this world, the Dao La fruit and Dao La pills might be trash in Lin Feng's eyes, but in the eyes of the people in this world, they were treasures worth risking their lives for. Of course, a low-grade spirit fruit like the Dao La fruit was not completely useless to Lin Feng. After refining it, it could at least increase his magic energy. Although the increase was limited, it was still better than nothing. What really interested Lin Feng was the ferocious beast guarding the Dao La fruit. A spirit fruit like the Dao La fruit would definitely be guarded by powerful ferocious beasts in this world where natural treasures were scarce. This was also why Xiaoyu had invited him. Obviously, he wanted to drag him along to deal with the ferocious beasts guarding the fruit. Lin Feng needed to eat meat to recover. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more beneficial it would be for his recovery. Thus, he nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll go with you. Xiaoyu was overjoyed and said, with Brother Lin joining us, we'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Our chances of successfully obtaining the Dao La fruit will greatly increase. Xiaoyu introduced Lin Feng to his junior brothers and sisters. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to most of them, but he mainly paid attention to the gentle and moving woman and the hot woman. The gentle woman was called Murong Chaner. The hot woman was called Hong Xiao. However, these two women did not seem to get along well. As for why, Lin Feng was not interested in knowing. After a simple exchange, Lin Feng found out that these people had been in the ancient forest for more than 2 months. They had been looking for information about the Dao fruit, and after spending more than 2 months, they had finally found a clue. The Dao fruit was located in the northwest of the ancient forest. There was a volcano there, and the Dao fruit grew next to the volcano. The group of people walked in the direction of the volcano. At night, they were attacked by more than 10 skeletal lizards. After a fierce battle, they killed 2 giant skeletal lizards, but 3 people were also injured. This was the danger in the depths of the ancient forest. If they were not careful, they could die here. Everyone scattered to rest. The hot and enchanting Hong Xiao came to Lin Feng's side. She looked at Lin Feng with interest and said, "You seem to be quite skilled. Are you also a disciple of a sect? You shouldn't be a disciple of a sect in Blackrock City, right? Although I don't know all the sect disciples in Blackrock City, I should have heard of someone of your age who is so powerful." Lin Feng looked at Hong Xiao. He could smell an alluring fragrance coming from her body. This woman had fiery red lips and a charming and enchanting appearance that could arouse a man's most primal desires. Of course, Lin Feng had seen many beautiful women, so his self-control was very strong. He smiled at Hong Xiaoqiao and said, "It's not a good habit to casually ask about a man's background. It's very easy to fall into a trap." He 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 he. Hong Xiaoqiao smiled and said, "Is that so? Then tell me about your background and see if I'll fall into a trap." As she spoke, she deliberately bent her body slightly. Lin Feng saw a snow-white scenery. "If I told you that I'm the city lord of Blackrock City, would you believe me?" Xiao Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and spoke a few words with him. She realized that she couldn't get any useful information from Lin Feng, so she left Lin Feng's resting place and returned to her sect. "Senior Sister Hong, what is that brat's identity? Have you found out?" someone asked. Hong Qiao replied, "He's very tight-lipped. He didn't reveal any useful information." 3 days later, everyone arrived at the volcano. A heat wave swept across. This place was obviously an active volcano. From afar, one could see the fiery red glow of the volcano's crater illuminating the world. The flames burned fiercely. Many people were sweating profusely from afar. "Everyone, be careful," Mo Xiaoyu reminded. "With senior brother here, what are we afraid of?" Many people laughed. They were very confident in Mo Xiaoyu's strength. The group walked deeper into the volcano. When they were about to reach the peak, they saw a small fiery red tree. There were more than 10 fruits growing on the tree. "Dao fruit!" Immediately, many people cried out in surprise. They stared unblinkingly at the fiery red tree. They had come for the Dao fruit. Now that they saw the fruit, they were very excited. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the world of lava. Following that, a huge creature flew out. The huge creature was about 5 meters long and 4 meters tall. Its body was covered in dense fiery red scales and it had a pair of huge wings. The beast's head looked like a dragon's, but its eyes and nose resembled a lion's. It was a winged dragon lion. It was an extremely terrifying beast. Heavens, why is there such a beast? Let's get out of here. When he saw the winged dragon lion, Mo Xiaoyu's face turned as pale as a sheet. The winged dragon lion was a beast king. It was far stronger than an overlord-level beast. Even cultivators who had mastered magic were no match for the winged dragon lion. The rest of the people also looked terrified. They turned and ran down the mountain. Roar! However, the winged dragon lion roared, and a terrifying beast aura spread out, enveloping the world. That terrifying aura enveloped everyone in an instant. Hong Xiaoqiao, Morong Chaner, and the others seemed to be frozen in place. They couldn't move at all. At this time, the winged dragon lion flew over. This kind of beast loved to eat humans. Now that so many people had arrived, the beast became wild and wanted to have a good meal. "Die, beast." Mo Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and took out a sword. With the sword in hand, he soared into the sky and attacked the winged dragon lion. Mo Xiaoyu was a good person. He had a chance to escape, but he chose to fight the winged dragon lion. Obviously, he wanted to save his juniors. It was not without reason that Hong Xiaoqiao, Morong Chaner, and the others respected Mo Xiaoyu. However, Mo Xiaoyu was no match for the winged dragon lion. The winged dragon lion waved its huge claws and sent Mo Xiaoyu flying. "Senior brother." Many people cried out in alarm when they saw Mo Xiaoyu being sent flying by the winged dragon lion. They looked at Mo Xiaoyu worriedly. Wah! Mo Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky into the forest. His face was as white as paper, and he could not move. As for the double-winged dragon lion, it pounced towards the group of people in the forest. This ferocious beast was about to enjoy its meal. "We're dead." Seeing the winged dragon lion pouncing on them, everyone's face was filled with despair. Suddenly, at that moment, they saw Lin Feng walk towards the dual-winged Draco lion. The winged dragon lion also saw Lin Feng. Its ferocious eyes suddenly flashed with contempt. In the eyes of the winged dragon lion, these humans in front of it were as weak as ants. The winged dragon lion swung its huge claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's black hair danced in the wind. He pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground. His right hand drew a line in the air. A dazzling sword ray condensed and slashed at the winged dragon lion. Pooh, the winged dragon lion did not even have the ability to resist. It was cut in half by Lin Feng's attack. Heavens, how is this possible? A winged dragon lion at the level of a beast king was killed by him in a single move. Who is he? What is his cultivation level? Everyone's eyes turned pale as they stared at the handsome man in white robes standing in the middle of the forest. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Lin Feng waved his hand and took out 10 Dharma fruits. He looked at Xiaoyu and the others and said, "I'll take 10 Dharma fruits. There are 6 left, enough for you to concoct a few batches of pills. We can't stay here for long, so you should leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was only then that they came back to their senses. Who the hell is he? He's like a god. One of the cultivators said in shock. He's too powerful. I didn't expect that the person who came with us would be such a terrifying person. It's a pity that we didn't establish a friendship with him before. How could someone like him be friends with us? He probably just felt bored, so he came with us. If it wasn't for him this time, we would have been dead. Many people started to talk about it all at once. Who is that guy? Could he really be the city lord of Blackrock City? Han Xiaoqiao couldn't help but bite her lips. She thought about how Lin Feng had said that he was the city lord of Blackrock City. Now, she actually believed it. She wanted to go back and ask around to see if the mysterious city lord of Blackrock City was Lin Feng. Morong Chaner looked in the direction where Lin Feng had left, and her beautiful eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Pick the Dharma fruits. We'll leave this place. A disciple helped Mo Xiaoyu up and quickly ordered. Yes, senior brother. Immediately, a disciple answered and went to pick the Dharma fruits. At this time, Lin Feng had already arrived at a small stream. He cut open the belly of the winged dragon lion and cleaned it. He then started a bonfire, sprinkled some prepared seasonings, and started roasting the lion. After enjoying the roasted lion, Lin Feng's body had recovered to about 80% of its peak. Lin Feng was delighted. Following which, Lin Feng ate another 10 Dao Dharma fruits. These Dao Dharma fruits were extremely sour and did not taste very good. It didn't contain much spiritual energy. If it was back in the martial heaven continent, Lin Feng wouldn't have even glanced at it. But in this place, due to the extreme scarcity of materials, this Dao Dharma fruit was a rare treasure. After Lin Feng ate the Dao Dharma fruit, he started to refine the energy contained within it. These energies were all converted into pure magic power. Now, Lin Feng would attack the laws that suppressed his Danxi every day. Now, more and more laws were being torn apart by Lin Feng, and he could use more and more magic power. I've recovered quite a bit of my strength, so it's time to leave. I'll go back and see if the villagers have settled down, then I'll go to Blackrock City. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. If he continued to stay here, it would be very difficult for him to recover his strength, so Lin Feng decided to go to Blackrock City. Lin Feng wanted to find out what this world was like in Blackrock City. At the same time, Lin Feng hoped to buy some natural treasures in Blackrock City. He could use these natural treasures to break the laws that suppressed his Danxi as soon as possible. When Lin Feng returned to the mountain village, the terrifying black flood dragon had already come out of the cave and was rushing towards the demon snake's cave. The demon snake's death was a provocation to the black flood dragon. Therefore, the black flood dragon was very angry. Endless black fog engulfed heaven and earth. After flying for half a day, the black flood dragon finally arrived at the demon snake's cave. Lord Sage, the demon snake's cave is below, an overlord-level beast said. Go down and see if the human cultivator who killed the demon snake is cultivating inside. The black flood dragon said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, an overlord-level beast dived into the water. Not long after, the overlord-level beast flew out and reported to the black flood dragon, Lord Sage, the human cultivator is not inside. It seems that he has left. He has left? The black flood dragon roared furiously, that despicable human killed one of my trusted subordinates, and now he's escaped. How infuriating. The black flood dragon furiously slapped a mountain that was 3,000 meters tall in the distance. Bang, the entire mountain was instantly reduced to fine powder. The other overlord-level beasts didn't dare say anything, afraid of angering the black flood dragon. After destroying the mountain, the black flood dragon seemed to be in a better mood. It said, "That human is lucky. He has escaped. Let's go." The black fog churned as it flew into the distance. When it passed by a mountain village, the black flood dragon saw a few beautiful women in the village, and a lustful look appeared on its face. The black flood dragon was perverted and cruel. It often went around seizing beautiful human women for its sexual pleasure. After the black flood dragon took those women, their fates were extremely tragic. After a short while, the black flood dragon would get tired of them and eat them all. Before it came out, the dozens of beautiful human women in the cave were all eaten by the black flood dragon and the others. Now that the black flood dragon saw the beautiful human women in the mountain village, it immediately wanted to take them away. "Great sage, we will go and find some beautiful women for you. Please return to the cave and wait. Soon, you will be able to enjoy the taste of these beautiful human women," said one of the overlords. The black flood dragon looked at the black flood dragon. "I like virgins the most. I like to see their painful expressions and screams when they are raped for the first time." "Yes, sir. We will definitely find virgins for you," said the overlords hurriedly. "Very good. If you do well, you will be heavily rewarded when you return." The black flood dragon nodded and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the cave. "Brothers, let's spread out. Each of you will be responsible for finding beautiful women within a 50-mile radius," said one of the overlords with a hideous smile. After that, the other overlords spread out to search for beautiful women for the black flood dragon. Very quickly, the mountain villages were visited by these overlord-class beasts, and many beautiful women were captured by these overlord-class beasts. Ingmer's mountain village was not spared either. During this period of time, Nanjing town's property had already been bought, and the villagers were about to move there. However, at this time, the crocodile beast came to visit. The crocodile beast asked the village chief to call everyone out. How could the village chief dare to disobey? The crocodile beasts were extremely cruel. If anyone dared to disobey their orders, they would be brutally killed. Very quickly, more than 1,000 people in the village were called out. Everyone stood in front of the village, trembling as they looked at the crocodile beast. "Haha. This village is not bad. There are actually 3 beautiful women here. Our great sage has taken a fancy to you. This is your fortune from your previous lives. Now, follow me to the black flood dragon's cave and serve the great sage." The crocodile-headed ferocious beast used its magic power to sweep Inger and the other 2 extremely beautiful girls into the air. "Sister, let go of my sister." Xiaoxin's eyes immediately turned red. The crocodile beast waved its hand and slapped Xiaoxin dozens of meters away. "Xiaoxin!" Inger screamed in agony as tears streamed down her face. However, she could not struggle, and she could not check on Xiaoxin's condition. The crocodile beast grabbed the 3 of them and flew away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. When Lin Feng returned from the depths of the forest, he realized that something was wrong. On his way back, he had seen many villages where people had died tragically. It was obvious that the village chiefs had all been attacked. If it had only been a few villages, Lin Feng wouldn't have been so surprised. But now, so many village chiefs had been attacked. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. When he returned to the village, he saw dozens of people lying on the ground in front of the village. The villagers were all sobbing softly. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He descended from the sky and asked, "What happened?" When he saw Lin Feng return, the village chief hurriedly said, "It's a monster. That monster captured Inger and the others. It said that it was going to bring them to the Black Flood Dragon Cavern for the sage to enjoy. Danian, Xiaoxin and the others tried to stop it, but they were attacked by the monster. I'm afraid that they won't be able to survive." Lin Feng looked gloomy as he squatted down to check on Xiaoxin, Zhang Danian, and the others. He discovered that they had all suffered serious injuries. Furthermore, their injuries had already reached their internal organs. To ordinary people, such injuries were almost impossible to survive. However, Lin Feng was a powerful cultivator, so he had ways to help them. Lin Feng's body surged with powerful magic energy, which continuously flowed into the bodies of Xiaoshen, Zhang Danian, and the others. His magic energy automatically repaired their damaged internal organs. Xiaoshen, Zhang Danian, and the others' qi began to become stronger. Of course, not everyone had been saved. More than 10 villagers had died before Lin Feng had arrived. Lin Feng naturally had no way to save them. Xiaoshen, Uncle Zhang, and the others are fine now. Take care of them. I'll go look for Inger and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the river. Lin Feng had already lived in this area for a few months, so he naturally knew some of the powerful beasts in this area. He had also heard of the Black Flood Dragon Sage. It was said that he was a Black Flood Dragon that had cultivated his Tao and occupied a region. The Black Flood Dragon Saint's cultivation was unfathomable. Therefore, even Nanzhong town wouldn't make an enemy out of the Black Flood Dragon Sage. Furthermore, they had to pay tribute to the Black Flood Dragon Sage every year. Many people in Nanzhong town knew about this matter. Furthermore, many people in Nanzhong town were discussing about the Black Flood Dragon Sage. Lin Feng had also heard about the Black Flood Dragon Sage from Nanzhong town. The Black Flood Dragon Sage hadn't offended Lin Feng previously. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have any interactions with the Black Flood Dragon Sage. Now that the Black Flood Dragon Sage had captured Inger and the others, it had completely infuriated Lin Feng. The place where the rivers converge is where the Black Flood Dragon Saint's cave is located. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall the information he had obtained from Nanzhong town. Inside the Black Flood Dragon Cave, one by one, the overlord beasts returned, and each of them brought back dozens of beauties. These beauties were all thrown into the main hall by them. The Black Flood Dragon had transformed into a middle-aged man and was currently drinking wine. When he saw the beauties, his eyes shone with a lustful light. "Lord, are you satisfied with these beauties?" The group of overlord beasts bowed and asked. The Black Flood Dragon Sage laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, not bad. These beauties are not bad. I like them very much. Today, I will have 100 beauties in a day." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Flood Dragon Sage walked towards the group of human women. Everyone looked at the Black Flood Dragon Sage in fear. Everyone huddled together, trembling in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. "Little beauties, come." The Black Flood Dragon Sage grabbed one of the beauties with its large hand. With a ripping sound, the beauty's clothes were torn to shreds. Her youthful and beautiful body was instantly exposed in front of the Black Flood Dragon Sage. "No, no, let me go." The beauty struggled and begged. The more she struggled and begged, the more the Black Flood Dragon Sage felt excited. Just as the Black Flood Dragon Sage was about to force himself on the beauty, suddenly, a cold shout came from outside the cave. "Where is the Black Flood Dragon Sage? Get out here and die. Where is the Black Flood Dragon Sage? Get out here and die." It's Big Brother's voice. After hearing that voice, the eyes of the originally trembling and paling brightened slightly. In her eyes, Lin Feng was like a god. There was nothing he couldn't do. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my cave?" The Black Flood Dragon Sage was enraged when he heard the voice outside. He pushed the beauty whose clothes he had torn to the side and said, "Little ones, come with me. Let's see who dares to act so recklessly." As soon as he finished speaking, the black fog churned and wrapped around a dozen overlord beasts before it rushed out of the cave. It didn't take long for it to fly out. Lin Feng stood in the air and looked at the black fog with a cold expression. The Black Flood Dragon Sage looked at Lin Feng sinisterly and said, "Despicable human brat, you actually dare to provoke me? Have you thought about how you want to die? Black Flood Dragon Sage. You have cultivated a little and should have been able to benefit the world. But now, you have willfully killed the innocent and harmed the common people. Today, I will take your dog life." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Ha ha ha ha." The Black Flood Dragon Sage laughed wantonly. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "You despicable human ant dares to say that you want to take my life? What a joke. Men, capture this brat for me. I want to cut off his flesh piece by piece and let him have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, Lord Sage. Immediately, a dozen overlord ferocious beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng shouted coldly as he was surrounded by more than a dozen overlord beasts. His voice was like thunder. Wah! The overlord beasts couldn't withstand Lin Feng's shout and were all sent flying. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, dead. Their bodies instantly reverted back to their original bodies. The ground was littered with the corpses of alligators, pythons, crabs, and all sorts of other beasts. Brat, you're courting death. The black flood dragon sage roared when he saw so many of his subordinates being killed. He transformed into a 300-meter-long black flood dragon and charged at Lin Feng. A mere black flood dragon with only 1,700 years of cultivation dares to be impudent in front of me? Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a resplendent sword ray. The sword ray pierced through the sky. It slashed at the black flood dragon sage. The black flood dragon sage was enveloped by the sword ray. He immediately felt the terrifying sword ray binding his body, making it difficult for him to move. The black flood dragon sage was filled with fear. He hadn't expected this human to be so terrifying. The black flood dragon sage wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't say anything. Pooh, his huge flood dragon body was cut in half by the sword ray. Blood rained down. The black flood dragon sage's corpse fell to the ground and twitched a few times before it stopped moving. It was dead. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng passed through the restrictive spells and flew into the black flood dragon cavern. Brother. When Inger saw Lin Feng, she ran over happily. She opened her arms and hugged Lin Feng tightly. She couldn't help but cry. It was obvious that the little girl was frightened. It's okay. Lin Feng rubbed Inger's delicate body. Brother Feng. The other two beautiful girls from the village also came out. They looked at Inger with envy. They wanted to be like Inger and lie in Lin Feng's arms to comfort them. But they knew that they and Inger were destined to be different. Lin Feng nodded at them and looked at the other girls. I've already killed the black flood dragon. You're all safe now. I'll send you back. Thank you very much, sir. Everybody looked at Lin Feng with surprise and joy. They thanked Lin Feng profusely. Many people looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng was like a god descending from the heavens. He had killed a terrifying monster like the black flood dragon and saved them. Many girls were deeply moved by this. It was said that beautiful girls loved heroes. In any world, everyone followed this principle. If Lin Feng used some tricks, it was possible that he could sleep with 100 girls in a day. But Lin Feng wasn't like the black flood dragon. He naturally wouldn't have any improper thoughts about these girls. Lin Feng saw that one of the beautiful girl's clothes had been torn. He took off his jacket and put it on her. Lin Feng put the black flood dragon and a dozen other ferocious beasts' corpses in the forbidden area of the black flood dragon's cave. Lin Feng planned to deal with them when he came back. He didn't stay in the cave for too long. He used his magic power to send the women out of the black flood dragon cave abode. 3 days later, Lin Feng returned to the black flood dragon cavern. Now that the villagers had moved to live in Nanzhong town, Lin Feng was a little relieved. After returning to the black flood dragon cavern, Lin Feng wanted to continue eating meat to recover. The black Jiao dragon was a beast king level existence. Together with the dozen or so overlord class beasts, Lin Feng felt that his body would be almost fully recovered after eating the black Jiao dragon and the dozen or so overlord class beasts. When Lin Feng came, he even specially brought some wine. He ate meat and drank wine at the same time, feeling incomparably carefree. Lin Feng started a bonfire in the black flood dragon's cavern. First, he placed the black flood dragon on top of the bonfire and started to roast the flood dragon meat. Lin Feng had eaten all kinds of roasted meat, but it was his first time roasting flood dragon meat. He was looking forward to the taste of the flood dragon meat. 1 day later, the black Jiao dragon and a dozen overlord beasts were all eaten by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body quickly recovered. As expected, he had recovered to his peak state. Furthermore, Lin Feng felt that there was a hot qi flowing in his body. Lin Feng was startled. Was his body going to transform? Some black filth was expelled from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body shed a layer of old skin. His skin immediately became as tender as a newborn baby's. However, Lin Feng discovered that his body had undergone a great transformation. Originally, Lin Feng's body was roughly equivalent to a divine flame realm expert's body. But now, Lin Feng's body had reached the level of a divine flame realm expert's body. Haha, after my body recovered, it actually transformed. Lin Feng immediately burst into laughter. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. My body is also a kind of reincarnation. From strong to weak, from weak to strong, after a reincarnation, it completes a transformation. Lin Feng smiled. The Black Flood Dragon Cavern clearly had an extremely advanced spiritual energy gathering formation. Lin Feng cultivated bitterly here for a month. Rumble, rumble, finally, after a month of bitter cultivation, Lin Feng's Danci rumbled loudly. Powerful dermic power swept through the world. The worldly laws that had been suppressing Lin Feng's Danci were completely destroyed by Lin Feng. The dermic powers in Lin Feng's Danci were completely restored. Moreover, the dermic powers in his body began to increase crazily. I'm about to break through, Lin Feng was shocked. Dermic powers went from nothing to nothing, and from nothing to something. This was also a reincarnation cycle. Just like the physical body's reincarnation cycle. After one reincarnation cycle, the physical body would reach the level of a divine flame realm expert. Lin Feng guessed that one reincarnation cycle of dermic powers meant that he was about to break through to the rebirth realm. In the sky, dark clouds roiled. An ocean of lightning appeared. Lin Feng stepped out and stood in the void, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike him. He activated the Great Calamity Art. Billions of lightning tribulation struck him. However, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. The Great Calamity Art was simply too powerful. Can the power of the lightning tribulation help me break the worldly laws that are suppressing my divine will? Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at the lightning tribulation in the sky. This was an extremely bold idea. The soul was weak. And the soul was most afraid of lightning. Therefore, when lightning struck, the Yin spirits and ghosts didn't dare to come out because they were afraid of being struck to death by the lightning. Lin Feng planned to guide the power of the lightning tribulation into his mind to break the worldly laws that were suppressing his divine will. Anyone who knew about this would think that Lin Feng was crazy. This was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, Lin Feng's divine will might shatter, and he would die tragically. However, Lin Feng wasn't taking this risk without consideration. The worldly laws that were suppressing his divine will were 10 times stronger than the worldly laws that were suppressing his Danci. It was too difficult to break such a powerful worldly law, and using the power of the lightning tribulation to tear it apart was highly probable. Of course, Lin Feng would control the power of the lightning tribulation. As long as the power of the lightning tribulation tore a hole in the worldly laws, he would immediately stop guiding the power of the lightning tribulation into his mind. This way, he could prevent his soul from being destroyed by the power of the lightning tribulation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Under his guidance, the power of the lightning tribulation entered his mind and began to attack the worldly laws that were suppressing Lin Feng's divine will. Bang bang bang, they collided again and again. Every collision was powerful and heavy, and the sound was so loud that it shook the heavens and earth. After 72 consecutive collisions, a soft sound was heard. The worldly laws that were suppressing Lin Feng's divine will were instantly torn apart. And the surging lightning tribulation was about to enter the worldly laws from this gap and destroy Lin Feng's soul. However, Lin Feng had long been prepared. He took out the primal chaos ancient lamp and shattered the lightning tribulation in his mind. At the same time, he stopped guiding the lightning tribulation. This way, Lin Feng's soul was finally safe. Haha. The worldly laws that were suppressing my divine will have been torn apart. Soon, my divine will be completely restored and complete a samsara. At that time, my spiritual force will also undergo an astonishing transformation. Lin Feng revealed a smile. Boom boom boom, in the sky, one lightning tribulation after another bombarded Lin Feng. All kinds of terrifying lightning tribulation struck his body. However, Lin Feng was safe and sound. Other cultivators feared the Kulpa thunder, but to Lin Feng, it was a great source of energy. After 279 lightning tribulation, Lin Feng finally completed his transformation. His cultivation had broken through from the life and death realm to the rebirth realm. Lin Feng came to Nanzhong town mainly because he wanted to visit Xiaoshen, and the others before he left. When he arrived at Nanzhong town, he bumped into a caravan from the Nan family. At this moment, the steward reported, "Master, I saw Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. Would you like to greet them?" "What Lin Gongzi? He's just a wanderer with no roots." Nan Monair curled her lips. South J10 couldn't help but glare at his daughter. He originally wanted to marry Nan Monair to Lin Feng, but seeing that Nan Monair was unwilling, he could only give up. South J10 had always admired Lin Feng, and he always felt that Lin Feng had a very unique temperament. This temperament made South J10 feel that Lin Feng might have great achievements in the future, but unfortunately, Nan Monair wouldn't listen to a single word he said. South J10 got off the carriage, followed by Sunny Nam. "Little brother, where are you going?" South J10 came to Lin Feng's side and asked with a smile. Lin Feng replied, "I'm going to visit a few friends and stay for a few days before going on a long journey." "Seeing that Lord Nan is ready, are you going on a long journey?" South J10 smiled and said, "Nanzhong town is jointly managed by my Nan family and the Zhang family. The mayor changes every 5 years, and my term ends in a month. Since I'm free now, I'm planning to accompany Qing'er to Black Rock City and stay there for a while." South J10's family wasn't a big family, but they were still in charge of a town, so they could be considered a local tycoon. Even though his family wasn't very powerful, they were very rich, so buying property in Black Rock City wasn't a problem. "Lin Gongzi." Sunny Nam walked over and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists towards Sunny Nam in return. South J10 sighed as he said, "After this farewell, I'm afraid that we won't be able to see each other again. I prepared some travel expenses, and we'll be able to use them on the way." "Lin Gongzi, master prepared this for you." The butler handed a black bag to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could now use his divine sense. As for his divine will, he could communicate with the storage ring. Now, he did not lack anything. However, he did not reject South J10's kindness. Lin Feng could feel South J10's goodwill. After accepting the money, South J10 would feel more at ease. "Thank you, Sir Nan." Lin Feng expressed his thanks. "Little brother, you don't have to be too polite. Be careful when you're outside," South J10 said. Lin Feng nodded. After that, the two sides parted ways. South J10 and Sunny Nam got on the carriage, and then the Nan family's convoy left. Lin Feng opened the bag and found that there were 200 gold leaves inside. The gold leaves were made of the highest quality pure gold. 1 gold leaf was equivalent to 100 gold coins, and 200 gold leaves were equivalent to 20,000 gold coins. In this world, 20,000 gold coins was a large sum of money. After Lin Feng accepted these things, he went to the mansion that he had bought in the mountain village. The mansion occupied an area of more than 50 mu, and it was more than enough to accommodate more than 1,000 people in the mountain village. After Lin Feng arrived, everyone came out, and everyone was brimming with happiness. Compared to their previous lives, their current life was simply heaven. And everyone knew that the person who changed their fate was Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone was extremely grateful to Lin Feng. "Uncle Zhang, Xiaoshen, how's your recovery?" Lin Feng looked at Zhang Danian and Xiaoshen in the crowd. "We've recovered almost like a normal person," Zhang Danian said with a smile. "Big brother, I'm full of energy now," Xiaoshen said as he jumped a few times in front of Lin Feng. "That's good." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. At night, Lin Feng found the village chief, Zhang Danian, and the other people in charge of the village and gave them 3,000 gold coins as backup funds in case of any unexpected situations in the future. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the storage ring he had taken from the skeleton in the valley. He still didn't know what was inside the storage ring, but Lin Feng's divine sense entered it and found that the items inside had been destroyed. Perhaps too much time had passed, and the items in the storage ring had been destroyed. However, there was a blood-stained spear that hadn't been destroyed. Lin Feng took it out and felt a bone-chilling aura coming from the blood-stained spear. That aura felt like it could plunge people into a boundless purgatory. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the spear and refined it. A stream of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. The information was very rich, including the origin of the spear and 3 spear techniques. The spear was a supreme treasure refined by an expert called the Great Desolation Sage. It was a giant weapon god. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The origin of the spear was too great. A giant weapon god was just a step away from becoming an emperor weapon. Lin Feng wielded the emperor weapon, the 9 Devils painting, but in reality, his cultivation was limited. It was very difficult for him to activate the true power of the 9 Devils painting. Lin Feng was most suitable to activate a divine weapon now. The power released when he activated a top-grade divine weapon was even greater than when he activated an emperor weapon. It was like comparing a divine weapon to a dagger. An emperor weapon would be compared to a giant axe. Naturally, the giant axe would be more powerful. But if you asked a 6 or 7-year-old child to use a dagger and a giant axe to attack someone, which one would be more destructive? Of course, the dagger would be more destructive. No matter how powerful the giant axe was, if a child couldn't even lift it, how could he injure someone? Even if he could lift it, his strength would be exhausted. How could he injure someone? Therefore, most of the time, it wasn't necessarily a powerful artifact that was suitable for him. What was truly suitable for him was an artifact that he could activate. The 3 spear techniques passed down from the Great Desolation Spear were Great Desolation God-Shattering Spear, Divine Desolation Demon-Splitting Spear, Savage Sun-Shattering Spear. The 3 spear techniques each had their own wonders. When used together with the Great Desolation Spear, they were even more powerful. Big Brother Feng, are you asleep? At this time Inger's voice came from outside. Not yet. Lin Feng opened the door and saw Inger standing outside. Inger was wearing a floral dress that wrapped around her slender and tall figure. She was slim and elegant, pure and lovely. Her pair of pure eyes made people feel pity for her. Perhaps it was because she had just taken a shower, but her hair was still a little wet. With a light sniff, he could even smell the alluring scent of the girl's body. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her without blinking, Inger couldn't help but feel a little happy. She was also a little shy, and her face was pink. It's already late. Why aren't you asleep? Lin Feng asked. Big Brother Feng must be leaving, so I came to have a chat with him, Inger said. Lin Feng led Inger into his room. As soon as he closed the door, Inger rushed over and hugged Lin Feng. Inger, what are you doing? Lin Feng asked. Inger said, Big Brother Feng, when I was captured by those monsters last time, I thought I was dead for sure and would never see you again. At that time, I thought that if the heavens gave me another chance to live, I wouldn't have any regrets. You wouldn't have any regrets? Lin Feng looked at Inger. I know I'm not good enough for you, Big Brother Feng, but I can't help but think of you. Big Brother Feng, I beg you, please take my body, Inger said in a trembling voice. Lin Feng said, you still have a long life ahead of you. You have your own life, and I'm just a passerby in your life. I don't care if it lasts forever, I only care about having it once. Big Brother Feng, could it be that you want to see another man take my body? Inger said while biting her red lips. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He had never thought about such a thing. Inger was pure and lovely, and she was indeed lovable. However, Lin Feng treated Inger more like a little sister. He didn't have any lust for her. Little girl, go back to sleep. Don't let your imagination run wild, Lin Feng said while patting Inger's head. I'm not imagining things. I've already thought about it. I want to serve Big Brother Feng, Inger said with a red face. Besides, Big Brother Feng, you want to do it too, right? The changes in your body can't lie. Inger looked at Lin Feng with her lustful eyes. She could clearly feel the changes in Lin Feng's sensitive parts. After all, she was already 16 years old. Although she had never experienced anything between a man and a woman, she had heard from some aunts what the changes in a man's body represented. Right now, Inger's eyes were filled with 2 pools of spring water. It was obvious that she had fallen in love with him. The current Inger was completely different from the pure and lovely young girl she used to be. It was hard to imagine that the innocent Inger could become so seductive and even a little flirtatious. Little girl, don't regret it in the future. Lin Feng bit Ing'er's earlobe. I don't regret it. Ing'er's voice trembled. Under Hong Wan's tent. Ing'er turned from a young girl to a young married woman. 3 days later, Lin Feng left. Before he left, Lin Feng left Ing'er and Xiaoxun with some cultivation resources and techniques. Lin Feng hoped that they could become stronger and in the future, they could become cultivators and live forever. Perhaps, when they had enough lifespan. In the future, they could still continue their previous relationship. Lin Feng flew towards Black Rock City. 1 day later, Lin Feng saw Black Rock City. It was an incomparably huge city. Lin Feng could see the majestic ancient city from afar. It was like a pitch-black primordial beast lying on the ground, emitting an endless amount of ferocious aura. Bang, in a forest, there was an intense energy fluctuation. Lin Feng, who was flying towards Black Rock City, was alarmed. What a powerful magic fluctuation. Are there cultivators fighting? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. After being in this world for so long, the only cultivator with magic power he had seen was Mo Xiaoyu. However, Mo Xiaoyu's strength was not too strong. However, the qi waves coming from the forest in the distance were quite powerful. Lin Feng roughly estimated that the cultivator who had released those 2 qi waves should be around the Fortune realm. In this world, cultivators who could condense magic power were extremely rare, let alone creation realm cultivators. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. After Lin Feng flew over and saw the 2 people fighting, he was quite surprised. The 2 people who were fighting were actually 2 young women. One of the women had 9 fox tails. She was from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan had the royal blood of the Fox clan. They were the noblest clan and had powerful innate talents. The woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had an abnormally hot body. Her face was like a masterpiece from the heavens. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The men from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had the most handsome faces in the world. The women from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had the most beautiful faces in the world. Lin Feng did not find it strange that the woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was so beautiful. What surprised Lin Feng was that the woman fighting the Nine-Tailed Fox clan woman had a peerless beauty that did not belong to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The woman was not a human either. She had a pair of snow-white wings and a pure and holy aura emanated from her body. The Angel clan. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually the legendary Angel clan. When he was on the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng had heard of the Angel clan. The Angel clan was an ancient clan that had existed since the beginning of the world. They had also existed on the Sky Martial continent, but after the Primordial War, they had disappeared from the Sky Martial continent. In fact, it was not only the Angel clan that had disappeared from the Sky Martial continent. There were many other clans that had disappeared from the Sky Martial continent. So, Lin Feng had heard of many clans, but he had not seen many of them. This was because the Sky Martial continent only had the Human clan, the Devil clan, the Sea clan, the Devil clan, the Beastman clan, and the Barbarian clan. The Fox Spirit and the Female Angel were clearly evenly matched, and the 2 of them fought intensely. The Fox Spirit suddenly said coldly, "Today, this young lady will let you have a taste of this young lady's new supreme technique, the Divine Falling Snow Palm." As soon as she finished speaking, the Fox Spirit stepped forward and slapped out with her slender, jade-like hands. Instantly, snow fluttered, and the world turned into a world of ice and snow. This young lady has also learned a new technique. Take my light of judgment. The female angel snorted and used a powerful supreme technique. Her jade-like hands condensed the light of judgment. This light of judgment was rumored to be the holy light used by the gods to judge all evil in the world. Bang, the 2 of them collided, and a powerful shockwave spread out. The surrounding trees, grass, and rocks were all shattered into fine powder. The place Lin Feng was at was also destroyed, and he retreated. The 2 women were quite alert, and they had actually discovered Lin Feng. Who dares to spy on us? The 2 women couldn't help but snort and rush towards Lin Feng. They saw a handsome young man standing at the top of a tree and lightly snorted, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you spy on our battle? Let's see how we'll teach you a lesson today." The 2 women had been fighting to the death, but now, they had teamed up and attacked Lin Feng. One of them was on the left and the other was on the right, and they both sent out a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng helplessly said, "I was just passing by and happened to see the two of you fighting. I had no intention of spying on you." "Humph, do you think we'll believe you? If you're spying on us, you definitely don't have good intentions," the two women said at the same time as their palms flew towards Xiao Fu. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful wave of magic energy flowed out, dispersing the two women's attacks. The two women lost control of their bodies and fell down. Seeing this, Lin Feng stretched out his hands and grabbed the two women by their waists, and they descended into the forest. "You, pervert, hurry up and let us go." The two women's faces immediately became red. Lin Feng said, "I didn't mean to take advantage of the two beauties. I just saw that the two of you were about to fall. If you accidentally fell to the ground, wouldn't you be in a very sorry state? That would be too damaging to your beautiful image. That's why I supported the two of you." "Are you supporting the two of us? You're clearly taking advantage of us. Why aren't you moving your hand away?" The two women couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and moved his hand away. The two beauties didn't continue attacking Lin Feng because Lin Feng was too powerful. He had instantly broken through their divine abilities. The two women couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng said, "I apologize for making the two of you angry. These two small items aren't worth much, so please accept them." After saying that, Lin Feng casually took out two items from his storage ring. The two items were a bracelet and a hairpin. The two women didn't pay too much attention to them, thinking that they were just ordinary items. They accepted them. The fox spirit said, "At least you're considerate. Since you're apologizing so sincerely, we'll forgive you. This is a Dao artifact?" Suddenly, the female angel cried out in surprise. She held the hairpin with a look of disbelief on her face. At this moment, the female angel wanted to verify her judgment, so she channeled her magic power into the hairpin. Buzz, the hairpin immediately emitted a shocking fluctuation. The fluctuation shook the void. The aura of the Great Dao filled the air. The sound of the Great Dao resonating could be heard. Heavens, it really is a Dao artifact. What about mine? The vixen was shocked and quickly looked at the bracelet in her hand. She channeled her magic power into the bracelet as well. Buzz, the bracelet was also activated, and the sound of the Great Dao resonating could be heard. The two women were in disbelief. Then, they looked extremely happy. They had actually obtained two powerful Dao artifacts. Even now, they still couldn't believe that this was real. Lin Feng wasn't surprised when he saw the two women's expressions. This was a world where materials were extremely scarce. Even the most common iron weapons were extremely expensive, let alone magical treasures. Back then, Xiaoyu only possessed a magic treasure of the lowest grade. Magic artifact, spirit artifact, prized artifact, Dao artifact. Xiaoyu was the eldest senior brother of the inner sect of the Blackstone sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Blackstone city. Yet, he only used the lowest grade magic weapon. It could be seen how precious magic weapons were in this world. As for Dao artifacts, they were even rarer. From the reactions of the two women, Lin Feng knew that he had guessed correctly. "Are you really giving it to us?" The two women still couldn't believe that Lin Feng would actually give them two Dao tools. They couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng and ask aloud. However, seeing how the two women were holding the two treasures tightly, it was obvious that even if Lin Feng asked them for them, the two women would definitely not return it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course it's for you. These two Dao artifacts, one is called the Origin Bracelet, and the other is called the Purple Phoenix Hairpin. Both are treasures that can attack and defend. As the saying goes, hairpins and bracelets are best suited for beauties like you. These two treasures are most suitable for beauties like you. Of course, we won't." The two women couldn't wait to put on the two treasures. "Thank you, young master. We were reckless just now. We hope young master won't blame us." After accepting Lin Feng's treasures, the two women's attitudes immediately changed. Moreover, they looked at Lin Feng with a strange light in their eyes. Their identities were quite extraordinary in the Blackstone city, and they had come into contact with many outstanding disciples of large factions. However, they had never seen someone as rich and imposing as Lin Feng. He had actually given away Dao tools so casually. Even the Blackstone City Lord couldn't do such a thing. Of course, apart from being rich and imposing, Lin Feng's cultivation had also greatly shocked the two women. In the two women's eyes, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Lin Feng smiled and said, "How could I bear to blame you two beauties?" The two women's faces turned slightly red. Their current appearance was quite alluring. Lin Feng said, "I am Lin Feng. May I ask how I should address you two beauties?" The fox spirit said, "My surname is Yun, and my name is Die. You can call me Die in the future." The angel said, "My surname is Chen, and my name is Inksen. You can call me Inksen in the future." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Originally, you were Miss Die and Miss Inksen. May I know why the two of you are fighting here?" Yun Die said, "It's like this, there's a vacancy for a lieutenant in the Blackstone City's Black Pinion Guards. Both of us are vice lieutenants, and both of us want to be lieutenants. The higher-ups were hesitant, so we decided to fight it out. Whoever wins will become the lieutenant of the Black Pinion Guards." Lin Feng had heard about the Black Pinion Guards from Xiaoyu and the others' conversations. The Black Pinion Guards were the Imperial Guards of Blackstone City, and they were the most powerful army in the city. They were abnormally powerful. Even the sects in Blackstone City didn't dare to offend the Black Pinion Guards. The position of lieutenant could normally command 50,000 soldiers, and they had great authority. The fact that these two women were able to compete for the lieutenant position at such a young age meant that the factions behind them were extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for them to become lieutenants of the Black Pinion Guards at such a young age. Lin Feng said, "So it's to compete for the lieutenant position. However, I feel that there are many ways to compete for the lieutenant position, and there's no need to fight and kill." The two women blushed and said, "We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you, sir." After pausing for a moment, the two women asked at the same time, "Sir, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time in Blackstone City?" Lin Feng nodded and replied, "That's right. This is my first time in Blackstone City, so I don't know much about this place. May I know which young miss is willing to be my guide?" "I'm willing. I'm willing." Yun Die and Shen Yingxin said at the same time. Yun Die lightly harumphed and said, "Shen Yingxin, I'll give the lieutenant position to you. You can go and report your work now. I'll accompany the young master to familiarize himself with Blackstone City." Shen Yingxin couldn't help but sneer and say, "I've been very tired recently, and I want to rest. I'm not very interested in the lieutenant position." "Haven't you always wanted the lieutenant position? I think you should take the lieutenant position. As for the young master, I'll accompany him." "Shen Yingxin, are you shameless? Did the young master ask you to accompany him?" "Yun Die, I think you're the shameless one. The young master didn't ask you to accompany him either." The two women immediately started arguing. When he saw the two women arguing again, Lin Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. Seeing that the two women were arguing, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Miss Die, Miss Yingxin, please listen to what I have to say." Yun Die and Shen Yingxin stopped arguing when they heard Lin Feng's words. The two women looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm sure the two of you were good friends in the past, right? There's no need to argue over such a small matter. It's fate that I was able to meet the two of you here. Why don't the two of you take me to see Blackstone City's scenery?" The two women also felt that arguing like this was pointless, so they nodded. Lin Feng smiled as he said, "That's more like it. It's much better to get along peacefully than to argue." Yun Die slightly bowed and said, "Sir, let's go to Blackstone City now." "All right. I'll have to trouble the two of you to lead the way." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The three of them flew towards Blackstone City, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. Blackstone City was bustling with people, and it was incredibly lively. Yun Die and Shen Yingxin were obviously the center of attention in Blackstone City. Many people came over to watch and point at Yun Die and Shen Yingxin when they saw them. Yun Die and Shen Yingxin came from extraordinary backgrounds, and their cultivations were extremely powerful despite their young age. Of course, the most important thing was that they were simply too beautiful. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. Soon, the crowd realized that something was off. Yunde and Xianxia hadn't gotten along over the years. The two of them had always been at loggerheads with each other. If they bumped into each other on the streets, they would be thankful if they didn't fight. How could they be traveling together? What was even more shocking was that the two goddesses were standing on either side of a young man. Damn, who's that brat? He's actually accompanied by two goddesses? That's right. What ability does he have to be able to have two goddesses by his side, one on his right? Countless people started to point and talk amongst themselves. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by now. Yunde asked, "Sir, what do you think of Blackstone City?" Lin Feng replied, "It's very ancient." Xianxia smiled as she said, "Sir's description is two-apartment Blackstone City has a history of 70 million years. Even though it was damaged a few times due to war, it was rebuilt." Lin Feng said, "It's not common to see such an ancient city." Yunde said, "There are many ruins of many battles in Blackstone City. If you want to see them, Die can take you there. If you're lucky, you'll be able to comprehend some laws. If you're there, you might be able comprehending some laws. You might be able to comprehend some laws there, you'll be, if you." Lin Feng smiled. "Thank you very much, Miss Dai." Yunde giggled, "Sir, don't be so courteous with me, or I'll be sad." Vixen. Xianxia couldn't help but inwardly curse Yunde when she saw how coquettish Yunde was acting in front of Lin Feng. She then said, "It's getting late, and it won't be long before night falls. Sir, you must be very tired. Blackstone City has a courtyard specially prepared for VIPs, so I'll take you there to rest." "Thank you, Miss Xianxia." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's go to the courtyard now." Xianxia giggled. "Humph, you're full of tricks. You only know how to play petty tricks." Yunde couldn't help but snort inwardly. The two women looked at each other and saw the provocative look in each other's eyes. Lin Feng pretended not to see the two women secretly arguing with each other. He followed the two women to the courtyard. "Something's not right. Why do I feel like the two goddesses are fighting over that brat? I have the same feeling. Who is that brat? How did he manage to gain the favor of the two goddesses?" Many people began to discuss the matter spiritedly, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Meanwhile, the news that Yunde and Xianxia had fallen in love with a mysterious man quickly spread throughout Blackstone City as if it had grown wings. Everyone on the streets and alleys were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely shocked when they heard the news. They couldn't believe that it was true. By now, Lin Feng had already followed Yunde and Xianxia to the courtyard. This place was called Shui Courtyard. It was said that a long time ago, a city lord had built it for his lover. The courtyard was named after his lover. Although countless years had passed since then, the name of the courtyard had been passed down to this day. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a private courtyard in a 2-story building. There was even a hot spring in the courtyard, so he could soak in it. "Young master, we won't disturb you any longer today. We'll come visit you tomorrow," the two women said. "Take care, young ladies." Lin Feng sent Yunde and Xianxia out, then closed the courtyard's door. He took off his clothes and jumped into the hot spring to soak in it. Waves of heat swept through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Lin Feng took out a few 50,000-year-old spirit fruits and ate them. He also took out a jug of good wine. He drank as he drank. He ate spirit fruits. He soaked in the hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. After soaking in the hot spring, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and went out. When he came out, it was already late at night. Even at night, Blackstone City was extremely lively. Lin Feng went straight to the bookstore. He needed to have a systematic understanding of this world, so he needed to buy some books. Lin Feng bought a dozen books and began to flip through them. After reading these books, Lin Feng finally had a general understanding of this world. This world was called the Great World of Exile. Rumor had it that the ancestors of the inhabitants of this world were people who were defeated and exiled during the First Innate Realm War. Those exiled people lived and flourished in this world. However, in this world, all kinds of materials were extremely scarce. Moreover, the living conditions were also very harsh. Therefore, there were fewer experts in this world. Countless years had passed, and now, the great world of exile was divided into 12 domains. Each domain had a supreme domain lord. And the domain lord was a god-level expert. The great world of exile was now ruled by 12 domain lords. Blackstone City was located in the Tianzhou domain. The Tianzhou domain was the westernmost domain of the 12 domains. There were a total of 127 ancient cities in this domain, and Blackstone City was ranked 35th. And the domain lord of the Tianzhou domain was called Emperor Jun. It was said that he had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, looking down on all living things. Celestial Emperor Jun, Lin Feng muttered the name and raised his eyebrows slightly. He wondered how powerful the Tianzhou region's ruler was. Would he be able to defeat him after he recovered and used all his means? The relationship between the various cities in the Tianzhou region was not very harmonious. Due to the scarcity of resources in the great exiled world, the various cities had to compete for resources. As the saying went, unruly people came from barren hills and turbulent waters. It was most appropriate to use this term in the great exiled world. The great exiled world was a barren world. In order to compete for limited cultivation resources, many cities would frequently engage in battles. The closer the cities were to each other, the worse the relationship between the cities. Befriend those far away and attack those close by. This was the principle of many ancient cities. After reading these books, apart from gaining some understanding of the great exiled world, Lin Feng also gained some understanding of Blackrock City. There were 3 great clans and 5 great sects in Blackrock City. The 3 great clans were the Chu clan, the Yun clan, and the Shin clan. The clan heads of the 3 great clans were also the deputy city lords of Blackrock City. Each of them wielded great power. Under the 3 great clans were the 5 great sections. Although the 5 great sects were not as powerful as the 3 great clans, they were not to be underestimated. The 5 great sects were the Blackrock clan, the Bloodblade clan, the Fighting God clan, the Skystar clan, and the Mystic sect. Of the 5 great sects, the Blackrock clan was the strongest. The city lord was mysterious. It was said that he was personally appointed by Celestial Emperor Jun. Yun Die and Xianxia were originally the young ladies of the Yun clan and the Shin clan, but I don't know what their status is in the Shin clan. However, they are young and have extraordinary cultivation. They should be direct descendants, right? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Apart from that, Lin Feng also understood the cultivation system of this world. The cultivators in this world started off as Qi refinement. Therefore, the first realm was the Qi refinement realm, the second realm was the foundation realm, the third realm was the golden core realm, the fourth realm was the magic power realm, the fifth realm was the 4 extremities realm, the sixth realm was the manifestation realm, the seventh realm was the heaven ascension realm, the eighth realm was the void return realm, and then the god realm. Although the division of realms was different from the Tianwu continent, their strength was roughly the same. Because the Tianwu continent was divided into 8 realms: Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Martial General, and Martial King. Yin and Yang, creation, life and death, samsara. The only difference was that in the Sky Martial continent, they first cultivated their physical bodies before cultivating their spiritual powers. As for the exiled world, it had been cultivating Qi from the very beginning. In fact, the purpose of cultivating Qi was to cultivate Qi into magical power in the future. Therefore, this also led to the cultivators of the great exiled world having much stronger magic power than the Sky Martial continent, but their bodies were much weaker. The evolution of this cultivation system was not without reason. The ferocious beasts of the great exiled world ran rampant, and the ferocious beasts here had abnormally terrifying bodies. In the beginning, the cultivators of the exiled world had indeed cultivated their physical bodies. However, the cultivators soon discovered that no matter how hard they cultivated their physical bodies, they were far from being able to contend against the bodies of ferocious beasts. Many people died tragically in the battle with the ferocious beasts. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, the cultivation method of the exiled world had changed from cultivating the fleshly body to cultivating the Qi from the very beginning. After cultivating the Qi, the body would possess the Qi. When the Qi in the body was strong enough, it could be released. This way, one would be able to release attacks from afar and not have to fight with the ferocious beasts at close range. If the chi was transformed into magical power, then it would be even more powerful. It would also have the ability to fly and so on. It would be even easier to deal with the ferocious beasts. After understanding the cultivation system of this world, Lin Feng did not have any special opinions about it. Every world had its own rules, and the cultivation method that was most suitable for the rules of this world was the best. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the sacred art he was cultivating. The next day, Lin Feng had just finished washing up. Then, he heard curses coming from outside. "Brat who lives inside, get the hell out here." Hearing the curses, Lin Feng could not help but frown, and walked outside. When he arrived outside, Lin Feng discovered that there were already over 100 people watching the show. More than 10 cultivators surrounded him outside the courtyard. The ones in the lead were 2 young masters. The one on the left was dressed in purple and was very handsome. The one on the right was dressed in white. He had a slender figure and a jade-like face. One look and one could tell that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family. When the 2 saw Lin Feng come out, the purple-clothed young master sneered and said, "Are you the brat who was accompanied by Die and Xianxia?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Are you the one who was barking outside early in the morning?" Pfft, many people burst out laughing. Barking meant barking, and it was usually used to describe a dog's bark. That was how the term barking came about. Lin Feng was obviously mocking the purple-clothed young master for being a dog that was barking outside his courtyard early in the morning. "Brat, what did you say?" The purple-clothed young master's face turned ashen. He was the only one who humiliated others. When had he ever been humiliated by others? The purple-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng with a glint in his eyes. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Don't you understand human language? Brat, you're courting death." The purple-clothed young master's eyes turned cold. The white-clothed young master said, "Brother Nalen, please calm down for now. This person's words are vulgar, and it's obvious that he's a lowly person. Let's not lower ourselves to his level, lest we lose our dignity." The purple-clothed young master thought for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Why bother arguing with a lowly person like him? People like him can only move their mouths." The white-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and said, "Brat, let me ask you something. What's your relationship with Die and Xianxia?" The purple-clothed young master and the white-clothed young master were definitely Yun Die and Xianxia's pursuers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here early in the morning to cause trouble for him. Lin Feng looked at the white-clothed young master indifferently and said with a smile, "Miss Die and Miss Xianxia are naturally closer to me." When they heard Lin Feng's reply, the white-clothed young master and the purple-clothed young master's lips twitched violently. Their eyes were burning with anger and deep jealousy. Many of the onlookers were dumbfounded as well. This brat had actually admitted that he had an extremely close relationship with Yun Die and Xianxia. Yun Die and Xianxia had actually fallen for the same man. Was that even possible? However, when they thought about how Yun Die and Xianxia, their sworn enemies, had been by Lin Feng's side the previous day, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that what Lin Feng had said was highly likely to be true. In the beginning, Yun Die and Xianxia were not enemies. They were very good friends. However, as they grew up, many people compared them. Furthermore, they started to gain some power. Most of the time, they were competitors, just like how they were competing for the position of lieutenant of the Black Feather Army. As a result, their relationship worsened. Now, they were like fire and water. Such a bad relationship was able to come together because of a man. Everyone naturally suspected the relationship between Lin Feng, Yun Die, and Xianxia. Now, Lin Feng had acknowledged the relationship between the 3 of them. Not only were the 2 men unable to accept it, many people could not accept it either. Yun Die and Xianxia were goddesses in the eyes of many people. Naturally, they did not want their goddesses to be taken. If the 2 goddesses fell in love with the same man, it would be even harder for them to accept it. The man in purple was called Xianxia. He was a young master of the Tianqing clan. The man in white was called Chu Zifei. He was a young master of the Chu family, one of the 3 major families. Xianxia was pursuing Yun Die, while Chu Zifei was pursuing Xianxia. Thus, when the two of them heard about the scandal between Lin Feng, Yun Die, and Xianxia, they came to Lin Feng's place. They were the descendants of the most powerful families in the Black Rock City. Naturally, they were not afraid of Lin Feng, who was an outsider. Even a powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its own territory. Furthermore, Lin Feng was alone. Furthermore, he was a young man. They were even more fearless. However, Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei did not expect Lin Feng to be so daring. Not only was he not afraid in front of so many people, he even dared to mock and ridicule them. This made Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei extremely angry. Chu Zifei looked at Lin Feng sinisterly and said, "Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you'd better not speak carelessly. I understand how you feel. I also know that you must be jealous. However, I have no choice. You can't blame me for being too charming." Lin Feng smiled as he spoke. This guy is too shameless. Many onlookers couldn't help but roll their eyes. Of course, everyone knew that Lin Feng was deliberately angering Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei. However, everyone was very puzzled. Lin Feng, a young cultivator from the outside, actually didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei, two aristocratic family disciples. Could it be that this brat had some sort of trump card? Brat. If you leave Blackrock City now, everything will be fine, but if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, who knows what will happen? Nalan Ci said gloomily. Oh? Are you threatening me? If it was in the past and someone threatened me like this, they would already be dead. Do you know why you're still alive? It's because your cultivation is too weak. Killing trash like you would only dirty my hands, Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were dumbfounded. Then, they smiled bitterly. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng didn't fear Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei because he had some sort of trump card. Although they had a conflict of words, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be resolved. However, Lin Feng's words had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because his words were simply too arrogant. Good, good, good. Someone actually dares to be so arrogant in Blackrock City. Nalan Ci's expression was as gloomy as water. He looked at Chu Zifei and said, "Brother Chu, if we don't make a move today, we'll lose all our face." Chu Zifei nodded. There's no need to be polite to someone who doesn't want face. Attack. Teach this brat a lesson. Nalan Ci waved his hand. Yes, immediately, the guards behind them responded and stepped forward, preparing to attack Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Yun Die and Xianxia rushed over. The two women angrily said, "What are you doing?" Nalan Ci said, "Die, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will we survive in Blackrock City in the future?" Chu Zifei said, "Xianxia, this is a personal matter between us and this brat. Don't interfere. Hurry up and leave, or we don't mind chasing you away," Yun Die and Xianxia said coldly. Seeing Yun Die and Xianxia protect Lin Feng like this, Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei were so angry that their faces twisted. Nalan Ci coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, do you only know how to hide behind women? Come out if you dare." Chu Zifei taunted, "You coward. If you're a man, you should come out now." "Shut up." Yun Die and Xianxia said coldly. The two women wanted to beat Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei to death. Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei had been pursuing them for a long time, and even though the two women hadn't agreed, they were still disciples of Blackrock City's aristocratic families. Even if they couldn't be considered friends, they still had some interactions. The two women knew how powerful Lin Feng was, and if they angered Lin Feng, if Lin Feng really wanted to kill them, who could stop him? That was why Yun Die and Xianxia wanted Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei to leave quickly so that they wouldn't get into trouble. However, Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei's hearts were burning with jealousy, so they didn't listen to Yun Die and Xianxia. Not only did Nalan Ci and Chu Zifei not shut up, but they also continued to provoke Lin Feng, saying, "Brat, a coward like you still has the face to stand there? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stay here. A coward will always be a coward, and trash will always be trash." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Yun Die and Xianxia and said, "Mrs., it seems that your two pursuers aren't going to let this matter rest. Yunjie and Xianxia hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand, we have nothing to do with them." Seeing that Yunjie and Xianxia were worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand, many people were certain that Yunjie and Xianxia had completely fallen in love with Lin Feng. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to explain themselves. Xianxia and Chu Zifei were about to explode from anger. The two of them couldn't take it anymore, and they furiously yelled, "Brat, you're not a man if you hide behind women. Come out." The two of them rushed at Lin Feng, wanting to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You two really don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Jie and Ingsen, would I have let you two pieces of trash dance around in front of me for so long? Kneel." Lin Feng coldly shouted, and a powerful aura flooded out of Lin Feng's body. Xianxia and Chu Zifei didn't even have the strength to resist before they were suppressed by that powerful aura. They knelt on the ground, unable to move. At this moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. They could not believe what they were seeing. Many people were rubbing their eyes hard to see if they were seeing things. However, they soon discovered that it was all real. How can this be? He didn't even attack. His aura alone was enough to suppress Xianxia and Chu Zifei. Those two are all creation cultivators. How strong does he have to be able to suppress them? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. The Wanxiang realm was equivalent to the creation realm on the Martial Heaven continent. In the exiled world, where experts were extremely scarce, this realm could definitely be called an expert. However, such strength couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. That shocked many people. Yunjie and Xianxia weren't surprised. The two of them were much stronger than Xianxia and Chu Zifei, but Lin Feng had easily broken through their attacks. They knew that Lin Feng's cultivation had probably reached an unimaginable level. What was so strange about Chu Zifei and Xianxia suppressing Xianxia with his aura? "Ah, brat. You dare to humiliate us like this? Do you know who we are? Have you thought about the consequences?" Their eyes instantly turned red. They were used to being high and mighty. When had they ever been humiliated like this? At that moment, he hated Lin Feng so much that his heart was filled with hatred. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and Chu Zifei indifferently. "Are you threatening me? Do you believe that I can uproot your families with a flick of my finger?" Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. Even Yunjie and Xianxia's red lips were agape. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. He actually wanted to uproot the Chu family and the Heavenly Star sect. Those two powers had countless experts. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, a strange thought appeared in many people's minds. The thought was, does he really have that ability? Although it sounded unbelievable. After all, no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was still alone. The Chu family and the Starry Sky sect had many experts. Enough ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, the two forces had so many experts working together. Unless one was a god, it was absolutely impossible to fight against them. Was Lin Feng a god? How was this possible? How could there be such a young god in this world? It was the biggest joke in the world. No one would believe that. Yunjie begged in a small voice, "Sir, please spare these two people for our sake. Our clans have deep ties with the clans and sects behind them, so it wouldn't be good for us to make things too tense." Xianxia also pleaded, "That's right, sir. This matter started because of us, so we apologize to you on behalf of Xianxia and Chu Zifei. Please don't lower yourself to their level." When he saw the two women's pitiful expressions, Lin Feng had always been protective of women, so he couldn't bear to reject them. Moreover, it was just as Lin Feng had said. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to kill cultivators like Xianxia and Chu Zifei. Killing low-level cultivators like them would only dirty his hands. Scram! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the two of them were sent flying dozens of meters away. Xianxia and Chu Zifei hurriedly crawled up from the ground. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare, so they quickly led their guards and fled. "Sir, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? We'll bring you to the Heavenly Crab restaurant to eat a special crab from Blackrock City. It's delicious, and we'll bring you around to experience the traditions of Blackrock City," Xianxia said. Lin Feng said, after we eat, let's go to the Tao comprehending ground. We'll have plenty of time to experience the traditions in the future. Yunde smiled and said, no wonder you're so amazing. You'd rather comprehend the Tao than spend more time with beautiful women like us. We're so sad. Lin Feng smiled and said, on the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I don't dare to slack off. There'll be plenty of time in the future, so I'll naturally have plenty of time to spend with you too. The two women blushed slightly and walked forward. Their enchanting bodies swayed back and forth, looking extremely alluring. After eating breakfast, Lin Feng was led to the Tao Palace by Yunde and Xianxia. The Tao Palace was a palace of the Great Tao. Inside the Tao Palace, one could see the remnants of the Great Tao's aura that had been left behind during the Great Battle. There were also some shattered treasures, and there were even some corpses of experts. All of these things had been sealed away. These are all things left behind from the past. There are over 1,000 items of various sizes, and many of them are extraordinary. They all contain the aura of the Great Tao, but whether or not one can comprehend the Great Tao within them depends on luck, Xianxia said. She was right. The Tao Palace was similar to a museum in the modern world. However, many of the items in the Tao Palace contained the laws of the Great Tao. If one could comprehend them, they would benefit immensely. Many people could enter the Tao Palace to comprehend the laws of the Great Tao, but the prerequisite was that they could afford the exorbitant entrance fee. Lin Feng saw many cultivators sitting cross-legged in the Tao Palace, trying to comprehend the Great Tao. Yunde asked, what do you think of the items in the Tao Palace? Lin Feng replied, many of them do contain the aura of the Great Tao. They're worth studying. Xianxia asked, do you have any Great Tao that you want to comprehend? Lin Feng shook his head. Not at the moment. Yunde continued, there's something else that's exceptionally precious. What is it? Lin Feng asked. It's said that this is the corpse of a Xiantian life form that has been preserved until now. Yunde explained. What? A Xiantian life form? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Xiantian life forms referred to living beings that were born before the creation of the world. At that time, the world had yet to be created, and everything was in chaos. Within the chaos, the first living beings were born. Pengu, Nuwa, Shiji, the primeval lord of heaven, Taisheng, Guangyuan, Fuxi, Suiren, the ancestral true dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and so on. They had all been born at that time. Xiantian life forms grew by absorbing the aura of chaos. Their strength was unimaginably great. Perhaps they were the most powerful beings in the universe. This was because, according to the legends, all living beings were created by Nuwa, the mother of the earth. In reality, Nuwa couldn't be considered the most powerful Xiantian life form. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been killed by another Xiantian life form during the Great War of the Xiantian realm. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that there was actually a Xiantian life form's corpse here. This was too shocking. Can you take me to see that innate life form? Lin Feng asked. Yunde said, we can try, but we can't be sure if we'll be able to see it. That mysterious innate life form's corpse is guarded by 4 patriarchs. It's said that they've lived for more than 30,000 years, and they've spent their lives protecting the Tao Palace. They don't participate in anything related to Blackrock City. This Tao Palace seems to have a long history. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The Tao Palace does have a long history. It should have been established 50 million years ago. Blackrock City has fallen a few times due to war, but no one has dared to destroy the Tao Palace. Xianxia said. Lin Feng said, if no one dares to destroy the Tao Palace, then it must have a special status. Even the factions that participated in the war back then were afraid of it. The Tao Palace does indeed have a special status. The two women nodded. Lin Feng followed Yunde and Xianxia deeper into the Tao Palace. There was a staircase that led to the top, but there were dozens of guards at the entrance. It was obvious that no one was allowed to enter. So it's Miss Die and Miss Xianxia. You should know that the second floor of the Tao Palace is where the 4 patriarchs rest and the lords cultivate. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, so please return. The guard leader said. The guard leader looked to be in his 40s, and his cultivation seemed to be much stronger than Yundie and Xianxia's. Yundie said, "I'm here to see my sister. I have some matters to discuss with her. Please call her over, Lord Zhang." Xianxia said, "I'm here to see my brother. I have something to say to him, so please call her over for me." "Alright, please wait for a moment," said Lin Feng. Lord Zhang cupped his fists and left. Yundie whispered, "The Dao Palace has its own legacy, and it will choose a new successor to continue protecting the Dao Palace in the future." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "It seems that there are Dao palaces in many ancient cities, right?" "That's right. There are Dao palaces in many ancient cities, but they're too low-key, and they don't interact much with the various factions in those cities," Xianxia said. Yundie continued, "The heritage of the Taoist temple is very powerful, and many people want to join the Taoist temple. Of course, not just anyone is qualified to join. There are strict requirements for talent, character, and so on." Lin Feng said, "It seems that Miss Dai's sister and missing Xian's brother are both incredibly talented." Yundie replied, "Indeed, they're the most talented of our generation." Yundie paused for a moment before continuing, "My sister is called Yundie, and she's a third-generation disciple of the Dao Palace. My brother's name is Shenlang, he's also a third-generation disciple." Shening thought. Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, Yundie and Shenlang walked down. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Yundie. Yundie was wearing a long dress that covered her 9 snow-white foxtails. She was tall, slim, and had a beautiful face. Her eyes were alluring, and she was definitely a top-grade beauty. Compared to Yundie, who was just as alluring, Yundie had a mature aura about her. Because of this, she was even more charming. Shenlang, on the other hand, was an extremely handsome man. "Why have the two of you come?" Shenlang looked at his sister, Xianxia, and then at Yundie. "This is our friend, Lin Feng. We want to take him to see the Xiantian experts." "Brother, Sister Die, please take us in," Xianxia said. Shenlang nodded. Shenlang's expression darkened as he said, "Nonsense, this isn't a place for you to play around. You can bring your friends anywhere you want to play, but not here. Hurry up and leave." Yundie looked at her big sister, Yundie, grabbed her arm, and said, "Good big sister, please help us out." Yundie said, "Little girl, this isn't a place you can enter as you wish. If you want to see a Xiantian life form, you have to ask the 4 ancestors. Do you think we would dare to disturb their cultivation?" Yundie's face scrunched up. At that moment, an old voice said, "It's a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. Since you're here, please come up for a chat." As the old voice finished speaking, a mysterious void gate condensed and floated in the air. "It's the Heavenly Law Ancestor." Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Although the Heavenly Law Ancestor hadn't shown himself, Shenlang, Yundie, Xianxia, and the guards didn't dare show any disrespect. They hurriedly bowed. Lin Feng smiled and stepped into the void gate, disappearing without a trace. Soon after, the void gate in the air disappeared as well. Once the void gate disappeared, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Shenlang asked anxiously, "Yingxin, who was that friend of yours just now? Why is the patriarch so courteous to him?" Yundie asked. "He can't be an expert on the same level as the ancestor, right?" "That can't be right. He's so young, so how could he be on the same level as the ancestor?" "Die, where did you meet this friend of yours?" The two girls realized that they didn't know much about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Just when they thought that they had some understanding of Lin Feng, they realized that their understanding of Lin Feng was only the tip of the iceberg. Yundie said, "He's our friend, and he doesn't like outsiders knowing about his matters." "Don't ask." Xianxia added, "Don't talk about what happened today. It won't be good if you make him unhappy." "Yes, of course." The group of guards hurriedly replied. As guards of the Dao Palace, they naturally knew how to conduct themselves. They also knew what they could say and what they couldn't. If they said the wrong thing, it could very well lead to their deaths. "It's your fortune to have a friend like him. We won't ask any more questions. You have to grasp the right way to get along with him." Yundie and Shenlang spoke meaningfully. They could tell that Yunde and Xianxia seemed to have fallen in love with Lin Feng. Yunde and Xianxia understood the meaning behind Yunde and Shenlang's words, and they couldn't help but blush slightly. At that moment, Lin Feng passed through the void gate and arrived in a hall. The hall was around 100 square meters in size, and it was very spacious inside. There were no decorations. 4 old men sat cross-legged in the hall. They were most likely the 4 ancestors who guarded the Dao Palace. When Lin Feng entered, the 4 ancestors opened their eyes at the same time. These 4 old men were obviously the 4 patriarchs of the Dao Temple. Lin Feng. Tian Fa. Tian Fa. Tian Yu. Tian Zong. Nice to meet you. After the introductions, both sides cupped their fists. Tian Fa asked, "Where did you come from, fellow Taoist?" Lin Feng replied, "I came from a faraway place. I heard that there was a Xianxia lifeform's corpse in the Dao Temple. I was shocked, so I came to take a look. I don't know if I'll have the chance." Tian Fa said, "Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. Since you want to see a Xianxia lifeform's corpse, there's no problem." Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. As a token of my gratitude, I prepared some gifts for you." Lin Feng waved his hand, and 4 rivers of top-grade spirit stones flew out. Each river was made up of 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. "These are cultivation spirit stones?" The 4 great ancestors were shocked. Their aged eyes looked at the 4 rivers formed by the top-grade spirit stones, and their eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. The 4 patriarchs were infinitely close to the deity realm. However, even at their level, cultivation resources were still very scarce. Now that they saw the 4 rivers of top-grade spirit stones, they felt their hearts tremble. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, fellow Taoists," Lin Feng said. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you're too polite." The 4 patriarchs were all grinning from ear to ear as they hurriedly collected the 4 rivers of supreme-grade spirit stones. "Fellow Taoist Lin, please follow us." After the 4 ancestors received the supreme-grade spirit stones, they worked together to open a void gate and took the lead to enter the void gate. After him, Lin Feng also entered the empty space gate. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in a palace covered in restrictions. "Fellow Taoist, look. That's the corpse of a Xianxia life form." The patriarch pointed to the center of the palace. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that it was actually a stone statue. However, the stone statue was very strange. It looked like a monk lying on a rock with his right hand supporting his head and sleeping. "This is the Stone Tribe?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. He had seen some Stone Tribe members before, and they were all abnormally strong. As for the Stone Clan, they were born after the creation of the world, and were not Xianxia life forms. If he was a member of the Stone Clan and an innate spirit at that, he would be unimaginably terrifying. The Xianxia life forms of the Stone Clan were definitely the most powerful group of Xianxia life forms. The Tianzong old ancestor said, "He's not from the Stone Clan, but a Buddha. Before he died, he laid down on a rock, and after the passage of time, he became a stone Buddha." "An innate Buddha?" Lin Feng was shocked. Buddhism was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Lin Feng knew very little about Buddhism. However, Buddhism's divine abilities were rather strange. The great purification art could convert people into slaves, which showed how powerful this divine ability was. However, the most terrifying divine ability of Buddhism wasn't the great purification art, but 2 other divine abilities. The great karma art, ranked 3rd among the 3,000 great Daos. The great karma art, ranked 2nd among the 3,000 great Daos. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. For example, killing one's father and taking revenge for his son was karma. The union of a man and a woman gave birth to a child was karma. Cultivating diligently and increasing one's cultivation was karma. Eating one's fill and not being hungry, waking one's sleep was karma. Karma was even more mysterious than karma. Everyone had their own destiny. Everything was preordained by the heavens. This was karma. A person's birth, aging, sickness, and death, blooming and withering were all predestined long ago. This was the so-called fate. Whether it was karma or karma, they were both unimaginably powerful Daos. The Tao of Karma and the Tao of Karma were the two supreme Daos of Buddhism. Lin Feng initially thought that Buddhism had originated after Nuwa had created the 10,000 worlds. The great Tao of the earth and sky had gradually evolved, and Buddhism had come into being at that time, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Forefather Heavenly Law said, there were ancient Buddhas before there was religion. The history of Buddhism is much longer than that of Buddhism. Lin Feng nodded. This was easy to understand. Normally, sects were created after the teachings were formed. Buddhism's teachings were also gradually perfected over countless years. Later on, a senior monk founded Buddhism. Forefather Heavenly Law said, Taoist Lin, have you heard of the 3,000 Great Daos? Lin Feng nodded, of course. Legend has it that the 3,000 Great Daos evolved from the Heavenly Tao. Forefather Heavenly Law said, before the creation of the world, there was no sky or earth, but there were innate life forms. These innate life forms were born before the world and were above the Heavenly Tao. Even the so-called Heavenly Tao was evolved from these innate life forms. Lin Feng's heart trembled. If the Heavenly Tao was evolved from innate life forms, then how strong were they? But thinking about it carefully, Forefather Heavenly Law's words made sense. Panga created the world. Nuwa created all living beings. There were too many myths and legends that spoke of how terrifying innate life forms were. What was so strange about the Heavenly Tao being evolved from them? Legend had it that the 3,000 Great Daos evolved from the Heavenly Tao. Since the Heavenly Tao was evolved from innate life forms, then many innate life forms might have mastered the 3,000 Great Daos. However, the 3,000 Great Daos were gradually lost. Lin Feng asked, why did these innate life forms start a war? It's an eternal mystery. No one knows why these innate life forms started a war. Pangu, Nuwa, Fuxi, Zhurong, Ancestral True Dragon, Ancestral Phoenix, Supreme, Guangyuan, all these powerful innate life forms fell in that war. After the war, there were no more innate life forms in the world. Forefather Heavenly Law explained. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, it seems that something must have happened in the past. Otherwise, these innate life forms wouldn't have killed each other. However, it seems that the reason is no longer known to future generations. Lin Feng looked at the reclining Buddha and asked, for Taoists, have you discovered anything profound about this reclining Buddha? Forefather Heavenly Law smiled and said, you'll have to comprehend it yourself, Taoist Lin. We won't disturb you any further. Please stay here and comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng nodded and said, please inform Yunde and Xianxia, who are waiting for me outside, to leave. Don't worry, Taoist Lin. We'll inform them. The four forefathers nodded and left. Only Lin Feng and the reclining Buddha were left in the hall. The reclining Buddha did not emit any aura. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a statue. Perhaps it was hard to believe that this was the incarnation of a connate life form. Lin Feng did not doubt it. The Taoist temple would never store a statue so carefully. Lin Feng walked up to the reclining Buddha and carefully observed it. This should be an old Buddha with a benevolent countenance, giving off a feeling of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Ancient Buddhas came before religion. I wonder if the teachings of Buddhism are related to this connate Buddha? Lin Feng muttered to himself. This is. Lin Feng was surprised. He saw something special. There were a few broken runes between the reclining Buddha's eyebrows. The forehead is connected to the purple palace, which is the entrance to a cultivator's mind. Therefore, the forehead is extremely important to a cultivator. Why are there broken runes between the reclining Buddha's eyebrows? Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. If those talismans hadn't been broken, Lin Feng wouldn't have found it strange. But now, these runes were broken. The fact that there were broken runes at this location meant that something was wrong. For example, could the fall of this connate Buddha be related to the broken runes? After thinking about it carefully, he did not rule out this possibility. However, all of this was just Lin Feng's speculation. What these broken runes represented was already a mystery. With the fall of the connate Buddha, it was buried by history. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out the 9-colored illusory stones. Lin Feng held a 9-colored illusory stone in each hand. Soon, Lin Feng entered a state of enlightenment. He hoped that he could gain some enlightenment here. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he could vaguely sense a special qi enveloping him. It was the aura of Tao. Reclining Buddha. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He carefully sensed it. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to see a blurry world appear before him. Clouds swirled around. The clouds parted to reveal the bright moon. But the crux of the matter was that Lin Feng's efforts and attempts were always in vain. Lin Feng opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He could not help but mutter, the Tao here has a special power that prevents people from comprehending its mysteries. He stood up and paced around the sleeping Buddha. After that, Lin Feng faced the reclining Buddha and sat down again. This time, Lin Feng began to use the Great Purification technique. This was a supreme ability passed down from Buddhism. Using the Great Purification art might be helpful in comprehending the Tao here. Gradually, Lin Feng saw the hazy world again. He felt as if there were countless Taoists behind that hazy world. However, whether or not one could comprehend those Taoists depended on one's own luck. The great Tao aura of the Great Purification technique flowed like a bright lamp. In the dark night, it illuminated a path for him to move forward. Although this road looked very narrow, Lin Feng walked forward unwaveringly. Finally, he passed through the hazy world. Endless golden light chased away the darkness. The golden light was so dazzling that Lin Feng found it difficult to open his eyes. Immediately after, an ancient and majestic voice sounded. First came the Buddhas, then came the teachings. First came the immortals, then came the heavens. That voice was like an ancient existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the mysterious existence in the golden light. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to kneel. He carefully savored that sentence. The word immortal moved him greatly. Immortal. It was ethereal. Lin Feng had heard of the legends of immortals. They were existences that surpassed the great emperors, and perhaps even the heavenly Tao. This was because it was said that the great emperors were on par with the heavenly Tao. However, the legends of immortals seemed to be just rumors. The ancient great emperors all wanted to become immortals. But did anyone really become immortals? Perhaps everything was just a rumor. Who in the world could become immortals? This sentence described the sorrow of the ancient great emperors. They stood at the peak and watched their loved ones pass away. In their long lives, they tasted the loneliness of life. Becoming immortals through cultivation, perhaps it was their only hope. But all hope seemed to be fleeting and ephemeral. In many myths and legends, there were stories about the great emperors becoming immortals. However, after some research, one would know that those rumors were not true. But now, Lin Feng had an epiphany of the Tao left behind by the reclining Buddha. This was the will of the reclining Buddha. First came the immortals, then came the heavens. What did this mean? Could it be that immortals referred to the connate life forms? Those powerful connate life forms were immortals, the connate life forms realm. It was the great emperors who spent their lives trying to break through, but they could not break through the realm. After thinking of this, Lin Feng found it difficult to calm down. You need to kowtow 3 times before the Buddha. Suddenly, the ancient voice came from the golden light again. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye and immediately saw an ancient Buddha sitting cross-legged in the golden light. That Buddha, it seemed to have transcended heaven and earth. Eternal and everlasting. Kowtow before the Buddha, the past is gone. Suddenly, the old Buddha spoke. This is my opportunity? Lin Feng was shocked. He prayed sincerely. May I gain something? Lin Feng kowtowed to the ancient Buddha. Kowtow twice before the Buddha, the path of this life is in front of you. The voice came again. Lin Feng muttered, kowtow twice before the Buddha, why does it sound so ominous? The path of this life is in front of you, does it mean that cultivation is difficult? Like a hero at the end of his road, however, Lin Feng braced himself and kowtowed again. Kowtow 3 times before the Buddha, the cycle of karma is hidden in the heart. When the third voice was heard, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times to the golden Buddha. Boom! After the 3 kowtows, a golden light shot out. Then, it poured into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He fell into a mysterious state of enlightenment. In this mysterious state of enlightenment, Lin Feng sensed all kinds of things in the world. What kind of cause, what kind of fruit, this was karma. There were billions of living beings in the world. Between heaven and earth, all things were intelligent. There was cause and effect, and there was an end. Lin Feng was immersed in the mysterious state of enlightenment. He sat cross-legged, solemn and dignified. The sound of the great path lingered around him. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the great path poured into Lin Feng's mind. It was as if a beast had been enlightened. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were twinkling with a mysterious and unfathomable light. The karma of all the worlds is in my mind. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the power of karma lingered between his fingers. This was the third of the 3,000 great paths, the great karma technique. The power of karma condensed. I never thought that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Even now, he still found it hard to believe that this was real. 3 kowtows in front of Buddha, he had actually obtained the cultivation method of the great karma technique. This was the third-ranked great Tao of the 3,000 great Tao. Who could resist the karma of all the worlds? Every living being that lived in this world had their own karma. Once I successfully cultivate the mysterious great karma technique, how powerful will it be? Lin Feng took a deep breath and could not help but ponder. He had only scratched the surface of the technique. To put it bluntly, he could not even be considered a beginner. But even though Lin Feng had only scratched the surface, he could sense how terrifying the great karma technique was. He believed that with his talent, he would be able to cultivate the great karma technique very quickly. At that time, the many wonders of the great karma technique would begin to be revealed. It would definitely be terrifying and heaven-defying. Lin Feng left the main hall and returned to the hall where the Heavenly Law Patriarch and the others were cultivating. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has comprehended something. The Heavenly Law Patriarch, Heavenly Law Patriarch, Heavenly Region Patriarch, and Heavenly Sect Patriarch all looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng said, I have indeed comprehended something. I have to thank the 4 of you for providing me with such a place to comprehend the Tao. It just so happens that I have some things that I can't use. I'll give them to you to express my gratitude. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 4 treasures flew out. Quasi-divine artifacts. The 4 patriarchs all stood up, their faces full of shock. These were quasi-divine artifacts, treasures that none of them had. And now, Lin Feng was giving them to them so casually. This caused their hearts to tremble. We've already accepted fellow Taoist Lin's 40 million cultivation spirit stones. How can we accept fellow Taoist Lin's things? If that's the case, wouldn't we be too greedy? Fellow Taoist Lin, please take them back. The 4 patriarchs said in unison. Their eyes were fixed on the 4 quasi-divine artifacts. Obviously, they did not mean what they said. If they had to choose between the 4 quasi-divine artifacts and 40 million spirit stones, the 4 of them would not hesitate to choose the 4 quasi-divine artifacts. Lin Feng smiled and said, fellow Taoists, we feel like old friends at first sight. Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel that we have become good friends. Do you feel the same? Haha, fellow Taoist Lin, you've hit the nail on the head. The Heavenly Law Ancestor said with a smile. Lin Feng was young. What an unfathomable cultivation. Endless wealth, the 4 great ancestors of the Taoist temple wanted to make friends with someone like that. Lin Feng smiled and said, since we are close friends, it's normal for friends to give each other some gadgets, right? Unless the 4 of you don't consider me, Lin Feng, a friend. Old Ancestor Tianze hurriedly said, how can we not treat Tao friend Lin as a friend? If that's the case, we'll take these 4 quasi-divine artifacts. If you need anything in the future, just say the word and we'll do it for you. Haha, you're too courteous, fellow Taoists. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. He stayed in the Taoist temple for 3 more days. During these 3 days, Lin Feng and the 4 great ancestors exchanged Taoist techniques, benefiting each other greatly. The 4 great ancestors personally sent Lin Feng off. Their appearance caused a huge commotion. What shocked countless people the most was that the 4 ancestors had personally sent off a young man. That was too inconceivable. While everybody was talking about that, Lin Feng was walking towards Xueshi Biyuan. Just 4 quasi-divine artifacts were enough to form a deep friendship with the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple. This transaction was worth it. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Lin Feng had dozens of quasi-divine artifacts. To him, 4 quasi-divine artifacts weren't even worth mentioning. But to the 4 ancestors, they were priceless treasures. The 4 ancestors didn't just represent the Taoist temple in Blackstone City. The Taoist temple was equivalent to the martial soul hall in the martial heaven continent. It was a neutral power. However, this neutral power was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng knew that after arriving in a new world, many unexpected things could happen in the future. At that time, he should make friends with the experts of this world. Perhaps one day in the future, these powerhouses would be of great help to him. For example, the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple. If he needed their help in the future, the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple would definitely help him. Most importantly, the 4 ancestors had the backing of all the Taoist temples in the exiled world, including the main Taoist temple. The strong cultivators behind the 4 ancestors of the Tao temple could become Lin Feng's connections in the future. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to return to Snow Creek Villa. Lin Gongzi. Hurry up and leave this place. There's a Devil King waiting for you in the depths. If that Devil King stops you, you'll be in trouble. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at Snow Creek Villa, the guard captain ran over. Devil King? What devil incarnate? Asked Lin Feng. It's the Chu clan's Chu Tianba. This person is crazy, but his cultivation is extremely terrifying. He was born with divine strength, and his physical body can kill a true dragon. His magic power is monstrous. He heard that Chu Zifei had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Gongzi, so he came to block Lin Gongzi and hasn't left since. Said the guard captain. That Lin Feng is back. Someone in the distance saw Lin Feng. It seemed to be the Chu clan cultivator in charge of keeping watch. Boom, immediately after, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the villa. More than 30 people flew over. The leader was a man who was 3 meters tall and looked like a giant bear. That huge body gave people a strong visual impact. This was the Chu Tianba that the guard captain had mentioned. Seeing that Chu Tianba and the others were flying over, the guard captain's expression changed. He said, Lin Gongzi, you must hold on. I'll send someone to invite Miss Yunjie and Miss Xianxia to save you. From the guard captain's point of view, Lin Feng was definitely not Chu Tianba's match. With Chu Tianba's temperament, he could easily kill Chu Tianba. He could even kill Lin Feng. Chu Tianba had torn a person in half more than once. Thus, in Blackrock City, everyone's expression changed when they talked about Chu Tianba. The guard captain quickly ran to the entrance of the villa and called for a subordinate. He gave a few instructions, and the subordinate quickly left. It was obvious that the subordinate had gone to invite Yunjie and Xianxia. At this time, Chu Tianba and the other 30 people flew over and surrounded Lin Feng. In addition to Chu Tianba, there was also a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle appearance. His cultivation was also very tyrannical. Lin Feng saw Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei in the crowd, so he guessed that the gentle middle-aged man should be an expert from the Heavenly Star sect. After seeing Lin Feng, Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei's eyes flashed with a sinister expression. The two glared at Lin Feng and coldly shouted, Brat, do you want to live? If you want to live, kneel down and beg for mercy now. In Lin Feng's eyes, Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei were just small fries. Now that they had someone backing them up, they were emboldened and became bolder. Many people living in the villa heard the commotion and rushed over from all directions. When they saw Lin Feng being surrounded by the experts from the Chu clan and the Heavenly Star sect, they looked at Lin Feng with pity. Many people had seen how Lin Feng had pressured Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei. It was obvious that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. He could be considered a top expert among the younger generation. However, Lin Feng wasn't facing a young cultivator. Instead, he was facing the demon king Chu Tianba, a person whose name caused everyone's expression to change. The middle-aged scholar from the Heavenly Star sect was called Nailan Ci. His cultivation could be described as unfathomable. How could a young man like Lin Feng be a match for such an expert? Thus, it could be said that everyone was looking down on Lin Feng. Back then, Yunde and Xianxia pleaded for mercy on your behalf, and I let you two go. Yet, you two pieces of trash actually dared to jump out again. Do you really want to die? If that's the case, I don't mind crushing you two pieces of trash like bugs. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two indifferently. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Did this brat know what he was saying? Even the experts from the Heavenly Star sect and the Chu clan were stunned. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be surrounded by so many strong cultivators and still dare to act so arrogantly. Isn't that brat too arrogant? He's still so arrogant when surrounded by so many experts. He's really bold. I think that brat has a very deep background. He doesn't even know that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Why doesn't he know how to endure? Now that he's completely offended the Chu clan and the Heavenly Star sect, I think that brat is going to be unlucky. Many people started to talk about it. Ha 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 ha, brat, you're too arrogant. You're even more arrogant than me. Chu Tianba laughed out loud as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Who do you think you are? You're nothing in my eyes. How dare you compare yourself to me? Don't flatter yourself. I think you should find a place to play with mud. Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba and pursed his lips. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Previously, Lin Feng was so arrogant, but Lin Feng was targeting the two young cultivators, Xianxia and Chu Zifei. Although he was a bit arrogant, Lin Feng did indeed have the ability to deal with Xianxia and Chu Zifei. But now, Lin Feng was targeting Chu Tianba. He actually looked down on Chu Tianba and even dared to mock him. Nalanwan said, "Brat, don't think you can be so arrogant in Blackstone City just because you have some power behind you. The consequences aren't something you can bear." Lin Feng sneered, "I've always followed the principle of not offending people if they don't offend me. It was Xianxia and Chu Zifei who came to cause trouble for me. Why can't I fight back? What kind of logic is that?" Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and continued, "Besides, I'm a humble and modest person. I'm not arrogant and despotic. Therefore, don't try to slander me by saying that I'm arrogant." Many people rolled their eyes. If that wasn't arrogance, then what was arrogance? Chu Tianba shouted, "Brat, you're not only arrogant, but also shameless. Today, I'll slap you to death so that you won't be able to continue being arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianba took a step forward. Rumble, rumble, every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Chu Tianba is about to make his move. Miss Jie and Missing Xian haven't arrived yet. Could it be that Lin Gongzi is finished? The guard captain's expression changed when he saw this scene. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could compete with Chu Tianba, the demon king of reincarnation. Boom. Chu Tianba raised his huge right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. However, what happened next made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Lin Feng also attacked and threw a punch at the demon king of chaos, Chu Tianba. Bang! Chu Tianba was directly sent flying. With a thump, Chu Tianba's huge body fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. How is this possible? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. That was Chu Tianba. Apart from ancestor-level experts, no one was a match for Chu Tianba. But now, Chu Tianba was sent flying by a young cultivator with a single slap. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba with a smile. Didn't I tell you to go play in the mud? Why aren't you going? Many people were speechless. Wasn't this kid too good at insulting people, telling a top expert like Chu Tianba to play in the mud? Did he think Chu Tianba was an idiot? Kid, you've got some skill. You've aroused my fighting spirit. Chu Tianba shouted excitedly, his body emitting crackling sounds. Then, his body began to grow rapidly. When Chu Tianba was young, it was said that he unintentionally swallowed the blood of the ancient giants. His blood gradually turned into the giant's blood, so his body is incomparably strong. Moreover, Chu Tianba has mastered the transformation technique of the giant bloodline. Once he uses it, his body will quickly grow and his cultivation will increase by several times. After seeing Chu Tianba transform, a cultivator whispered. grow his body? Isn't that the ability of the giant bloodline? Even if a real ancient giant came, I could send him flying with a single slap, let alone a fake like you. Lin Feng curled his lips. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone was shocked. At this moment, they suddenly felt that it wasn't arrogance. It was a kind of dominance that flowed from his bones. Acting pretentious without strength or relying on your family background to act pretentiously, that was what was called arrogance. Wasn't it normal for a terrifying figure like Lin Feng to look down on Chu Tianba? At this moment, Chu Tianba had completed his transformation. After transforming, Chu Tianba was 20 meters tall, and his strength was boundless. He could even kill a true dragon. Everyone looked excitedly at Lin Feng and Chu Tianba. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Feng was stronger or Chu Tianba after transforming. Brat, eat my fist. Chu Tianba roared, his huge body rushing over. That powerful punch came crashing down. Get lost. Lin Feng sent out another slap. After transforming, Chu Tianba's cultivation increased explosively. But in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Chu Tianba was sent flying again by Lin Feng's slap. His transformation state was instantly interrupted, and his body returned to its original state. With a plop, Chu Tianba fell to the ground again. Before he could even get up from the ground, Lin Feng stepped forwards and put his foot on Chu Tianba's chest. You dare to cause trouble for your grandfather with this level of skill? Stupid kid, go play in the mud. Lin Feng raised his right foot, kicking at Chu Tianba. Bang! Everyone saw that Chu Tianba's huge body was sent flying dozens of miles by Lin Feng, disappearing into the horizon. No one knew where he was kicked to. Tai Li is in trouble. This Lin Gongzi is too strong. The guard captain shouted in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chu Tianba, the demon king of chaos, how strong was he? But in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a question arose in everyone's hearts. What was this young master's cultivation level? Was he a quasi-god? Naturally, no one thought that Lin Feng had reached the god realm. After all, Lin Feng was too young. A god realm expert in his 20s, who would believe it? However, a quasi-god realm expert in his 20s was also unbelievable, but they could still accept it. It was said that a certain domain lord broke through to the quasi-god realm at the age of 29. At the age of 315, he broke through to the god realm. Since someone had already done it, Lin Feng was able to break through to the quasi-god realm at such a young age. Although it wasn't shocking, it was still acceptable. Thump. Thump, Xianxia and Chu Zifei were completely scared silly. They had never seen such a powerful person before. They looked at Lin Feng with fear and directly knelt on the ground. Lin Gongzi, we were wrong. We will kowtow to you and apologize. Xianxia and Chu Zifei began to kowtow to the ground. When the difference in strength was too great, all jealousy and hatred would disappear and be replaced by deep fear. Xianxia and Chu Zifei were like this now. They were almost scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. They didn't even care about their dignity. When they kowtowed, each kowtowed louder than the other. Lin Gongzi. Today's matter, young master can deal with it without frowning. Xianxia said with a pale face. When he saw how Lin Feng crushed Chu Tianba, Xianxia couldn't muster up any courage to fight with Lin Feng. Xianxia knew how terrifying Chu Tianba was. Although Chu Tianba had yet to reach the quasi-god realm, after activating his giant bloodline, his battle prowess soared. A quasi-god. Defeating Chu Tianba was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Chu Tianba's strongest state couldn't withstand Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Fellow Taoist Nalan, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Ah? No discord, no concord? Nalan Mei didn't expect Lin Feng to say that. He thought that Lin Feng would deal with them. However, Lin Feng did not do so. Moreover, when Nalan Yu heard Lin Feng calling him Dao friend Nalan, he was very excited. Nalan Ji was the third son of the Heavenly Star sect master. In Blackrock City, he was also a big shot. He stomped his foot. Blackrock City trembled. However, Nailan Mei was like a junior in front of Lin Feng, respectful and reverent. Said Lin Feng, clapping Nailan Mei's shoulder. Cultivators love to fight. It's normal to have small conflicts. Besides, it's not a big deal. I don't want to get involved with two young people, said Lin Feng, tapping Nailan Mei's shoulder. Lin Feng looked at Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei and said, alright, you guys don't have to continue kowtowing. In the future, cultivate well. Keep a low profile and do things in a high-profile manner. Don't bully the weak. Yes, we will remember. The two hurriedly said. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't bother with them, they finally let out a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned. Not only is this Lin Gongzi powerful, he is also broad-minded. It is hard to imagine that such a young and powerful person could have such a broad mind. Today, I am so impressed by this Lin Gongzi. Yeah, this kind of person is obviously someone who will do great things. I think this Lin Gongzi will definitely soar into the sky soon. Perhaps, this great world of exile that has been peaceful for countless years will undergo some major changes because of Lin Gongzi. I wonder if this Lin Gongzi has recruited subordinates. If they rely on someone like Lin Gongzi, they will also soar in the future. Seeing that Lin Feng was actually such a broad-minded person, many people immediately started to discuss. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with incomparable admiration. There were so many experts in the world. However, there were very few people who could truly make a name for themselves. This was because many cultivators were self-centered. This was especially true for powerful cultivators. Life and death were taken with a single thought. But everyone saw something different from Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was kind-hearted. The ancient Holy Emperor had educated tens of thousands of people. Which one of them was not a kind-hearted ruler? Only a kind-hearted ruler would be able to obtain everyone's support. Only by following a kind-hearted ruler would one be able to have a bright future. Many people vaguely saw the shadow of the ancient Holy Emperor on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's temperament was not developed in a day or two. On the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng was one of the leaders who resisted the invasion of the heavenly demons. Seeing so many people die tragically, his heart was filled with grief. Fighting against the heavenly demons. Not only was he fighting for himself, but he was also fighting for his family, friends, lovers, and subordinates. Lin Feng was also fighting for the sake of the common people of the world. Who could watch hundreds of millions of people die miserably and remain indifferent? Who could watch hundreds of millions of people being slaughtered and have a heart of stone? Therefore, Lin Feng had a special kind of charm. Many people couldn't help but be convinced by this charm. This was the charm that Lin Feng cultivated when he was the leader of the 10 million cultivator army on the Sky Martial continent. And people like Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei were just small figures in Lin Feng's eyes. If he could establish his image by forgiving them, Lin Feng was naturally happy to see it. Lin Feng was not a person who was willing to be ordinary. If he wanted to have the right to speak in this world, not only did he need to have strength, he also needed to have enough power in his hands. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Because Lin Feng knew that his reputation would be spread by these people. In the future, when he recruited troops and bought horses, he would not have to worry about not having people to join him. I'm back again. In the distance, Chu Tianba shouted as he flew over, his voice like thunder. When the experts of the Chu family and the Sky Star sect saw Chu Tianba return, their expressions changed slightly. They were worried that Chu Tianba would attack Lin Feng again. If he angered Lin Feng, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Who would have thought that after flying over, Chu Tianba would kneel in front of Lin Feng and shout, "Master, this disciple will kowtow to you." Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianba kowtowed 9 times to Lin Feng. Many people were stunned on the spot. Clearly, no one expected Chu Tianba to do this. No one was able to react in time. At this time, Yun Die and Xianxia, who had received the news, quickly rushed over. Although they knew that Lin Feng was strong, they also knew Chu Tianba's cultivation. Thus, they were still very worried about Lin Feng's safety. After all, Chu Tianba was too terrifying, causing many ancestors to have a headache. However, when Yin Die and Xianxia arrived at Snow Creek Courtyard, they saw Chu Tianba kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 9 times to Lin Feng. What's going on? Yunjie and Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other. Chu Tianba, this devil incarnate, had personally come to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Why was he kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Lin Feng? Miss Die. Miss Ingsen. When the guard saw Yunjie and Xianxia, he quickly bowed to them. Xianxia asked, "Guard Captain's son, what's going on? Why is Chu Tianba kowtowing to Lin Gongzi 9 times? The guard smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Ingsen, that Lin Gongzi is too strong. He defeated Chu Tianba with a single palm strike. Chu Tianba seems to want to take Lin Gongzi as his master." Ah? Lin Gongzi is that strong? Yunjie and Xianxia were both shocked. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but they never expected him to be so strong. They never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Even Chu Tianba had been defeated with a single move. Wasn't his cultivation a little too terrifying? When he saw Chu Tianba kowtow 9 times, Lin Feng was speechless. "Who said I wanted to take you as my disciple? Hurry up and get up. I'm not interested in taking disciples. Master, please take me in. If you don't, I'll kneel for a long time." Chu Tianba hugged Lin Feng's right leg and refused to let him go. "Damn it, how shameless can you be? 2 men pulling each other in broad daylight. It'll cause a misunderstanding if someone sees you. Let go of me." Lin Feng shouted. "If you don't take me in as your disciple, I won't let go. Master, please take me in. If you take a fancy to a beautiful girl, I'll snatch her for you. If you take a fancy to a treasure, I'll snatch it for you. If you—" "Stop, stop. What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Feng was speechless. He hastily interrupted Chu Tianba. "Master, do you agree to take me in as your disciple?" Chu Tianba looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine when he saw a 3-meter-tall man with a body bigger than a bear make such an expression. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had goosebumps. Many people who were watching the battle had goosebumps all over their bodies. When he saw that Lin Feng was still unmoved, Chu Tianba rolled his eyes and shouted, "Master, if you don't take me in, I'll kill myself right here." Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Hurry up and kill yourself. Out of sight, out of mind." Chu Tianba said, "Master, if I kill myself, who's going to show respect to you?" Lin Feng, the onlookers, Chu Tianba continued to call out, "Master, your body is precious, handsome, and elegant. Who knows if there are many beautiful girls who like you, and who knows if there will be idiots like Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei who will come looking for trouble because their girls were stolen. What kind of status do you have? Of course you can't fight with these idiots. Just leave them to your disciples in the future." Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They had been shot without even doing anything. However, they didn't dare to refute Chu Tianba. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Chu Tianba didn't seem like a simple-minded guy. This guy was definitely a black-bellied guy. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. Chu Tianba's cultivation was strong, and his background was extraordinary. The power behind him was also very complicated. Taking in a disciple like him didn't seem to be a bad thing. In the future, if there was anything inconvenient for him to do, he could just leave it to Chu Tianba. "Since you're sincere, I'll accept you as my disciple. However, I have strict conditions for accepting disciples. You must swear loyalty to me and never betray me," said Lin Feng calmly. Lin Feng said. Chu Tianba was overjoyed. He immediately pointed to the sky and swore, "I, Chu Tianba, will definitely show respect to Master in the future. If I dare to do anything to betray Master, I'll die a horrible death." Lin Feng couldn't be blamed for being careful. Taking in a disciple was a big deal. If he took in an ingrate, it would be tragic. Then he wouldn't even know how he died. However, Chu Tianba was bound by the oath. If he dared to betray Master, he would be punished by the heavens and die a horrible death. So Lin Feng was able to relax. Lin Feng patted Chu Tianba and said, "Since you've taken me as your master, I should give you a gift." When Lin Feng finished talking, he raised his right hand. A river of top-grade spirit stones flew out. 10 million top-grade spirit stones gathered together, emitting a shocking wave of energy. "Those are precious cultivation spirit stones. How many spirit stones is this river of spirit stones?" Many people roared in shock. The exiled world's resources were too scarce, so 10 million top-grade spirit stones was an astronomical number for many people. After the long river of spirit stones flew out, a magic treasure flew out. This was a huge axe magic treasure, and it emitted waves of destructive fluctuations. Heavens, it's a quasi-divine weapon. Is this also a reward for Chu Tianba? Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. He casually threw out 10 million top-grade spirit stones. A quasi-divine weapon. Wasn't this young master a little too rich? How much wealth did he have? Soon, a third treasure flew out. It was a mysterious ancient book that emitted the chi of the Tao. It recorded the celestial demon body refinement art passed down by the celestial demon emperor. The celestial demon body refinement art was obtained by killing the vast domain demon emperor. Lin Feng couldn't use it, but Chu Tianba could. Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba and said, Tianba, these 10 million top-grade spirit stones, this quasi-divine weapon, and the celestial demon body refinement art are all gifts from your master. You must cultivate well in the future. Don't take them with you. The celestial demon body refinement art is rumored to be second only to the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Tianba's body was already very strong. If he cultivated the celestial demon body refinement art, wouldn't his body surpass gods and demons of the same level? Thinking of this, many people looked at Chu Tianba with jealousy. Master, your disciple loves you to death. After Chu Tianba received the gifts from Lin Feng, he was so excited that he wanted to hug Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Chu Tianba dozens of meters away and scolded him, if you don't want your master to punish you in the future, you'd better behave yourself. Yes, master, your disciple will remember, Chu Tianba said respectfully. Lin Feng walked back to his residence. Everyone, disperse. Chu Tianba waved his hand and followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his residence. Yunde and Xianxia also walked towards Lin Feng's residence. The surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed. However, they were still discussing what they had seen. They admired Lin Feng's strength and character, but they were also shocked by Lin Feng's wealth. Now, everyone was trying to guess who Lin Feng was. He was so young, but he was like a young god who had suddenly descended to the world. Alright, you can go back for now. If anything happens, I'll send someone to look for you. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave. Chu Tianba didn't dare go against Lin Feng's wishes, so he bowed to Lin Feng and left. Before long, Yunde and Xianxia came in. When did you come out? Xianxia asked. Not long after I came out. When I came back, I ran into Chu Tianba and the others. Lin Feng smiled. That night, Lin Feng went out with Yunde and Xianxia to eat some of Blackrock City's special delicacies. When he came back, Lin Feng took off his clothes and jumped into the hot spring. Drinking fine wine while soaking in the hot spring could be said to be a great enjoyment. After soaking in the hot spring, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Karma technique. This heaven-defying technique of the 3,000 Great Daos had many mysterious aspects, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. The stronger the Tao, the harder it was to comprehend it. Lin Feng naturally understood this. The next day, Chu Tianba came to Lin Feng's place. Master, the 3 great clans and the 5 great sex patriarchs would like to invite you to Blackrock Tower. Everyone wants to get to know you, so they asked me to invite you. Chu Tianba grinned. When? Lin Feng asked. Tonight at 6 o'clock or tomorrow at 6 o'clock. As for the specific time, Master, you can decide. Chu Tianba said. Lin Feng said, then let's do it tonight. Chu Tianba nodded. Alright, I'll go back and tell the patriarchs to prepare. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, you can go. After Chu Tianba left, Lin Feng continued to cultivate. The Great Karma technique was indeed very difficult to cultivate. Even with Lin Feng's talent, he couldn't comprehend it for a long time. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate the 3,000 Great Daos. It could be said that the 3,000 Great Daos were given to other cultivators. Those cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the slightest bit of it even if they spent their entire lives studying it. While Lin Feng was cultivating, the upper echelons of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects were also setting up the Blackstone Tower. The Black Rock restaurant was the most luxurious restaurant in Black Rock City. Now, the Black Rock restaurant had been reserved for Lin Feng. It was not without reason that the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects valued Lin Feng so much. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng was so powerful at such a young age, causing the upper echelons of the 8 great clans to be incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but be fascinated, wanting to see the peerless demeanor of this legendary figure. Secondly, Lin Feng seemed to have endless cultivation resources on him. Cultivation resources were also extremely scarce for the 8 major forces. The 8 major forces were wondering if they could exchange some cultivation resources with Lin Feng. For example, that kind of cultivation spirit stone. There were no cultivation spirit stones in the great world of exile. Therefore, after the 8 major forces knew that Lin Feng had a mysterious cultivation spirit stone, they couldn't wait to exchange some with Lin Feng. Thirdly, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to being on good terms with a heaven-defying figure like Lin Feng. Therefore, the 8 major forces discussed for a while and decided to invite Lin Feng to a banquet. The people in the Black Rock restaurant were also replaced with disciples carefully selected from the 8 major forces. Even the maids serving here were the most beautiful female disciples of the 8 major forces. For example, the female disciples of the Black Rock sect, Morong Chaner and Hong Xiao, who Lin Feng had seen before, were also selected. Xian sect also selected more than a dozen beautiful disciples. Sunny Nam was a female disciple of Xian sect. This time, in addition to Sunny Nam, Nan Man'er also came along. Xian sect was a sect with more male disciples. There were very few female disciples, and even fewer beautiful female disciples. Therefore, it was really difficult to choose. The elder in charge of selecting beautiful female disciples happened to be Sunny Nam's master. When Nan Man'er heard about this, she begged Sunny Nam to bring her along so that she could broaden her horizons. Sunny Nam couldn't persuade her sister, so she brought Nan Man'er to see her master. Sunny Nam's master saw that Nan Man'er was so beautiful and charming. She just happened to be worried about finding a beautiful female disciple. Therefore, she agreed to let Nan Man'er fill in the gap. Furthermore, Nan Man'er's master told Nan Qing'er that if Nan Man'er's performance was good, after the banquet ended, she could help Nan Man'er go to the sect to make some connections. Perhaps Nan Man'er could join the sect and become an outer disciple. After Sunny Nam told Nan Man'er about this, Nan Man'er was very excited. She felt that her life was about to be turned around. The 2 sisters sat in a carriage and headed to Blackstone Tower. Nan Man'er smiled and said, "Sister, do you know who the 3 great clans and 5 great sects are hosting?" Sunny Nam said, "It's said that it's a very amazing person, but I don't know who it is. I heard that it's a young master who can make the 8 great powers treat him so seriously. His background must be very frightening." Nan Man'er narrowed her eyes. Sunny Nam asked, "Where did you hear that from?" "It's that senior sister of yours called Yu Shiqian. Wasn't she chosen as well? Yu Shiqian's grandfather is an elder of the sect, so he knows a lot of things that we don't." Yu Shiqian's grandfather told her about it. Nan Man'er said, "No matter who it is, we just have to do our jobs well. Don't get into trouble." Sunny Nam said. Nan Man'er shook her head and said, "Sister, you're so stupid. You still don't understand what I'm trying to say?" Sunny Nam looked at Nan Man'er suspiciously and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Nan Man'er lowered her voice and said, "Sister, do you really think that the 3 great clans and 5 great sects chose so many beautiful female disciples just to serve tea to the Blackstone Tower? Or as simple as serving a plate?" Sunny Nam frowned slightly and said, "Isn't that the case? Sister, it seems that you haven't had much experience in life apart from cultivation." Nan Man'er curled her lips and then said with some excitement, "The big shot that we are going to entertain is a young master. Generally, young masters are all hot-blooded and vigorous, so naturally they like beautiful women. We have been selected to serve him on the side. If that young master takes a fancy to someone, after the banquet is over, we will be sent to that young master's room to serve him. If we are selected, we will become phoenixes in the future. And the forces behind the selected beautiful women will also be able to get closer to that young master and establish a deep friendship. Do you understand now? Sunny Nam blushed and said, don't talk nonsense. It'll be troublesome if others hear you. Nan Monair said, I will only tell this to my elder sister, moreover, this matter is already known to everyone. Right now, I can only pray that that young master will take a fancy to me. If that young master can take a fancy to me, then I will become a phoenix from a sparrow. Miss, we've arrived at the Blackstone Tower. The housekeeper's voice came from outside. Let's go down. Sunny Nam said. Nan Monair nodded excitedly. She and Nan Qing'er got off the carriage one after the other and saw that the streets around Blackrock City had already been cleared. Experts from the 3 great clans and 5 great sects were patrolling everywhere. It was obvious that no one was allowed to come close. They were probably afraid of disturbing that big shot, right? Sister, isn't that Lu Shihai from your sect? Nan Monair pointed at a cultivator who was standing guard. She wouldn't forget Lu Shihai. Some time ago, when Nan Monair came to Blackstone City and followed her sister to Mysterious Sect, she saw Lu Shihai. At that time, Lu Shihai was insufferably arrogant and had left a deep impression on Nan Monair. Later, Nan Monair asked and found out that Lu Shihai's uncle was the hall master of Mysterious Sect's mission hall. Lu Shihai had a strong background, so he had a high and mighty attitude and countless people flattered him. At that time, Nan Monair was very envious. But now, Lu Shihai was just standing guard here. Nan Monair whispered, that important person must be very powerful. Even a young master like Lu Shihai can only stand guard outside. I really don't know who that important person is. Shoo. Don't talk. You must remember to speak less. Many times, trouble comes from the mouth. Sunny Nam warned. She was really worried that Nan Monair would be hot-headed and say a lot of things that she shouldn't say or do something out of line. Yes, sister, I know. Don't worry. Nan Monair said. Soon, Sunny Nam and Nan Monair arrived outside the Blackstone Tower. Nan Qing'er told the guards who she was, and one of the guards immediately said, Junior sisters, come with me. Later, someone will teach you some etiquette that you need to follow. At the same time, you need to change and dress up. Thank you for leading the way. Sunny Nam and Nan Monair bowed slightly. The guard immediately said, Junior sisters, you're too kind. If you can become a phoenix, I hope you won't forget about me. Sunny Nam smiled bitterly. She didn't have any expectations for this. She was only here to complete the task given to her by her master. But Nan Monair was different, she had great expectations. When she heard the guard's words, she immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, if that day really comes, I won't mistreat senior brother. Haha, thank you, junior sister, said Lin Feng. The guard said with a smile. Snow Creek Resort. Master. The beast carriage is ready. Shall we set off now? Chu Tianba came to Lin Feng's residence and asked. Let's go. Lin Feng said. This was an ancient divine chariot pulled by 9 red flame beasts. Lin Feng got on the beast carriage. Chu Tianba personally drove the carriage. Roar, 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 the 9-headed roaring flame beasts roared in the heavens and the earth. Soon after, they collided and started to gallop in the air. 9 red flame beasts pulling the carriage personally driven by Chu Tianba. Who's sitting in the carriage? Along the way, countless people pointed at the carriage. They were extremely shocked, trying to guess who was sitting in the carriage. Of course, there were also some well-informed people who heard about what happened in the Snow Creek Resort. Naturally, they also heard some rumors about Lin Feng. But before this, many people didn't believe those rumors. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. In this world, there were too many false rumors. But now, they saw that Chu Tianba was actually driving the carriage for someone else. Those cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the rumors are true? A young cultivator with a heaven-defying cultivation? Even Chu Tianba wasn't his opponent? Even Chu Tianba acknowledged him as his master? While countless people were discussing and making all kinds of guesses, Chu Tianba drove the carriage to the Blackstone Tower. The experts of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects had already received the news that Lin Feng was about to arrive, so they all came out to welcome him. He's here. Suddenly, someone said and pointed into the distance. Flames burned the sky. Amidst the flames, 9 roaring flame beasts pulled the divine chariot over. The carriage finally stopped in front of the black stone tower. "Master, we're here." Chu Tianba's voice sounded. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked out of the carriage. "Everyone, this is my master, Lin Feng." Chu Tianba introduced to everyone. Chu Tianba was known as the devil incarnate. Naturally, he didn't have any scruples when doing things. So, even in front of the 3 great clans, the 5 great sects patriarchs and sect masters were carefree. The others were already used to it. "Haha, so this is fellow Taoist Lin. We've been friends for a long time. Today, we finally meet." An old man smiled and cupped his fists. "This is my first time here. I hope everyone can forgive me for not paying you a visit." Lin Feng also cupped his fists. "It's us who should be the host first," said Lin Feng. Another old man said with a smile. Chu Tianba knew that Lin Feng didn't know these people, so he hurriedly introduced Lin Feng. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans. The sect masters of the 5 great sections. There were also some higher-ups from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sections. All of them were introduced. After greeting each other, they entered the black stone tower. Everyone went to a private room. Chen Shizhong smiled and said, "I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin is interested in tasting tea?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know much about tasting tea, but I've tasted quite a few spirit teas." "Haha, fellow Taoist, you're in luck." Chen Shizhong smiled and said, "We have a tree of enlightenment in the exiled world. It's been open for 3,000 years, but only a few dozen leaves have been produced. Some time ago, I had a chance and obtained a leaf. I've already had someone brew it. Fellow Taoist, you can try it. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to taste the tea." Many people laughed. Lin Feng said, "Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. This name sounds extraordinary. Rumor has it that it can help people comprehend the great Tao. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. You'll know whether it's true or not after you try it." Shen Shizhong said with a smile. The middle-aged cultivator standing behind Shen Shizhong walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged cultivator returned to the private room, followed by a dozen or so beautiful female disciples. Those beautiful female disciples each carried a tray, lowered their heads, and carefully walked in. Then, a maidservant serving in the private room took the teacups from the tray and placed them in front of each of the VIPs. Nan Man Er was also among the female disciples who served tea. She was extremely curious about who this great figure was, so she secretly raised her head to look. "Ah, Lin Feng, why are you sitting here?" After seeing Lin Feng, Nan Man Er screamed in disbelief. Of course, she remembered Lin Feng. Back then, her father, Nan J10, had wanted to matchmake the two of them. However, Nan Man Er had refused. Nan Man Er hadn't expected that Lin Feng would be sitting in the private room. "Impudent. How can you be so unruly? Which sect are you from?" Nailan Mei couldn't help but scold her coldly. Nan Man Er knew that she had caused a disaster. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She felt powerless and collapsed to the ground, her face full of fear. At this moment, Nan Man Er had already lost her ability to think. Her mind was completely blank. Other than fear, she could only think of one thing. Why was Lin Feng here? This was what Nan Man Er couldn't figure out. "Take her away." Seeing Nan Man Er, who was completely scared out of her wits, Nailan Mei waved his hand and ordered coldly. Immediately, 2 guards came in to take Nan Man Er away. Seeing Nan Man Er's dazed expression, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't have a good impression of Nan Man Er. However, Nan Man Er's father, South J10, cared for him like an elder would for his own child. This made Lin Feng feel very touched. Therefore, even though he didn't like Nan Man Er, Lin Feng still had to consider South J10's feelings. He didn't want anything to happen to Nan Man Er and cause South J10 to be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Wait." Nailan Mei quickly waved his hand and bowed. "What orders does Lin Gongzi have? Don't make things difficult for her. Let her rest." Lin Feng said. Nailan Mei thought that Lin Feng had taken a liking to Nan Monair. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Go rest first. Don't worry, your sect won't punish you." Nan Monair's mind was still blank. After hearing Nailan Mei's words, she just nodded like a mechanic. She followed the two guards and left. Meanwhile, the banquet continued. Lin Feng tasted the tea brewed from the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma assaulted his taste buds. "It's really good tea." Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. It said that after drinking the Enlightenment ancient tea for 3 days, you'll be able to hear the sound of the great Tao. Shen said with a smile. This meant that after drinking the Enlightenment ancient tea for 3 days, one would be able to hear the sound of the great Tao resounding between heaven and earth. This was the best time to comprehend the Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao. The Enlightenment ancient tea is indeed the best tea in the world. The patriarch of the Chu clan, Chu Jian, couldn't help but sigh. After tasting the tea, many beautiful female disciples came in with trays. On each tray, there were spirit fruits, flood dragon livers, fire phoenix hearts, and other extremely precious food. These foods contained pure energy and had fewer impurities. Eating them would be very beneficial to one's cultivation. Sunny Nam. Lin Feng looked at the female disciple who was kneeling in front of him. He was surprised. But thinking about how he was able to see Nan Monair before, then naturally seeing Sunny Nam wasn't too surprising. Sunny Nam understood the rules more than Nan Monair. She knew that her status was low, so from the beginning to the end, she lowered her head and placed the food on the wooden table in front of Lin Feng. Finally, she placed a plate, a pot of wine, and a wine cup. "Miss Xianxia," Lin Feng called softly. Sunny Nam was obviously surprised. She didn't think that someone would call her name like that. The people here were all important people. She needed to look up to them. How could such a person call her Miss Xianxia? This servant is terrified. Sunny Nam knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. "You understand the rules more than Nan Monair. You and I have known each other for a while, so there's no need to be so polite," Lin Feng said. Sunny Nam recovered after a short moment of panic. At this moment, she found that the voice was somewhat familiar. She couldn't help but muster up the courage to look up. Sunny Nam suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Feng, how dare you call Lin Gongzi by his name?" Nailan Mei couldn't help but shout coldly. Sunny Nam then remembered that the Lin Feng in front of her wasn't the ordinary Lin Feng she knew before. He was an important person. This was because even a high and mighty person like Nailan Mei called him young master. Sunny Nam knew that she had lost her manners and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Lin Feng said, "Daoist Nailan, Miss Xianxia is a friend of mine. There's no need to be so formal." Nailan Wan thought to himself, this young master Lin is really young and romantic. Perhaps something wonderful happened between him and Nan Xianxia. Thinking of this, Nailan Mei didn't dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Miss Xianxia, I was rude just now. I apologize to Miss Xianxia. This junior is afraid," Sunny Nam said in a panic. How could she dare to accept Nailan Mei's apology? Nailan Mei was the young master of the Starry Sky sect. In front of Sunny Nam, he was like a high and mighty god. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Daoist Nailan, there's no need to be so formal." Nailan Mei said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your magnanimity." He then retreated to the side and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng looked at Sunny Nam and asked, "Miss Xianxia, which sect do you cultivate in?" "Young master, I'm an inner disciple of the Xian sect," Sunny Nam said. Normally, sects like this were divided into outer, inner, elite, and core disciples. Lin Feng guessed that Sunny Nam was a very ordinary inner disciple of the Xian sect because her cultivation wasn't outstanding. "Haha, so you're a disciple of the Xian sect. Who's your master?" The sect leader of the Xian sect, Tai Xianjinren, asked. Sunny Nam couldn't believe that the sect leader was speaking to her in such a friendly manner. The sect leader was a big shot that inner disciples like her would have trouble meeting. He was the ruler of the Xian sect. But now, the sect leader was being so courteous to her. Nailan Mei's attitude towards her had changed because of Lin Feng's words. Sunny Nam knew that these big shots were being so courteous to her because of Lin Feng. So he's the big shot that the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects are inviting. Nanqing'er was incomparably shocked. Her father's judgment of people. It was very accurate. Many thoughts flashed through Sunny Nam's mind, but she quickly collected herself and said respectfully, "My master is Elder Song. So you're junior sister Song's disciple. I happen to have a cultivation technique that's suitable for you. When you go back, tell your master that when you enter the main hall, you'll cultivate by my side and won't return to the inner sect." Tai Xianxia said with a smile. "Ah? Cultivate by the sect leader's side?" Nanqing'er cried out in surprise. She simply could not believe that this was true. In the Xian sect, there were countless geniuses who wanted to become the sect leader's disciple. However, 5,000 years ago, the sect leader had stopped accepting disciples. Now, the sect leader had accepted her. Sunny Nam knew what kind of talent she had. Her talent could only be considered average, so she didn't have the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. The sect leader had only done this because she knew Lin Feng. The sect leader wanted to use her to get on Lin Feng's good side. Lin Feng said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and acknowledge me as your master." Sunny Nam came back to her senses and quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Tai Xianxia. "All right, get up," Tai Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng was very good at reading people's thoughts. When he saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything else, it was obvious that Lin Feng didn't want to talk to Sunny Nam anymore. He said, "All right, you can all leave." Yes. The dozen or so maidservants left one after another. When they left, everyone looked at Sunny Nam with envy. Many people surrounded Sunny Nam and took the initiative to talk to Sunny Nam, wanting to get close to her. Obviously, these female disciples thought that Sunny Nam's future would be limitless if she knew someone as important as Lin Feng. If she could become Lin Feng's woman, it would be even more amazing. She would immediately become a phoenix. At the banquet, everyone toasted each other, drank 3 rounds of wine, and ate 5 dishes. Shen Shizhong smiled and said, "There's actually another reason why I invited fellow Taoist Lin here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no harm in saying it. We found a place where heavenly fire fell, and we want to invite fellow Taoist Lin to explore it together." Shen Shizhong said, "Heavenly fire?" After hearing these 2 words, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently a few times, and his heart couldn't calm down. Heavenly flames were too important to Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng had already refined 2 types of heavenly flames, the purple earth core fire and the black flames god incinerating fire. Every time he refined a heavenly flame, Lin Feng's cultivation would greatly increase. If he could refine a 3rd type of heavenly flame, then Lin Feng's cultivation would definitely increase even more. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng asked, "How did the heavenly flames fall?" Said Yun Tao, the patriarch of the Yun family. "It said that around 1,000,000 years ago, there was a great war. According to ancient records, flames burned the sky, and 10,000 countries were annihilated. That war must have involved the celestial flames. Are you the only ones who know about the heavenly flames falling?" Lin Feng asked. "Not necessarily." Yun Tao shook his head. Yun Tao shook his head and said, "The heavenly flame fell in a place of absolute death. Some time ago, a cultivator from the Black Rock City entered that place of absolute death to pick a type of spirit fruit and found a strange heavenly flame, so he brought back the news. However, if the heavenly flame was strange and there were other cultivators in that place of absolute death, the news of the heavenly flame was very likely to be leaked." Lin Feng nodded. "That's indeed a possibility." Gui Yunshan, the sect leader of the Blackrock sect, said, "Rumor has it that the heavenly flame's fire spirit has already evolved to perfection. The fire spirit controls the heavenly flame's origin energy and can even refine gods to death. In that battle, several gods surrounded it, and in the end, both sides suffered great losses. The gods fell, and the heavenly flame's fire spirit also fell, leaving behind only the fire's origin energy." Lin Feng stroked his chin. "If that's the case, then the heavenly flame's origin energy isn't the only thing left behind by the gods. It seems like there are also treasures left behind by the gods." Everyone nodded, and their eyes were filled with fervor. A god's treasure, it was enough to make anyone go crazy. Did you tell the Blackrock City Lord about this? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Heh. The group of people laughed strangely. Lin Feng said, what? Is there something wrong with Blackrock City Lord? Xin Shizhong said, this person is extremely greedy, and he's used all sorts of excuses to ask for huge amounts of wealth from our 3 great families and 5 great sects. There's such a thing? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This kind of city lord was really a weirdo. He actually asked for a huge amount of wealth from 8 local bullies. He was really insatiable. It was obvious that the 3 great clans and 5 great sects hated the city lord to the core. Yeah, but his background is too big, so we don't want to offend him. Taishan Daoist said helplessly. What is this city lord's background? Lin Feng asked curiously. It is said that he is related to the domain lord, Heavenly Emperor Jun. However, we do not know the details. Chu family patriarch Chu Jinggue said. Lin Feng could roughly guess why the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects didn't tell the city lord about this. With Blackrock City's city lord's greedy personality, if he really obtained the treasures of the gods, who knew how much of the treasures would be taken away by the city lord, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects would probably only be able to drink a mouthful of soup in the end. The 5 great sects naturally did not want such a thing to happen. When the banquet was about to end, the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects sect leaders spoke together, implying that they wanted to exchange cultivation spirit stones with Lin Feng. Lin Feng gladly agreed. Every faction. Lin Feng gave them 100 million cultivation spirit stones. Lin Feng needed these factions to help him collect all sorts of formation materials. Both sides took what they needed, so the cooperation was very pleasant. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng asked someone to call Sunny Nam and Nan Monair over. Since he had already met the 2 sisters, it was reasonable for him to pay a visit to South J10. Please follow us, young master. Sunny Nam and Nan Monair bowed slightly. The 2 sisters rode in the same carriage. Lin Feng rode in Chu Tianba's beast carriage. One in front and one behind, they rode towards the house that the Nan family bought in Blackrock City. Sister. I made a mistake today and was almost punished. If it wasn't for Lin Gongzi, I would be in trouble. Sister, do you think Lin Gongzi likes me? Nan Monair said. Sunny Nam saw Nan Monair's happy expression and sighed in her heart. In her opinion, they were not in the same world as Lin Feng. Nan Monair, on the other hand, was still immersed in her own fantasy. Nan Qing'er wanted to warn her younger sister. However, she didn't know how to tell her younger sister about this matter. That was because, at that very moment, Nan Qing'er's originally calm heart was in turmoil. Her heart was in complete chaos. Lin Feng arrived at the Nan family's house. Someone had already come to inform South J10. When South J10 saw Lin Feng again, he was obviously nervous and uneasy. When ordinary people met important people, they would always have the same emotional changes as South J10. Lin Feng chatted with South J10 for a while, then he bid farewell and left. Master. It seems that you are quite disappointed with this trip to the Nan family. Chu Tianba said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. Chu Tianba continued, Master has known this family for a long time, and these people didn't know Master's true identity. Now that they know Master's true identity, they've become much more cautious with their words. This shows that people from different worlds are bound to avoid each other after a short period of interaction. Lin Feng said, I didn't expect you to be such a meticulous person. Chu Tianba laughed mischievously, thank you for your praise, Master. Lin Feng got on the beast carriage, and Chu Tianba quickly drove it away. Father, why didn't you mention my marriage with Lin Gongzi to Lin Gongzi? Lin Gongzi already left. Father, why didn't you mention it? I kept giving you signals with my eyes. After Lin Feng left, Nan Monair grabbed South J10's arm and shouted. Monair, calm down. We don't belong to the same world as him. South J10 said. No, how could that be? In South Xiang Town, when father mentioned our marriage, Lin Gongzi didn't refuse. Lin Gongzi definitely likes me. Father, I beg you, please talk to Lin Gongzi about our marriage. If I, Nan Monair, want to marry someone like Lin Gongzi, Nan Mon looked at South J10 pleadingly. Take your sister to rest for a few days. South J10 looked at Sunny Nam and said. Sunny Nam nodded and pulled Nan Mon back to her room. Woo woo. I want to marry Lin Gongzi. I must marry Lin Gongzi. Why did I reject Lin Gongzi? If I didn't reject that marriage, I might already be Mrs. Lin. I regret it so much, I hate myself. Nan Mon began to pull her hair. Sunny Nam was helpless. She could only knock Nan Mon unconscious. Sister, this is fate. Don't think about marrying Lin Gongzi anymore. How can someone like him be compared to us? Sunny Nam sighed. She was extremely disappointed. Lin Feng's figure was in her mind. No matter what, she couldn't get rid of it. Nan Mon was an extremely vain woman who wanted to climb up the social ladder. But unfortunately, other than Nan Mon being pretty, it was almost impossible to find any other good points about her. In this world, there was never a lack of beautiful women. Therefore, Nan Mon was destined to be a tragic figure. The desire in her heart was very strong. When the desire in her heart was difficult to satisfy, it was also a logical thing for her to become crazy. Whether Nan Mon was dead or alive, normal or crazy, Lin Feng did not care. Towards Nan Mon, Lin Feng's impression was quite bad. It was not because Nan Mon refused the marriage back then. Back then, South J10 wanted to recruit him to be his son-in-law. Even if Nan Mon did not refuse, Lin Feng would definitely not agree. The reason that really made Lin Feng's impression of Nan Mon worse was because of Nan Mon's personality. Selfish, vain. Towards such a woman, Lin Feng really did not have the mood to take another look. Now that he had left the Nan family, he basically would not have any contact with the Nan family anymore. Just as Chu Tianba said, Lin Feng and the Nan family were not people of the same world. Since that was the case, then he should return to the right track. Each had their own life. Returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to comprehend the Great Tao. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea was very special. It allowed Lin Feng to easily enter a deep level of enlightenment. This was a kind of analysis of the Tao. This was a brand new understanding of the Tao. Time passed. Lin Feng spent the next 3 days continuously deducing the great karma art, this 3000 great Tao. Heaven did not let down those who worked hard. Lin Feng finally had some enlightenment and successfully cultivated the great karma art to the entry stage. And during this period of time, the people from the 3 great families and 5 great sects also began to prepare to head to the place where the heavenly fire fell. Lin Feng wanted to travel with them. Lin Feng had no interest in the treasures left behind by God. What he was interested in was the heavenly fire. This heavenly flame, no matter what, Lin Feng had to obtain it. Right now, Lin Feng was at the first level of the rebirth realm. If he could obtain the heavenly flame, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Ordinary heavenly flames could raise a cultivator's cultivation by at least 3 to 4 levels. If it was a heavenly flame with an extremely high ranking, the increase in cultivation level would be even greater. 10 days later, the cultivators from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects were ready. Each of them sent a dozen or so experts, making a total of more than 100 people. They boarded the ancient spaceship and headed for the heavenly fire meteorites. The place where the heavenly fire fell was at the border between the Tianzhou domain and the Great Sun domain. Because this was the place where the great battle between the gods took place, there were many broken laws here. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. Normally, very few people dared to enter this mountain range. In this place, the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. The Great Sun domain? Who is the domain lord of this domain? Lin Feng asked. Shen Shizhong said, it's the Golden Crow Sage. Qinwu people? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Shen Shizhong nodded and said, the Golden Crow clan is exceptionally powerful and has an immortal inheritance. The Great Sun domain is one of the top 3 domains among the 12 domains, especially the Golden Crow Saint. It is said that he has lived for 1.3 million years. Even the domain lord of the Tianzhou domain, Heavenly Emperor Jun, has to address him as a junior in front of him. It seems that the Golden Crow Sage is one of the strongest of the 12 domain lords. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The others nodded and said, indeed. Half a month later, everyone arrived at the Skyfall mountain range. The ancient spaceship docked at the outskirts of the Skyfall mountain range. There are indeed many terrifying restrictions. Everyone, follow me. Lin Feng said. Daoist Lin, you know about formations? Many people's eyes lit up. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know a thing or two. Under Lin Feng's lead, everyone passed through layers of restrictions and headed towards the depths of the Skyfall mountain range. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from restrictions, which made everyone extremely shocked. How was this just a thing or two? He was clearly extremely proficient in formations. After crossing the first mountain, the group was attacked by ferocious beasts. It was a type of monster that was silver-white in color. It was about 2 meters tall, shaped like a mantis, and had 3 heads. These beasts' bodies were almost invulnerable, and their attacks were terrifying. Lin Feng and the others had the impression that they couldn't fight back. People kept dying, but in the end, the group managed to escape. However, they had suffered heavy losses because 17 cultivators had died. They were all experts from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sections. The living should live a better life, and the dead should be able to rest in peace, said the clan lord. Let's go, said Xu Jian. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Suddenly, they saw flames in the depths of the mountain range. In the flames, a golden dragon was faintly visible. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That's the golden dragon divine flame, which is ranked 42nd among the heavenly flames. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was delighted. Among the 72 types of heavenly flames, his purple earth core flame was ranked 67th, and his black spirit incinerating flame was ranked 65th. These 2 types of heavenly flames weren't very high. The golden dragon divine flame was ranked 42nd among the heavenly flames, so it was much higher than the purple earth core flame and the black spirit incinerating flame. Therefore, if he could refine the golden dragon divine flame, Lin Feng believed that his cultivation level would increase greatly. Everyone was rushing towards the depths of the mountain range, but they were suddenly attacked. The sky cracked and a large number of cultivators rushed out. Boom! 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 Oh no, we've been ambushed. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly used their magical powers or treasures to block the attacks. However, the other party's attack was too sudden, so much so that the cultivators from Blackrock City were caught off guard. Boom! Boom! One cultivator after another exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people had died tragically. As for the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, many of them were seriously injured. There were only about 20 cultivators who could still fight. A high number of cultivators surrounded the cultivators from Blackrock City. There were at least 400 to 500 cultivators there. They had completely surrounded the cultivators from Blackrock City. Ha! Ha! Bastards of Haishi City, it seems like the Skyfall mountain range is going to be your burial ground. Loud laughter was heard. The crowd parted and a man in a golden robe walked out. Kinwa people. You're from the Great Sun Domain. Many people's expressions became unsightly when they saw the man. The Golden Crow tribe was high and mighty in the Great Sun Domain. They belonged to the royal family of the Great Sun Domain and were extremely powerful. Now that they had led so many experts to launch a sneak attack on the cultivators of Blackrock City, the cultivators of Blackrock City had lost this battle unjustly. You're Lin Feng? The Kinwa people's cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was puzzled. How did this person know him? Who are you? How do you know me? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator from the Kinwa people. I am Jin Wushu, a direct descendant of the Golden Crow Sage. The cultivator from the Kinwa people clasped his hands behind his back. What? You're Jin Wushu? The strongest quasi-god in the Great Sun Domain? The Jin Wushu who has some divine abilities that can even contend with a god? When they heard this person's name, the expressions of many people from Blackrock City changed. Jin Wushu looked down at the people from Blackrock City and said, You people are quite well informed. You actually know my name. We have no enmity with you in the past, and we have no enmity with you today. Why did you ambush us? An elder from the Starry Sky sect asked angrily. Ha 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 ha. How foolish. Your goal is the heavenly flame and the god's treasure. My goal is the heavenly flame and the god's treasure. I ambushed you because I wanted to kill my competitors. Jin Wushu smiled. It was hard to refute this reasoning. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as Jin Wushu made them out to be. This was because Jin Wushu actually knew him. Logically speaking, Jin Wushu shouldn't have known him. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Jin Wushu, you don't have to hide it. If my guess is correct, Peng Mosu must have colluded with you and leaked our whereabouts. That's why you ambushed us here, right? When they heard Lin Feng's words, the cultivators from Blackrock City were shocked. Peng Mosu was the city lord of Blackrock City. The 3 great clans and 5 great sects had thought that Peng Mosu wouldn't know about the heavenly flame because they hadn't told him about it. They had clearly underestimated him. Peng Mosu hadn't been able to become the city lord of Blackrock City only because of his powerful background. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top. You're a smart man. That's right. Peng Mosu contacted me and told me to wait for you here. Jin Wushu smiled and said. Lin Feng said, Peng Mosu is insatiably greedy. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the higher-ups of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. This way, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects will be leaderless, and chaos will ensue. At that time, Peng Mosu will act and quickly take control of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. At that time, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects will all be in his hands, and you will also be able to obtain the treasures of the heavenly flame and God. You will also be able to obtain the treasures of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. The faces of the experts from the Blackstone City's 3 great clans and 5 great sects turned ugly. They now knew that they had underestimated Peng Mosu and his ambition. Peng Mosu's greedy personality concealed his desire for power. The 3 great clans and 5 great sects had been rooted in Blackstone City for too long, so Peng Mosu couldn't touch them even if he wanted to. Therefore, Peng Mosu had been looking for an extremely rare opportunity to get rid of the higher-ups of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. Now, he had finally found this opportunity. Jin Wushu said, no wonder Peng Mosu told me to pay special attention to you. As expected, you're as smart as a demon. I heard that you have an endless amount of wealth on you. Little brat, cripple your own cultivation and hand over your wealth, and I'll spare your life. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you die here with the cultivators of Blackstone City. Lin Feng sneered, it's too early to talk big. I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep us here. You don't know what's good for you. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Jin Wushu's expression was cold. Fight them to the death. The people from the 3 great clans and 5 great sects knew that it was time for them to fight with their lives on the line. Kill. 400 to 500 experts from the Great Sun Domain attacked. Great Baron War Spear, come out. Lin Feng shouted and took out his giant weapon, the Great Baron War Spear. He held the spear in his hand and swept it forward. The giant weapon unleashed its might. Pooh, there was a ripping sound as Lin Feng killed more than 30 cultivators with a single sweep of his spear. What? It's that powerful? Everyone was shocked. The cultivators from Blackstone City were invigorated. The cultivators from the Great Sun Domain quickly retreated. The treasure in Lin Feng's hand was too powerful. What treasure is that? Jin Wushu stared at the Great Baron War Spear in Lin Feng's hand. He couldn't wait to snatch the Great Baron War Spear away. That divine weapon, Jin Wushu's heart was filled with endless greed. You want it? Lin Feng looked at Jin Wushu indifferently. Little brat, that divine weapon is powerful, but it consumes too much dermic power. How many times can you use it? I think you'll reach your limit after 3 or 4 times, right? At that time, your dermic power will be exhausted and you'll die. I have more than 400 people here. How many can you kill? If you give me the Great Baron War Spear now, I'll let you go. What do you think? Jin Wushu looked at Lin Feng and said. Ha ha ha, if you want my Great Baron War Spear, just take it. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Three-legged crows love to talk nonsense. Lin Feng laughed. Little brat, you're courting death. Jin Wushu's expression immediately turned ugly. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Qinhua people were three-legged golden crows. They had the bloodline of divine beasts and were superior. But golden crows weren't crows. Now that Lin Feng called Jin Wushu a three-legged crow, Jin Wushu felt greatly humiliated. Surround him with everything you've got. Capture this brat alive. I'm going to tear him to shreds. Jin Wushu's face twisted as he roared. Kill him. The experts of the Great Sun Domain shouted. The group charged again. The two sides fought fiercely. The experts of the Great Sun Domain fell one after another, and the people of Blackrock City also died tragically. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Poisonous insects flew out and covered the sky. They surrounded the cultivators of the Great Sun Domain and Blackrock City. At the center of the poisonous insects stood more than 10 cultivators. Ha ha ha, what a good show. That brat from Blackrock City, I've taken a fancy to your Great Baron War Spear. And that Jin Wushu from the Great Sun Domain, I heard that you Qinhua people have extremely powerful bloodlines. I'm going to devour your bloodline. A sinister voice came from the poisonous insects. The poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth. As far as the eye could see, there were poisonous insects everywhere. It seemed that no matter where they flew, they would be attacked by the poisonous insects. You're from the Poison Domain. Jin Wushu's face changed drastically. The Poison Domain bordered the Tianzhou Domain and the Great Sun Domain. The cultivators of the Poison Domain were good at using poison. They raised all kinds of poisonous insects. Their methods were strange and terrifying. The cultivators of the Poison Domain had been here for a long time, but they hadn't attacked. They had waited until the cultivators of Blackrock City and the Great Sun Domain were both injured. The cultivators of the Poison Domain were playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They wanted to catch the cultivators of Blackrock City and the Great Sun Domain in one fell swoop. There was no lack of smart people in this world. The people from the Great Sun Domain thought that victory was in their hands, but they had suffered heavy losses when faced with the attacks of the poisonous insects. They had originally had around 400 people, but more than 300 had died in the blink of an eye. More than 30 cultivators from Blackrock City had died as well. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his black god-burning flame and formed a fiery barrier around the remaining 20 or so people. When the poisonous insects attacked them, they were all burned to death. Golden Crow burns the heavens. Jin Wushu was furious when he saw so many of his subordinates die. He spat out a ball of Golden Crow demonic flame. This was the core flame of the Qinhua people, and it was abnormally powerful. The Golden Crow demonic flame burned fiercely, and a large number of poisonous insects were burned to death. In the end, only 70 or 80 people from Jin Wushu's side survived. What a Golden Crow demonic flame. It's really powerful. One of the cultivators from the Poison Domain looked over with sinister eyes. He then looked at Lin Feng's fiery barrier and frowned. What kind of flame is that? Although the black god-burning flame was a heavenly flame, these people had never seen it before. If Lin Feng didn't say that it was a heavenly flame, the others naturally couldn't tell. Lin Feng said, "You want to know? I won't tell you." When the other party heard Lin Feng's mocking words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng ferociously. However, the cultivators from the Poison Domain didn't attack again, and the cultivators from the Great Sun Domain also stopped. The three sides looked at each other warily. There were still more than 20 people from Blackrock City, but those who had survived were all top-notch experts. The Great Sun Domain had 70 or 80 people, and there were also many experts. Although the Poison Domain had the least number of people, no one dared to underestimate the cultivators from the Poison Domain. These people reared poisonous insects and knew how to use poison. Their methods were too strange. If one underestimated them, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Swoosh! The people from the Poison Domain took the lead and rushed deeper into the forest. Clearly, the dozen or so cultivators from the Poison region saw that the cultivators from the Black Rock City and the Great Sun region had a way to stop the swarm of insects. They didn't want to continue fighting and wanted to snatch God's treasures and heavenly flames. Where do you think you're going? Jin Wushu bellowed and quickly gave chase. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that Blackrock City is in imminent danger. Let's split into two groups. One group will return to Blackrock City to take care of the situation, another group will stay behind, and the other group will enter the depths of the city to steal the divine treasures and heavenly flames. Shen Shizhong said, the three of us and the 5 sect masters will stay behind. Tian Ba, Nailin Me, and the rest of you, quickly return to Blackrock City. Chu Tianba, Nailin Me, and the others had high prestige. There was no need for the 3 patriarchs and 5 sect masters to return. They were more than enough to stabilize the hearts of the cultivators of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. Okay. Chu Tianba, Nailin Me, and the others nodded. Lin Feng took out a jade talisman and gave it to Chu Tianba, saying, this jade talisman has a record of the safe route we took when we came in. Follow it and you'll be able to avoid all the restrictions and successfully get out. Chu Tianba accepted the jade talisman and quickly left with Nailin Me and the others. Lin Feng, the 3 patriarchs, and 5 sect masters flew into the depths of the city. There was a volcano in the depths of the city. Inside the volcano, lava was boiling. About 10 meters above the lava, there was a huge cave. The cultivators from the Poison region and the Great Sun region entered it. Lin Feng and the rest of the 9 arrived and quickly flew in as well. The passageway extended all the way down. After a full hour, they finally found the exit. When they came out of the tunnel, the ground below opened up, and a huge world of lava appeared in their line of sight. Inside the world of lava floated 4 corpses. One of them was the corpse of a huge golden crow. The golden crow was about 100 meters long. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge golden crow. He didn't know if the golden crow's corpse had anything to do with the Qinhua people of the Great Sun region. The other was the corpse of a divine beast. The other was the corpse of a human cultivator. There was also a monster with a human body but 9 snake heads. It was the corpse of a Hydra expert. The corpses of 4 divine spirits. Could it be that these 4 divine spirits joined forces to kill the heavenly fire spirit? But did the 4 gods also suffer from the backlash as well? Their souls were destroyed by the heavenly fire spirit before it died, and only their physical bodies were left? Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. At that moment, the cultivators from the Great Sun region, led by Jin Wushu, were madly attacking the cultivators from the Poison region. Jin Wushu was extremely terrifying, and he also had a divine weapon in his hands. Although it was only a low-grade divine weapon forged by a void god, it was still no small matter. The divine weapon was a flaming divine saber. It was extremely powerful and seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. More than 10 cultivators from the Poison region summoned all kinds of poisonous insects to attack the cultivators from the Great Sun region. Moreover, the cultivators from the Poison region also had a divine weapon. It was a blood-red wheel. The wheel spun in the air, and the cultivators from the Great Sun region were killed one after another. Lin Feng led the 3 clan heads and 5 sect masters towards the 4 divine corpses. You're courting death. The cultivators from both sides roared angrily. They were fighting to the death here, but Lin Feng and the others wanted to collect the divine corpses. How could they agree? The cultivators from the Great Sun region and the Poison region were furious. They stopped fighting and attacked Lin Feng and the others. Fellow Taoists, follow me and burn your lifespan to activate the Great Desolate War Spear. This is a giant divine weapon. Although we're outnumbered, my magic treasure is powerful enough to defeat and block their attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng burned 3,000 years of his lifespan. The life force produced by burning his lifespan was injected into the Great Desolate War Spear by Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's cultivation broke through, his lifespan had reached a shocking 50,000 years. Burning 3,000 years of lifespan was nothing to Lin Feng. The 3 clan heads and the 5 sect masters were all quasi-gods. Their lifespan was similar to Lin Feng's. However, they had already lived for around 30,000 years, so burning 3,000 years of lifespan was still painful for them. However, in order to fight for the divine treasure, they had no scruples. Each of them burned 3,000 years of their lifespan. Including Lin Feng, the 9 of them burned 27,000 years of their lifespan. They were supported by 27,000 years of lifespan. The Great Desolate War Spear emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Feng swept the spear towards the experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region. Bang bang bang, the experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region were killed one after another. However, most of them survived. Hurry up and collect the divine corpses, Lin Feng shouted. He directly swept towards the corpses of the Qinwu people. The Golden Crow bloodline was abnormally strong, so its origin must be extremely powerful as well. Lin Feng was most interested in the divine corpses of the Qinwu people. The others swept towards the other 3 divine corpses. Lin Feng wanted to collect the divine corpses, but he found that he couldn't. A terrifying aura was emitted from the divine corpses, preventing Lin Feng from collecting them. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the sky-swallowing jar. The sky-swallowing jar emitted a powerful devouring power, which finally swallowed the divine corpses of the Qinwu people. You're courting death. The experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region were furious. They quickly rushed over. These divine corpses were too difficult to collect, so the 3 clan heads and the 5 sect masters worked together to only collect the divine beast Tonghen's corpse. They wanted to collect the other divine corpses, but the cultivators from the Great Sun region and the Poison region had already arrived. They had no choice but to give up. The human divine corpses were collected by the cultivators from the Great Sun region, while the 9-headed snake divine corpses were collected by the cultivators from the Poison region. Despicable humans, you dare to trespass into my slumbering place? You all deserve to die. Suddenly, a deep roar resounded. Then, the earth shook. The lava in the entire world of lava started to churn. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a 1,000-meter-long dragon condensed from golden flames raised its head from the lava world. Its cold eyes stared at everyone. Heavens! Didn't they say that the golden dragon divine flames fire spirit died? How is it still alive? When they saw the golden dragon, everyone's expression changed drastically. Run! Shouted Lin Feng loudly. Without thinking, he turned around and ran outside. Heavenly flames were flexible, so they couldn't be resisted. Unless one cultivated to the divine realm, facing such a terrifying existence would only lead to death. The others didn't dare to stay, and they all frantically ran outside. However, the golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out golden flames. Many cultivators were swallowed by the golden flames and instantly turned to ashes. How terrifying! When they saw this, everyone turned pale with fright. End of chapter 14:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.